On September 7th in the 774th year of the AG calendar, it was the day when the Z fighters had decided to ask Shillong to erase the fear of Majin Buu from the hearts of Earth's humans. All of them gathered at the home of Bulma in West City's Capsule Corporation. "Come out, Shillong." As Goku shouted, the sky suddenly turned pitch black. The 7 Dragon Balls burst into dazzling light, and from that radiance our old friend Shillong surged forth. Shillong gazed down at the people before him. Though they were already very familiar, he still put on his formal act. "State your wish. Any wish I can grant." His vast voice was indeed full of authority, but the Z fighters had seen him too many times to be impressed. Only Goten and Trunks appeared truly excited. Goku did not waste words. "Shenlong, please remove the fear of Buu from those who were killed by him and later revived. That wish is simple." Shenlong's eyes flashed red, and after a few seconds he said, "Your wish has been granted. Speak your next wish." Goku scratched his head and grinned. "Thank you, Shenlong. I don't have any other wishes." Shenlong's form then dispersed, the Dragon Balls reverting to stone and shooting off in all directions. "I haven't made my wish yet." Bulma yelled furiously at Goku as she watched the Dragon Balls fly away. Goku hurriedly jumped aside and said in a rush, "Bulma, I'm starving here. Let's hurry up and eat." "Oh right, where's Vegeta?" In truth, Goku was rather afraid of Bulma, so he quickly changed the topic. Bulma understood Goku's nature and did not press the matter. After all, even if one wish went and used, the cooldown would be reduced by half. She herself had no urgent desire anyway. If she ever did, she could always go hunt for the Dragon Balls again. Who knows where Vegeta has gone off to train this time? He said not to call him for such boring things. Humph. Even though we're summoning Shenlong for a wish, it's still a chance for everyone to get together. Muttering as she walked, Bulma said, "Let's go eat and ignore him. He's probably still shaken from being beaten by Goku. After all, Goku is much stronger than Vegeta now," Krillin said with a laugh. Goku also chuckled, not taking it to heart. Following Bulma, the Z fighters headed into the large courtyard where the feast had already been prepared. Very soon they were chatting and laughing, the entire gathering filled with joy. While they reveled on one side, Vegeta on the other side was in dire straits. Moments ago he had been training in the gravity chamber, now he lay collapsed on the ground unconscious. Just earlier a strange force had stabbed into his mind and Vegeta's vision went black as he instantly toppled over. That power seemed intent on banishing his soul. As if sensing the peril, Vegeta's soul awakened, yet the force left him completely unable to resist. His soul howled in agony as he fought to keep it from being shattered. The ordeal could not help but remind him of when he was controlled by Babidi. Only then he had willingly opened his heart to the sorcerer's influence. This time was different. Vegeta felt that if he failed to endure, he might vanish from this world altogether. In a realm of chaotic nothingness, Vegeta felt his soul being ceaselessly tugged by a vast, overwhelming force. He let out constant screams as his very essence was gradually ground away. He did not know how much time had passed. With his consciousness already blurred, Vegeta seemed to see scenes from his childhood. King Vegeta sternly instructing him, himself slaughtering alone on some distant planet, his first battle with Kakarot, Bulma, Trunks. As these images appeared, Vegeta flared like a candle in its final blaze. His soul was like a flame in the wind, flickering wildly yet refusing to go out. "Kakarot, I will surpass you. Bulma, Trunks, I will not die so easily," Vegeta roared. At that moment Vegeta saw a strand of spiritual light mixed within the power rushing toward his body. It brushed against him and plunged straight into his mind, then began occupying his consciousness. Alarmed, Vegeta's soul lunged toward this cluster of light. He did not know who it was, but he understood that if his body were seized he might never return. Yet under the relentless impact of that mysterious force, for Vegeta to push forward against it was like trying to reach the heavens in a single leap. Vegeta roared again and again, wishing his soul could transform into a Super Saiyan, even into Super Saiyan 2. But in this state, with his soul riddled with wounds, such a thing was impossible. Even at his peak, his soul alone could never achieve Super Saiyan. He knew that this was his most critical moment. He had to destroy that invading soul, or how else could he surpass Kakarot, how else could he remain by Bulma's side? And so Vegeta's soul kept rushing toward that mass of light. Though his speed was agonizingly slow, and the pain unending, he did not relent. This was Vegeta, tempered by countless life-and-death battles, unshakable in will, the proudest prince of the Saiyans. Roaring all the way, he finally drew closer to the spiritual radiance. Reduced to little more than a strand of hair, the prince's tattered soul did not hesitate, and hurled itself at the light. Vegeta knew this leap might mean his death. If the other was as strong as he was, it would be like a moth plunging into the flame. Yet he still did not waver. This was his pride. Even in death he would not allow anyone to seize his body. Upon contact, Vegeta tore into the light with savage ferocity. Yet that soul was as fragile as paper. Even in his utterly weakened state it was no match for him. With his consciousness already fading, the prince swallowed the invading soul in a single gulp. His own soul, which had been on the verge of collapse, finally stabilized and reclaimed his body, though it was so exhausted that even in victory Vegeta immediately slipped into unconsciousness. In less than 10 minutes the prince's eyes snapped open and he lunged forward with a great gasp. Still caught in his earlier reflex, he soon realized he was apparently not dead and began to relax, only for a searing pain to explode in his head. Cold sweat poured down his face as he clutched his skull and let out low-pained growls. He did not know how long it lasted, 10 minutes, 20. At last Vegeta stopped growling. His soul was now filled with a large stretch of unfamiliar memories. Vegeta realized that these memories must belong to that other soul and began slowly digesting them. In that soul's recollections he was called Ji-kun, a native of Blue Star, an ordinary man who after finishing university worked as a basketball coach. Just 2.5 years into the job an accident occurred and his soul was sent across worlds to this realm, where Vegeta was the unfortunate one meant to be possessed. Fortunately Vegeta had endured. Though he still did not know what that mysterious power was, this ordinary person, no matter how weak Vegeta's soul had become, could never truly compare to him. Slumped on the floor, Vegeta suddenly froze. He had just noticed something strange. A work titled Dragon Ball left Vegeta utterly stunned. This work was divided into 2 versions, an anime and a manga. According to Ji-kun's memories, the manga was the original, and thus far more authoritative than the anime. The entire Dragon Ball manga was split into Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball GT. Reading all the way through, Vegeta discovered that the present moment corresponded to the ending of Dragon Ball Z. This discovery struck him like a bolt of lightning, for everything recorded in Dragon Ball Z was precisely what had already happened in his own world. Vegeta was so shocked that his mind could no longer keep up. His mouth hung slightly open as he kept replaying these memories, unable to comprehend where this cluster of soul had come from, why it had tried to seize his body, and how it could know the development of his world well enough to turn it into a story. Countless questions flooded Vegeta's mind. Yet he had no way of knowing that when this soul was brought across worlds by some mysterious power it happened to collide with the power of the Shenlong, and was greatly weakened. Otherwise Vegeta would never have been able to resist it, and should have vanished from this world in an instant. By coincidence the wish the Shenlong had just granted was to erase the fear of Bu from those who had been killed by him, and then resurrected. Vegeta had also been revived through the Shenlong. Originally he should not have needed to have that fear erased. After all, perhaps Vegeta had never felt fear at all. However, the Shenlong was obliged to transmit the willpower of that wish to Vegeta. As a dragon god it possessed its own intelligence, yet still had to abide by the wish. That will, however, was something Vegeta could resist, just as Goku had once refused the Shenlong's request to return to Earth while training on planet Yardrat. By a quirk of fate this will carrying a soul happened to collide with Vegeta at that moment. The Shenlong's power had already greatly weakened that foreign force. Ji-kun's ordinary human soul was extremely feeble in the Dragon Ball world, not even on the same level as Vegeta's soul and will. Moreover, Ji-kun was unconscious at the time, so it was only natural that Vegeta devoured him. Dad. At that moment the door of the training room slid open. It was Trunks. Dad, Mom asked me to call you to dinner. Trunks saw Vegeta collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant and lifeless, and hurriedly ran up to him. Dad, what's wrong with you? Vegeta heard Trunks' voice, but his mind was still in a daze and his body extremely weak. He answered on reflex, got it. Trunks had no idea his father had just experienced a brush with death. He thought Vegeta had simply trained too hard and was overly exhausted, so he did not notice anything amiss. Instead he said enthusiastically, Dad, hurry up and come eat. Uncle Goku and the others are here today. There's a ton of tasty food and Goten brought special dinosaur meat from Mount Pauza. It's super delicious. For the moment Vegeta stopped dwelling on it. Once his strength became great enough he might be able to unravel these doubts, or perhaps even ask the Shenlong. He shook his head inwardly. It was all too inconceivable he would wait for another opportunity to explore it. Hearing Trunks mention dinosaur meat from Mount Pauza, Vegeta, who was just getting to his feet, could not help recalling the place where Kakarot had grown up in those memories. That brat had eaten plenty of dinosaur meat as a child, especially dinosaur tails. Gohan too had devoured no small number of dinosaurs when he was young. Thinking of this, Vegeta could only fall silent in exasperation. Truly it was in their blood. Since he was in no state to continue training anyway, he might as well eat and rest. So he followed Trunks to the place where everyone was gathering. Yo Vegeta, you're here. Goku was gnawing on a large roast pig, speaking with his mouth full. The sight of him instantly ignited Vegeta's temper, perhaps because it triggered a certain scene from those memories. He forcibly restrained himself, otherwise he truly wanted to rush over and pound the idiot. Humph. With a cold snort, Vegeta ignored Kakarot and strode straight toward Bulma, sitting down beside her and digging into the food without restraint. Hey Vegeta, your complexion doesn't look so good. Piccolo was more observant than most and could tell something was off about Vegeta. As his words fell, everyone else turned to look at Vegeta. Gohan spoke up, maybe Uncle Vegeta just finished training. Krillin sighed. You guys are already so strong, yet you still train this hard. How are the rest of us supposed to live with ourselves? Everyone chimed in agreement. As for Gohan and the other Saiyans, they did not say much. After all, the stronger they became, the more peaceful Earth would be. While the others were chatting, enthusiastically gossiping and laughing, Bulma nudged Vegeta and asked softly, "Are you alright?" Seeing the concern on Bulma's face warmed Vegeta's heart, yet his expression remained impassive as he replied, "I won't be training for a while. I'm going to rest properly." In truth, by rest Vegeta meant something else. He had already decided to digest the memories in his mind, formulate his plans for the future, and recover from his injuries. I really want to train too. These past few days staying home with Chi-Chi, my body's practically rusting. Hey Vegeta, spar with me after dinner. Having finished off the roast pig in his hands, Goku turned to Vegeta. No. He was not joking. In his current frail state, Vegeta did not even have the heart to fight Yamcha, let alone Kakarot. Though his body bore no wounds, his soul was so weakened that he could not draw out much strength at all. So he refused Goku without the slightest hesitation. Goku, finding it boring, picked up 2 large chicken drumsticks and began gnawing on them instead. 2 hours later the banquet drew to an end and everyone prepared to leave. Krillin sighed, who knows when we'll see each other again. Everyone had their own lives to lead, and without some major event it was rare for them all to gather together. It's fine, we can still get together from time to time. Anyway, my birthday is on August 18th, everyone must come. Though Bulma spoke with a smile, everyone knew all too well what would happen if they did not show up, so they hastily agreed. Only Goku could remain unconcerned. Tien and Kaiotsu were the first to leave and the others drifted off one after another. After taking a shower, Vegeta lay down on the bed while Bulma was still removing her makeup. He paid her no mind, instead repeatedly replaying the fragments in his mind. He had never imagined that from a God Saiyan view the difference between what he had experienced and how it appeared would be so vast. It was painfully clear how arrogant he had once been, especially before Frieza killed him, how utterly foolish he had been. Carefully sorting through everything, Vegeta identified several crucial points. First, throughout his cultivation he had lacked a master's guidance, and had relied solely on his own groping. Kakarot, by contrast, had been taught by renowned masters since childhood, and had even trained in the other world after death. This was related to Vegeta's personality as well. While he had no intention of changing his nature, he had begun to consider the idea of formally seeking a teacher. Second, in Jikun's world the commentary on him was that he was a prodigy who overworked himself. It sounded like praise, yet his training was indeed excessive. He had never truly balanced work and rest. He spent all his time in the gravity chamber. Though he did make progress, it consumed far too much time. For instance, he achieved Super Saiyan 2 only in the final stage of 7 long years of training in that chamber. Third, 10 years from now would be the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai, the World Martial Arts Tournament, which marked the ending of Z and the beginning of GT. Would his world continue along the path of GT? According to Jikun's memories, GT was merely a parallel universe, and Toriyama Akira had not drawn any new Dragon Ball works yet when Jikun crossed over. So he had to use these 10 years to raise his cultivation as much as possible. After all, in GT Vegeta's fate had not been particularly glorious. Fourth, he had to verify whether Super Saiyan 4 truly existed. In GT, Vegeta had directly reached Super Saiyan 4, skipping over Super Saiyan 3. What exactly was going on? Vegeta resolved that within these 10 years he would unravel these mysteries. Lost in thought, Vegeta dozed off unknowingly, not even realizing when Bulma had gone to bed. Upon waking, he found Bulma was no longer beside him. Bulma herself was quite puzzled. After all, Vegeta usually trained diligently every day, and suddenly taking a long rest felt unusual to her. However, she chose not to disturb him and got up early to go to work. When Vegeta awoke, he felt much better than the previous night, but the wounds to his soul were not so easily healed. At that moment, Trunks barged into his room and quietly asked, "Dad, you said last time you would take me to the amusement park." Vegeta was taken aback, wondering when he had promised the boy such a thing. Seeing Vegeta's confused expression, Trunks reminded him, last time in the training room you said if I hit you you would take me to the amusement park. Vegeta then remembered before the martial arts tournament, he had wanted to see Trunks' strength in the training room, and unexpectedly he was hit by Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation. He had indeed promised the child, but with everything that had happened afterwards he forgot about it. Now that Trunks brought it up, Vegeta thought that since he couldn't train at the moment, he would fulfill this promise. Call your mother and let's go together tomorrow, Vegeta said, then went to wash up and have breakfast. Trunks ran out jubilantly. Watching Trunks' retreating figure, Vegeta couldn't help but think of future Trunks. That child must have had a difficult life in the future, and he felt he should give the little Trunks a good childhood. A month passed like this and Vegeta felt his body had nearly recovered. During this time he spent a bit more time with his family than usual, reflecting and practicing mental training. At this point Vegeta had made up his mind to begin new training. His first step was to head to Yardrat. He had thought it through clearly. He lacked guidance from a great master. Although he possessed great power, there were many geniuses in cultivation. He didn't plan to seek advice from Master Roshi the Supreme Kai or King Kai, possibly due to his personality. Having wandered in the universe, he knew that the Yardrats possessed some unusual skills. Kakarot had learned instant transmission in less than a year after going to Yardrat, mastering Super Saiyan transformation and growing even stronger. Vegeta had suffered a lot back then, so this time he decided to learn all the techniques the Yardrats had. Time was not limited. He had already discussed it with Bulma, who stipulated that he must return at least once a year. Sometimes Vegeta still feared Bulma. He felt fortunate that she agreed to let him go so far, so he readily promised to learn as much as he could and return. The spaceship was ready, resembling the one Vegeta had used years ago, adorned with the Capsule Corporation logo. The reason for choosing this ship was likely due to Vegeta's preference for it, and it was much faster than his previous ship, capable of reaching Yardrat in just a month. Inside the ship there was a hibernation nutrient solution along with a large screen designed by Bulma so that Vegeta could communicate with Earth and conduct video calls. Upon entering the ship he could recline on a lounge chair, wear the hibernation nutrient mask and sleep for a month straight to reach his destination. Before leaving, Vegeta reminded Bulma not to use the Dragon Balls anymore, fearing the situation similar to the GT world. Although he didn't believe that would happen, he wondered why Namekians had never faced such issues despite their long history and frequent use of the Dragon Balls, with the Eternal Dragon being more powerful. Bulma was unconcerned and reminded Vegeta to stay safe, telling him to contact her immediately should any problems arise. Thus Vegeta departed for Yardrat, a fact known only to Bulma, Trunks, and Bulma's parents. At that moment Goku was being scolded by Shishi for not working hard again today. Goten and Pan were about to get married, yet Goku still hadn't gone out to earn money. Goku, looking puzzled, asked, "Does Goten need money for his wedding?" Fuming, Shishi scolded him further, and Goku hurriedly ran out to work. Piccolo, serving as the babysitter, sensed the situation from a distance, and shook his head in exasperation. It was too difficult to make Goku earn money. He guessed Goten would have to earn it himself, which would hinder his training. Piccolo sighed softly, sitting down to continue his own cultivation. A month later Vegeta arrived at Yardrat. The spaceship landed in an empty area without any buildings. As soon as he exited the ship, a swarm of oddly shaped creatures surrounded him. They all wore the black and white clothing reminiscent of when Goku had returned to Earth, some small with round heads topped with a protruding antenna, their skin a vibrant blue, while others were tall and thin, resembling standard big-head aliens with purple skin and numerous spots. The blue-skinned beings walked in front of the purple-skinned Yardrats. There appeared to be hundreds of them. The leading small blue creature approached, extending a hand, and said, "Hey, welcome." A chorus of small blues echoed the welcome. Vegeta, slightly taken aback, replied, "Hello." He shook hands with the leading small blue, feeling quite bewildered as they all looked remarkably similar. How would he distinguish between them? The thought of training alongside so many identical beings felt cumbersome, and he wondered if he would suffer from visual fatigue after spending too much time with them. The leading small blue smiled and said, "You must be Vegeta. I've heard Goku mention you." Vegeta nodded, and the small blue continued, "Before Goku arrived, our planet was attacked by the Ginyu Force. Speaking of which, the Ginyu Force must have been thinking of how to invade here at that time, right?" Vegeta replied. "We are grateful to Goku and you, Vegeta, for resolving that situation," said the leading small blue with a grateful expression. "Oh, you're welcome," Vegeta nodded in response. The small blue led Vegeta toward their city, a large group following behind. The small blue was followed by small purple beings who primarily served as guards or attendants. Arriving at a high building sky bridge, Vegeta inquired by the way who taught Kakarot instant transmission back then. The leader Xiaolan was taken aback. "Who? I forgot to tell you." Xiaolan raised both hands, causing all the surrounding Xiaolans and Xiaozis to vanish. I forgot to mention it's just me here. The sudden disappearance of the people startled Vegeta, who looked at the leader Xiaolan in surprise. As he walked, the leader Xiaolan explained. Our strength is relatively weak and our numbers are few. Therefore, for safety and to prevent the planet from being invaded, we usually increase our numbers to appear more numerous and to feel safer. When Jinyu and his team first saw your large numbers coupled with the rumors of your strange techniques, they hesitated to attack, right? Vegeta inquired. The leader Xiaolan shook his head. I don't know. The Jinyu force had just started their destruction on Yardrat when they suddenly left. We are also unaware of the specifics. As for our strange techniques, there aren't any. We just comprehended some things during our training, such as instant transmission. When we meet the Elder, he will tell you. Instant transmission was also taught to Goku by the Elder. Look, that's the Elder's place up ahead. Xiaolan pointed to a massive building ahead. As they reached the entrance, the door opened automatically. The enormous door was 3 times Vegeta's height. Upon entering, a gigantic Xiaolan appeared. This Xiaolan had a round head but with 2 antennae on top and 2 tendrils beneath its mouth, looking significantly more formidable than the previous Xiaolan, flanked by 2 Xiaozis standing straight as guards. Are you Vegeta? The elder Xiaolan bowed slightly and extended his hand with a smile to shake hands with Vegeta, who nodded and reciprocated the handshake. This is our planet's Elder Lord Pibara, Xiaolan introduced to Vegeta. Without any small talk, Vegeta directly asked, Are you the one who taught Kakarot instant transmission? Elder Pibara smiled and nodded, not minding Vegeta's rudeness. What brings you to Yardrat? Mr. Vegeta. I heard that the Yardrat people possess some strange abilities. Kakarot also trained here for a while and mentioned that the people here have many skills that are greatly beneficial for cultivation. I came here to learn and train, hoping to acquire all the techniques from Yardrat. Please teach me these techniques. It was the first time Vegeta requested someone to teach him, so even though these words came from his mouth, he still wore a cold expression. You seem to have misunderstood. We don't know many techniques. Elder Pibara stroked the tendrils beneath his mouth and said, The techniques we possess are merely derived from our control over the spirit energy. What is spirit energy? Vegeta asked. Spirit energy is what Goku refers to as chi, you know. The leader Xiaolan explained. Vegeta nodded at the leader Xiaolan, saying, Yes, I know. Suddenly Xiaolan appeared behind Vegeta. Instant transmission is a technique born from the control of spirit energy. Replication is too. Countless Xiaolans separated from the leader Xiaolan's body. The leader Xiaolan retracted his clones and suddenly grew as tall as the elder. This is enlargement. Then Xiaolan demonstrated techniques such as shrinking levitating objects and burrowing underground for Vegeta. At this moment, Elder Pibara spoke. All these are achieved through controlling spirit energy, and this is something every Yardrat person can do. If you understand the structure and usage of spirit energy, these techniques are quite simple. The important part is your ability to perfectly control your power, making your training much easier. Understood. Then teach me how to control spirit energy, Vegeta said with a serious expression. Pibara nodded. Let's go to the training area. The 3 of them arrived at a forest of needle peaks. Why is it called a needle peak forest? Here lies a vast area of white structures resembling slender needles, varying in length and size, with the tops not being sharp. The leader Xiaolan jumped to the top of a needle peak, sitting cross-legged with his feet together on the needle tip, his hands placed in front of his abdomen, eyes closed, as if meditating. First, feel how spirit energy flows within your body at the peak. Sense its birth and growth process. Learn to control it perfectly. Don't drive it like an instinct, feel it. Remember to calm your mind. Your spirit energy is very unstable, much more so than Goku's. Elder Pibara said. Go ahead and train like Raul. Raul is the leader Xiaolan. Vegeta glanced at Raul and then soared up to the needle peak. Vegeta mimicked Raul's posture, settling down on a nearby needle peak. This posture felt strange, but Vegeta didn't think much of it and followed Pibara's instructions. Seeing Vegeta ascend to the needle peak, Pibara nodded and climbed up to a needle peak himself, standing at the tip and closing his eyes. It was strange. In this position, Vegeta felt he could see his own chi more clearly. He also calmed his mind to comprehend his spirit energy, taking his time as he was determined to surpass Kakarot. He aimed to find a path of cultivation suitable for himself through the training of the Yardrat people. Listening to Pibara's words, Vegeta began to understand. His past training had been purely brute force. He had been in the gravity chamber every day without ever calming down to think about the composition of chi and its relationship and balance with body control. Thus Vegeta commenced his training. In Dragon Ball, chi consists of courage, righteousness, vital energy, and physical energy. The so-called courage and righteousness represent pure spiritual strength, while physical energy is purely physical strength. Vital energy is somewhat special, including both physical and mental energy derived from both inherent and acquired training. A person's physical body has its limits regardless of how it is trained, so vital energy serves as a means to enhance strength and can help push the physical limits, which is also the purpose of cultivation. For many years, Vegeta's exploration had been a passive exercise of vital energy, improving his physical energy significantly without actively training his vital energy. The growth of combat power was also an indirect enhancement of vital energy through the training of physical strength and courage, which is why despite his hard training and frequent sessions in the gravity chamber, he saw little progress. Your Bodhis energy is too immense, yet the connection between your physical form and chi is insufficient, and you have not mastered the balance between the two. Calm your mind, your spiritual energy is quite unstable. First master the spiritual energy within your body. Such a vast spiritual energy carries a heavy burden and a long road ahead. Time seemed to stretch as Vegeta heard the voice of Pibara beside him. Initially, Goku meditated here for 150 days, while your spiritual energy now is far greater and more unstable than Goku's back then. During your cultivation, I will supplement your nutrition, so do not worry about food. Vegeta opened his eyes and nodded, then continued to focus. As Pibara mentioned, his spiritual energy and mind were unstable, and he recognized himself as an easily impatient person, which was why he had become agitated earlier. Pibara promptly reminded him of this. Although your body is strong from training, your internal organs bear countless scars seemingly accumulated under some pressure, leading to internal injuries that impose a significant burden on your body. Try using your spiritual energy to nurture it. This will help balance your body and breath. Pibara noticed that Vegeta had already suffered many injuries in the gravity chamber. The gravity chamber was originally intended for physical training, and although Saiyan physiology is robust, one cannot continue training in such a manner indefinitely. Using spiritual energy to nurture the body is a great method. Vegeta's physique is already formidable, but now he needs not only a mental boost but also control over his chi and a sense of physical balance. 3 full months passed. Vegeta sat in meditation for 3 months. Countless times he felt he could not continue, yet Pibara's brief words would bring him back to stillness. Some of these words were teachings, some encouragements, and many were motivators. For example, every time Pibara mentioned Goku, Vegeta would feel invigorated and immediately refocus. After 3 months, Vegeta stood up and Pibara and Ral stood beside him. Pibara nodded and said, "You have now controlled your spiritual energy very well. It took you only 3 months faster than Goku back then. Next I will teach you the techniques of spiritual energy." Vegeta smirked. I am certainly smarter than Kakarot." Although Vegeta did not show much, he felt quite pleased inside. Pibara took Vegeta to the previous palace and paused before saying, "Do you need to rest? Controlling and mastering spiritual energy can be quite exhausting. Cultivation should balance work and rest." Vegeta suddenly realized he had not contacted Bulma and the others in such a long time, so he decided to check in. He told Pibara he would rest for the night and come back tomorrow morning. Boom! As Vegeta took off into the air, he shot forward like a cannonball. He marveled at how ordinary flying was now several times faster than before, with the chi circulating within his body flowing much more smoothly. In just a few seconds he arrived at the spot where he had initially landed. Upon entering the spaceship and activating the communicator, it was immediately connected. Bulma's face appeared on the screen, and as soon as the call connected, her loud voice echoed. "Vegeta! Where have you been? No news for so long." Vegeta felt a headache coming on. "I've been training here. The Yardrat people are very friendly." Vegeta said little, merely stating that he was training to convey that he was fine, but Bulma kept asking relentlessly about what the Yardrat people looked like, whether Yardrat was suitable for tourism, and what food was available there. She asked a whole lot of questions, which also attracted Trunks, who started inquiring about what Yardrat was like, saying, "Daddy, I miss you so much. Take me to Yardrat to play." This child just wanted to have fun. Vegeta asked, "Can this communicator be taken apart? If so, I will take it off now and show you Yardrat." Bulma replied, "Of course it can be disassembled. I anticipated this situation long ago. See, I'm smart, right?" With a proud expression, she looked just like Vegeta, showing the same kind of pride. Bulma then explained to Vegeta how to disassemble the communicator. Vegeta took the communicator to find Ral and Pibara. After a while he returned to the spaceship, found some food inside, and fell asleep. The next day, upon waking, Vegeta tidied himself up and headed to Pibara's residence. Pibara greeted Vegeta and said, "Today I will teach you the simplest technique, enlargement and reduction." Pibara then demonstrated the techniques of enlargement and reduction, explaining the principles and methods. Vegeta understood that this would not be particularly useful to him, yet he patiently learned it since it was the most basic application of spiritual energy. In just half an hour Vegeta grasped the technique. Pibara nodded in appreciation and said, "Not bad, you are indeed the most insightful genius I have ever seen." Then Pibara taught Vegeta some simple techniques which were not very useful but were more for scaring people or self-defense, such as burrowing, duplication, and water evasion. Vegeta quickly learned them all. Next is the technique of instant transmission, which is challenging. Instant transmission involves perceiving a carrier that can bear our spiritual energy, then transforming our physical body into spiritual energy, and resonating the frequency of our spiritual energy with that of the carrier. This allows us to instantaneously move our spiritual energy close to the carrier. Goku had only learned half of this technique in the past because he needed to sense a person's chi to grasp the frequency. True spiritual energy can even sense the spiritual energy of planets and certain special objects. These concepts rely on your insight. I've shared the principles with you, now you need to feel it for yourself. Try sensing Rao's spiritual energy, and attempt to instantaneously move beside Rao, then feel the other spiritual energies. Once you master the method, you will understand the spiritual energy of all things, making it much easier to form resonance with the frequency. However, this understanding cannot be achieved in a day unless you are like Goku, who only learned half and had to return home. Pibara looked at Vegeta and said, "I understand. Am not in a hurry, I will master it completely." Vegeta nodded. Pibala explained clearly that instant transmission is essentially launching a person in the form of spiritual energy, and then locating a vessel at a distant point to stop this spiritual energy, allowing the instant transmuter to reconstitute themselves. This vessel could be another person or an object far away. To accurately locate this vessel, one must know its frequency, which is why one must understand the spiritual energy of a particular object before instant transmission. Once the frequency is understood, one must use their comprehension of spiritual energy to vibrate their own spiritual energy at the appropriate frequency, which will resonate with the spiritual energy of the distant vessel. This vibration creates a manifestation of our own spiritual energy in the vicinity of this vessel, allowing us to transform back into our original form, thus appearing beside the vessel. Vegeta realized that the key to mastering instant transmission lies in understanding spiritual energy. He sat upright, closed his eyes, and first attuned to the frequency of his own spiritual energy, gradually shifting to feel the vibrations of others' spiritual energy. The training was always lengthy, so Vegeta sat in meditation for quite some time until he felt he had grasped the technique of instant transmission. He then stood up, suddenly vanishing from Pibala's abode only to reappear beside Rao. "Wow, you've mastered instant transmission. That's impressive. You achieved this in just a week, while Goku took an entire month to reach this level." "Not completely mastered yet, I need to fully understand instant transmission," Vegeta replied seriously. Since arriving on Yardrat, he had not only significantly improved his power but also gained insights into many aspects of cultivation, such as the composition of spiritual energy. He had focused too much on training in the gravity chamber, neglecting the training of spiritual energy, which had resulted in his body being somewhat overwhelmed. He was still using spiritual energy to nurture his body. These realizations were much clearer than during his solitary training, especially with the possibility of learning so many techniques. According to Rao, Yardrat possessed 4 great secret arts, and instant transmission was merely one of them. The sensation of instant transmission and simulating a human spiritual energy was relatively easy, but simulating animals or objects with unique spiritual energy, as well as planets, proved to be much more challenging. Thus it took Vegeta a full 6 months to make some progress. He became well acquainted with the spiritual energy of planets and animals, but the challenge lay in understanding unique objects with spiritual energy which he had never encountered before. Pibala suggested that Vegeta not rush. With enough experience he would eventually succeed. During these 6 months Vegeta's training did not slacken. He felt that he had far surpassed Kakarot in terms of normal capabilities, and he had reached the peak of Super Saiyan 2, yet he remained puzzled about achieving Super Saiyan 3. Experiment more with instant transmission. Try to jump to more distant planets. With your strength you can go anywhere without issue. No matter how harsh the environment, you can withstand or survive it with spiritual energy. Explore different planets and take the opportunity to see those unique objects possessing spiritual energy. We Yardrat people lack the power to roam the universe, so we have never seen them. Go see for yourself and bring something back for us to experience," Pibala suggested. Vegeta nodded. Over the past 6 months he had visited many nearby planets, none too far from Yardrat. However, he had yet to encounter any unique objects with spiritual energy, which is why Pibala wanted him to try traveling to more distant planets. Vegeta sensed a strange life energy emanating from a far-off planet he decided to investigate. Vegeta carefully attuned to the spiritual energy of this planet, and quickly pinpointed the target, vanishing instantly from Pabala's presence. Pabala smiled as he watched Vegeta disappear, saying, "What a diligent genius." In the next moment Vegeta found himself in a world filled with swirling sand and dust. "Hey, you bastard, where did you come from? Get lost." A large group of people rushed past Vegeta, cursing him for blocking their way and startling them with his sudden appearance. Vegeta's gaze turned cold. With a wave of his hand the group fell to the ground, unable to rise. At that moment a voice called out from a distance, "Thank you, friend, for your assistance. These people are criminals." A lean figure with pale purple skin and white hair roughly the same size as Vegeta appeared nearby, their peculiar spiritual energy unmistakable. "Hello, my name is Melis from the Galactic Patrol. May I ask your name, friend?" Melis inquired with a faint smile. "Vegeta. Galactic Patrol," Vegeta thought. "This doesn't seem to be the galaxy." "Ah, so you are Mr. Vegeta." Melis gestured for his subordinates to apprehend the criminals, then swiftly approached Vegeta. The Galactic Patrol knows who I am." Vegeta was puzzled. He had never interacted with them before. "We've heard of your exploits alongside Son Goku and the other warriors in defeating Majin Buu. We've long wanted to pay you a visit, but there was never time as there are too many criminals. This time we had to chase down criminals who escaped from the galaxy, which took considerable effort." Melis noticed Vegeta's confusion and explained. "Your Galactic Patrol's capabilities seem rather lacking, don't they?" Looking at the Galactic Patrol members, Vegeta remarked, but he meant no disrespect. He found Melis enigmatic and clearly not simple. Vegeta's words also contained a hint of probing. Melis smiled lightly in response. "It would be great if the Galactic Patrol had more powerful individuals like Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku join our ranks." With that, Melis clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and looked up at Vegeta with wide eyes, saying, "Mr. Vegeta, would you be willing to join the Galactic Patrol? We need strong and righteous warriors like you to maintain peace in the nearby star systems." Vegeta's head buzzed. "When did I become a protagonist? Just because I pointed out the weakness of your Galactic Patrol you want me to join?" Vegeta twitched his mouth. "I'm not interested in becoming a Galactic Patrol member. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." With that, Vegeta prepared to leave for other planets. "Wait, Mr. Vegeta. While it's unfortunate we couldn't work together, we do have a matter that truly requires your assistance. It's regarding ties." Melis called out to Vegeta. Ties. Bulma's sister. Although I've never met her, I've often heard about her from Bulma. What happened to Ties?" Vegeta asked. "Miss Thace has recently encountered difficulties, and we are unable to assist her. She drinks heavily each day, her spirit broken, and remains confined to her home. We fear for her safety. She has even grown distant from Gabe. We believe Master Vegeta may be able to persuade her, or perhaps take her to Earth for a change of scenery." Miles said. "Where is Miss Thace now?" Vegeta thought that helping Bulma's elder sister might be beyond his capacity, but he could certainly bring Thace back to Earth where Bulma could counsel her. It had been quite some time since Thace last visited home. Taking her there to see Bulma and the briefs would do her good. "She resides on a planet near the Galactic Patrol headquarters," Miles replied. "Excellent. Master Vegeta has agreed. Please do accompany us to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. I assure you you'll find it deeply intriguing. Tell me the coordinates of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. I possess a technique that allows instantaneous travel there." Vegeta had no intention of traveling by spacecraft. To him such a journey was nothing but a waste of time. With instant transmission at his command, why endure months aboard a ship? "Instant transmission. Master Vegeta commands this technique," Miles exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta too was taken aback. How did this low-ranking Galactic Patrol officer know of it? "Instant transmission is an exclusive ability granted only to the attendants and guardians of the Supreme Kai. It is also said that the inhabitants of Yardat wield it as well. Did you learn it there, Master Vegeta?" Miles asked. Vegeta grew even more wary. This man knew not only of the Supreme Kai but also of the sacred roles and powers of his attendants. He was clearly no ordinary Galactic Patrol officer. "Who exactly are you, to know even of the Supreme Kai?" Vegeta demanded. "I am Miles, captain of the elite division of the Galactic Patrol," Miles replied calmly. Miles remained unruffled. Since he refused to elaborate further, Vegeta deemed it unworthy of further inquiry. "Just give me the location of your headquarters. I'll sense it myself." Miles then relayed the precise coordinates of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Moments later Vegeta opened his eyes. "Will you accompany me? I have no intention of waiting months for your ship to arrive. Yes, I'll inform my team first. After all, the criminal has already been apprehended. Having briefed his subordinates, Miles placed a hand upon Vegeta's shoulder, and with a sharp whoosh the two vanished, reappearing instantly at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Master Vegeta, allow me to show you around the Galactic Patrol headquarters, and introduce you to the Galaxy King himself. A paragon of benevolence, he founded this very organization. I hold him in the highest esteem. Miles stood beside Vegeta as he spoke. This place reeks of malevolence. The moment Vegeta arrived, he sensed waves of dark energy, especially one chilling aura, faint yet unmistakably reminiscent of the evil presence of Lord Slug. Yet this was far more sinister, more ancient, more absolute. The criminals detained here are among the most heinous and powerful in the cosmos, though few if any rival your own strength, Master Vegeta. As they walked, Miles continued speaking. Suddenly Vegeta said, "Take me to see these prisoners." Miles paused, startled. Have you detected something, Master Vegeta? One of their auras closely resembles that of an enemy we once defeated. I wish to confirm it, Vegeta replied. Very well, then let us proceed to the prison. Miles turned and led the way down another corridor. Following Miles into the prison, Vegeta passed countless minor offenders, until deep within its darkest recesses he beheld the source of that vile aura, Majin Molo, a skeletal, frail old man resembling a dying mountain goat. Is this the one you spoke of, Master Vegeta? Molo was imprisoned over 10 million years ago by the Grand Supreme Kai and several other Kais. They paid a terrible price, especially the Grand Supreme Kai, who sacrificed nearly all his divine power to seal Molo's demonic essence. Molo feasts upon entire planets, every atom consumed swells his dark might. He once devoured the entire Ilaki galaxy, and countless worlds besides. After his capture he was bound in anti-magic stones and cast into the galactic prison for 10 million years. Miles explained. Vegeta gazed upon Molo, who sat slumped in chains, head bowed, so weakened he appeared incapable of rising. He has committed unspeakable atrocities, why not execute him? Vegeta asked. We lack the power to kill Molo. Merely approaching him drains one's vitality. Using energy invites immediate absorption. Though he sits in prison, none dare draw near, even the anti-magic stones suppress only 99.9 of his demonic power. The remaining 0.1 sustains him still, Miles clarified. Not even you, Miles. Vegeta glanced at him coolly. Miles blinked, then offered an awkward smile. You just, Master Vegeta. Let us depart, for Thesa's planet. Shall we not pay respects to the Galaxy King first? Miles asked. Unnecessary. Vegeta strode out of the prison without another word. From a shadowed corner within the cell, Molo lifted his head. Vegeta, such formidable life force. If I absorb him, I shall recover 1/10 of my prime strength. Emerging from the prison, Miles gave Vegeta the planetary coordinates, and in an instant they vanished, reappearing upon Thesa's world. In the heart of the city stood a dwelling unmistakably Earth-style. Miles knocked upon its door. Miss Thais, are you at home? Who is it? Came a muffled rustling sound. Moments later Thais opened the door. Oh, it's Captain Miles. What brings you here? She seemed distracted, unfocused. Miss Thais, this is Master Vegeta, Miles introduced. Oh. Thais perked up instantly upon seeing Vegeta. You're my sister's husband. Please come in. Vegeta nodded and entered with Miles and Thais. She prepared 3 cups of tea and the three seated themselves around the table. Miles began. Miss Thais, while apprehending a criminal I encountered Master Vegeta. Learning of your recent troubles I brought him here, hoping he might offer aid. Yes, no one's buying or reading my novels anymore. I'm utterly bereft of inspiration for my next work, I'm practically desperate. I even asked Captain Miles to let me observe a criminal arrest so I could write a novel titled The Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but he refused. Thais shot Miles a reproachful glance. Miles chuckled sheepishly. Which is precisely why I brought Master Vegeta. He and Master Son Goku recently vanquished the demonic entity Majin Buu. That was a cosmic-scale event. They are true heroes, the greatest in history. Vegeta immediately understood Miles sought to commission Thais to write a story featuring them, not as independent warriors but as elite agents of the Galactic Patrol. Indeed, Miles's true motive had been to promote the Galactic Patrol through her pen. Thesa's eyes lit up. Such a tale told in her voice would surely ignite the literary world. She pleaded with Vegeta. He hesitated. After all, this was Bulma's elder sister. Refusing her would invite certain wrath from Bulma herself. Though reluctant, he acquiesced, and proposed returning to Earth to begin writing, for he had already identified the perfect collaborator. Yet having been manipulated by Miles, Vegeta bristled. He turned sharply and demanded, "Miles, what is the meaning of this?" His irritation was palpable. Miles, however, smiled serenely. "Master Vegeta, I confess I invited you here for personal reasons. But if I reveal to you a rare and invaluable piece of intelligence, will you forgive this arrangement?" "Oh? What intelligence?" Vegeta knew Miles was enigmatic, and when Miles called something rare it warranted attention whether useful to him or not. "Do you know Mr. Zuno, Mr. Vegeta?" Myers inquired of Vegeta. Vegeta shook his head, indicating he did not know. "Mr. Zuno is an incredible person, knowledgeable about everything in the world, even aware of patterns and various information about people he has never seen. I believe Mr. Vegeta must have some things he wishes to know as well." Myers continued. Vegeta nodded. "Indeed, does this Zuno only require me to find him to obtain the information I seek?" "Naturally there are conditions. Speaking of which, Mr. Vegeta, you could take Ms. Ties with you. I think Ms. Ties would be very interested as well." Myers replied with a smile. "Sure, is Vegeta going to take me along?" Ties exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of experiencing something so magical as material for her writing. "Hey Myers, who exactly is this Zuno? Is he really all-knowing? What are the conditions for asking him questions? If there are any strange rules, then I won't go." Vegeta pressed for details, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. He had many mysteries he wanted to unravel, including some cultivation issues. To carve his own path he needed to understand everything, otherwise he would remain in Kakarot's shadow. "Rest assured, Mr. Vegeta, I am not deceiving you. There are very few in the universe who know of this person. As for the conditions, they are quite simple. You will find out once you go. As far as I know, there is nothing Zuno does not know." Myers maintained a calm smile, exuding confidence. Once the conditions are met, can he answer countless questions? Is there really such an incredible person? Ties was very curious and quickly asked. "Yes, Miss Ties," Myers responded with a smile. "If Captain Myers says so, it must be true. Vegeta, should we go to Mr. Zuno's planet?" Ties trusted Myers greatly, and then looked at Vegeta. Vegeta also decided to trust Myers. This mysterious guy seemed to have a strong sense of justice, so there was probably no need to deceive him. "Then tell me the location, Ties, and I will go first. If I find out you deceive me, I will teach you a lesson," Vegeta warned. "Mr. Vegeta is joking, I would never lie. Since you do not believe me, you can take Miss Ties to Zuno planet first, and then return to Earth to help her complete her writing. The location of Zuno planet is..." Myers smiled and revealed the location of Zuno planet. Vegeta sensed that Zuno planet was not large, but there was a particularly striking spirit being. After simulating the location, Vegeta opened his eyes and said to Ties, "I have found the location of Zuno planet. Place your hand on my shoulder, and I will take you there." "Huh?" Ties was unaware that Vegeta could teleport, and felt confused by his words. Just as Ties was looking at Vegeta with a strange expression, Myers spoke. "Mr. Vegeta possesses a magical skill that can instantly take Miss Ties to Zuno planet. Miss Ties, feel it out." Ties looked at Vegeta in astonishment. She knew her brother-in-law was formidable from what Bulma had told her, but Bulma said Vegeta was solely focused on training and lacked a romantic side. He was indeed as cold as Bulma described, but Bulma never mentioned that Vegeta possessed such magical powers. Otherwise she would have long asked him to take her to other planets to enrich her creative inspiration. It seemed he was not as difficult to talk to as Bulma had said. Ties thought, placing her hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Vegeta was unaware of Ties' inner thoughts. The reason he was speaking kindly to Ties was out of respect for Bulma. Whoosh! Vegeta and Ties vanished before Myers. In the next moment, Vegeta and Ties appeared in a grand resplendent wooden palace. Inside the palace were three individuals, the one in the center a giant with a massive head seated on a throne several times larger than Frieza was presumably Zuno. The two individuals beside him were slightly smaller, likely guards, though they could also be his sons. "Wow, where is this?" Ties exclaimed in astonishment. "Did they really just arrive at Zuno planet in an instant? Wow, this is incredible. Are you Zuno?" Vegeta asked the giant infant before him without any courtesy. "Who are you? Lord Zuno does not meet impolite individuals." The two smaller Zunos beside Zuno spoke up, their anger apparent at the sudden appearance of Vegeta and Ties. Vegeta was ready to teach these guys a lesson when Zuno spoke. "I am Zuno. There is nothing in this universe that I do not know. Since you have come, present your offerings." Zuno spoke with a hint of politeness, clearly giving Myers face as it was Myers who brought Vegeta here. What offerings do you seek? Vegeta asked. You don't even know the rules for coming to Zuno planet. How did you get here? Speak. Before Zuno could speak, the two smaller Zunos seemed to harbor prejudice against Vegeta and Ties. Vegeta could not tolerate the provocation from these two and immediately unleashed his powerful aura. The surrounding wooden pillars and walls were destroyed and the entire palace was reduced to ruins in an instant. Zuno remained calm while the two smaller Zunos showed expressions of fear. Zuno then stated, "Alright, I now know who told you the location of Zuno planet. I also know how you arrived. Since you do not know the rules, let me inform you, every questioner must offer Zuno a kiss." Zuno spoke politely, evidently giving Myers respect as it was Myers who sent Vegeta here. What? You want me, Lord Vegeta, to kiss you? Vegeta was furious upon hearing this. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2 right on the spot, unleashing a powerful aura that blew the two smaller Zunos away. Ties stood beside Vegeta and was unaffected, but the entire Zuno planet trembled as if facing the end of days. Vegeta's power now far surpassed that of Kakarot, who was also a Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta had undergone a complete transformation. Even facing the evil little doll would not lead to an easy defeat. At worst, he would exhaust his stamina. Zuno waved his hand and a force that was not overwhelmingly strong but utterly irresistible pinned Vegeta in place. Since you are unwilling, let your companion come. Zuno glanced at Ties and spoke indifferently. What is this power? Vegeta sensed that this power was not particularly strong, yet he could not break free from it. This Zuno appeared to be weak but seemed to possess a mysterious force which did not seem to be Spirito. Ties looked at Vegeta, who seemed to be struggling as his aura had vanished and the planet had stopped trembling. Ties realized that this was due to Zuno's intervention. Zuno, praised by Melis, surely was no ordinary being. In Ties' eyes, Captain Melis was the strongest, as he had been undefeated thus far, which fostered a sense of admiration. Lord Zuno, could you please release Vegeta? I shall present you with an offering right away." Upon saying this, Ties quickly ran to Zuno and gave him a gentle kiss. Zuno smiled and nodded, saying, "Not bad, I like your attitude. You may ask 5 questions. At the same time, Zuno removed his control over Vegeta. Really? Ties jumped up joyfully. Yes, it is true, and you still have 4 questions left. Zuno then continued to answer Ties. Ties looked confused, shocked. Ties, let me ask a few questions first. Vegeta looked at Ties and she approached him, saying, Sure, tell me your questions and I will ask him, but you must leave at least 1 question for me. Vegeta nodded and said to Ties, You asked him how to become a Super Saiyan 3. Then Ties asked Zuno, How can one train to become a Super Saiyan 3? Zuno's eyes flickered, then he nodded, seeming to know how to transform into a Super Saiyan 3. He spoke. Super Saiyan 3 is a transformation that restores the primal nature of a Saiyan influenced by the blood's light wave. It involves awakening the primal instincts to become a great ape, and then transforming from that form into a Super Saiyan, regaining consciousness to comprehend Super Saiyan 3. What? This seems like the transformation method for Super Saiyan 4. Why is it related to Super Saiyan 3? Is there a Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta asked impatiently. Zuno glanced at Vegeta and replied, No Super Saiyan 4. Could it be that the training for Saiyans ends at Super Saiyan 3? Then how did Kakarot achieve Super Saiyan 3? More and more questions flooded Vegeta's mind. You have only 2 questions left. At this moment Zuno spoke. Vegeta was about to continue asking when he suddenly realized he had only 1 question left. After some thought he decided to first find the special item that contains Spirito to fulfill Pibara's wish. Where can I find the special object that contains Spirito? Zuno pointed. This location is straight 9,527 light-years away. He pointed again. This location is straight 4,399 light-years away. He pointed once more. This location is 1,314 light-years away. Then he fell silent, waiting for the next question. Only 3 locations. So few. No wonder Pibara and the others had never seen them. After finishing his questions, Vegeta let Ties ask the next question while he pondered the Spirito of those 3 items. Ties stepped forward and asked, When can I get married? The future is unpredictable, but it should be in about 8 years. Zuno twirled his fingers and spoke. What 8 more years? Ties was speechless. Your question has been answered. This particular question I cannot respond to. Zuno stated. At this moment Vegeta also opened his eyes. He had remembered the locations of the three Spilito. First he would take Ties back to Earth, settle her, and then visit Bulma before heading to those three locations. "Let's go, Ties," Vegeta said to Ties. "Huh? Where to?" Ties had not yet reacted. "To Earth." Vegeta closed his eyes and Ties placed her hand on his shoulder. The two vanished from Zuno's planet. On Earth in West City Capsule Corporation, Bulma was startled when Vegeta and Ties suddenly appeared in front of her while she was watering the plants. "Ah." Vegeta and sister. Bulma stared wide-eyed at them, astonished that the two had appeared together. Then Ties and Bulma explained the situation and Vegeta headed straight for a shower. "So sister is back to write novels, huh? Does that mean you will be living here? You'll go call mom and dad." Bulma was quite happy. "Let's go together and surprise mom and dad." Ties approached Bulma, linking arms with her as they chatted and laughed, heading towards Dr. Brief's location. Dinner was also a feast for the six of them. Vegeta and Trunks, however, were silent as they devoured food. The others chatted happily and Trunks occasionally chimed in, for he was not very familiar with this ant. After dinner, Ties hurriedly asked Vegeta when she could start hearing the story about how to defeat Majin Buu. Vegeta wasted no words and directly brought Ties to Satan's house, telling her that Satan was involved throughout the Majin Buu incident, and that Majin Buu was currently residing in Satan's home. This startled Ties, and as they arrived at Satan's house, Satan explained the current situation of Majin Buu, which eased Ties' worries somewhat. However, Ties was still a bit scared, so she said she would come by every day and requested Mr. Satan to notify her when Majin Buu was not around. Afterwards she asked Vegeta to take her back to Capsule Corporation, and along the way Vegeta suggested that Bulma accompany her to Satan's house in the future. Then Vegeta stayed home for a few days before heading to the location of the object that contained Spilito. Whoosh! Vegeta appeared on a giant planet. The entire planet was orangered, and its surface appeared transparent, revealing 6 stars within. "What is this?" "Dragon Ball." Vegeta was stunned. Such a gigantic Dragon Ball. Were the other 2 locations like this too? Whoosh! Vegeta arrived at the farthest location Zuno pointed to, and sure enough it was the 7-star ball. With another instant transmission he found the 5-star ball. What on earth is going on? How can there be such enormous Dragon Balls? Are there only these 3 Dragon Balls? What about the other Dragon Balls? Logically Zuno should have revealed the locations of all the Dragon Balls, so why are there only these 3? These 3 Super Dragon Balls cannot be taken easily. Let's return to Planet Yardrat and explain the situation to Pibera, and by the way train in Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta stood on the surface of the 5-star ball, pondering silently. He knew that this universe was not so simple and his level was still insufficient. After finishing his training he would inform Kakarot about this matter and take him to ask Zuno. After all, he couldn't approach Zuno himself, he could let Kakarot do it. Let's return to Planet Yardrat first. Whoosh! In the next moment Vegeta appeared in front of Pibera. "You're back so soon. How did it go? Did you make any progress?" Pibera had a comical glint in his little eyes and he liked to keep his hands behind his back. His tall figure resembled Zuno's, but he was not as large. "I discovered a special item that possesses Spirit 3 Dragon Balls the size of planets, but I lack the ability to take them away." Vegeta nodded and spoke to Pibera. "Dragon Balls? What are those?" Pibera asked. "The Dragon Balls created by the Namekians can grant wishes." "How come you don't know, Pibera?" "So they are wish-granting orbs. By the way, the term Dragon Ball seems to have originated from the Namekians, as they take pride in being the children of the Dragon God." Pibera also expressed his amazement. "Dragon God? What do you know about it, Pibera?" Vegeta became interested, not expecting Pibera to know about these matters. "Well, I don't know much either. The Dragon God Salam is said to be the oldest deity existing since ancient times. The wish-granting orbs he created possess miraculous powers capable of even resurrecting the dead. Only the wish-granting orbs made by the Dragon God can possess spirit. No wonder no one from planet Yardrat has encountered such a miraculous item in over 1,000,000 years." Pibera pondered for a moment and exclaimed, "Indeed, the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls can grant wishes. I have been revived twice by the Dragon Balls created by the Namekians." Vegeta nodded and asked, "Pibera, do you think using the Dragon Balls may lead to any negative consequences?" He tentatively inquired. "I'm not sure about that, but the Dragon God Salam created the wish-granting orbs specifically to grant wishes. It is said that the Dragon God's power transcends life and death, reversing fate, which allows for various wishes to be fulfilled. It seems that the Namekians, as descendants of the dragon, possess a bit of the Dragon God's talent. At least the wish-granting orbs made by the Dragon God, which you refer to as Dragon Balls, have never had issues. However, I don't know about those made by the Namekians. Pibara also produced a book from his hands and began flipping through it, saying to Vegeta, "So do you intend to continue your training? Or are you looking to find other Super Wish Balls? During my travels in the universe I obtained a piece of information. There is a person named Zuno in the universe who knows everything under the heavens. He provided me with the locations of the Super Dragon Balls, otherwise I wouldn't have found this strange item that possesses spirit so quickly. I find it strange why there are only 3 Super Dragon Balls. Logically there should be 7. Pibara, do you know anything about this?" Vegeta felt that the Yardrat people were well informed, so he voiced his doubts. "Zuno, I heard that's a title that only those who understand the truth of the universe can use. Moreover, when a new Zuno appears, the old Zuno cannot appear. However, such individuals are seldom seen, only deities are qualified to meet them. As for why there are only 3 wish-granting orbs, I don't know." Pibara is truly knowledgeable, he knows a little about everything. The Yardrat people are indeed a historically rich ethnic group. Only gods can know, right? By the way, Pibara, do you understand gods? They seem to be quite weak. Vegeta felt that gods were nothing special, as he had encountered many gods, all of whom seemed weak. No, there are strong and weak gods. The gods of planets are only the lowest level gods, on par with the gods of the underworld. Above them are the Kais, the Supreme Kais, and the Grand Supreme Kais. Generally the Kais do not meddle in earthly affairs, so these gods possess only a fraction of divine power, and are not particularly strong. The truly powerful ones are the gods of destruction who master divine techniques, as well as some special gods. They stand at the pinnacle of the universe. Pibara elaborated. God of destruction. Vegeta's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the slender purple cat Beerus. He recalled seeing Beerus arrive on planet Vegeta during his childhood. His father was extremely respectful, but Vegeta did not know how powerful Beerus really was. He only knew that Beerus was at least as strong as Frieza, if not stronger, which was why his father feared him so much. Vegeta almost forgot about this individual, as he initially thought that Beerus was about the same as Frieza. However, after encountering the Kais and others, he began to feel that gods were weak and didn't put Beerus in high regard. "Is the god of destruction Beerus?" Vegeta murmured. "Pibara, do you know how strong he is? Is he a god that specializes in destruction?" "I didn't expect you to know the name of Lord Beerus. The god of destruction is incredibly strong to the point of being unfathomable. Recently the Majin Buu you defeated could be eliminated by Lord Beerus with just one move. As for whether the god of destruction specializes in destruction, I'm not quite sure. However, they do not easily interfere in earthly matters. They often destroy planets and things or people they dislike. I heard that Lord Beerus hasn't appeared for quite a few years now." Pibara stroked his whiskers and spoke eloquently. Now Vegeta had a concept of this god of destruction standing at the pinnacle of the universe, acting as he pleased, seemingly an evil god. No wonder his father feared him so much. If he didn't serve him well, planet Vegeta could be lost. "By the way, Pibara, do you understand Saiyans?" Vegeta's question left Pibara perplexed. "Aren't you the Prince of the Saiyans? Why are you asking me about them?" "As a famous warrior race in the universe, I've heard a bit about Saiyans. The remaining 2 good Saiyans, you and Goku, are probably destined to be together." Although Pibara didn't know why Vegeta was asking him about Saiyans, he patiently responded. Seeing Pibara mention the survival of the Saiyans, Vegeta casually said, "I know our Saiyans made many mistakes in the past, and we've paid for those mistakes. But that's not what I want to talk to you about. I want to ask if you know we can transform into great apes." Pibara nodded, indicating that he knew. Vegeta continued, "Our Saiyans hadn't transformed into Super Saiyans for a long time, so the great ape was our representation. But ever since Kakarot and I transformed into Super Saiyans, our severed tails can no longer grow back. Why is that?" I'm not entirely sure, but I think it might be because you've mastered transformation stronger than the great ape. So the tail is no longer needed. Therefore it doesn't grow back." Pibara pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. "I also think that might be the case. Pibara, do you have any way to help me regrow my tail?" "Why do you suddenly want to grow a tail?" asked Pibala. "I obtained news from Zuno that to transform into a Super Saiyan 3 one must first turn into a great ape. However, I heard that one must control their will, otherwise they might lose control when transforming into a great ape. Once I grow a tail, I plan to try it on a deserted planet nearby." Vegeta explained to Pibala with his arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. He continued, "Pibala, do you have a way? Our planet Yardrat has 4 signature techniques. You've already learned instant transmission. I originally planned to teach you the most difficult one, the healing technique, last. While it may not directly help you grow a tail, you can continuously use the healing technique on the tail area to stimulate its growth. Although I can't guarantee this method will work, it's worth a shot. Pibala stroked his antennae and suggested 4 signature techniques. What are the other 2? Teach me those as well. Once I learn them, I can train to become a Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta stepped closer. Instant transmission, spirit control technique, healing technique, and spirit extraction technique. These 4 are the signatures of our yard rat. To master these techniques, your spiritual strength must be formidable. Once your spirit becomes stronger, transforming into a great ape should not lead to a loss of reason. Pibala said. In the original text it was the spirit extraction technique. I believe the translation was poor, feeling it was specifically designed for Moro. Moreover, it was used only once and has not been utilized since, making it too niche and coincidental, so I made some modifications. Pibala was not wrong. After more than half a year of training, Vegeta had become significantly stronger than before. Most importantly, the training method had changed. It was no longer mindlessly entering the gravity chamber and exhausting his body, causing numerous hidden ailments that he was unaware of. Now, under guidance, he was gradually nurturing himself back to health. Once he learned the healing technique, he should be fully recovered. Vegeta called Bulma and then began training with Pibala. This training lasted for 3 years. The first technique mastered was the spirit extraction technique, which took Vegeta 3 months to perfect. It wasn't too difficult. The remaining time was spent mastering the spirit control technique and the healing technique, both of which were indeed quite challenging. Even for Vegeta's aptitude, it took a considerable amount of time. The spirit extraction technique allows one to extract the spirit energy from an opponent, gradually weakening them. The prerequisite is getting close to the target, or even injuring them. However, this technique is less effective against stronger opponents. It is a powerful move against those of equal or lesser strength. At Vegeta's level, even a slight enhancement in combat power is a good gain. This technique also has a unique ability. It works exceptionally well against opponents who possess spirit energy not belonging to them, such as Cell and Bu. If it's Cell, Vegeta just needs to get close to extract Android 17 and 18 from him. For Bu, as long as he can inflict a wound, he can instantly extract all the spirit energy that doesn't belong to Bu. If he can't inflict a wound, it will have to be done gradually. The spirit control technique has a single effect, but it can be combined with countless other techniques. It took a whole year to comprehend this technique. Its function is to instantly accelerate the operation of spirit energy when using it. For example, when using the ultimate flash, which typically requires a long charging time, it can be released in an instant, which is a terrifying effect that demands a high level of mental acuity. The healing technique is the most difficult, especially when it can restore someone as powerful as Vegeta. The healing technique transforms spirit energy into a special type that can heal the body, and it can also be converted into a type that heals the soul. When combined with the acceleration technique, it can instantaneously restore injuries. These 2 techniques together impose a significant mental burden, and Vegeta can currently use them only once, after which he becomes mentally drained. The tail has also grown out because he mastered a more advanced transformation. After being removed, it will not grow back on its own. After a period of stimulation using the healing technique, the originally sealed area of the tailbone slowly developed a tail. In over 3 years, Vegeta returned only once, when his brother came to Earth. However, seeing that the opponent was weak, he did not engage. During that time, he was training with the healing technique and continuously stimulating the tail's growth, so he had no battle with Kakarot. Now that his training is nearing completion, Vegeta said goodbye to Pibala and Ral before moving to a nearby planet. Pibala watched as Vegeta disappeared, marveling at how Vegeta was the most diligent and hard-working genius he had ever seen. Pibala felt pleased that Vegeta had learned the techniques of Yardrat. Through their time together, he understood that Vegeta, while appearing cold on the outside, harbored a unique warmth and purity within. As Vegeta landed on this desolate planet, he wasted no time. A sphere of light appeared in his hand, a synthetic moon created by Vegeta using spirit energy to simulate the blood's waves. As the sphere of light ascended, a long-lost sensation returned. A warm feeling spread from his tail area, and gradually Vegeta transformed into a great ape. The ferocity generated by the great ape did not affect Vegeta at all. This feeling was much weaker than transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now transforming into a Super Saiyan felt nothing compared to this. The key is to transform into a Super Saiyan while in great ape form. It's worth a try. Transforming into a great ape is slightly more difficult than transforming into a humanoid form, as the flow of spirit energy seems different. Closing his eyes and sensing carefully, a few minutes later Vegeta opened his eyes. Ha! With a roar, the ape form of Vegeta was enveloped in golden flames and his fur turned golden. A surge of brutal emotion washed over him, continuously impacting Vegeta's feelings. The spirit energy within him erupted and Vegeta pounded the ground beneath his feet, releasing energy waves from his mouth, quickly creating immense cracks around him. Suddenly Vegeta stopped his rampage. He had anticipated this situation. His spirit had always been exceptionally strong, and at the moment of influence, he began to control his spirit energy. In less than a few seconds Vegeta regained his composure. Closing his eyes again now that he had regained his reason, the next step was to revert to his humanoid form. This step is crucial as it involves mastering the control of the Great Ape's power. This step is very simple. Vegeta took just a few seconds to master the technique. It still involved the use of spirit energy akin to enlarging spirit energy. In the next instant Vegeta returned to his humanoid form, sporting long hair and a higher brow, but his eyebrows were not absent. Compared to Goku, the most noticeable difference was that his tail had turned golden and was flexibly swaying. Vegeta also sensed the difference between his Super Saiyan 3 and Kakarot's. His Super Saiyan 3 was perfectly controlled without the leaking energy that Kakarot exhibited, and it seemed not to consume any stamina at all. Vegeta knew that this was the true Super Saiyan 3. That guy Kakarot had achieved a half-baked version of it in the underworld. Vegeta couldn't help but marvel at Kakarot's talent, having grasped some aspects of Super Saiyan 3 without transforming into a great ape. Ha! I have finally surpassed Kakarot. Kakarot, am coming to defeat you now, ha ha ha. Just as Vegeta was laughing maniacally, suddenly the ground beneath his feet cracked open with a boom and magma began to flow out, bubbling as if it were about to erupt. It turned out that when Vegeta transformed into a golden great ape earlier, he nearly destroyed the planet. Vegeta pressed his hands down, employing a restoration technique that simulated the colossal spirit of Spilito within him to stabilize the planet and halt its collapse. Vegeta withdrew his hands and returned to his normal state, instantly leaving the planet. On Earth, Goku had just received 100 million from Satan. As soon as he got the money, he instructed Goten to take it back to Chi-Chi, then he teleported directly to King Kai's planet to start his training. Upon returning to Earth, Vegeta sensed no trace of Kakarot, realizing that Kakarot must also be off training somewhere. After some thought, Vegeta returned to Capsule Corporation. In 2 months it would be Bulma's birthday, so he decided to spend some time at home with them. Tais had also left, asking Satan to tell her the story of Majin Buu, with the final hero becoming Satan himself. He wondered if Tais' novel would sell well. Thus Vegeta stayed at Capsule Corporation for a full 2 months, training for 3 hours a day in the gravity chamber to consolidate and enhance his Super Saiyan 3 form, spending the rest of his time training in Spilito. Meanwhile, deep in the universe, Beerus and Whis stood in space watching the remnants of a recently destroyed planet flicker like fireworks. So it ended up being destroyed after all, Whis remarked. Humph, we can't leave such trash unattended. Besides, I've thought of that guy I saw in my dream. Beerus narrowed his eyes, a strange light glimmering within. Oh, a dream. So who was that guy in your dream? Whis looked at Beerus with curiosity, waiting for an explanation. Yes, he's an ultimate warrior who can entertain me, the god of Super Saiyans. Beerus expressed eagerness. Forget it, I'm tired. I'll think about these things later. Then Beerus lowered his head. All right. Whis nodded helplessly. At this moment in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin spoke gravely to Kibito. Another planet has vanished. This aura seems to indicate that Lord Beerus the Destroyer has made his move. Lord Beerus the Destroyer. Kibito looked bewildered. He knew of Beerus' existence but had never seen him. After the Great Kaioshin merged with Majin Buu, the Kaioshin line was effectively severed, leading to the loss of many messages and traditions. The old Kaioshin then explained to Kibito the symbiotic relationship between the Kaioshin and the Destroyers, as well as some other divine knowledge. Old ancestor, should we not intervene in this matter? Kibito asked. The old Kaioshin smacked Kibito on the head, saying, You go and see for yourself, you little brat. Kibito chuckled awkwardly, saying he understood. This segment also supplements the original work where the Kaioshin was unaware of anything. As the old Kaioshin, he had once coexisted with Beerus, so how could he not inform the Kaioshin upon sensing Beerus' aura? In the original work, the Kaioshin saw the planet disappear yet did not know who was responsible, later discovering that Kampa and Vados had entered the 7th universe. It was stated that only gods could sense the existence of other gods, which was quite unreasonable. Beerus and Whis returned to the Destroyer planet. Beerus lay back in a recliner and said, Hey, Oracle Fish was the formidable enemy I saw in my dream, the god of Super Saiyans. The Oracle Fish emerged from the bottle, peering out. Yes, that would be the god of Super Saiyans. Whis added. Since it's what the Oracle Fish said, it might really be true. However, Lord Beerus, it seems that planet Vegeta where the Saiyans resided has been destroyed by Frieza. Beerus also recalled feeling a headache. It seems I hinted Frisia to do that. Whis looked at his staff. There are still a few Saiyans surviving on a planet called Earth. 2 survivors are on the distant planet of Vampa, and there is another Saiyan who seems quite weak. Huh. This Saiyan is actually on King Kai's planet. How could a Saiyan come into contact with the king? Beerus asked. This Saiyan on King Kai's planet is called Kakarot, known on Earth as Son Goku. He defeated Frisia, was said, glancing at Goku, who was training. What? He defeated Frisia? Beerus exclaimed in shock. Yes, Frisia has been killed, but I cannot capture any information about the one who killed him. Strange. Whis wore a peculiar expression. It seems this guy is quite suspicious, being able to defeat Frisia. Whis, let's go see him and determine if he is the god of Super Saiyans. Beerus stood up. Alright, Lord Beerus, he's on North Kai's planet. Let's go. Whis tapped his staff. On King Kai's planet, Goku was completely unaware that he was being watched. Suddenly King Kai let out a strange cry. Goku asked curiously, King Kai, what happened? Lord Beerus has arrived. Why is Lord Beerus coming here? King Kai frantically ran around. Who is Lord Beerus? Goku asked. King Kai explained the destroyer god Beerus and his significance. Upon learning about Beerus' immense power, Goku became charged with a powerful fighting spirit, eager to challenge Beerus. Alright, then let's see what you've got. Beerus and Whis suddenly appeared behind King Kai, facing Goku. Ah, Lord Beerus. Lord Whis. King Kai bowed. Whis smiled back. It's been a while, North Kai. Then Goku and Beerus began their battle. The outcome was clear. Goku was easily defeated by Beerus even after transforming 3 times. Beerus expressed disappointment, stating that Goku was not the god of Super Saiyans. After knocking Goku out, he prepared to head to Earth with Whis to find the remaining Saiyans. Meanwhile, Kampa and Vados also entered the 7th universe searching for the Dragon Balls. On Earth at this moment, Bulma and others are celebrating a birthday party on Bulma's private yacht. The party has already started and Beerus and Whis have appeared on the yacht. Upon seeing several tables laden with delicacies, Beerus was completely captivated, forgetting all about finding the Super Saiyan god. He quickly called out to Whis, saying, Whis, it seems these folks are holding a birthday party. The spread here is even more extravagant than what I, the god of destruction, would expect. No, Whis, I must taste these dishes. If they are not to my liking, I shall destroy this planet. Beerus said fiercely. Whis responded with a smile. It seems the food is quite delicious. It certainly looks appetizing, Lord Beerus. The two sat down at the table with the most food and immediately grabbed a roasted goose to eat. Klin, the most observant among them, asked without hesitation, Who are you two? Beerus and Whis were currently immersed in the world of delightful food, completely oblivious to Klin's words. This made Klin extremely angry and embarrassed, prompting him to shout again. What are you two doing here? This time Whis responded, wiping his mouth and smiling. Oh, my apologies. The food is just too delicious. We are here on Earth searching for the Super Saiyan god. Do you know where we can find him? Beerus was still engrossed in devouring the food, having already eaten 2 portions of Trunks and Goten's strawberry pudding. The 2 children panicked and quickly finished the remaining pudding. Upon witnessing this, Beerus was infuriated. If it weren't for the delicious food on the table, he would have flipped the table over in anger. Beerus, truly lacking in discipline, was enraged and waved his hand, sending the 2 children flying into the sea. The others, witnessing this, immediately stood up, and Vegeta and Bulma, who were at a distance, also rushed over. God of Destruction, Beerus. Vegeta recognized Beerus. At that moment, the 2 children transformed and charged at Beerus in their Super Saiyan 3 form. Vegeta was about to intervene but decided to observe the God of Destruction's strength. Beerus glanced at the 2 children who had fused into one, and saw no suspense in the outcome. He easily caught them and gave them a few hard slaps on their behinds, knocking them to the ground. Looking at the fallen Gotenks, he casually remarked, Prince Vegeta, are these 2 little ones your sons? Tell me where the Super Saiyan god is. Seeing Beerus take down Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks in an instant, Vegeta realized that he hadn't even seen Beerus move. He understood that Beerus' strength was unfathomable, truly deserving of being called a god with immense power as described by Pibera. Super Saiyan god. Currently, besides these 2 little ones and my son Gohan and Kakarot, it seems there are no other Saiyans with combat abilities. As for the Super Saiyan god, I have never heard of it. Vegeta replied, implying that the Saiyans without combat ability referred to his brother. What? You all are not the Super Saiyan god? Beerus asked Whis. Did you not say there are a few Saiyans living elsewhere? Whis answered. Yes, Lord Beerus. There are 2 Saiyans still surviving on the distant planet Vampa. Shall we go there now? Whis casually chewed on a beef bone and said, Hey, I don't care who you are. Even if you know Vegeta, you cannot just cause a ruckus at my birthday party and leave. Bulma, fuming with anger, rushed over and slapped Beerus, looking as if she was about to slap Whis as well. Vegeta, seeing this, hurriedly rushed forward, and soon after Beerus returned the slap, sending Bulma flying into Vegeta's arms. Watching Bulma faint, Vegeta instantly lost his composure. Bulma! He roared, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. His golden tail swayed as he set Bulma down and charged at Beerus, who merely squinted his eyes. Vegeta's speed was incredible, so much so that neither Gohan nor Piccolo could catch a glimpse of it as he unleashed a flurry of punches. Beerus easily dodged or blocked each one. After taking a heavy kick from Vegeta, Beerus calmly remarked, Your transformation seems different from theirs. Unfortunately, you are still not the Super Saiyan God. Then with a swift chop he struck the back of Vegeta's neck, aiming to incapacitate him. However, Vegeta did not fall. Instead, Beerus' strike brought him to his senses. Now Vegeta's spirit and strength had become immensely powerful, and his previously uncontrolled rage was quickly calmed. But since he was in battle, especially against the god of destruction, Vegeta wanted to test the gap in strength between himself and the god. Adjusting his aura, he charged at Beerus while declaring, Humph! I am the true Super Saiyan 3, not that half-baked version of Kakarot's. Let me experience the power of a god of destruction. Piccolo beside him was pale with shock, incredulously saying, I can't believe Vegeta has also mastered Super Saiyan 3 and his energy is far stronger than Goku's. Gohan chimed in, Yes, Uncle Piccolo, you heard that right. Uncle Vegeta said Dad's Super Saiyan 3 is just a half-baked version, and look at Uncle Vegeta's tail. Gohan discussed these astonishing revelations with Piccolo. The newly merged Gotenks didn't think much of it, with Trunks shouting that Dad is amazing, while Goten hoped that Vegeta could give Beerus a beating since they had just been thoroughly thrashed. With his mind regained, Vegeta executed a chapter-worthy move, skillfully using his newfound abilities. He made a feint and utilized an instantaneous movement technique, along with the ultimate flash appearing directly beneath Beerus in an instant. A terrifying attack struck Beerus directly. Although it was the first time Vegeta had used this technique in battle, his vast combat experience allowed him to succeed on the first try. Whis observed Vegeta's momentary attack, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Boom! A massive energy erupted, instantly causing the entire Earth to tremble. Even though the Earth had been reinforced several times by the dragon, it still could not bear this force. Fortunately, the energy was directed at Beerus, otherwise the solar system would have turned to ashes. Nearby, Piccolo, Klin, and others were pressed down by this force, unable to move. The sea surged and the entire yacht rocked like a small boat. Whis tapped his staff and the surrounding area fell calm. Only Beerus remained at the center of the energy, along with a panting Vegeta. What happened? What happened? Everyone asked anxiously. Only Piccolo, watching Whis with wary eyes, realized that since Whis remained calm, things were not looking good. Swish. At that moment, Goku also hurried over and was taken aback upon seeing Vegeta and Beerus engulfed in energy. I must admit, Vegeta, your power is among the few humans I have ever seen. Quite impressive. However, you are still far from being able to please me as the Super Saiyan God. As the dust settled, Beerus appeared before everyone unscathed. He raised a hand and a dark purple energy appeared at his fingertip. Enough. I've played with you long enough, it's time to destroy this planet. Wait, Lord Beerus, you are here to find the Super Saiyan God, and since we are not it, the only surviving Saiyan is my brother. He came to Earth a while ago and had no fighting power. How could he possibly be the Super Saiyan God? Seeing Beerus unharmed and still wanting to destroy Earth, although Vegeta remained calm and could teleport away, Bulma and the others would not be so lucky, thus he also asked. Yes, Lord Beerus, even if we are not it, we can train to become the Super Saiyan God to fight you. At this moment, Goku flew over and addressed Beerus. Beerus glanced at Whis and noticed that Whis was eating food from another table, seemingly enjoying himself without caring about him. Hey! Whis! Beerus gritted his teeth and called out to Whis. Hi, Lord Beerus, what's up? Whis put down his food upon hearing Beerus' voice. Whis, is what they said true? Do you think the surviving Saiyan you mentioned could be the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired of Whis as he retracted the destructive energy in his hand. Whis flew beside Beerus and handed him his staff. Lord Beerus, look, the 2 Saiyans from planet Vegeta are still drinking mushroom juice and seem to have little contact with the outside world. It's impossible for them to encounter the divine. The other one should be Mr. Vegeta's brother, whose power is still weak, seemingly unable to even become a Super Saiyan. Therefore it appears that the Super Saiyan God has yet to be born. What? Did we come here for nothing then? Beerus exclaimed angrily. Not at all, Lord Beerus, the food on Earth is extremely delicious, don't you think? Moreover, Mr. Goku and Mr. Vegeta might really be able to become the Super Saiyan God. Whis smiled. Lord Beerus, perhaps we can immediately become the Super Saiyan God. At this moment Goku interjected. Beerus shot a glance at Goku, who was calling out to the just awoken Bulma, Bulma, have we gathered all the Dragon Balls? Thus the dragon was summoned. Goku first asked the dragon, does the Super Saiyan God exist? Goku meant to confirm whether the Super Saiyan God had truly been born. The dragon replied, the Super Saiyan God has yet to appear. Goku asked again, how can one become a Super Saiyan God? This was the second wish. To comprehend the essence of divinity, one must transform their internal energy into divine energy. The divine energy is the mastery of the divine nature within one's own energy, allowing one to instantly transform into divine energy and become a Saiyan God. Becoming a Super Saiyan God requires further advancement. Currently only Son Wukong Vegeta and Son Gohan meet the conditions to master divine nature, but Son Gohan can no longer become a Super Saiyan God as he has been guided by the Kaishin and can no longer become a Saiyan God. The dragon explained to everyone present. Dragon, can you be more specific? Goku didn't quite understand. These two strands of divine energy are given to you for insight. I wish you all to become Super Saiyan Gods. After the dragon finished speaking, it transformed into stone and flew away. In the original work, the notion that 6 Saiyans can become Super Saiyan Gods is absurd, and one of them hasn't even been born yet it is said that he possesses a righteous heart, which is too unreasonable. Beerus and Whis watched the dragon and communicated. Beerus spoke, is this the wish orb made by the dragon god? Why is there one on Earth? It seems to be used quite frequently. Whis checked and said it seems to have been made by the Namekians. There is also a Namekian here who seems to serve as the Earth's deity. Is there any problem, Whis? Beerus narrowed his eyes. There shouldn't be, but it's strange. Whis also looked puzzled. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta were holding 2 strands of divine energy. Goku said to Vegeta, Vegeta, you actually achieved Super Saiyan 3. And when did you grow a tail? Let's compare sometime. Goku exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta was not in the mood to spar with Kakarot, so he directly cursed him. Kakarot, your Super Saiyan 3 is just a half-finished product. I don't have the time to waste with you now, let me get through this first, and then settle the score with you. Then the two greeted Beerus and Whis and directly sat down on the ground to start their comprehension. Beerus and Whis were not polite and continued to sit at the table eating. Others did not dare to approach. After the previous conversation, everyone understood their identities and sat at other tables whispering, discussing either the god of destruction or speculating who among Goku and Vegeta would become the Super Saiyan God first. Only Bu and his dog were indifferent, grabbing any food they found appealing. Bu walked over to Beerus and Whis' dining table and directly took a piece of cake. Just as Beerus was about to explode with anger, Whis spoke first. Lord Beerus, this isn't. Whis seemed a bit surprised. It's that fat guy, it seems he was swallowed by this fellow. Beerus gritted his teeth. The Great Kaishin was the first Kaishin to coexist with Beerus. After being swallowed, several generations of Kaishin passed, leading to the old Kaishin who had all the skills but was relatively weak. In the end, Beerus feared for his life, so he personally sealed him inside the sword of the Kaishin. It seems this fat guy is still in a deep sleep. Humph. Beerus pondered whether to wake this guy up, but thought it better not to see that fat guy's face. While he was thinking, Bu had already eaten several pieces of cake. Hey! Fatty, don't eat my cake! Beerus gritted his teeth and blew Bu far away with a surge of energy. Bu, being unfazed, ran to another table to eat. Just as Beerus finished eating, 2 auras suddenly rose almost simultaneously. At the same time, Goku and Vegeta also stood up together, their divine energy slowly dissipating. A breeze gently blew as the two floated into the sky, their red aura surging. Beerus also flew up to watch the two in the sky. As their red aura enveloped their bodies, a flash of red light occurred and the two completed their transformation into Saiyan gods. Not bad, is this the Saiyan God? Although it's not yet the Super Saiyan God, it's nice to stretch after a good meal. You two can come at me together. Beerus beckoned his finger. Is this the Saiyan God? Piccolo's face turned even greener with fear. Just the Saiyan God brought him such immense pressure. What would happen with the Super Saiyan God? The others felt nothing as they could not sense the aura of the Saiyan God, but without a doubt this form was definitely very strong. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to comprehend the God of Science so quickly, Goku said to Vegeta. Kakarot, if you can become a god of science, how could I, Prince Vegeta, possibly fall behind you? You are not allowed to interfere in this battle, Vegeta coldly snorted. You both can come at me together. Beerus had already charged and fists aimed directly at the two. Damn it. Vegeta did not wish to team up with Kakarot, but Beerus' power was unfathomable. Even if they both transformed into gods of science, they felt that they would need to exert all their strength to withstand that punch. Boom boom boom. In the back and forth, the three engaged in fierce exchanges of punches and kicks, causing the entire Earth's space to tremble continuously. Despite the two's seemingly chaotic attacks, Beerus effortlessly deflected every blow, and gradually he began to feel that they were becoming somewhat troublesome. Hey, with them fighting like this, the Earth can't possibly withstand it. Krillin exclaimed, his scalp turning white with fear. Piccolo was similarly affected, his face turning pale. I can feel how exaggerated this power is from such a distance. It's on a completely different level compared to when I fought against Bu. Moreover, their control over their power is so perfect, yet the Earth is still trembling so violently. This is no longer a battle of humans, this is a battle of gods. Ho ho. Whis, hearing their conversation, chuckled. Mr. Vegeta and Mr. Goku are quite impressive. If Lord Beerus doesn't take this seriously, he might find himself at a disadvantage. It seems you all cannot bear the aftermath of this battle. Then Whis pointed his staff, stabilizing the entire Earth, stopping its tremors. Mr. Whis, who do you think will win this battle? If we lose, will Lord Beerus still destroy the Earth? Bulma, who had been elegant and assisting in withstanding the aftermath of the battle until now, also inquired of Whis. She knew that Beerus was a god and felt a bit apprehensive thinking about how she had previously fought a god. Whis replied amicably, although Vegeta and Mr. Goku have mastered the divine energy and become gods of science, they still lack sufficient cultivation. Lord Beerus has not yet truly unleashed his power. As for whether the Earth will be destroyed, that may depend on Lord Beerus' mood. Then Whis covered his mouth and chuckled, although I don't support the destruction of the Earth, after all it has so much delicious food, I cannot stop Lord Beerus' decisions. By the way, we still don't know Mr. Whis' identity. Bulma realized that Beerus had come to challenge the Super Saiyan god for a spar, and since Goku and Vegeta could become gods, it meant they could advance further. Beerus would likely return for more sparring, so as long as nothing unexpected happened, there shouldn't be any issues. I am Lord Beerus' attendant and mentor, hailing from the Angel clan, was said without any concealment. What? The master of the god of destruction. Then Mr. Whis must be even stronger. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. We angels are not allowed to engage in battle, Whis replied. Bang, it turned out that the prince executed the prince's combat style combined with Goku's instant transmission Kamehameha, directly hitting Beerus with both attacks. Beerus took a slight hit, his clothes turning a shade darker, and his expression grew colder. Playing with you two, do you really consider yourselves masters? As those nonchalant words drifted by, Goku and Vegeta felt as if struck by lightning, catapulted away like cannonballs. They barely saw how Beerus had attacked, not even catching a glimpse of his shadow. Goku crashed into a mountain while Vegeta fell directly into the sea, causing massive splashes. Well, you two have done well to force me to use 1/10 of my power, that's something to be proud of. Beerus looked down at their positions. Only 1/10. Goku reappeared in Beerus' line of sight while Vegeta slowly flew up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm really excited, the power of the Saiyans is surging forth continuously. The momentum of the two continued to rise, their strength increasing. What? They're actually getting stronger. The god of T's eyes nearly bulged out. Goku and Vegeta charged at Beerus again. Vegeta's punch and Goku's kick were deftly dodged by Beerus, who then caught Goku's fist and blocked Vegeta's whip kick with his foot. The three engaged in a fierce battle again, with Beerus swiftly grabbing both their heads and smashing them together before soaring high into the sky, gathering a massive purple energy sphere in his hand and hurling it toward them. Seeing that energy, the two shouted in unison, unleashing their Kamehameha and ultimate flash. The two beams intertwined and launched toward the purple energy ball. The two energies collided, erupting into a tremendous energy backlash, but Beerus' energy ball pushed relentlessly forward, inching closer to them. Damn it! Vegeta roared, vanishing. Hey Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in panic, hastening to increase his power. When Vegeta reappeared, it was behind Beerus, delivering a massive explosion attack, firing 10 rapid shots in an instant. The speed was so swift that Beerus didn't expect it, getting hit squarely while Goku pushed the energy ball back, striking Beerus from both the front and back. Boom! The tremendous energy shock sent both Goku and Vegeta flying far away. After executing this attack, Vegeta felt weakened. He had used accelerated technique to hasten his instant transmission and explosion attacks, delivering so many rapid explosions in an instant. His body and soul were struggling to bear it. He had been using the deprivation technique since the start of the battle, yet he hadn't managed to deprive even a trace of Beerus' energy. I hope Lord Beerus isn't angry now, Whis remarked, glancing at the battlefield. Suddenly an overwhelming aura surged from the center of the explosion, dispersing the smoke created by the blast and revealing Beerus' figure. He raised a finger, his eyes cold as death. Take this blow, and you shall be spared from death, and the earth from destruction. A chilling voice echoed from above. A condensed purple energy ball gathered at Beerus' fingertips, hurtling directly toward the two. In an instant it made contact with their bodies, and the small energy ball transformed into a massive energy enveloping them. Ah! The two let out continuous screams, their bodies twisting. Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus is really angry now, resorting to this move. Whis felt helpless for the two. Beerus, not taking things seriously, had been slightly pressured by their joint efforts, and now he unleashed a small-scale destruction at 20% of his power, which was beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the destruction energy of Beerus as both were ruthlessly tormented by it. Their thoughts lingered on Beerus' words about accepting this power or else the earth would be destroyed, making it difficult for them to think clearly. Their bodies, however, continued to resist the destruction. Meanwhile, the old Kaioshin and Jebet were closely watching the battle on Earth involving the three. The old Kaioshin's expression was grave as he exclaimed in panic. This is bad. Beerus has unleashed destruction. Now Goku and Vegeta are doomed and the Earth is about to be annihilated. Jebet shut his eyes, not wanting to witness the battle any longer. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide and urgently said, Ancestor! What is this? Jebet quickly shifted the image in the well, revealing Kampa and Beerus in some part of the universe where Kampa had just destroyed a planet. Lord Kampa, the god of destruction from Universe 6. Why is he here in Universe 7 without a word? And does he not fear that Lord Beerus will hold him accountable for destroying planets in Universe 7? Are they collecting Dragon Balls? The old Kaioshin couldn't care less about Earth now. Ancestor, I will head to Namek to collect the Dragon Balls. Jebet reacted swiftly, fearing what Kampa and his team might do with the Dragon Balls. In the depths of the universe, Kampa and Beerus noticed the watching Kaioshins and directly approached them, knocking on the door of the Kaioshin realm. It must be said that the Kaioshin of Universe 7 is truly pathetic. Perhaps Beerus is just too strong. However, when Jebet returned with the Dragon Balls, he managed to separate them into Kaioshin Shin and Jebet, as they were still unaccustomed to merging, and thus asked the dragon to undo their fusion. At this moment on Earth, everyone hoped that the two could withstand Beerus' destructive energy, but upon seeing their miserable state they could not help but pray. Vegeta, who had ascended to the status of a god of the Saiyans, was currently stronger than Goku. After all, Vegeta had perfectly mastered Super Saiyan 3, and even Spillet had surpassed Goku significantly under Pibara's guidance. However, after facing Beerus' rapid 10 explosions, Vegeta had become weakened, so he was not much better off than Goku. As time ticked away, the two's screams grew weaker and weaker until the destructive energy finally dissipated, causing both to collapse and lose consciousness. Lord Beerus, it seems they have passed your test, Whis said with a smile as he flew to Beerus' side. Indeed, Beerus stated that the two must endure the destructive energy. Although they fainted, they still met Beerus' requirements this time. Though Beerus was not entirely satisfied, he nodded slightly, saying, Whis, go treat those two. With a wave of Whis' staff, a flash of light enveloped them, healing all their injuries as they slowly awoke. Upon waking, they immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready for battle. Congratulations, you have fulfilled Lord Beerus' requirements. He has decided not to destroy the Earth, Whis explained upon seeing their reaction. Let me tell you, although I spared you and the Earth this time, if you do not grow stronger and become gods of the Saiyans next time, I will still destroy the Earth. Beerus, turning his back to them, said coldly while crossing his arms. After he glanced back at them, he added, By the way, this is Universe 7, which has a total of 12 universes. Each universe is filled with hidden talents, and who knows, there might even be stronger beings in our universe. How about that? Does it motivate you more? By the way, this is Whis beside me. He is not only my attendant but also my master, and of course he is stronger than I am. What? Universe 7. 12 universes. Mr. Whis is actually stronger than Lord Beerus. Goku and Vegeta simultaneously expressed their multiple doubts. Whis simply smiled with his hand over his mouth, remaining silent, and then Beerus called for Whis to prepare to leave. Wait, Lord Beerus. Vegeta suddenly spoke up. What? Beerus, who was about to fly away, turned to glance at Vegeta. Can I follow you for training? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, everyone was taken aback. Even Beerus looked surprised, while Whis maintained a smile. I want to go too. Goku quickly chimed in. Unexpectedly, Vegeta would actually ask for help and follow someone to train. The T-God remarked in surprise, yet there was an inexplicable sarcastic undertone in his voice. To everyone's surprise, they all nodded in agreement except for Bulma, who rebutted. Vegeta has already trained on Yardrat and even took a Yardrat named Pibra as his master. Vegeta is now quite formidable. He is no longer weaker than Goku, and he is even more motivated now. Bulma expressed her confidence in Vegeta, refraining from calling him overly competitive, instead describing him as more dedicated. What benefits are there for you to follow us in training? Beerus' question dampened their enthusiasm. With that, the two fell silent. Beerus and Whis then left Earth and returned to the God of Destruction's planet. On the way, Whis remarked, "I thought Lord Beerus would agree to let them come to the God of Destruction's planet." How can the God of Destruction's planet be so casually accessed by anyone? Beerus snorted coldly. On the other side, Kampa and Beerus had been keeping an eye on Beerus' movements. Upon noticing that Beerus had left Earth, they too kept a low profile to avoid being discovered by Beerus and Whis. Strange, why has that guy Beerus been fighting with mortals for so long? Beerus, take a look at who is fighting him. Kampa asked curiously as he noticed something was off. Whis raised his staff and instantly saw Goku and Vegeta on Earth. Turning to Kampa, he said, "It seems to be two Saiyans. These two guys are quite strong, only slightly weaker than Hit." It would be easy for Hit to kill these two. Kampa snorted. Lord Kampa, do not underestimate them. They still exhibit the wild nature of Saiyans. They can transform into great apes, and there are many strong beings on this planet, far surpassing the quality of experts from Universe 6. Kampa acknowledged, saying, "Indeed, our universe's Saiyans have lost their wildness, lacking even tails. Having just Hit is sufficient for our universe. Lord Kampa, we've been in Universe 7 for a long time, but we've only found 2 Super Dragon Balls, and it might take a while to find the remaining 2. Moreover, with Lord Beerus awakened, we must be extra careful in our search," Bardock said helplessly. The Earth warriors who escaped disaster were very pleased, and that night they gathered once more after all the birthday celebration during the day had been a complete failure. Wukong and Trunks clamored to see the God of the Saiyans once more. Bulma and the others joined in the excitement, and without any choice, Wukong and Vegeta transformed into the God of the Saiyans again for everyone to see, eliciting gasps of amazement from the crowd. "Dad, can you show us Super Saiyan 3 again?" Trunks suddenly suggested, as this was his first time seeing Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan 3, and he wanted to see it again. "Yes, Vegeta, you mentioned that my Super Saiyan 3 is a work in progress. What's that about? By the way, you used instant transmission during your battle with Lord Beerus, so how can you use instant transmission as well?" Wukong scratched his head and asked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly laughed. "Kakarot, if you want to know, just transform into Super Saiyan 3 and fight me and you'll find out. As for instant transmission, I learned it on Yardrat." "Alright." Wukong couldn't resist and eagerly prepared to battle Vegeta. "No fighting here. Do you two want to ruin my birthday banquet?" Bulma stormed over like a furious mother tiger. Vegeta and Wukong instantly subdued, but Wukong's competitive spirit ignited. "Vegeta, shall we fight in the Kaishin realm?" Wukong recalled a perfect location. During the battle against Kid Buu, the Kaishin had mentioned that the Kaishin realm was impossible to destroy. "We want to go see." "No way, you must have someone to accompany me for this birthday banquet." Bulma exclaimed, worried that if they all left, her birthday would be ruined. In the end, they couldn't resist Wukong, Wukien, and Trunks. Only Buu, Chaos, Tangent, Fan, Krillin, and Android 18 remained. The banquet ended shortly thereafter. Swish, as Wukong prepared to move to the Kaishin realm, he suddenly noticed that Vegeta had already transported there with Trunks. After sensing the surroundings, Wukong followed suit. "Vegeta, how did you get here so fast?" Wukong asked as he appeared on a slightly lower peak beside the one where Vegeta stood. "Kakarot, your instant transmission isn't mastered yet," Vegeta mocked. "Huh? You mastered the coordinates of the planet Yardrat and the planet's resonance." Wukong realized that Vegeta had completely mastered instant transmission. Although Wukong had an exceptional talent for martial arts, he was somewhat single-minded. The concept of planet resonance seemed to exceed his understanding, making it difficult for him to grasp. "Wakamsan Vegetason, what brings you here?" The trio from the Kaishin realm sensed their presence, and came over directly. "Oh, Kaishin, you and Kibito have separated?" Wukong asked curiously. The Patera fusion shouldn't have been undone. Though he had previously separated from Vegeta while inside Buu, Wukong still felt it was better that they remained fused. "We used the Dragon Balls to undo the fusion," Kaishin explained. "We're here to spar in the Kaishin realm." "Alright." Wukong scratched his head in response. He was already impatient, so after speaking he shouted and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Come on, Vegeta! Wukong struck his signature pose, which seemed to be reserved solely for battles against Vegeta. Ha! Vegeta let out a deep shout and his tail moved of its own accord. Suddenly Vegeta's tail turned golden, his long hair and blue eyes emerged as he took up a fighting stance. The other spectators quickly moved aside, keeping their distance. That guy Vegeta Super Saiyan 3 seems to be related to his tail, Piccolo observed. Gohan nodded. It seems that as Uncle Vegeta said, his Super Saiyan 3 is the completed form. From the size of their auras, Vegeta seems to be comparable to Wukong. Piccolo mused. No, Uncle Piccolo, look, Uncle Vegeta's aura is indeed wild but restrained, while Dad's aura is uncontrolled. Gohan replied. Wukong said. While they were still discussing, the fight had already begun. Vegeta charged at Wukong first, delivering a kick aimed directly at him. Wukong reacted quickly, leaping into the air to evade the strike. Vegeta's kick exploded the peak of the Kaishin realm. After dodging, Wukong lunged at Vegeta, throwing a punch aimed at Vegeta's face. Vegeta dodged with a head movement, and countered with an elbow strike to Wukong's waist, which Wukong blocked with his arm. The two exchanged blows, striking from above and below, battling from the sky to the ground, and then engaging in close combat again. The two fighters were locked in a fierce battle, with the ground of the Kaishin realm cracking wildly, giant trees falling down. Only they continued to fight, and the battle seemed to be in sync as they exchanged blows with their bodies, neither using energy blasts. Initially it appeared to be an evenly matched contest, but with a cold grunt from Vegeta the ferocity of his punches intensified and Wukong was suddenly pressured, pushed into the depths of the mountain and underground. Vegeta, you actually hid your strength! Wukong shouted angrily. Humph, Kakarot, I no longer wish to play with you. Your power is starting to dissipate. Vegeta suddenly unleashed all his power, appearing next to Wukong in an instant. This was pure speed without any other techniques involved. Wukong, with his rich battle experience, immediately assessed Vegeta's upcoming attack. Just as he raised his hand to block, he was sent flying, his entire arm going numb. Vegeta followed up with a kick to Wukong's waist, then unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Bang! In an instant Vegeta was sent flying as Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan God. Kakarot! Vegeta halted just as he was about to transform into Super Saiyan God to punish Kakarot. He heard Wukong say, Vegeta, I didn't expect the gap between my Super Saiyan 3 and your Super Saiyan 3 to be so vast. This time I admit defeat. Quickly tell me how you trained. Wukong returned to his normal state, battered and bruised, and asked Vegeta. Upon hearing Kakarot admit defeat, Vegeta burst into wild laughter, then stopped. Kakarot, I've waited a long time for this day. The key to transforming into the true Super Saiyan 3 is to grow a tail and transform into a great ape, then become a Super Saiyan in that form while maintaining control over the raging anger within. Otherwise one will lose their sanity. Finally, mastering the power of the great ape in human form allows one to truly grasp Super Saiyan 3. Your Super Saiyan 3 that you forcibly achieved in the afterlife has too many flaws. Vegeta immediately returned to Earth with Trunks. Meanwhile, Goku, having bid farewell to Piccolo and the others, journeyed back to the sacred world of the Kai, where he earnestly requested the Supreme Kai's assistance in regrowing his tail. Your Holiness, could you help me regrow my tail? Goku scratched his head and asked Shin with hopeful hesitation. Shin looked distinctly uncomfortable and replied, perhaps you should consult the Elder Kai instead. The Elder Kai fell silent, utterly exasperated. These younger generations truly knew no bounds. With a quiet shake of his head, he examined Goku's tail stump and realized regrowth couldn't be achieved instantly, a minor blow to his divine dignity. Goku, the Elder Kai said gravely, your tail's root has sealed shut. Since you've already ascended to the Saiyan God form, it would be wiser to advance along the divine path rather than pursue the old Saiyan transformations. This was his sincere counsel. The divine path, he believed, held greater potential for Goku than the Super Saiyan lineage ever could. Yet Goku disagreed. He remained determined to perfect Super Saiyan 3rd, not only as a testament to his lifelong discipline but also because his entire cultivation philosophy had long centered on refining base form and unlocking new transformations. Though he now walked the divine path, such deeply ingrained convictions did not shift overnight. After relentless pleading, the Elder Kai reluctantly resorted to the most direct, and arguably most effective, method. He forcibly opened a channel at Goku's tailbone. The excruciating pain left Goku clutching his rear for days. Thus Goku remained in the sacred world of the Kai for several days. Under the Elder Kai's guidance, his tail finally regrew. To test its function, they simulated a full moon, resulting in Goku's transformation into a giant Saiyan. Unlike his childhood self, he retained full consciousness during this first transformation. Yet when he ascended further into the supergiant Saiyan form, his mind shattered entirely. leaving him a rampaging feral behemoth. The three Kais watched in horror, powerless to intervene as Goku laid waste to their sacred realm, reducing it to ruins, each crumbling spire piercing the Elder Kai's heart like a dagger. While Goku tested the limits of the Kai's patience, Vegeta contemplated his next step in cultivation. Having just breached the threshold of divinity, his vision remained shrouded in darkness. Should he strive directly for Super Saiyan God? Or refine his base form first? Or perhaps cultivate divine ki itself? In the end, Vegeta chose the proven path, just as he had with Super Saiyan first, maintaining his transformed state in daily life. This not only deepened mastery over the current form but also sharpened intuition for what lay beyond. A month slipped by unnoticed. One day, as Vegeta emerged from his training chamber, he spotted Bulma and Whis approaching, laughing and chatting as they carried delicacies from Capsule Corporation's nearby eateries. "Whis, what are you doing here? Has Lord Beerus arrived again?" Vegeta's first thought was that the destroyer had returned. Whis paused, momentarily surprised to see Vegeta still radiating crimson god aura. Then with a gentle smile he said, "I've sneaked away to Earth, unofficially. After tasting Earth's cuisine last time, I simply couldn't forget it. And since Lord Beerus has been sleeping soundly ever since I seized the chance to return, discreetly." He covered his mouth with a light chuckle. Bulma chimed in, "Who'd have thought Whis would come straight to me first? Clearly he remembers how delicious the food was at my birthday banquet, and now he's here to savor more." They gathered around the table and began feasting. Vegeta wasted no time. He saw an opportunity and asked directly Whis what lies ahead for cultivation after attaining Saiyan God. "Mr. Vegeta certainly has an unquenchable thirst for training," Whis teased. Bulma added with playful reproach, "That's right. He trains day and night. When will he learn to spend more time with his wife?" Whis offered no reply. Vegeta promptly clamped his mouth shut. Bulma had spoken and further protests would only invite another scolding. After devouring a colossal prawn, Whis burst into effusive praise. "Miss Bulma, Mr. Vegeta, may I take several of these back to the Destroyer realm?" In that instant Vegeta realized Whis could be persuaded, not with power or prestige but with food. A brilliant idea sparked, perhaps even apprenticeship under Whis was within reach. "Whis," Vegeta asked casually, "when do you plan to return?" Whis tore into a piece of shredded chicken and mumbled between bites, "After this meal." "Anything wrong, Mr. Vegeta?" "Nothing at all," Vegeta waved dismissively, then leaned in with deliberate intrigue. "Whis, would you like to taste Earth's most exquisite delicacy?" Whis perked up instantly. "Mr. Vegeta, you mean you'll prepare it for me? In that case I suppose I could linger a while longer, and offer a few pointers." True to form, Whis had already weighed the options, one exquisite meal versus a reprimand from Lord Beerus, and chosen the former without hesitation. "My home holds many such treasures," Vegeta continued smoothly. "Bulma herself enjoys them every few days. If you're interested, I'll accompany you to the Destroyer realm for training, and bring ample provisions. I'll even make regular trips back to Earth to restock. What do you say?" He had skillfully invoked Bulma's own habits, knowing full well it would hook Whis' appetite. "Ho ho. You possess the makings of a shrewd merchant, Mr. Vegeta. Still, the proposition is undeniably tempting. Carrying abundant earthly fare to the Destroyer realm would surely earn Lord Beerus' approval." Whis sipped his soup, reflecting taking Vegeta to the Destroyer realm posed no risk. The Destroyer would be delighted, not displeased, especially if Vegeta brought enough delicacies. "Very well, Mr. Vegeta, I accept. But first I insist on sampling your so-called most exquisite delicacy." Whis beamed with eager anticipation. "Vegeta, what exactly are you planning to serve?" Bulma pouted. "Are you cooking yourself?" Vegeta merely smiled enigmatically. Then with quiet confidence he produced a steaming bowl of instant noodles, and captured Whis' heart forever. Moments later Whis departed for the Destroyer realm carrying Vegeta on his back, and a bulging capsule bag filled with Earth's culinary treasures. Elsewhere in the cosmos, remnants of Frisia's army conspired to resurrect their fallen tyrant. They had already gathered every fragment of his shattered corpse. Only the Dragon Balls remained between them and rebirth, and the restoration of Frisia Force's former glory. Their scheme was already in motion. They had contacted the Pilaf gang on Earth, intending to exploit their access to the Dragon Balls. Yet Pilaf informed them the orbs would remain inert for over 4 months, so the remnants waited patient and watchful. Meanwhile Goku continued rigorous training in the sacred world of the Kai, learning to master his consciousness while transformed into the super giant Saiyan. The Elder Kai affirmed that such mental discipline profoundly strengthened spiritual fortitude, proving that even Super Saiyan III held enduring value. Inspired, Goku trained with redoubled fervor. A true martial artist, he burned with exhilaration at having been surpassed by Vegeta, and yet he remained disciplined, honoring the slow, deliberate rhythm of true cultivation. And so across the vast expanse of the universe an uneasy calm settled once more. In the realm of destruction, Whis arrived near the tree of destruction with Vegeta. Beerus was still asleep and had not awakened yet, so Vegeta handed the supplies to Whis and directly asked him to begin his training. Whis first had Vegeta sit cross-legged on the ground, then he also sat down, resting his staff across his legs. "Vegeta-san, how do you think you should train after becoming a god?" Whis did not immediately teach Vegeta how to cultivate, but first asked him a question. Vegeta was silent for a moment before speaking. "The principle of becoming a Saiyan god is to master the divinity within the spiritual energy in your body, directly transforming all of your spiritual energy into divine energy. So I maintain the divine form as my norm. This should be the easiest way to master the divine form." Vegeta shared his experience. Whis nodded in admiration and said, "Indeed, that's a very good idea, but it also has its drawbacks." With a wave of his staff, Whis created a drop of water which then turned into an ice block. After demonstrating, he asked Vegeta, "You see this drop of water? Its form has changed, but it is always in the form of ice. Do you think that's possible?" Vegeta replied, "As long as it remains in a cold state, it won't melt. If it becomes insufficiently cold, it will melt. So Vegeta-san, what do you think are the drawbacks of always being in the divine state?" Whis asked. "Maintaining the divine state continuously is a burden on both the body and the mind, although it makes it easier for me to grasp this power." Vegeta understood this as well. "Exactly. Have you ever thought about how to maintain yourself in a state like this drop of water that can stay cold enough to freeze Vegeta-san?" Whis asked again, but before Vegeta could respond, Whis provided the answer himself. "To put it simply, Vegeta-san, you are not a god, you merely have the aura of a god. A god consists of divine energy, divine body, and divine soul, and Vegeta-san, you currently only possess divine energy, managing to become a god only in a rough sense, but you are still far from it." Whis explained the composition of a god. "So does that mean my next step in training is to cultivate the divine body and divine soul?" Vegeta felt that Whis truly deserved to be the teacher of the god of destruction, as he pointed out the path so easily. "I don't know what you think, Vegeta-san, but to have the divine body, divine soul, and divine energy, a god must accept a divine position. I wonder if Vegeta-san is willing to do so?" Whis said. "What? I must accept a divine position?" Vegeta was shocked. "Indeed, I see that both you and Goku-san do not seem inclined to accept a divine position under someone else's control," Whis said with a smile. "Who conferred the divine position?" "Whis, were you also conferred a divine position?" Vegeta asked. "Vegeta-san, you are still very far from all of this. There are 12 universes, each with its own god of destruction, supreme Kai, and so on. To be conferred a divine position is to stand at the pinnacle as a high priest." Whis only mentioned the high priest because Zeno does not concern himself with such matters, and then continued. "I was not conferred a divine position. Our angel race is born as gods. As long as we gain the recognition of the high priest, we can become the attendant angels of the god of destruction." Vegeta fell silent. He finally understood the truth of this universe. Becoming a god did not mean invincibility, there were still higher powers overseeing you. After a moment of silence, Vegeta asked, "So what should I do next in my training?" "It's simple, Vegeta-san. To accept a divine position requires divine energy, divine body, and divine soul. As long as you cultivate the divine body, the divine energy will have a vessel. Regarding the soul, as long as it is strong enough, it can control even a god. Vegeta-san, have you ever heard the saying, the heart is as vast as the world?" Whis elaborated. Vegeta felt as if a fog had lifted, and then he asked Whis for specific methods of cultivation. Seeing that Vegeta understood, Whis generously trained him. In just a month, Goku had finally mastered Super Saiyan 3 perfectly, and hurried back to Earth eager to find Vegeta for another battle, only to find that he was out of luck. Bulma informed Goku that Vegeta had gone to the god of destruction realm to train. This made Goku anxious, so he hurriedly returned home to prepare a large number of local specialties, leaving Earth amidst Shishi's scolding. Thus Goku arrived in the god of destruction realm, where the two began their training in the divine realm. Their training methods were quite different. Goku would nap whenever he got tired, while Vegeta would meditate for a while before continuing with physical training before sleeping. The two often fought, and from the beginning, when Vegeta could dominate Goku, it had become increasingly difficult to do so. Whis would also have Goku and Vegeta attack him, guiding them during the training process. During the training, Whis pointed out various issues in their cultivation and combat. In terms of cultivation, Goku had many hidden ailments. His internal organs were riddled with problems, while Vegeta's body and mind were too tense, lacking a balance between work and rest. What Whis did not know was that Vegeta had already made many modifications, otherwise his training would undoubtedly be even more reckless, leading to worse outcomes. In terms of combat, Goku was indeed prone to carelessness and underestimating the enemy, while Vegeta tended to overthink during battles. Unknowingly, more than 3 months had passed and their training in the divine realm had finally reached its peak, achieving a perfect mastery of Super Saiyan God, and both had become significantly stronger. Now they were comparing who would first step into the realm of Super Saiyan God. During these 3 months, Beerus had also been awakened a few times by their noise, but with delicious food to soothe him, he did not mind. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a highland of Frisia, a soldier named Sorbet was gathering with Pilaf and others. Sorbet summoned the dragon and wished for Frisia's resurrection. After the dragon granted the wish, it simply flew away. Since only half a year had passed, the Dragon Balls had replenished one wish. Far away in the universe, on a spaceship, Frisia's dismembered body was enveloped in a burst of light. As the light dissipated, Frisia was resurrected. As Frisia opened his eyes, he realized he must have been resurrected, as he suddenly felt a great power pulling him away while he was hanging on a tree in Hell, and then he left Hell until he regained his physical form. Frisia's eyes glinted and the healing pod before him exploded. The final form of Frisia emerged from the healing pod, his gaze cold, resembling a grim reaper. The original manga did not depict the Frisia arc, but in the anime, Frisia was resurrected in his initial form. When Frisia was killed, he was in his final form, so he should be resurrected in his final form as well. Seeing Frisia, the soldiers of Frisia's army knelt down and shouted, "Welcome back, Lord Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe." Looking at these former subordinates who were once mere pawns, now having become the highest leaders of Frisia's army, Frisia understood how pathetic Frisia's army had become. Before Frisia could speak, his subordinates began to lament the situation, the current living conditions of Frisia's army, the remaining members, and those who betrayed Frisia's army. Frisia snorted and said, "I have just been resurrected. You should keep a low profile for now. Once I finish my training and defeat those Saiyans, we will continue the glory of Frisia's army." Hearing that Frisia wanted to kill those Saiyans, Sorbet and the others hurriedly advised, "Lord Frisia, the Saiyans of today are not the same as before. They even defeated Majin Buu a few years ago." Although Frisia was surprised, he did not show it. He still had to maintain his demeanor as the Cosmic Emperor in front of his subordinates, and replied, "What's so impressive about defeating Majin Buu? Just give me the Cosmic Emperor, Lord Frisia, sometime, and I will definitely kill those monkeys." His tail struck the ground fiercely, nearly breaking the spaceship, but fortunately Frisia also knew that it wasn't easy for Frisia's army to have just one spaceship left. Sorbet and the others immediately agreed and inquired what Frisia planned to do next. Frisia turned his head, looking at the space outside the spaceship, and commanded, "First head to Frozen Star. For now you will wait outside Frozen Star." Frozen Star is the ancestral land of Frisia's frozen demon clan. This time Frisia's training was to go to the ancestral land, where there were some techniques originally used by the frozen demon clan for survival. However, he did not expect that both he and his father would be directly killed when they acted together. What surprised Frisia even more was that fool Gula also went to his death, killed by the Saiyans. In addition, during these years in Hell, Frisia had undergone some imaginative training coupled with his power of transforming grief into strength. Frisia was very confident that upon leaving it would be the end for the Saiyans. Frozen Star, despite its name, was not a white wasteland. The planet was predominantly black and gold with mountains and rivers, yet it was filled with an eerie chill. In a certain plain stood a massive palace constructed entirely of white jade, surrounded by a dozen statues. Behind the palace was a water pool emitting a faint cold air. This was the ancestral land of Frisia's frozen demon clan, the Emperor's Palace. Frisia walked straight into the palace, took out a jade-colored stone from within and tossed it into the water pool. Suddenly the statues surrounding the palace began to tremble, and then the water in the pool sank into the ground, revealing a massive ice coffin. Frisia directly lay down in the ice coffin and sealed the lid. At the moment it was sealed, the bottom of the coffin sank like an elevator, and Frisia also fell into the burial ground of the frozen demons. What greeted him was an extremely cold place where dozens of ice sculptures contained the frozen bodies of the ancestors of the frozen demons, adhering to the tradition of ice burial. This was also the purpose of Frisia's visit. All ancestors of the frozen demons who dominated the universe were buried here after death, while those who could not dominate the universe mostly died outside. Therefore Frisia intended to absorb the essence of these beings to enhance his bloodline and power. The environment here was also the most suitable for cultivation. Extracting power here would purify his bloodline, the fastest and most powerful way to grow stronger. However, doing so would lead to the frozen demons being forever extinct. Without this environment, it would be difficult for the frozen demons to reproduce. At this moment, Frisia was not concerned about that. Upon entering the ancestral land, he immediately began his cultivation, and his strength was increasing rapidly, as he imagined. Frisia exclaimed, "In just 3 or 4 months at most I will complete my training. Wait for me, you dead monkeys." Just thinking about the faces of the Saiyans twisted Frisia's expression. In the God of Destruction's realm, Vegeta had already mastered the Saiyan God transformation perfectly, fully grasping both the divine aura and divine form, and was now attempting to reach Super Saiyan God. It should have been a natural progression, but after several days there was still no reaction. Therefore the originally meditative Vegeta went to find Whis, as everyone knew that the Super Saiyan God transformation was achieved by evolving from the Saiyan God form into Super Saiyan. The Saiyan God transformed their ki into divine ki and on this basis turned into Super Saiyan, thus becoming Super Saiyan God. However, the ki of a Super Saiyan was fundamentally different from that of a normal form and needed the divine ki and divine form to be perfected before they could comprehend this transformation. Coincidentally, Kakarot was also beside Whis. Goku asked Whis that just yesterday he had reached the pinnacle of the Saiyan God transformation but still could not break through to Super Saiyan God. Vegeta also mentioned that he had been attempting for several days. Whis replied, "It should have indeed been a natural progression, but it seems that there are some issues with Vegetation's soul and Gokusen's body has many hidden ailments. So although you both have reached the peak, you are not perfect enough. I have prepared something for you, so follow me." Whis had seen the issues with both of them early on, and waited until both had reached their peak before bringing them through. Vegeta's soul had experienced the crossing, but he had also absorbed the memories of Jiken's soul, resulting in a slight impurity in his own soul. It was this slight impurity that prevented Vegeta from breaking through to Super Saiyan God. As for Goku, his past battles had pushed his body to its limits, neglecting physical injuries. Techniques like Kaioken and half-finished Super Saiyan transformations had left indelible scars on his body. Although he cultivated the divine form, he lacked the gradual recovery like Vegeta's Spirito technique. Whis then took both of them to 2 massive wooden tubs. Whis pointed his staff at the tubs, saying, "These 2 tubs of medicinal baths are even more potent than some divine medicines collected by Lord Beerus. You should absorb them quickly while Lord Beerus is still asleep. The left tub is for Gokusen to restore his body, and the right tub is for Vegetation to cleanse his soul." As soon as he finished speaking, Goku stripped off his clothes and jumped into the tub. Vegeta looked on with a mix of embarrassment and disdain, secretly cursing, "This guy Kakarot really has no shame." Just the thought of stripping down like Kakarot to enter the tub made it difficult for Vegeta to proceed. He turned to Whis and asked awkwardly, "Whis, is it possible to enter the tub without taking off my clothes?" Whis tapped Vegeta's head with his staff and replied, "No, Vegetation. It's fine, no one will come to this planet." With gritted teeth, Vegeta stripped off his clothes and jumped into the tub. He couldn't let Kakarot get ahead of him. Thus the two soaked in the tubs for a whole day and night. The red water in Goku's tub and the green water in Vegeta's tub were absorbed into clear water. Subsequently both opened their eyes simultaneously and the tubs exploded, leaving the two of them naked, their tails swaying continuously with blue divine light rising from their feet. The brilliance flashed, and they had completed their training as Super Saiyan gods. As soon as they transformed into Super Saiyan gods, an immense aura swept across the entire God of Destruction realm, blowing the prophetic fish off course. At the same time, Beerus opened his eyes. "Congratulations, Goku and Vegeta, you two have finally mastered the Super Saiyan God form, though it's surprising that the aura and hair are blue. Let's call it Super Blue, shall we?" Whis first congratulated them, and then simplified the name to Super Blue. Both Goku and Vegeta agreed, and then the two of them put on their outfits and looked at each other. "Let's have a match, Vegeta," Goku exclaimed with fighting spirit, while Vegeta was already eager to try, quickly taking a stance and distancing himself. At that moment, Beerus instantly appeared between them. "Not bad, you two have finally attained the Super Saiyan God form. No, Whis just called it Super Blue, so from now on I'll refer to you as Super Blue. Since that's the case, let's continue the previous battle. Let me see your Super Blue strength." Beerus raised his hand and 2 beams of light were deflected by Goku and Vegeta. They both knew they couldn't escape this bout and understood that Beerus' strength was unfathomable, being on a different level than them. Since he initiated a challenge, they had no choice but to accept, and then they charged directly at Beerus. Vegeta appeared above Beerus and kicked down while Goku aimed a punch at Beerus' face. Beerus allowed their attacks to land, and with a loud bang he was sent flying far away, creating a massive crater. "Very good, your power is much stronger than before. Now I can use 50% of my strength to play with you." Beerus crawled out of the crater grinning with amusement. "Ha! With a light shout from Beerus, a destructive force surged toward them. Goku and Vegeta also heightened their energy to resist this force, their blue auras becoming even more solid. "Vegeta, let's go!" Goku shouted loudly. No need for you to say anything." Vegeta had already shot off. Seeing the two rush at him, Beerus also took to the air. Soon the three had a close encounter. Vegeta and Goku's attacks were blocked one by Beerus. Beerus extended a hand, releasing a tremendous force that sent Vegeta flying far away, then fiercely attacked Goku. In an instant, Goku was pushed back repeatedly. Beerus landed a punch to Goku's abdomen and kicked at the returning Vegeta. Vegeta did not dodge and kicked back. Their legs collided, then they immediately separated and exchanged punches. Vegeta and Beerus engaged in intense hand-to-hand combat. Beerus' offense was exceptionally fierce, but Vegeta, being experienced, seized the opportunity when their palms clashed, delivering a headbutt that struck Beerus' face. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a flurry of attacks, raining blows upon Beerus' body, sending him crashing into the ancient forest, breaking countless trees. "Well done, Vegeta. Be careful." Catching his breath, Goku shouted, clutching his abdomen. He immediately flew behind Vegeta to block Beerus' punch. Beerus had somehow appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta quickly regained his composure and countered Beerus' attack. Now facing the two, Beerus no longer underestimated them and was truly prepared to have some fun. Without giving the two any time to react, Beerus landed two heavy punches to their abdomens. His incredible speed and immense impact sent them flying far away. However, Goku and Vegeta were not pushovers. While being carried away by Beerus, they gripped his fists tightly and swung him hard, directly tossing Beerus into the air. Beerus reacted quickly. The moment he was thrown into the air, he flipped to dissipate the force. As he descended, he struck down with both feet toward the two. Goku caught Beerus by the calves while Vegeta crossed his arms to shield his head, both successfully blocking Beerus' heavy kick. In the next instant, Goku appeared above Beerus, wrapping his arms around him and throwing him downward. Just before landing, Vegeta emerged from below and kicked Beerus upward. Struck by the kick, Beerus braced himself with both hands and feet, halting his fall. In the next moment, Goku and Vegeta landed on Beerus but missed their target. In an instant, Beerus appeared above Vegeta, feet together, and crashed down hard onto Vegeta's back. Vegeta received a heavy blow, crashing to the ground. As Beerus fell, he kicked Vegeta towards Goku, sending him reeling. Beerus showed no mercy to them. Seizing the moment they were struck, he clenched his hands and delivered a heavy punch directly onto Goku's head. Goku screamed in agony and was smashed into the ground, reverting to his normal state and falling unconscious. At this point, only Vegeta remained. Watching Beerus knock out Kakarot, Vegeta did not rush to confront Beerus. Instead, he activated his speed technique and recovery technique, healing most of his injuries before charging back into battle with Beerus. Despite Beerus enduring several hits, he bore no signs of injury. Beerus excitedly licked his lips, gathering two energy spheres with his fingers and launching them at the incoming Vegeta. After Vegeta dodged, Beerus immediately countered with an elbow strike. Vegeta's punch hit Beerus' elbow, making him feel as if his fist would shatter. He quickly used his other hand to strike at Beerus. Beerus and Vegeta exchanged blows several times, then Beerus ominously remarked, "That earlier headbutt of yours seemed quite satisfying." Beerus headbutt Vegeta's abdomen, the tremendous impact sending Vegeta flying like a cannonball, blood spraying uncontrollably before he lost consciousness. "Lord Beerus put in quite a bit of effort this time," was said with a smile. Just needed to give these guys a lesson, otherwise they won't find their bearings." Beerus was just trying to teach them a lesson, but these two are indeed impressive. They truly are Super Saiyan gods, demonstrating considerable power right after mastering their form. "That's the truth," Beerus replied. "Really, Lord Beerus, did you use 50% of your strength?" Whis looked at Beerus with a strange expression. "Whis, don't speak out of turn," Beerus said proudly. "Just heal them." He looked at the two. Whis waved his staff, and shortly after the two stood up slowly. "Lord Beerus is truly amazing. That was really painful." Goku scratched his head. Although his head no longer hurt, the memory of that hit still caused a slight ache. Vegeta remained silent, but Beerus spoke up. "You two's strength is already formidable in any universe, but there are always stronger beings out there. Don't think just because you've become Super Saiyan gods that you're invincible." "Indeed, Vegeta, it seems we must continue to strive in our training." Goku glanced at Vegeta, who nodded in agreement. With a wave of his staff, Whis conjured a large table filled with food. "After a hard fight, you should eat something quickly. I've grown hungry watching you all battle." Whis swallowed hard. Beerus without hesitation began to eat first. Soon Goku and Vegeta rushed in like starving ghosts, and Whis couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Subsequently, on the dining table, Goku and Vegeta were punished by Beerus for snatching too much food. The god of destruction's realm returned to its usual tranquility with Goku and Vegeta continuously training under Whis' guidance. However, their training now included frequent sparring sessions with Beerus. Initially Beerus found it quite amusing, but over time he grew impatient, and eventually went off to sleep. 3 months swiftly passed and Goku and Vegeta had both initially grasped the Super Saiyan Blue form. Through inquiries with Whis, Goku and Vegeta learned about the next steps in mastering Super Saiyan Blue. Whis offered them 2 pieces of advice. First, both of them were on the verge of perfecting the Super Saiyan Blue form, which would allow them to attempt training in the God techniques. This was the foundation of mastering the God techniques, just as Beerus had done. As for what the God techniques entailed, Whis said he would explain it once they reached a certain level. Second, they should continue to refine Super Saiyan Blue and unlock the full power of godly Super Saiyan, ultimately comprehending the pinnacle of godly Super Saiyan's strength. Currently Goku and Vegeta had yet to decide which path to take, as they had not fully mastered Super Saiyan Blue. This meant their control over its power was still insufficient, and their bodies were burdened by the strain of Super Saiyan Blue. At this time on the frozen planet, Frieza soared out of his icy tomb, the ice coffin exploding as he emerged. With a blank expression, Frieza suddenly revealed a sinister grin, then flew to the spaceship hovering nearby. "My lord, you have finally emerged!" Frieza's subordinates exclaimed excitedly, kneeling after waiting for a long time. "Set course for Earth." Frieza entered the control room, summoning a glass of red wine which appeared in his hand. He took a sip, revealing a satisfied smile. Looking at the self-assured Frieza, Sorbet spoke. "Congratulations, my lord, on completing your training. Now the Saiyans won't stand a chance and the universe will once again be under the rule of the Frieza Force." Frieza, pleased with his training results, believed that his power was now unmatched by any Saiyan. Even if Majin Buu were to be resurrected, Frieza felt he could easily defeat him. "Are all the elite forces of the Frieza Force present?" Frieza swirled the red wine in his hand. Sorbet pointed to Togoma beside him, saying, "Lord Frieza, Togoma is currently the only general in the Frieza Force who can rival Captain Ginyu of the Ginyu Force. Thanks to him, the Frieza Force is still hanging on. But now that the Lord has returned, we will surely dominate the universe once again." While introducing Togoma, Sorbet didn't forget to flatter Frieza. Frieza, however, was not concerned. They were merely small fry, probably unable to handle even some of the minor Earthlings. A few days later, the Frieza Force arrived on Earth. Piccolo and the others had already sensed Frieza's energy, and were waiting for his arrival. Although they could feel Frieza's presence, Gohan and the others believed his power wasn't at a level they couldn't handle, so they chose not to inform Goku and Vegeta. A swarm of minions poured out from Frieza's ship, and Frieza himself emerged from the window at the top of the ship. Looking at the Earthlings before him, Frieza was filled with rage yet maintained a polite smile. "Frieza, how did you come back to life? What do you want on Earth?" Gohan shouted angrily. "Ho ho ho, to celebrate my return to Earth I have decided to give you a grand gift." Frieza cackled deviously, gathering a massive amount of energy at his fingertip, clearly recognizing Gohan. Seeing this, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and shouted, "Frieza, if you leave now we can overlook your arrival on Earth. Otherwise I will defeat you and drive you off this planet." Gohan indeed inherited some of his father's traits. Frieza hurled his colossal energy ball downward and Gohan shouted, unleashing the Kamehameha, which obliterated Frieza's planet-destroying attack. "Frieza, although I don't know how you came back to life, our strength is now many times greater than before. Even without my father, Uncle Vegeta, and I can still defeat you." Gohan took off his glasses and said, "I didn't expect you, little brat, to have grown so much, and can transform into a Super Saiyan now, huh?" "Who is this little brat?" Frieza exclaimed in shock and anger. He saw Trunks, and although he didn't know how this little kid had become smaller, he thought if he could be revived, then turning back into a child was nothing unusual. Frieza, furious, shot a laser towards Trunks. Gohan instantly appeared in front of Trunks and swatted the laser away. Seeing this, Frieza laughed in anger. "Frieza Force, eliminate these pests." Frieza was no longer in a hurry to act. "Yes, my lord." They responded in unison as the Frieza Force launched their attack. In less than 3 minutes all the minions lay defeated on the ground. Togoma, initially confident, approached Gohan but was swiftly knocked out by a single move. The Frieza Force consisting of these pathetic minions was no match for the Earth warriors. Even the God of Tea could single-handedly defeat them. The animation took time and Piccolo, Krillin and others struggled against these weaklings, which was laughable. "Frieza, take your subordinates and leave Earth. It seems you still don't understand the situation. If I, Lord Frieza, did not have confidence, would I dare to come to Earth for revenge? I know that you filthy monkeys defeated Majin Buu not long ago, so what? Since Son Goku and Vegeta are not here, I, Frieza, will give you an opportunity." Frieza flew in front of Gohan and said, Serve the Frieza force and hand over that boy to me to kill with my own hands and I will spare you. Frieza pointed at Trunks. From a distance, Bulma, who overheard Frieza's boastful words, realized that he might indeed have a trump card, so it would be better to call Goku and Vegeta back. She took out the communicator Whis had given her. It seems you are unwilling to repent, Frieza. Gohan was not intimidated by Frieza and was preparing to confront him. Wait, Gohan brother. Trunks stepped forward and said, Gohan brother, since he wants to kill me, let me face him first. Trunks was angry. Trunks, let's do this together. Goten, his loyal best friend, chimed in eagerly. Yet Goten and Trunks instantly fused into Gotenks and charged headlong toward Frieza. As Gotenks surged forward, Bulma contacted Whis. Upon receiving the alert, Whis immediately informed Goku and Vegeta. The two Saiyans prepared to return at once, though Whis cautioned that the journey would take considerable time. Uncertain whether they'd arrive in time, Vegeta proposed using instant transmission to return directly with Kakarot. Upon learning of Frieza's resurrection, Beerus also expressed keen interest in witnessing the spectacle. Thus the four, Beerus, Whis, Goku and Vegeta, vanished in unison, reappearing instantly upon Earth. At that moment, Gotenks had ascended to Super Saiyan 3 and was locked in fierce combat with Frieza. Though Frieza's final form, honed through rigorous training, had grown immensely powerful, it proved woefully inadequate against Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, who forced him into a desperate, relentless retreat. Frieza seethed with fury. Was he truly being compelled to unleash his ultimate power before even laying eyes on Son Goku? Just as Frieza prepared to transform, the boy before him suddenly defused, reverting back into two separate children. Enraged, Frieza's murderous intent flared anew, yet before he could strike, a familiar voice cut through the air. Hey Frieza! A strange involuntary impulse rose within Frieza, to retort. You dare challenge me? And he turned, and there stood Goku and Vegeta. Beerus! And, Lord Beerus! Frieza exclaimed in genuine astonishment, while the two boys darted behind Goku and Vegeta for safety. Long time no see, Frieza. Heard you were dead. Beerus idly picked at his teeth with a toothpick, his tone utterly unfiltered and dismissive. Yes, Lord Beerus. I was slain over a decade ago by that purple-haired brat standing behind you, Frieza replied through gritted teeth. Beerus glanced coolly at Trunks, then back at Frieza. Frieza, you dare lie to me. That child wasn't even born a decade ago. His gaze hardened like frozen steel. And Frieza hastily protested. Lord Beerus, I swear I speak no falsehood. You may ask these wretched monkeys yourself. Vegeta stepped forward. Hey Frieza, you've returned to Earth. Planning to die here again? At those words, Frieza's composure shattered. So Prince Vegeta, you've forgotten the terror I once inflicted upon you. Shall I grant you the honor of my personal attention once more? Though deferential toward Beerus, Frieza spared no courtesy for the Saiyans, his voice dripping with icy mock. Having finished his barbs at Vegeta, Frieza turned to Beerus with a practiced, placating smile. Lord Beerus, I've come solely to settle scores with these Saiyans. You surely won't interfere, given that, well. He'd merely revealed that Beerus himself had instructed him to destroy planet Vegeta, but met only that glacial, unblinking stare, and fell silent. Your quarrels are none of my concern, Beerus declared, and then with Whis and Toad drifted toward Bulma. And, many thanks, Lord Beerus. Hearing those words, Frieza exulted inwardly. He'd feared Beerus might side with Goku and Vegeta, but now, with divine neutrality assured, vengeance was finally within reach. Prince Vegeta, so that boy calls you father. Is he your adopted son? Curious, back then his strength far surpassed yours. With Beerus gone, Frieza unleashed his venom unchecked, each word laced with contempt. Kakarot, Frieza is mine to kill. Do not interfere, Vegeta warned, sensing Goku's restless energy stirring. Heh. You filthy monkeys won't escape me, not one. First, Prince Vegeta, watch helplessly as I erase the others. Let that old dread rise again in your gut. With that, Frieza fired a searing laser blast straight at Goku, and sneered. Filthy monkey. I'll repay every ounce of humiliation you dealt me, 10-fold, 100-fold. Goku effortlessly deflected the beam and delivered his iconic line. Frieza, you still have time to leave Earth. And you can't even defeat us yet boast so boldly. Trunks, standing behind Vegeta, spoke up sharply. Goten added, Yeah, what gall you've got. Frieza's rage boiled over. Realizing he was outnumbered and outtalked, he abandoned words entirely and lunged at Goku. Vegeta understood Frieza's deepest grudge lay with Kakarot. Let them clash first. Vegeta would claim the final blow himself. So he lifted Trunks and Goten and soared to a distant clearing. Goku met Frieza's charge without hesitation, transforming instantly into Super Saiyan 2. Their exchange was swift, brutal, and precise, a mere prelude, a ritualized warm-up. Soon Frieza grew impatient and unleashed his full might. Goku watched intrigued, then ascended to Super Saiyan 3, landing a single devastating punch that sent Frieza vomiting bile. Goku lowered his fists and smiled. Honestly, I never imagined you'd grow this strong, Frieza. I've trained relentlessly, yet you resurrected only recently already wield such overwhelming power. I genuinely look forward to sparring with you again, after you've pushed your limits even further. Goku assumed Frieza had reached his apex. But Frieza roared. Filthy monkey! Drop that hollow charade. Just seeing your face makes me sick. Do you truly believe you've won? Then, Frieza erupted, unleashing a shockwave of terrifying primordial energy. Goku's expression shifted to stunned awe. This battle would be longer, fiercer than anticipated. Far off, Whis tapped his staff once the trembling earth stilled its fissure ceiling as if calmed by divine decree. Whis, never imagined Frieza could ascend to this level. Beerus murmured, impressed. Whis replied evenly. He's been resurrected less than half a year, yet his growth is astonishing. Still, his earlier claim, that he was slain by Prince Vegeta's son, puzzles me. My observations suggest he perished at the hands of an unknown force. Why attribute it to Vegeta's son? Indeed, highly suspicious, Beerus said, casting a sharp glance toward Whis. Bulma interjected. You mean the one who killed Frieza back then? Yes, it was my son Trunks, though he came from the future. Pride warmed her voice. And what? From the future? Beerus leapt upright. And Miss Bulma, please tell us everything in detail. Whis remained composed, posing the same question. And Bulma recounted the entire chronology with meticulous clarity. Anything unclear? She studied Beerus's darkening expression, and asked cautiously. And tampering with time is a capital offense, punishable by immediate erasure. Your future self dared defy temporal law. Beerus thundered, incensed. Do you grasp how a single temporal deviation spawns an entire parallel universe? His fury crackled like storm lightning. Well, Lord Beerus, you did neglect your duties entirely, which led to precisely this outcome, Whis observed mildly. Bulma, unaware her time machine's implications ran so deep, hastily smoothed things over. Oh, come now, this all happened long ago, and honestly, we had no idea. Though furious, Beerus acknowledged his own culpability, and issued Bulma a stern, unequivocal edict. Under no circumstances was she ever to develop a time machine again. Having finished speaking, Frieza completed his transformation, radiating a golden light with an elegant posture yet concealing immense power. Goku beside him was ecstatic, astonished that Frieza could cultivate to such strength. What do you think? I have named this form Golden Frieza. How do you like it? The king's face was filled with a confident glow. Goku nodded, praising. Frieza, you truly are a genius. It's hard to believe that after all our cultivation we have only reached this level, while you have effortlessly attained it. Since that's the case, I will also show you my full power. Ha! A radiant blue light enveloped Goku's entire body, and then his long hair unexpectedly shrank back. As the light dissipated, his ultra-blue form revealed itself. What is this? Piccolo's face remained as green as ever. It's too powerful, Dad. This power feels like it's on a different dimension. With just a glance I wouldn't be able to move. Gohan exclaimed in shock. How strong does Goku need to be? This is terrifying. The god of Tea trembled. This must be the god of Super Saiyans. Such a realm is indeed frightening. Krillin spoke with a quavering voice. Looking at Frieza's grim expression, Goku chuckled. So Frieza, do you still want to fight? You filthy monkey, don't underestimate me. A shrill voice erupted from Frieza, who, as if breaking through defenses, unleashed countless energy blasts at Goku, employing the prince's combat style. Soon the spot where Goku stood was engulfed in a massive cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Goku stood unharmed before Golden Frieza. At this moment Goku's strength was not less than Frieza's, perhaps even slightly stronger. After Frieza's barrage, Goku suddenly appeared less than 30 centimeters from Frieza, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza reacted quickly, gathering energy in his stomach. Though in pain, he awakened his ferocity, landing a kick to Goku's waist. The two fought as if they were machines, exchanging injuries without regard for pain. Both had soon sustained injuries. Frieza kicked Goku away, then swiftly moved beside him, delivering another kick to Goku's abdomen. Frieza's face was filled with a cruel expression, then he moved above Goku, grabbing his hair and delivering a flying knee strike to Goku's waist. However, Goku caught it with both hands, his energy surging as he attempted to push Frieza away. Yet Frieza quickly wrapped his tail around Goku's arm, binding both of Goku's arms. Now in a passive position, Goku found it difficult to break free. For some reason, Frieza's physical strength was incredibly powerful. Goku, being clever, realized Frieza was trying to pull him closer with his tail. In that instant, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha, hitting Frieza squarely. Frieza struck, let out a scream, and released his tail. Goku seized the opportunity, launching another massive Kamehameha. With no way to evade, Frieza hastily fired a wave of energy, but it was insufficient to block Goku's full-powered attack, ultimately getting hit by the Kamehameha, though its power was considerably diminished. Having taken 2 Kamehamehas, Frieza was significantly injured, while Goku was also bruised in many places. The two continued to battle in the air, but for some reason Frieza's physical defense was terrifyingly high. Each time Goku struck this guy, it felt like there was an invisible barrier reducing the damage. Realizing this, Goku decided not to clash with him head-on anymore, opting instead to utilize ki blasts in a guerrilla-style fight. Indeed, Frieza's absolute power was not stronger than Goku's. Frieza, being toyed with by Goku, immediately began to lose his temper. While Frieza was trying to figure out how to counter Goku's Hitandran tactics, Goku had already left several afterimages in the air, hiding his true self on a mountain below Frieza and unleashing a Kamehameha from an instant transmission, leaving Frieza disoriented. Frieza, falling into the sea, took a long time to emerge, his face devoid of any expression with only madness in his eyes. Frieza revealed a crazy smile, saying, "Filthy monkey, I will make you regret this completely. I will tear you to shreds, Ice Demon." Frieza clenched his hands, reminiscent of the time he killed Krillin, and even Goku found himself unable to move. The Ice Demon clan seems to be born with a supernatural ability to control others, but Frieza's power stems from absorbing the essence of all his ancestors' corpses. The icy layer on his body was also learned from absorbing that essence, which is why Frieza could grow so rapidly. He absorbed the innate ice crystals of the ancestral land of the ice demons, allowing him to fully assimilate all the essence from the corpses and transform it into his own bloodline, purifying it to the utmost. This significantly increased Frieza's potential, enabling him to easily achieve his golden Frieza form. Though the cost was the extinction of the ice demons, Frieza did not care. At this moment, Goku was completely frozen except for his head. His eyes were dull and lifeless, his spirit tormented by the demonic assault. "Goku!" echoed several voices in shock. Frieza, now laughing with delight, arrogantly declared, "Don't worry, he will soon be tortured to death. After that it will be your turn, won't it, Vegeta?" Vegeta watched Kakarot, who was sealed, hesitating on whether to save him, yet Frieza's words turned out to be disgustingly self-deprecating. Vegeta clapped his hands and cheered. "Indeed, King Frieza is as formidable as ever, unstoppable in his might. Oh, it seems Vegeta is sending me a signal. Did you not say before that you would kill me?" Frieza, thinking Vegeta was afraid, began to mock him further. "However, I, Lord Frieza, am magnanimous. If you kneel and bow your head to me, I might spare your life." Frieza looked at Vegeta with amusement. "I think King Frieza's proposal is splendid. If you bow your head twice, I will spare your life." "What? You seek death?" Upon hearing this, Frieza's eyes turned cold, and 2 beams of light shot from his fingers toward Vegeta. Vegeta instantly transformed into Ultra Blue, quickly dodging and delivering a kick that sent Frieza soaring into the air. With both hands together, he transformed them into a massive hammer, slamming down into Frieza's abdomen, shattering the ice layer on Frieza's surface and heavily injuring him. Frieza was caught off guard, nearly fainting from the impact. Vegeta instantly moved to Kakarot's side, casting a recovery spell on him. Kakarot's body healed, but his eyes remained vacant. Vegeta then simulated a soul recovery spell, clearing the demon from Kakarot's soul, and Goku awakened. Frieza, lying on the ground, saw this scene and spat out a mouthful of blood in anger. Frieza realized that he might be defeated today. Even Vegeta possessed such immense power. Filled with despair, Frieza prepared to take everyone down with him. Frieza was already contemplating taking these wild monkeys down with him. Even with Vegeta's immense strength, the odds were against him, especially now that he had suffered severe injuries. Escaping was impossible. Even if the Sun family were willing to let him go, Vegeta would not spare him. "Kakarot, I can't believe you were defeated by Frieza. You've truly disappointed me," Vegeta sneered. Goku chuckled foolishly in response, saying, "I didn't expect Frieza to be this strong and to possess such peculiar skills. Thank you for your help, Vegeta." Frieza dares to mock me. "I merely saved you out of convenience," Vegeta said proudly. "Vegeta, how did you help me recover? I was struck by Frieza's attack and felt my body freeze, my soul descending into boundless darkness with dozens of demons swirling in my mind. That attack from Frieza was truly terrifying," Goku exclaimed. Frieza must have learned that strange technique from somewhere. We can't let him escape, otherwise that guy is truly frightening now. Having said that, Vegeta prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Frieza. Frieza had just begun to recover, but Vegeta's strike had been too severe and he couldn't maintain his golden form. Frieza thought the best plan was to destroy this planet. Self-destruction might not kill these monkeys, but if he destroyed the planet, everyone else would bury with him. Frieza, how did you become so powerful? Goku and Vegeta instantly arrived at Frieza's location. Goku asked while Vegeta looked down at Frieza with a condescending gaze. How could you filthy monkeys understand the legacy of my frozen demon ancestors? After all, I destroyed your planet, Vegeta. As for now, I will destroy Earth too. Frieza laughed wickedly, then went into a frenzy. Lying in the deep pit, Frieza raised his hands, gathering immense power. With this strike, Earth would definitely be shattered. Just as Frieza was about to slam down to the ground, he suddenly felt his concentrated destructive power vanish. In fact, Frieza couldn't feel his hands anymore. With a loud thud, both of his hands fell to the ground and Frieza's body was split in half. Frieza looked at Vegeta in horror, realizing that in that brief moment Vegeta had used an acceleration technique to manifest energy into a sword, instantly severing Frieza's body and hands while also cutting off Frieza's suicidal thoughts. Frieza was utterly despaired, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Whis, let's go back. Beerus yawned and called Whis to leave. This revenge had resulted in Frieza's complete defeat, rendering it meaningless. Vegeta-san, Goku-san, make sure to bring some delicious food next time you visit the God of Destruction. Whis called out as he prepared to leave, indifferent to how Frieza was dealt with. Seeing Beerus leave, Frieza's last hope was extinguished. Just as he was about to self-destruct, he heard Goku say to Vegeta, Vegeta, why not let Frieza go this time? Frieza has become so powerful in such a short time. I am looking forward to our next battle. Just thinking about it excites me, making my blood boil. Goku said excitedly. This was Goku's old habit. He had let Vegeta go before, and had also spared Frieza in the past. Now he was preparing to let Frieza go again. Vegeta scolded. Kakarot, has your brain frozen, silly? I have already prepared a defense against Frieza's attack. I won't fall for it again. Having such a strong opponent like Frieza is exactly the motivation we need for our training, Goku replied. But what if he ambushes Earth again? Vegeta countered. He won't come back. The great Frieza will not return. Nearby, Sorbet rushed over, rolling and crawling. Lord Vegeta, please let Lord Frieza go. Frieza has finally been revived and his army is already suffering heavy casualties. He can't care about anything else, he just hopes Frieza can survive so that the Frieza force still has a chance. Otherwise he would be done for. Filthy monkeys, who said you could show mercy? Lord Frieza cannot be humiliated by you. Frieza lay weakly on the ground, his body in two parts, but his mouth remained defiant. Looking at Frieza's miserable state, Vegeta couldn't help but laugh, returning to his normal self. Frieza's pride was hurt far more than last time. With Frieza as a pressure, beyond being wary of him ambushing Earth, there were indeed other benefits. It could raise vigilance and help Gohan, Goten, and Trunks develop their combat awareness. Otherwise it would be ridiculous if their descendants lacked fighting power. Vegeta actually cared about the Saiyan legacy becoming strong. He always considered himself a prince and felt a sense of responsibility. Hey, take Frieza away and don't come back to Earth again, Goku said. Sorbet hurriedly took Frieza's dismembered body and left Earth. Kakarot, if something goes wrong you'll be responsible for it. Although Vegeta had tacitly allowed Frieza to leave, Kakarot still annoyed him. Yeah, I need to return to the God of Destruction's realm and continue training with Whis, otherwise I might be surpassed by Frieza, Goku said with a determined look. You go ahead. He'll stay on Earth to train for a while. Vegeta had already made up his mind. He wanted to develop Super Saiyan Blue to the extreme, comprehending the divine power of the Super Saiyan God. Whis had already pointed him in the right direction. He could train there. Moreover, staying on Earth could prevent Frieza from ambushing. Why, Vegeta? Goku scratched his head in confusion, asking. We train much faster in the God of Destruction's realm. Their sparring always led to inexplicable rapid improvements. This was also why Goku wanted Vegeta to train with him in the God of Destruction's realm. This mess you caused, you let Frieza go. I need to stay on Earth to guard it and teach Goten and Trunks. Those two kids have great potential. Very well then. Earth is in your hands. I'll head back to greet Gohan and Shishi. I'll come to find you tomorrow morning and you can take me to the God of Destruction's realm then. Goku waved goodbye. Vegeta was speechless. This guy wasn't just thick-skinned but also had a one-track mind. He could be resolute about certain matters while also being a genius in training with an acute sense of battle. Whis was right. Although he was strong, his battle instinct was not as sharp as Kakarot's. Kakarot completely enjoyed fighting, sometimes even engaging in battle without thinking, yet he always managed to find the correct battle strategy. He thought too much while fighting, but Vegeta also enjoyed that feeling. Because if one fought purely based on instinct, what was the difference from a robot? Vegeta took Bulma and the others back home. The next day Wukong brought Wutien along, and the two waited in the courtyard of the Vegeta family. Soon Trunks ran out, and upon seeing Wutien said cheerfully, "Wutien, I heard from my dad that you're coming to stay at my house for a while." "Yes, my dad told my mom that Frieza is still alive and that I should train with your dad for a while. Since it's summer vacation, my mom agreed," Wutien replied happily. After all, Trunks lived in a big city which was much better than his own home. In fact, it had been years since the battle with Majin Buu, and both of them had started to grow. Trunks was now 12 years old and Wutien was 11. In the animation, the two children looked just like they did back then, which is truly amusing. Trunks was born in the year 766 of the age of the universe, while Wutien was a year younger, and now it was the year 778. "Why hasn't Brother Gohan come?" Trunks asked. "He's at home taking care of the kids," Wutien replied. At that moment Vegeta walked out and Wukong looked at Vegeta. "Let's go, Kakarot." With that the two left Earth. Watching them disappear in an instant, Wutien said, "Instant transmission is so cool. Trunks, do you think Uncle Vegeta will teach us this technique?" Trunks nodded. "I'll get my dad to teach us. Once we master this technique, we can sneak out to play." The two little guys then ran off to Capsule Corporation to have fun. At this time there were two unexpected guests in the God of Destruction realm, Kampa and Beerus, who met Whis. Whis also went to call Beerus, and just then Wukong and Vegeta suddenly appeared. The two sides looked at each other, staring wide-eyed. Kampa asked bluntly, "Hey, who are you two?" Vegeta and Wukong were still discussing. "This guy looks like Lord Beerus, just a bit fatter, and that woman over there seems to resemble Whis." "What are you two talking about?" Kampa overheard the word fat and immediately became furious, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to teach these two a lesson. "Kampa, what are you doing here?" A languid voice came from Beerus, who was accompanied by Whis. Beerus, who are these two? When did your God of Destruction realm allow mortals to enter?" Kampa smirked sarcastically. "When did the affairs of my seventh universe become your concern?" Beerus showed no interest in Kampa. "Lord Beerus, who are these two? They look like a fatter version of you." Wukong leaned closer to Beerus and whispered, "What? You dare say I'm fat?" Kampa glared angrily, ready to strike. Beerus narrowed his eyes. "Kampa, do you want to fight? You are indeed fat, and my Saiyans say you are fat, isn't that correct? When can the God of Destruction of your sixth universe act in my seventh universe? It seems like you want to challenge me." Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both able to see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Kampa also paused and said, "I know these two Saiyans, they are the ones I fought before." As soon as he finished speaking, Kampa suddenly felt something was off and covered his mouth. "Are you saying that you've been watching my battle with them all along? So you've been in my seventh universe for a long time?" Beerus revealed a terrifying expression. Kampa, however, was unbothered, saying, "I was just passing by." Kampa refuses to admit it. "You better tell me what you came to the seventh universe for." Beerus remained serious. If you want to know, then let's have a match," Kampa retorted. "I'm not afraid of you." Beerus stood his ground. This confrontation surprised Wukong and Vegeta, thinking that the two gods of destruction were about to fight. At that moment Whis spoke up. "Don't worry, Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa often have matches, it's just a food competition." Beerus and Kampa brought out delicacies to start the competition, and indeed in the end Kampa lost. Kampa mentioned the Super Dragon Balls, which shocked Vegeta. Upon careful sensing, he confirmed that the Super Dragon Balls that had been floating in the universe had disappeared. "You came to my seventh universe just to search for the Super Dragon Balls. Don't you have them in your own universe?" Beerus asked. "Of course, searching for the Dragon Balls has its purpose. To be honest, I have already found 6 of them." Kampa laughed heartily, then turned serious. "Beerus, let's have a match. Whoever wins can use the Dragon Balls. How about that?" "It seems you really want to compete with me, Beerus. Do you have that kind of strength?" Beerus sneered. I'm not here to compete with you. Let's each send out 5 representatives from our universes. Whoever wins gets the qualification to search for the 7th Dragon Ball. What do you say?" "I have searched both the 6th and 7th universes and couldn't find it. Otherwise, how would it be your turn, Beerus?" Kampa was quite confident, having spent so much time in the 7th universe and having traversed it, but he hadn't seen many strong individuals. The top fighters of the 6th universe were definitely stronger than those in the 7th universe, and Beerus was too lazy, always sleeping. "Do you think your 6th universe is stronger than my 7th universe?" Beerus was indignant, roaring with raised fists. In fact, Kampa truly believed that, laughing, he said, "Isn't that so? You, Beerus, can't possibly compare your 2 Saiyans with my 6th universe. I have heard that Frieza from your universe died over a decade ago, and recently Majin Buu has also died. What remains in your universe is nothing but rotten fish and shrimp." "Hey Lord Kampa, we are not weak." Wukong stood up. Though he didn't know the strength of the 6th universe, he was very excited to hear that Kampa wanted to gather people to compete in the 7th universe, showing no fear at all. "That's right, our Saiyans in my universe are definitely stronger than yours. Since you want to compete, then tell us the rules. I accept this match." Beerus also laughed. Kampa clearly didn't understand the situation. Seeing that Beerus agreed, Kampa couldn't help but smile. "Very well, since that's the case, let's each send 5 representatives from our universes, and the time set for 2 months later at the chaotic flow between our universes. How about that?" "No problem, 5 people only. No knockout rounds are fine. No potions allowed. Falling off the stage or losing your head counts as a loss. If someone accidentally kills, then that party is deemed to have lost, and the remaining matches won't be held." Beerus didn't waste words. The two directly decided on the match between the 6th and 7th universes. "Lord Beerus, I think we should add a rule. Only civilized intelligent species should participate, otherwise the competition will lose its quality and disgrace our universe," Vegeta suddenly proposed. "That's right, the 6th universe seems to have many monsters. How should we evaluate that? How about Whis and Beerus arrange a written test?" On the way back, Bados asked Xiangpa, "Lord Xiangpa, why set the time for 2 months later? Isn't that a bit too soon? Those 2 Saiyans are formidable, transforming into great apes. Besides, Hit, no one on our side can match them. Even Hit might lose if he faces them in succession." Bados analyzed. Since just finding them and traveling would take nearly a month, she felt staying in the God of Destruction's realm for a month wouldn't increase their strength, let alone fighting those 2 Saiyans. "I naturally understand. That arrogant fellow Beerus would never expect that upon my return I would first find Hit, and the others, then take them to the ancient god space for a month of training. Let's see how Beerus contends with me this time." Although Xiangpa appeared foolish, he was not entirely without intelligence. The ancient god space. "I never expected Lord Xiangpa would make an exception to allow mortals to enter." Bados exclaimed. "The ancient god space, training there for a month is equivalent to a year outside, and there are no restrictions. From this one can see the miraculous nature of the hyperbolic time chamber. Although everyone has time limits, for those who are slightly stronger it becomes negligible." Xiangpa laughed triumphantly. This time he would surely defeat Beerus. He could finally win over Beerus. In the 7th universe, in the God of Destruction's realm, Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis were discussing. Goku asked Lord Beerus, "Do you have any candidates yet?" Beerus glanced at Goku. "Whis, what do you think?" "Lord Beerus, there are many strong fighters on Earth, and Frieza isn't dead either," Whis said. "You let Frieza go?" Beerus was surprised. Vegeta snorted. "It's all Kakarot's fault." Goku chuckled. "Look, if Frieza participates in this competition, our chances of winning increase, and Buu is also quite powerful. So that makes 4 participants." "Just right, I also have a candidate on my side. Let's settle it like this." Beerus nodded. "Lord Beerus, who is it? It must be someone impressive to catch your eye." "Can I have a match?" Goku said excitedly. "No way. That guy Xiangpa may not know why he suddenly challenged us, but perhaps a powerful fighter has emerged in their universe. You all need to train hard in these 2 months, otherwise I will destroy you, including Earth," Beerus warned. "No problem. Vegeta, are you going back?" With the sudden turn of events, Goku thought Vegeta should train with him in the God of Destruction's realm. Frieza was likely still recovering from his injuries. After some thought, Vegeta decided to return, saying, "Well, I'll go back. When the time comes, I'll bring Buu with me." Thus Vegeta returned to Earth and informed Buu about the situation, but Buu showed little interest. In the end, Vegeta found Satan and told him there was an urgent situation, and Buu agreed. By the time Vegeta returned to Capsule Corporation, it was already late, so he informed Trunks and Goten to come for training in the morning. What Vegeta didn't realize was that ever since he learned instant transmission, he had been running around, which made him worry about his friends and family, prompting him to think about teaching the younger generation. Of course, Vegeta was unaware of this. He just felt that it was unacceptable for a Saiyan not to be able to fight. The next morning, Vegeta, Trunks, Goten, and Bulma were having breakfast. Vegeta revealed a shocking matter that the 6th universe and 7th universe were about to compete. It was the first time they heard that there were other universes, and Vegeta mentioned that the sixth universe seemed to have Saiyans as well, and he would take them to see. Dad, is it just you and Uncle Goku going to compete? Will the God of Destruction participate? Where will the competition be held? Trunks asked inquisitively. In this competition, each universe sends 5 participants. The God of Destruction does not participate. It will be me, Kakarot, Frieza, and 1 from Beerus' side, totaling 5. I heard the competition will be held in the chaos turbulence space. Vegeta said. Dad, are the Saiyans over there very evil? Trunks brought up an uncomfortable topic. Yeah, indeed. Goten also wanted to know. We Saiyans are just battle-hungry. It seems today I need to let you two experience how Saiyans educate their children. Vegeta's face nearly turned green with anger. Alright, Vegeta, don't scare those two. Bulma advised, then turned to Vegeta. Since we encountered the God of Destruction, our opponents now include other universes. It's necessary to train the children, otherwise it would be too dangerous. Bulma's thinking was quite progressive and forward-looking. Vegeta nodded, then took the 2 little ones into the training room to start their training while Bulma tidied up the dining table and went to work. The 2 kids were sparring in the gravity chamber, and after a while they called out that they were tired. Vegeta was quite ruthless, directly applying the Saiyan method of educating children and giving the 2 kids a good lesson. Having such powerful energy within without training and not utilizing it is a waste of talent. Vegeta was very strict. Vegeta also laid out a specific training regimen for them, ultimately teaching them the principles of Spirito's usage as well as continually teaching them combat methods and experiences. While they were training, Goku was also training in the God of Destruction's realm. Beerus and Whis had left the God of Destruction's realm. Beerus went directly to Frieza's recovery place, passing by a planet, and then picking up a passerby Manaka to head to Frieza's location, where Whis joked with Beerus not to trip over himself. Upon arriving at the location where Frieza's army's spaceship was docked, they appeared directly in Frieza's healing chamber. Because his body had been severed, the medical staff put in a lot of effort to reconnect it, and they were currently in the final stages of the surgery. Hey, who are you? The alarm sounded as the guards in the operating room discovered Beerus and Whis. With a wave of his hand, Beerus made everyone except Frieza disappear from the spaceship. The poor Frieza army was thus annihilated. Whis. Beerus gestured for Whis to restore Frieza's injuries. Soon after, Frieza also awoke. Beerus told him to participate in the competition. Initially, Frieza was reluctant to participate alongside Saiyans, but upon hearing Beerus mention that the 6th universe might also have Saiyans which he would handle, Frieza immediately agreed. Nearly 2 months passed and Vegeta trained with the children every day, especially teaching them how to use Spirito. He himself gained a deeper understanding of Spirito and utilized it more freely, perfectly mastering the super blue energy and reducing the burden on his body. Vegeta felt that what he lacked now was the accumulation of the super blue realm. This realm was truly unfathomable, and Vegeta believed there was still considerable room for improvement. Facing the upcoming match, Vegeta was filled with fighting spirit. Even if Kakarot trained in the God of Destruction realm for 2 months, it might not surpass his progress over the past month. The mastery of Spiritito made his divine energy flow even more smoothly. Let's go, we're heading to the God of Destruction realm. Vegeta led Goten, Trunks, Bulma, and Buu directly to the God of Destruction realm. Beerus and Whis were currently sipping tea while watching Goku foolishly practice his punches, showing no concern for the impending competition between the 6th and 7th universes. Swish. Vegeta and his group appeared in the God of Destruction realm. Hey Vegeta, you guys are here. Goku was the first to notice and greeted them. Vegeta nodded while the others were in awe of the God of Destruction realm. It was their first time here and they found it quite spectacular. So this is the God of Destruction realm. How magnificent! The 2 excited little kids, Buu included, were looking around curiously. Vegeta, you and Whis go fetch Frieza, please. Beerus said. Whis nodded. Vegetation will need your instant transmission. Vegeta replied that it was no problem. With Whis' guidance, Vegeta appeared directly on planet Freeze, where Frieza was still in meditation. Frieza loathed the 2 Saiyans but currently couldn't do anything about them. He was also contemplating how to torment the Saiyans from the 6th universe in the upcoming match to heal his wounded spirit. Swish. Vegeta and Whis appeared beside Frieza, who immediately showed a hateful glare upon seeing Vegeta. Oh, isn't this the esteemed Lord Frieza hiding in such a grand palace to lick his wounds? Before Frieza could speak, Vegeta mocked him. Frieza's expression changed as he prepared to explode with anger, but then he rolled his eyes and calmed down, returning to his previously courteous demeanor, speaking in a tone as calm as water. Vegetation, if you wish, my palace is still in need of a servant to serve tea and water. Frieza wore a fake smile hiding his malice. Seeing the tension between the two, Whis quickly intervened. Alright, Vegetation Frieza-san, let's head to the God of Destruction realm. We shouldn't keep Lord Beerus waiting. Frieza-san, please place your hand on my shoulder. Vegetation, let's go. Vegeta also regretted coming to fetch Frieza. Just seeing this guy made him feel nauseous. Thankfully, he wasn't grabbing onto him. He hurried away, or he might have thrown up. In the next instant, the three appeared in the God of Destruction realm. Beerus stood up and signaled to Whis. When Whis appeared again, Monaka followed behind him. Monaka had been in the God of Destruction realm for the past 2 months, but had been deliberately kept away from Goku by Beerus. Beerus waved his hand and everyone gathered around him. Now that everyone is here, let's go. The group then took Whis' flying carpet. The atmosphere was quite peculiar. Vegeta glared at Frieza with an unhappy expression. Frieza glared at Goku with hatred. Goku looked at Monaka with excitement, and Monaka stared at Buu completely dumbfounded. Earlier, Buu had played with the two little kids and magically turned something into chocolate cookies, which utterly shocked Monaka. Before long, they entered the chaotic flow of the universe. With a wave of Whis' staff, a barrier enveloped everyone. The chaotic flow meant certain death for anyone lacking great power. Even Goku and Vegeta in Super Blue form had to be cautious. Within the chaotic flow there were also some planets, but more were asteroids. After flying for about 2 minutes, a planet appeared ahead. This planet was made of an unknown material, remaining intact in the chaotic flow, though its surface was covered in many scratches, revealing an orange ground. What is this? The Super Dragon Balls. Vegeta sensed it immediately and spoke up. He had only seen one type of planet with Spiritito, which was the Super Dragon Balls. No wonder Zuno only pointed out 3 Super Dragon Balls and Kampa only found 6. It turned out one was in the chaotic flow. It's no surprise that Kampa couldn't find this Dragon Ball. Generally, they traveled to other universes through space portals opened by angels, who would take the time to venture into the chaotic flow. What? The Super Dragon Balls? Vegeta, are you sure? Beerus asked in surprise. Absolutely, this is definitely the Super Dragon Balls. Only the Super Dragon Balls possess Spiritito, Vegeta replied. Great. Whis, let's land on this planet and wait for Kampa and the others to arrive, Beerus said. So they waited on this planet for over 10 minutes until Kampa came flying over with a group. The planet had already been shielded by Whis, so everyone felt perfectly comfortable. Upon seeing Kampa's arrival, Beerus waved his hand. Whis, Bardos. Kampa also waved his hand. The two angels quickly built a stage on site. In less than a minute, a massive arena was set up featuring large portraits of Kampa and Beerus on either side. Soon the complete venue was arranged. Kampa also brought in the referee, collected the information of both teams, and went off to prepare for the drawing lots. It seems your contestants aren't very strong, are they, Beerus? Kampa glanced at Monaka and said with a smile towards Beerus. Beerus chose not to argue and waited quietly for the match to begin. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the others were observing the contestants from the 6th universe. At the forefront was hit a tall figure with purple skin dressed in a long leather coat, which indeed attracted everyone's attention. Frieza's eyes brightened upon seeing that they had indeed brought Saiyans, and even 2 of them. One was shorter and slender. The other had a height and build similar to Goku's. Frieza burst into laughter because aside from the purple guy, the others were definitely no match for him. Using the word definite reflected Frieza's absolute confidence. Vegeta and the others noticed Frieza's unusual behavior and saw the 2 Saiyans across from them. The 2 Saiyans were also staring at Goku and Vegeta with their tails behind them, making the 2 Saiyans frown. They then waved at Goku and Vegeta as a greeting. Goku was not as cold as Vegeta. He approached the 6th universe's resting area and loudly said, "You guys are also Saiyans, right? I'm Goku from the 7th universe." Seeing Goku like this, Vegeta walked over to chat as well. "Hello, I'm Gabe and this is our Saiyan King Shirata." Gabe first introduced his 2 companions, and then smiled, extending his hand. Goku also reached out his hand, looking at King Shirata with surprise. "So you're the king of the 6th universe Saiyans? Vegeta is also a prince." Goku pointed at Vegeta, who exchanged a glance with King Shirata, both seeming to share a cold demeanor, remaining silent. Suddenly Frieza also approached. As it turned out, he was attracted by the Frost from the opposing team. The two began chatting, and then, sharing a similar sense of humor, burst into similar smiles. The 6th universe also had another contestant, the yellow bear Baamo. Seeing that Prince Vegeta and King Salad did not speak, he couldn't help but glance at the other, both exuding an indescribable aura. Gabe smiled and said to Goku, "Prince Vegeta and our King Salad are indeed quite similar." Gabe continued. By the way, King Salad was also called over in a hurry by Lord Kampa. Goku asked. No, it's just that King Salad is quite busy. He originally wasn't supposed to participate in this competition, but during Lord Kampa's special training, Mr. Otamagata was scolded by Lord Kampa and ran away, so King Salad was called in at the last minute. King Salad was originally maintaining the security of the energy tower system, but when Lord Kampa directly approached him, he could not decline, and came over intending to return immediately after the match. Gabe looked at King Salad with admiration. Otamagata, this iron lump, was also a scrap metal after being scolded. During Lord Kampa's special training, he often cursed at these people. The emotionally fragile Otamagata gave up, which angered Kampa to seek out King Salad and promised to support the Saiyans' peacekeeping tasks in the future, which is why King Salad agreed. Ah, you are the good side. I thought you were as evil as the Saiyans from our universe. Goku exclaimed in surprise. Lord Kampa even gave you special training. Nearby, Lord Kampa heard Gabe mention the special training and shouted, Hey, the match has started, no more chatting. Kampa's face turned green with anger. He was about to be scolded by Beerus for being unchivalrous. Indeed, Beerus roared angrily. Kampa! How dare you give special training to your universe's contestants? Beerus flew in front of Kampa. You shameless guy, are you feeling intimidated by the strength of my universe? Kampa, furious, retorted. You can train your universe's contestants too. There's no rule against training contestants. Beerus was enraged and wanted to duel Kampa right then. At that moment, a bell rang and the voice of the referee echoed. Please have the contestants from each universe come up to draw lots. Beerus shot a fierce glare at Kampa. I'll settle this with you later. Beerus still had confidence in Goku and Vegeta's strength. The drawing rules stated that the number drawn would be the order of appearance. Goku drew number 1, Vegeta number 2, Frieza number 3, Bu number 4, and Monaka number 5. From the 6th universe, Batama was the first to appear, Frost was 2nd, Gabe 3rd, King Salad 4th, and Hit 5th. Goku was very excited to be the first to compete against the experts from other universes. It was truly a delightful opportunity, and he hoped they wouldn't disappoint him. Now please welcome contestant Batama from the 6th universe and contestant Son Goku from the 7th universe to the stage. Let us look forward to the thrilling battle they will bring in the first match. The host shouted loudly from below the arena with a microphone. Goku jumped onto the arena while Batamo slowly approached. With a villainous grin, Batamo charged directly at Goku without saying a word. His massive size was surprisingly agile. Seeing his opponent charge at him, Goku was startled, and quickly jumped aside, exclaiming, Hey, why did you start attacking without saying anything? That's so rude. Goku looked at the large bear with displeasure. The big bear sneered contemptuously, and continued his relentless assault. For a moment Goku found himself a bit flustered. As Batamo finished a series of quick punches and turned around with a sweeping kick, Goku swiftly moved to the other side of the arena. I didn't expect you to be so agile despite your large size. After attacking for so long, it should be my turn now. As soon as Goku finished speaking, he appeared in front of Batamo, and delivered a heavy punch directly to Batama's face. Batamo let out a cry, stumbling back a few steps, covering his face. But Goku had no intention of stopping. He swiftly moved behind Batamo, and unleashed another powerful strike, hitting Batamo on the head. Batamo's body was sent crashing into the arena, and Goku directly pulled him out, intending to throw him, but Batamo grabbed Goku's tail, thwarting his plan. Goku had no choice but to punch Batamo in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground wailing. How can this Saiyan be so strong? Kampa exclaimed in surprise. Bardos explained from the side. The power within this Saiyan seems incredibly strong, just as we predicted. Batamo is in bad luck encountering him. Fortunately, I had Hit and the others trained for a while. I think this guy's power is about the same as Gabe's, even weaker than Frost's. Kampa knew Batamo was doomed to lose. Seeing Batamo crouching on the ground holding his stomach and groaning, Goku unleashed a powerful blow that sent Batamo flying off the arena. Contestant Son Goku from the 7th universe wins, the referee declared directly. Daddy Uncle is amazing. Goten and Trunks cheered as a makeshift cheering team. Goku rubbed his nose on the stage and looked at the next contestant, which was Frost from the 6th universe. At that moment, Frost, after Lord Kampa's training, was in his final form. He jumped onto the stage and politely greeted Goku, expressing admiration for the Saiyans as good heroes of justice. Goku also explained that the Saiyans from his universe were not like those from the 6th universe, wishing they could be as righteous. Then the two struck their poses, and seeing each other's momentum, Goku realized that he wouldn't be able to handle him in his normal state, so he transformed into Super Saiyan. Frost watched as golden flames erupted from Goku's body, and his hair and eyes changed color. Momentarily stunned, he asked, What? Aren't you supposed to transform into a great ape? Goku explained. We no longer need to transform into great apes, we are now Super Saiyans. What? Kampa, Gabe, and King Salad gasped in astonishment. Hey, can someone explain what's going on here? Kampa was a bit flustered. This exceeded their expectations. The Super Saiyan is a legendary form of our Saiyan race, a supreme form that maintains world peace. Our Saiyans have not appeared in this form for thousands of years. King Salad finally spoke. Even he was astonished by the Super Saiyan, witnessing it for the first time, filled with awe and a bit of excitement. What? The seventh universe can actually produce the legendary Super Saiyan? Kampa said, fiercely, feeling disgruntled that his universe hadn't produced any while Beerus's universe was the first to do so. Damn it, Frost, take down the Super Saiyan! Xiangpa shouted. Frost, having regained his composure, was clearly aware of the legend surrounding the Super Saiyan. Goku, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, paid no mind to the situation and charged at Frost, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Frost struggled to defend himself, his arms nearly going numb from Goku's immense power. As Goku continued his relentless assault, Frost appeared flustered, yet his breathing remained steady. Goku sensed that Frost might not be fighting at full strength, so he stated, "You must have more power than this. If you don't show it, I might just send you flying." Goku paused, and Frost, with a gentlemanly smile, replied, "I'm afraid that if I unleash my full strength, I might lose control and accidentally harm you." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Frost's eyes. "Unleash your full power, I welcome it," Goku anticipated. "Very well, as you wish." Frost began to release his aura, his form gradually expanding. Soon he matched Goku's size, his muscles defined and appearing immensely powerful. Frost let out a sharp shout, and the piercing voice of the Ice Demon race echoed. Then, like a rocket, he shot towards Goku, leaving a massive scar on the arena floor. Boom! Their fists collided, creating a tremendous spatial ripple as golden flames enveloped them. Goku roared in anger, and Frost soared into the sky, delivering a crushing kick. Goku blocked with his arms and then rebounded, allowing Frost to perform a backflip and unleash a whip-like kick that struck Goku, forcing him to retreat a few steps. "Not bad for strength," Goku remarked, looking at Frost. Goku admired Frost at that moment. The current Frost was on an entirely different level compared to the past Frieza. With both at full power, Frost was clearly far superior to the Frieza of old, having rapidly advanced under the guidance of the God of Destruction. Goku, now a Super Saiyan, was not the same as before, and with his significantly enhanced base strength, the fact that Frost could still hold his ground against him was a testament to his power. Excited, Goku charged at Frost again. It was evident that Goku's energy was rising while Frost's offensive weakened as he gradually shifted to defense. Frost realized that if things continued like this, he would inevitably lose. With a steely gaze, he took advantage of Goku blocking his punch and shot a small poison needle from his arm, hitting Goku directly, who was clearly unaware and fell victim to the attack. The God of Destruction and the angel in attendance clearly noticed this. With their power, if they failed to detect this, what use would they have as gods? Before Whis could speak, Beerus said, "Let's wait and see. If that was an artificial poison needle, it'll eliminate him right away. If it's a natural toxin from his body, then Goku has only himself to blame for being careless. This guy is truly disappointing." Whis nodded. When the rules were set, they mentioned whether weapons could be used, including poisons and hidden weapons. But a battle is a battle. If weapons cannot be used relying solely on physical combat, how does that relate to the civilized races that Vegeta speaks of having intelligence? Weapons are also part of strength. Some races inherently rely on poisons and hidden weapons for survival. Would you dare say they are not strong? Thus, the unified rule states that artificial toxins or potions may not be used, as they undermine the spirit of the battle. Indeed, just as Goku was about to get serious, he suddenly returned to his normal state, losing all his strength and being sent flying by Frost. "Thank you?" Frost feigned politeness. The referee was about to speak when Whis' voice rang out. "Wait, we need to check." Seeing this, Battles knew there was no escaping it, so he flew over, hoping that Frost truly had a natural poison needle. Whis and Battles conducted a thorough examination and indeed found a tiny poison needle embedded in Goku's hand. The needle was exceptionally small, crafted with advanced technology, making it nearly undetectable to the average person. After deliberation, the two angels ruled that Frost was at fault, allowing Goku to retain his eligibility and continue fighting. The sudden turn of events left Frost in a panic. He had used a needle that even high-tech equipment couldn't detect. How could it be discovered? Frost realized that his clever trick was nothing but a joke before these powerful beings. "Xiangpa, is this the extent of your universe's abilities? Shouldn't you explain this to me?" Beerus rose, his expression indifferent as he locked onto Frost. Xiangpa face flushed with anger, ready to eliminate Frost when Goku spoke again. Lord Beerus, Lord Xiangpa, can I finish my match with Frost? Although Frost used underhanded tactics, I also admit I was too careless. If there truly is poison in Frost, I would undoubtedly suffer a great loss. Seeing Goku's foolishness, Beerus felt embarrassed. He could have used this incident to destroy Frost outright, but Goku, that foolish idiot, just had to say that. How could he undermine Xiangpa's authority? Frost, seeing this, began to plead. Yes, Lord Xiangpa, please spare me. I didn't use poison, it was merely a drug that could temporarily incapacitate someone. Please give me another chance. Battles nodded and said to Xiangpa, Mr. Frost has built a good image in Universe 6, executing him casually would have some repercussions. Xiangpa thought for a moment and said, Fine, Frost, if you can't win this match, I won't let you off easily. Although Frost knew he had temporarily escaped death, he realized he truly could not defeat this Saiyan across from him. The legends were indeed true. Super Saiyans are figures of legend. Regardless, he had to take a gamble. I originally thought you were a noble gentleman unlike our universe's Frieza, but it turns out you are even inferior to him. Since that's the case, I won't hold back anymore. Goku erupted with energy, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 2, the powerful aura blowing Frost's head back. In an instant, Frost felt as though he had been struck by a planet, losing consciousness on the spot, his body flying thousands of meters before finally coming to a stop. What? How did he get stronger again? Xiangpa exclaimed in shock. Hearing Xiangpa's voice, Goku explained. Lord Xiangpa, this is Super Saiyan 2. What is that? Not just Xiangpa, but the Saiyans of Universe 6 were also stunned. Vegeta looked at Kakarot, showing off, clearly displeased. With a wave of his hand, Whis restored the arena to its original state. Goku stood on the arena waiting for the next contestant from Universe 6 to appear. Kampa had a gloomy face, knowing that the remaining two Saiyans on his side were definitely no match for that guy. Originally, they had trained and taught them a technique to instantly sever the tails of the Saiyans when they transformed into giant apes, but now it seemed completely useless. The opponent's Saiyan was simply too powerful, far beyond anyone's expectations in Universe 6. However, thinking of Hit, Kampa calmed himself. Next up is the contestant from Universe 6, Gabe. The referee's voice announced, and Gabe took to the stage. I know I am not your opponent, but I will fight with all my might. Please take care of me. Gabe said, looking at Goku, who had golden hair and blue eyes. Alright, let me see the strength of the Saiyans from Universe 6. Goku replied with a smile, knowing that the Saiyans from Universe 6 were good people and he respected them. Ha! Gabe shouted as he charged at Goku, who casually blocked the attack and asked in surprise. Aren't you going to transform into a Super Saiyan? I can't. I've only heard of the legend of the Super Saiyan, but I can't transform, Gabe said, lowering his head. Ah, so you guys can't do it yet. No wonder you were so surprised earlier. Goku scratched his head and looked at Gabe, saying, I see your strength has already surpassed the requirements to become a Super Saiyan, you just haven't found the method. The way to transform into a Super Saiyan is through anger so intense that it drives you to lose your senses. This will unleash immense power within your body, breaking the shackles inside you, allowing you to break through and become a Super Saiyan. How about this? After our match, come find me and I will teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goku assumed a battle stance. Hearing that Goku would teach him to become a Super Saiyan, Gabe nodded excitedly and said, Alright, let's complete this match first. Gabe clasped his fists towards Goku and then also assumed a battle stance. Gabe made a swift move, appearing directly behind Goku, striking with an eye hand towards him. Goku reacted quickly, slightly turning to the side and raising his right arm to block the attack. Gabe was not surprised. He flipped over and appeared in front of Goku, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Goku's lower body. Caught off guard, Goku was tripped, and just as he was about to fall, Gabe unleashed a flurry of punches to Goku's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Goku, under attack, let out a grunt and waved his hand to push Gabe back. As Goku got up, he realized Gabe had already gathered an energy wave and was launching it at him. Goku crossed his arms to directly withstand Gabe's energy wave. He kept retreating, and just as he was about to reach the edge of the arena, he glanced behind him and unleashed a powerful shout, pushing Gabe's energy wave skyward. Just as he pushed the wave away, Gabe charged right in front of Goku, enveloped in a strong aura, clearly a full power strike from Gabe, with the energy wave serving merely as a distraction. Goku shouted, "Good!" Excited, Goku unleashed a full power strike with two fists of different sizes colliding together. Their energies clashed as both let out roars, desperately exerting more power to determine the victor. In the end, neither stopped. Instead, their turbulent energies caused a massive hole in the arena, and they separated, jumping back. Gabe, panting heavily, looked at Goku and clasped his fist, saying, "Mr. Goku, you win." Gabe conceded, realizing he couldn't even defeat Goku in his normal state. It was clear that Goku in Super Saiyan form could easily crush him, let alone in Super Saiyan 2. Thus Gabe had no strength left to continue fighting and conceded. "Well, in a sense we both have a draw." Goku also said some polite words. "Contestant Gabe has conceded and Mr. Goku from Universe 7 wins this round," the referee immediately declared. "Well done, Goku. Go and crush Universe 6. Beerus was very pleased. "Come on, let's continue." Goku was also filled with fighting spirit. "Next up is contestant Salad from Universe 6. Please welcome Salad." The referee waved his hand while looking towards Universe 6 with the microphone. Salad flew onto the arena. Goku looked at Salad, who was not the typical slender Saiyan from Universe 6. Instead, he resembled Goku in height and build, with a hairstyle somewhat similar to Broly, a sturdy physique, and a small beard exuding an imposing presence. Salad did not attack immediately but asked Goku, "Can you tell me about the Saiyans from your universe? How is your universe's Super Saiyan born?" Clearly the appearance of the Super Saiyan left Salad unable to remain calm. Despite resembling Vegeta, he was proud and aloof, but deep down he was kind-hearted and filled with justice, having a great love for the Saiyan race. Goku knew that the other party was the king of the Saiyans and a good person, but he wasn't sure how to speak about the Saiyans from his side. So he said, "I'm not too clear about the Saiyans from my universe either, but I've heard they weren't good people. Decades ago they were wiped out by Frieza, and now only I, Vegeta, and a few survivors remain. As for the Super Saiyan, I unintentionally became one and defeated Frieza." Salad asked, "You fought Gabe fairly. I can see you're a kind Saiyan, right?" Salad seemed quite puzzled. "The surviving Saiyans now are no longer the kind of wicked people they used to be. Even Vegeta has become a good person," Goku said with a grin. "Shut up, Kakarot. If you want to fight, don't waste time talking. Otherwise just forfeit and let me take over." Vegeta interrupted Kakarot as soon as he heard his words from the stands, annoyed because Kakarot always managed to say something that irritated him. Seeing Vegeta speak, Salad didn't say much more. He got into position and said, "In that case, let me witness the power of the Super Saiyan." He was clearly excited and eager to fight a Super Saiyan. Goku didn't transform directly into a Super Saiyan, he wanted to have a fair fight. "Come on, let me see your strength first." Salad charged in. Judging from his aura, he clearly possessed much greater strength than Gabe. Goku shouted, "Good!" Unleashing all his energy, Goku charged forward and the two quickly began to battle on the arena, moving at incredible speeds. Salad clearly experienced in combat threw a punch that Goku blocked, but Salad swiftly changed tactics and sent Goku flying. King Shirata appeared in an instant, striking Wukong's abdomen with a flurry of Wolf Fang fists, delivering a powerful barrage that left Wukong reeling, ultimately landing a heavy punch that sent him crashing beneath the arena. When Wukong emerged from beneath the arena, it was evident that he bore several injuries, a line of fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wukong exclaimed, "King Shirata, you are truly formidable. I never imagined that a Saiyan in their normal state could cultivate to this extent. I am eager to learn about your training methods." "It's just a matter of being a few years older," King Shirata replied, knowing that this fellow before him was on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. In strict terms, King Shirata was indeed a few years older than Wukong, prompting Wukong to seriously transform into a Super Saiyan, declaring, "I'm sorry, King Shirata, but I must end this battle." "Wait, you previously told Gabe that transforming into a Super Saiyan relies on rage, yet I don't sense any anger coming from you," King Shirata inquired. "That's correct. My first transformation into a Super Saiyan nearly drove me to madness, but with diligent training I learned to control this power until I could surpass it," Wukong replied candidly. "Alright, one last question. Is Super Saiyan 2 the ultimate form of a Super Saiyan?" "No, there's Super Saiyan 3, Beyond 2, and even more transformations above that." King Shirata recalled his own transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Wukong revealed a mysterious smile and in an instant appeared behind King Shirata, kicking him off the stage. "What? How many transformations does this guy have?" Kampa's face almost contorted with disbelief. Had he known this, he wouldn't have challenged the 7th universe. Unconsciously glancing at Hit, he hoped Hit could hold his ground, as there were still 5 opponents left, and the situation was dire. "The 7th universe's contestant's son Wukong wins," the referee announced. "Ha ha, well done, Wukong. Kampa, why don't you just admit defeat? One of our 7th universe can take you all down." "Who was it that claimed our 7th universe was weak?" Beerus was almost beaming, never expecting that training Wukong would bring him such glory. Kampa's face turned crimson as he shouted angrily, "Hit, take them all down." At this moment Hit slowly opened his eyes and stood up. Seeing Hit enter the arena, Wukong and everyone from the 7th universe became serious. The main event was here. The referee announced, now entering the stage, contestant Hit from Universe 6. As Hit walked onto the stage, Wukong faced him as if confronting a great foe, his expression grave. Hit emanated an inexplicable sense of pressure, his hidden aura vast and terrifying. Wukong knew that if he didn't unleash his true power now, he could easily be defeated. The moment Hit stepped onto the stage, he transformed into Super Red, and the divine aura made Hit's pupils constrict. What? This is the aura of a god. A mere Saiyan can harness the power of a god's aura. Kampa was already numb to the shock. Seeing Kampa's distressed expression, Beerus laughed heartily. "Do you think I fight with these Saiyans for no reason? They are the legendary Super Saiyan gods. Kampa, your universe is done for. Just admit defeat, ha 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 ha." Kampa, feeling defiant, shouted, "Don't get too cocky, Beerus. Hit is the #1 assassin in our universe, trained by me in the ancient god space, and his strength far exceeds that of this guy." "What? Ancient god space? Kampa, do you still have any shame?" Beerus immediately flew to hover over the barrier, and Kampa joined him, the two glaring at each other, their noses almost touching, the aura of destruction swirling between them. Buzz Weiss and Beerus' staffs touched the two, causing their anger to dissipate. "Now let's continue watching the match, gentlemen." At this point, after a standoff, Wukong couldn't contain himself anymore and charged forward. The moment his fist struck Hit, Wukong was sent flying back. Hit's time skip technique allowed him to maintain his previous posture, but Wukong suffered an immensely powerful blow, feeling as if his nose might break. Wukong found it hard to believe he hadn't even seen how Hit had struck, not even a glimpse of his movement. This strike came despite Wukong not underestimating him and transforming into Super Red. Wukong understood that Hit was on an entirely different level compared to the previous contestants. "What is this? Weiss, does it seem like he can manipulate time?" Beerus asked solemnly. "Indeed, Lord Beerus. It appears he can alter the flow of time within a small area around him, seemingly slowing his own time while others remain oblivious to the change. Within this slowed time he can accomplish many things. This adjustment to his own time and not affecting others is why his time manipulation is permitted by his sister," Weiss explained. "This clarifies that Hit can pause time for everyone except himself. If he could stop time entirely, it would contradict the next chapter's premise, where mortals cannot manipulate time, leading to the creation of parallel universes. Moreover, if even a god like Weiss can manipulate time yet still be affected by it, it would be too broken. Thus Hit's ability to influence only his own time is appropriate." Wukong wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, standing once more, his gaze sharpening as a blue light surged forth, the super blue aura sweeping across the planet, exerting a powerful pressure that left the contestants of Universe 6 unable to raise their heads. "Your name is Hit, right? You are truly strong. Although I don't know how you struck me, I suspect there is something around you that attacks anyone who gets too close." Wukong confidently gazed at Hit. Hit maintained his indifferent expression, and as Wukong charged, he unleashed a wave of energy before instantaneously moving behind Hit, delivering a devastating downward strike. If this hit landed, Hit would be severely injured. However, Hit's time skip technique was not to be underestimated. Moreover, Wukong had misunderstood. It wasn't just a simple object but a domain influenced by the power of time. The moment Wukong's energy wave approached, Hit reacted, tilting his head, sidestepping and crouching to evade, yet just then Hit sensed something above him. Looking up, he saw that Wukong had appeared directly overhead. At that moment, Hit could not retaliate directly. Any counterattack would leave him exposed to Wukong's energy blast, so he chose to dodge instead. Though Goku saw Hit appear on the opposite side, he was certain this was no mere instantaneous movement. He sensed the subtle flow of ki, confirming Hit had physically traversed the distance. Yet his eyes failed to register the motion at all, a telling anomaly. Goku now understood Hit possessed an extraordinary ability. Not mere invisibility, for if something were truly unseen, Goku's energy waves would have struck resistance, then not passed through unimpeded. "Hit, quickly remove this one before he transforms again!" Kampa roared hysterically. Having endured Goku's transformations repeatedly, he was utterly exasperated. First gold and then red, now blue, next would it be green? Hit knew full well that this opponent's raw power surpassed his own. Exploiting the advantage of his unobserved ability, he launched a decisive strike, swift as a shadow, appearing instantly before Goku. As Goku braced for defense, vital points across his body were struck with crushing force, nearly shattering his consciousness. Having trained under Kampa, Hit had now attained the true peak strength he wielded in the original timeline's climactic battle, and his physique remained intact, unburdened by cellular collapse. Thus this blow overwhelmed Goku. Though such strikes would ordinarily prove ineffective against him, Ultra Blue's defenses were no trivial matter. The targeted vital zones left him critically vulnerable. Goku instantly retreated to a safe distance, gasping heavily, frantically wiping blood surging from his mouth, as searing pain lanced through his body. "What's wrong, Dad? What did that man just do?" Gotenks stood bewildered, utterly unaware of what had transpired, only sensing Goku's sudden injury, though his opponent hadn't even seemed to move. Bulma too had failed to follow the exchange. She'd merely blinked, and their Goku was bleeding profusely after achieving Ultra Blue. She immediately nudged Vegeta, demanding an explanation. "That opponent appears to wield a miraculous power, accelerating himself to incomprehensible speeds far beyond even my perception. Kakarot was struck repeatedly before he could react." "Indeed," Whis clarified. "Hit can locally accelerate time within a narrow sphere around himself, leaving Goku utterly unable to respond." "What? Mastery over time itself? Such a being truly exists?" The assembly gasped in astonishment. "Humph, I'll dispatch him with a single blow." Frieza, refusing to concede, confidently declared he could eliminate Hit instantly. His technique could threaten Hit, but whether Hit would fall prey to it remained uncertain, as did the source of Frieza's unwavering arrogance. "Yield now, or you will die." Hit's voice was glacial, devoid of inflection. A killer by nature, he had already ended Goku's life in any real duel. Only the match's non-lethal rules stayed his hand. Yet Goku remained unaware of Hit's restraint, and refused to surrender. Drawing a deep, steadying breath, he declared with unwavering resolve, "I will never yield." A fierce, unquenchable battle aura surged forth. The azure aura surrounding him vanished. Goku had forcibly sealed Ultra Blue's energy deep within his body. His frame trembled violently. He knew his endurance would be fleeting, and so resolved to end the clash in one decisive exchange. Roaring, Goku charged forward, appearing to commit fully, yet in truth he feinted. As he closed in on Hit, he shifted instantly into defense. Hit took the bait. His first punch landed, but the second was caught mid-strike, gripped tightly in Goku's vice-like grasp. Seizing the opening, Goku unleashed his full might in a Kamehameha wave, its colossal energy erupting from his free hand and striking Hit hidden, shattering even the angel's reinforced barrier. Yet Hit bore a protective barrier, one that shattered instantly yet absorbed tremendous force. Still the blast wounded him grievously, tearing his trench coat to tatters. After two violent coughs, Hit glanced down to find Goku collapsed unconscious. He silently exhaled in relief. Had Goku landed even one more strike, he would have been undone. "Winner of the 6th universe, Hit," the referee announced. "Brilliant work, Hit. You've finally brought him down. Can you still stand?" Kampa felt both elation and dread joy at Goku's defeat, anxiety over the remaining 4 fighters from Universe. Hit surveyed the other Universe 7 fighters. 2 stood with arms crossed, impassive, one idly counted fingers, another stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. Uncertainty settled over Hit, and he offered Kampa no reply. "Hit sustained considerable injury," Vados observed quietly. "If the next Saiyan proves equally formidable, our chances of victory dwindle to near zero." Now entering the ring, Vegeta of Universe 7. Vegeta leapt onto the stage. Having watched intently from below, he'd found no clear path to victory. Only first-hand combat could reveal Hit's true techniques and countermeasures. From the sidelines, everything had seemed baffling, inexplicable. Without hesitation, Vegeta ascended to Ultra Blue, eschewing Goku's desperate self-damaging method of forcibly suppressing the form, knowing his own outcome would be no better. "So, he possesses this transformation as well?" Hit's expression remained unreadable, yet inwardly he braced himself. The Saiyan named Son Goku, having achieved Ultra Blue, had displayed overwhelming power, clearly surpassing him. This opponent, he feared, would prove no exception. Kampa meanwhile prayed fervently that this Saiyan might not rival the last. They assumed their stances, motionless, watchful, granting Vegeta precious moments to strategize. Then abruptly his eyes narrowed. Applying the spirit boost acceleration technique, he executed an instantaneous teleport behind Hit. Before Hit could react, Vegeta appeared, fist driving forward. Years of assassin's instinct flared alarm. Hit activated Chronoa. Time slowed around him. He watched clear-eyed as the fist neared his face. Vegeta's other hand opened wide, poised to unleash a blast. Recognizing the lack of further finesse, Hit allowed himself cautious reassurance. But the moment he evaded the punch, Vegeta's explosive wave detonated, its velocity unaltered by Hit's temporal field. Boom! Hit was hurled backward, crashing unconscious into a massive crater gouged into the arena floor. Vegeta had deployed the spirit boost technique with perfect timing, catching Hit off guard, compounded by his prior injuries. The impact proved fatal to his consciousness. Silence fell, absolute, profound. Even Vegeta stood momentarily stunned. Vegeta was quite surprised. He had merely attempted to use the spirito acceleration technique to attack him, yet he had directly defeated him. He never expected the acceleration technique to have such a remarkable effect. Could it be that the acceleration technique can bypass the opponent's ability to control time? Mr. Vegeta of Universe 7 wins. Congratulations to Universe 7 for winning this battle against Universe 6. The referee shouted loudly. Dad won. Well done, Vegeta. Bulma exclaimed joyfully, jumping up and down. Great job. Beerus also applauded in approval. Humph, what a waste of a trip, Frieza said with extreme displeasure. Bang. Champagne crushed the bricks beneath him, his face flushed with anger. Bardos, give them the Dragon Balls, Kampa said through gritted teeth. Beerus flew over laughing. So Kampa, your universe's expert, has been defeated by 2 Saiyans from my universe. How satisfying. Who said Universe 7 was weak? Don't get cocky, Beerus. This was just a stroke of luck for you. I know those Saiyans must have been training on your planet long before this. Just wait, next time I will make your universe's fighters bow their heads in defeat, Kampa said fiercely. Beerus laughed maniacally. How can the people from your universe compare to those from mine? No matter how you train them, it's already decided that my universe has won this time, and it will be the same next time. Kampa became even angrier upon hearing this, and was about to retort when he was suddenly interrupted by Whis. Lord Kampa, Lord Beerus, look over there. Whis flew over to stop the two from continuing their argument, directing his gaze toward another area. The 2 gods of destruction followed Whis' gaze and were nearly scared out of their wits as they saw the Omni King floating between 2 attendants. Lord Omni King. The faces of the 2 gods of destruction changed dramatically as they scrambled to get close to the Omni King, kneeling on the ground and saying in panic, Welcome, Lord Omni King. We did not see you, please forgive us, Lord Omni King. The 2 angels also knelt on one knee, indicating they had seen the Omni King. The Omni King showed no expression and spoke. Originally, the Grand Minister informed me that the 2 gods of destruction from Universe 6 and Universe 7 seemed to have held a martial arts contest between the 2 universes without authorization. I intended to have the Grand Minister notify you to cancel the event, but I thought it might be quite interesting. This seems to be the first martial arts competition between 2 universes, so I came to see for myself. It is indeed very interesting. I have decided to host a universal martial arts competition next time, and I will have the Grand Minister notify you then. Yes, we understand, Lord Omni King. The 2 gods of destruction nodded vigorously. Really? That sounds like so much fun, please make it happen soon. Goku jumped out from nowhere. This startled the 2 gods of destruction. Beerus shouted loudly. Shut up, Goku. How dare you speak to Lord Omni King like that? The Omni King, however, was completely unconcerned and replied, I remember you. You fought for a long time. You are very interesting, so it's settled. It will be held soon. Goku was overjoyed and directly approached the Omni King to shake hands, saying, Then it's a deal. This stunned everyone. Beerus and Kampa knelt on the ground, not daring to rise, holding their breath. The Omni King's attendants looked at Goku with lethal glares. The Omni King, however, said nothing and cheerfully shook hands with Goku, which relieved everyone. It seemed the Omni King was in a good mood. What is your name? The Omni King asked. My name is Son Goku, Goku said with a grin, releasing his hand. All right, I've remembered you. Well, see each other next time. The Omni King waved his hand, completely ignoring the others, and directly disappeared with his 2 attendants. Goku also waved his hand, and after the Omni King completely vanished, he received a hard knock on the head. Ouch! Goku shouted. That hurt. Beerus, what was that for? Do you realize that the Omni King is someone who stands at the pinnacle of the 12 universes? Beerus shouted, continuing to educate Goku. If Lord Omni King wishes, everything in this universe, including people and all things, can disappear. If your actions just now angered the Omni King, not only would Universe 7 suffer, but Universe 6 might also face consequences. You idiot! Beerus was already roaring. Goku realized the identity of the Omni King, but felt there was nothing to fear. After all, it seemed nothing was wrong. Goku chuckled. I don't think Lord Omni King is as terrifying as you say, Beerus. He seems quite easygoing, doesn't he? Beerus was not in the mood to joke around. He seriously warned Goku. Let me tell you, there were once 18 universes in this world, but 6 of them were erased by the Omni King's thought after angering him. From now on, maintain a sense of reverence for the Omni King and avoid any further interaction with him, otherwise the entire universe may face destruction because of you. Goku had not expected Beerus to be so serious, and immediately made a guarantee, causing Beerus to nod in approval. At this moment, Kaba and King Salad arrived. Beerus and Kampa were discussing the Omni King's intentions and had walked to the side with the two angels distancing themselves from everyone. Goku saw King Salad and Kaba and greeted them with Kaba congratulating. "Congratulations on winning this match." Goku smiled and said, "I didn't expect it to be that strong. This time I was not his match. Next time I will train hard to find a way to reclaim victory." Goku always had a fighting spirit and confidence. "By the way, let's go find Vegeta," he said, walking in Vegeta's direction. Kaba and King Salad also knew that Vegeta was the Prince of the Saiyans who had perished in Universe 7. Having achieved victory in this match and grown so strong, they greeted Vegeta. Kaba directly said hello while King Salad exchanged a glance with Vegeta and nodded first. Seeing this, Vegeta also nodded towards them and spoke. "Do the Saiyans of your universe still reside on Salad Star?" It was not Kaba who spoke this time. King Salad responded. "Yes, we reside on Salad Star. I am the 96th King Salad. I am Vegeta the 4th. Vegeta introduced himself. "Is planet Vegeta the new planet you reside on?" King Salad asked. "No, it has been destroyed. Our universe's Salad Star was annihilated due to internal conflicts, and later we moved to planet Vegeta, but it was destroyed by Frieza during my father's generation." "May I ask how many Saiyans are left?" "Only 8 remain." "Does King Vegeta have any intention of reviving the Saiyans?" "I am willing to arrange for the female Saiyans of my universe to marry into Universe 7, assisting the Saiyans of Universe 7 to propagate once more." King Salad's words were astonishing. King Shirata's words stunned Vegeta, and the others leaving them speechless. At this moment Bulma fiercely interjected. "Hey Vegeta, I warn you, regardless of whether you want to rebuild the Saiyans or whatever, you are not allowed to seek out other Saiyan women." Bulma, hands on her hips, clearly did not oppose Vegeta's desire to rebuild the Saiyans, but she did not want him to spread his seed for that purpose. "Vegeta, is this your consort?" King Shirata asked. Yes," Vegeta replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, I am Vegeta's wife and this is our child." Bulma grinned widely as she pointed to Trunks to introduce him. "Hey Vegeta, if you want to rebuild the Saiyans, why not just use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them?" Goku asked, puzzled. "No need. The previous generation of Saiyans committed too many sins, they deserve their fate. I do not wish to see such Saiyans exist in the universe again," Vegeta responded. "Haha, Vegeta is now a warrior devoted to peace," Goku praised. "Shut up, Kakarot," Vegeta retorted. Vegeta wanted to tear Kakarot's mouth apart. "King Vegeta, it seems that you are different from the previous generation of Saiyans you speak of. With righteous hearts like yours, the Saiyans of the 7th universe could surely become messengers of peace in the universe. Does King Vegeta not wish to restore the glory of the Saiyans?" Clearly King Shirata was also proud of the Saiyans, and he did not want the Saiyans of the 7th universe to perish. Upon hearing King Shirata's words, Vegeta visibly trembled. In truth, Vegeta longed to rebuild the Saiyans, but he felt that they had sinned deeply and deserved their fate. King Shirata's words led him to ponder whether the Saiyans under his leadership could live for themselves and no longer be the villains that the universe feared. Living in isolation on Earth, he gradually considered himself an Earthling, yet he took pride in being a Saiyan. What pride could there be in a race of Saiyans that had perished? After a moment of silence, Vegeta spoke. "Thank you for your kind words, King Shirata. I will think it over, and when the time comes I will seek you out." "King Vegeta, you don't have to be so conflicted. I'm merely suggesting this. I have come to ask how to become a Super Saiyan. To my shame, in our universe the legend of the Super Saiyan never birthed a Super Saiyan. We need to master the Super Saiyan to continue upholding the pride of the Saiyans and bring peace to more cosmic systems." King Shirata put aside the cold demeanor of the Saiyan King and humbly sought guidance, performing a gesture of respect as a Saiyan to another Saiyan. Gabe looked at King Shirata with great admiration. He truly was the pride of the Saiyans. He also performed a gesture of respect. Goku, not understanding the significance of the gesture, said, "It's all good, King Shirata and Gabe. Since I promise you I will teach you, but I wonder if there will be enough time." Vegeta looked at the two with deep emotion. He recalled the world of Saiyans he lived in as a child. Without saying a word, he stepped in front of them, helped them up, looked into their eyes and replied, "I will teach you how to become Super Saiyans." Then Vegeta flew with King Shirata and Gabe to the other side of the planet. Seeing this, Goku shouted, "Wait for me, Vegeta," and followed. Trunks noticed his father's unusual behavior and asked Bulma, "Mom, what's going on with Dad? This is a bit different from his proud self." Bulma replied, "The other party is also a Saiyan, and it seems he is the king of the Saiyans. Your father is the Prince of the Saiyans, perhaps there's a resonance." Trunks looked in the direction the three had left, somewhat understanding yet confused. At this moment Kampa and Beerus appeared nearby. Beerus and Kampa noticed that a few people from their universe were missing and asked where they had gone. Frieza elegantly bowed and replied, "Those Saiyans have been whispering among themselves. I suspect they intend to connect the Saiyans of the two universes. I seem to have heard them refer to Vegeta as King Vegeta. Vegeta also mentioned going to the 6th universe. They then flew to the other side of the planet. Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa, we cannot let these Saiyans break the rules. If the 6th and 7th universes communicate, the Omni King will surely be angry." "Weiss," Beerus called out. Weiss glanced over and said, "Lord Beerus, it does not seem to be a bad thing." It was clear that Weiss did not find anything inappropriate in the Saiyans training the Saiyans, and Kampa said nothing. Frieza, feeling a bit humiliated, thought that these Saiyans had escaped punishment again. No, he could not let these Saiyans remain so strong. He needed to train diligently. "In that case, Weiss, bring out the good stuff," Beerus ordered. "Yes." With a wave of Weiss' staff, a grand feast was laid out before everyone. Weiss said, "Since Lord Beerus has not received any complaints from the Omni King regarding this match, it is a cause for celebration. Lord Beerus invites everyone to this friendly meal. Thank you for your hard work." In truth, Beerus wanted to show off the food and was also hungry. "Beerus, are you trying to insult me?" Kampa's expression changed, but as he looked at the delicious food his eyes sparkled with greed. "Just say whether you will eat or not," Beerus said unceremoniously, sitting in the prime position. Kampa hurriedly took the seat opposite and started eating heartily. "Everyone come and eat," Weiss called out, then began introducing various delicacies to Battles, clearly showing off. "Wow, this is delicious." Potamo the large bear had never tasted such exquisite food and was awed. Even Hit couldn't resist indulging a bit more. After a while the so-called friendly meal came to an end. Beerus looked at Kampa, who was finished, and in tears, and said, "Kampa, bring out the Super Dragon Balls." Kampa, feeling sad about his universe losing Earth, heard Beerus' words and glared at him sullenly. Battles wiped his mouth and waved his staff, causing 6 gigantic spheres to appear around them, the Super Dragon Balls. To be honest, this planet is the last Super Dragon Ball, Weiss." Beerus leaned back in his chair, fiddling with a toothpick in his mouth. Weiss waved his hand and the dust of the entire planet dispersed, revealing a massive Dragon Ball with 4 stars in front of everyone. "Weiss, do you know the incantation?" Beerus asked. "Yes, it is recorded in the ancient scriptures," Weiss replied. At that moment Goku and Vegeta looked at the 2 dazzling figures of King Shirata and Gabe, praising them as geniuses. They wondered how much hardship the 2 had endured to become Super Saiyans. Vados chanted the divine incantation Tasnalokyu Akiono, Falumaga, summoning the celestial dragon. 7 colossal dragon balls soared into a circular formation, spiraling overhead. Vados and Whis activated a crystalline cube enveloping everyone within its shimmering barrier, and separating the 2 cosmic deities. Boom! A thunderous detonation erupted, accompanied by blinding radiance and an overwhelming surge of divine presence. The golden super dragon materialized, its form forged from searing golden light. Roar! Roar! The dragon roared deeply upon manifestation. With Beerus and Vados bowed in solemn reverence, the others gazed in awe, their voices rising in spontaneous, breathless praise. Seeing Beerus's entourage lavishing adulation upon the dragon, Kampa felt his decades-long quest to gather the Super Dragon Balls had merely paved the way for another's glory. Without a word about Beerus's wish, he curtly ordered Vados to depart. Jawawakasiyaha. Whis uttered a series of arcane syllables, his wish taking shape. The Super Dragon's eyes flared once, then vanished instantly. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered randomly across the void. "Oh, Lord Beerus, what did you wish for?" Bulma asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes, as the others gathered close, eager to hear the secret. "Humph. A secret." Beerus refused to divulge it. "It is time we returned," Whis declared, raising his staff, the crystalline cube shimmering as it initiated dimensional transit. "Humph. You fools, I'll discipline you severely once we're back." At that moment Kampa was reprimanding the 6th universe's warriors. "Lord Kampa, something unusual has occurred in the 6th universe," Vados suddenly interjected. "What is it?" Kampa demanded. "Look for yourself," Vados replied, extending her staff toward him. "This Earth. Or rather, a fully evolved civilization bearing Earth." Kampa recoiled in shock, then comprehension dawned. "Humph. That Beerus. Listen well, you will undergo brutal training upon our return. King Vegeta, bring me the most gifted Saiyan from your ranks. When next we face the 7th universe, you will crush those 2 Saiyans. Kampa commanded them sternly. They bowed in silent assent. Thereafter Whis first delivered Goku and the others to Earth before returning with Beerus to the Destroyer Realm. Before departing, Beerus instructed Goku and Vegeta to train with him again soon. The Omni King would soon host a multiversal tournament, whose contenders from other universes would be formidable. This early intelligence offered a crucial advantage. If they trained relentlessly, victory might yet be theirs. After Beerus and Whis departed, Goku turned to Vegeta. "Vegeta, how did you defeat Hit?" he asked at last. "Had you not wasted so much energy battling others, you'd have worn Hit down long before exhaustion claimed you," Vegeta remarked coolly, glancing sidelong at Goku. "True, I'd already deciphered his techniques. Pity my stamina failed me," Goku sighed wistfully, then suddenly smacked his forehead. "Oh, Bulma, got any food? I'm starving." Goku's sudden outburst startled Bulma. Goten tugged gently at his father's sleeve. "Dad, Lord Beerus treated us to dinner before we left." "What? We missed it. Vegeta and I weren't even there." Goku groaned, utterly crestfallen. All right, I'll have the chef prepare meals for you both right away." "Honestly, you two just saved Lord Beerus's reputation, and didn't even get a proper meal out of it." "Unbelievable," Bulma murmured, covering her mouth with a faint smile. At the dining table, Vegeta, quiet until then, spoke up. "Kakarot, I must journey to Vampa Planet first. You may proceed to the Destroyer Realm alone." "Vampa Planet? Where is that, and what's the urgency?" Goku asked. "None of your concern," Vegeta replied flatly, making it clear this was mere notification, not consultation. Whis had once mentioned that besides Earth Saiyans and Vegeta's younger brother, 2 more Saiyans survived on Vampa Planet, prompting Vegeta's resolve to seek them out. For the first time he truly contemplated the rebirth of the Saiyan race. "Is there a powerful warrior there, or are you going to train?" Goku mused, arriving at 2 plausible conclusions. Whis mentioned 2 Saiyans still live on Vampa Planet. "I intend to see them for myself," Vegeta stated plainly. "What? You've barely returned, and now you're leaving again. Are they male or female?" "Absolutely not allowed," Bulma declared, having just entered freshly changed. I'm only going to look." Vegeta stiffened slightly at her firm refusal. "No. Then I demand to accompany you," Bulma insisted, clearly stirred by King Vegeta's earlier mention of a female Saiyan. "I'm coming too, Vegeta, let's go together," Goku chimed in eagerly. "Bulma, you must stay behind. We don't know the planet's conditions. If gravity exceeds Earth severalfold, you won't survive it." "Kakarot and I will suffice," Vegeta asserted. He knew Saiyans thrived under 10 times Earth's gravity, on planet Vegeta, and suspected Vampa Planet's environment mirrored that harsh standard. "Very well, but do you even know its coordinates?" Bulma asked. "No matter. We'll ask King Kai," Goku replied confidently. Goku closed his eyes and communed with King Kai. Moments later, the Celestial Sovereign relayed Vampa Planet's precise location. "Let's go, Vegeta," Goku called out, only for Bulma to interject, "No. It's nearly nightfall. Wait until tomorrow." Right," Goku conceded, deciding to head home for the evening. At dawn the next day, Goku arrived at Vegeta's residence, having risen far earlier than his rival. After brief preparations, the 2 teleported instantaneously to Vampa Planet. Barren wastelands, jagged boulders, violent storms, and scarce water. Their first impression of Vampa Planet was one of utter desolation. 2 life signs over there. Those must be the 2 Saiyans," Goku observed, sensing their key. They flew southeast across a world devoid of sun or moon, lit only by a distant dim star. Below stretched fetid swamps, obsidian forests, yawning chasms, and volcanoes spewing molten rock, every inch a testament to planetary calamity. "What a hostile world. How could any Saiyans possibly dwell here?" Goku murmured, incredulous. Vegeta ignored him. Within a minute they landed in a small arid plain beside a parched lake, and beneath a colossal ancient tree whose hollowed trunk concealed what appeared to be a cultivated sanctuary. A middle-aged man with snow-white hair knelt by the lake's edge drawing water, when sudden movement made him turn sharply, locking eyes with the descending Goku and Vegeta. "Prince Vegeta," Pargus gasped, then his gaze hardened with seething hatred. "Hey uncle, hello. Are you a Saiyan?" Goku greeted the other party as he noticed him. To his surprise, the other person completely ignored him. "Broly." At that moment, a muscular young man dressed in a green fur beast outfit rushed out from a tree hole. Broly rushed out and saw 2 strangers standing there. He hurriedly ran towards Paragus, loudly asking, "Who are you?" "Hello, I am Son Goku, and this is Vegeta. We came to planet Vampa to find you," Goku spoke up. Broly, those two are Saiyans. Did you see that one over there? He is the son of King Vegeta, the son of our Paragus eyes burned with fury. Prince Vegeta. Did King Vegeta send you to kill us? Is this the son of Bardock? Paragus shouted. Without waiting for Vegeta and Goku to respond, Broly erupted with an astonishing aura and charged fiercely at Vegeta. Do these two have a grudge against my father? It seems they have a significant enmity with my father. Vegeta didn't think too much about it as Broly was already rushing towards him. Vegeta raised his hand to block Broly's attack but underestimated the force, resulting in a dislocated arm and what seemed to be shattered bones. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying to a distant peak, crashing hard into the mountainside. Hey, you bastard! Before Goku could finish his words, Broly attacked him as well. Upon witnessing Broly's strength that could strike Vegeta down like that, Goku did not underestimate him and chose to dodge Broly's attack directly. From a distance, Paragus saw Broly overpowering the two Saiyans with ease and shouted, "Well done, Broly. Kill them." After dodging several of Broly's attacks, Goku grasped Broly's techniques and strength. He realized that Broly seemed to lack battle experience but possessed enormous power within. So while dodging Broly's attacks, Goku said, "Your name is Broly, right? Can we finish talking before we fight?" Although Goku enjoyed fighting, he didn't want to fight just for the sake of fighting. He at least wanted to understand the situation. Broly, however, was relentless, fiercely attacking Goku, but Goku had vast battle experience. Broly's attacks failed to hit Goku even once. Gradually, Broly became anxious, roaring as his aura became even more overwhelming and fierce. Goku knew that if he didn't engage in battle, this guy probably wouldn't stop. Goku instead felt exhilarated. This guy's strength was truly immense, almost exaggerated. How Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and began a direct confrontation with Broly. Upon seeing Goku's golden hair, Broly was momentarily stunned, yet he did not stop his attacks. Instead, Goku began to withstand Broly's attacks, which made Broly excited, and the fight became increasingly fluid. Previously, he had only fought with his father, whose power was minimal. Every time they fought, Broly spent most of his energy controlling his own strength, resulting in a lack of battle experience. Later, his father stopped training with him. Now encountering an opponent, Broly felt his blood boiling within. Although he was getting hit more often, he didn't feel much pain, rather he felt exhilarated. Goku, witnessing Broly growing stronger and stronger, was filled with shock, wondering if this guy was really a Saiyan. "Hey, are you really a Saiyan?" Goku couldn't help but ask. Seeing that Broly was silent, Goku swiftly appeared behind him, grabbing both of Broly's arms and pulling them backward. Broly's arms were restrained in midair, unable to move, and he struggled desperately but couldn't break free. "Can we talk properly now?" Goku asked. Boom! A massive aura erupted from Broly, sending Goku flying far away. Goku rolled uncontrollably on the ground until he was stopped by a foot, Vegeta. Goku looked at Vegeta and asked Vegeta, "Are you okay? Is this guy really a Saiyan?" "That's just too exaggerated." Vegeta twisted his wrist. He had already used recovery techniques, saying, "I'm fine now, just didn't expect that guy to have such immense power. This is the first time I've encountered such a Saiyan. I suspect he is the legendary Super Saiyan." "The legendary Super Saiyan?" Goku asked in confusion. Vegeta explained, "The legendary Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior that may only be born once every 1,000 years. It is said that the legendary Super Saiyan possesses immense power from birth, with bloodlines close to the primordial Saiyans. As long as they can master their power and control their reason, they can transform into a Super Saiyan at any time. This guy has such tremendous power even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. How powerful would he be if he transformed?" Goku exclaimed in surprise. "Not only that, but he hasn't even undergone systematic training and seems not to have experienced life and death battles. If it's like how we used to increase our strength, I suspect that even if the two of us teamed up, we wouldn't be his match." Vegeta's expression turned serious. "What should we do?" Goku asked, as this matter still needed to be discussed with Vegeta, since it was Vegeta who had come. Roar! While the two were talking, Broly was roaring, having vented his aura, and was now searching for their positions. Without mastering his aura, he had no idea where they were, so he continued to fire energy blasts at the position behind him, knowing that Goku had flown this way earlier. Seeing the energy waves coming from Broly, the two realized they should defeat this guy first, otherwise they couldn't sit down and talk properly. As they dodged, Goku asked, "Who will go?" Vegeta replied, "You go, I want to find his father and see what's going on." "Alright." After saying this, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, Broly was in his Great 8 form, which was his ultimate power. Goku flew in front of Broly to attract him, and they engaged in intense hand-to-hand combat. Even with Goku unleashing Super Saiyan 3's power, he could only suppress Broly, while Broly became increasingly fierce, and the bloodshed only awakened his beastly nature, quickly breaking free from Goku's suppression. At this time Vegeta also appeared behind Paragus, directly saying, "Humph, what do you mean, old man?" Paragus completely didn't realize someone had appeared behind him. Turning around to see Vegeta, he was immediately frightened, falling to the ground in terror. "Prince Vegeta, what are you going to do?" "Humph, why did you let him attack us right away?" Vegeta looked at Paragus coldly. Seeing that Vegeta seemed reluctant to strike, Paragus halted his attempt to summon Broly. His device was not only meant to restrain Broly, but could also call him if necessary. "Prince Vegeta, stop pretending. You came here to kill my son and me, didn't you? Unfortunately, Broly's power will annihilate you here." Paragus glared at Vegeta, his face filled with fury. "I believe you are mistaken. Planet Vegeta was destroyed decades ago, and my father has long since passed away." Vegeta glanced at the ongoing battle between Broly and Goku. "What? Planet Vegeta was destroyed? Who dared to annihilate it? How are you still alive?" Paragus exclaimed in disbelief. "Frieza gathered all the Saiyans from outside and destroyed Planet Vegeta, while I and Bardock's son Kakarot are the only remaining Saiyans." Vegeta did not mention his brother. "How could Lord Frieza destroy Planet Vegeta? You must be lying to me." Paragus suddenly became agitated and shouted, "Broly!" He wanted Broly to return and protect him. However, there was no response. The battle was fierce as Broly had lost some sense of reason, while Goku struggled to hold on. Broly's strength was astonishingly overwhelming. Goku roared and transformed into Super Saiyan, striking Broly far away with a single blow. Broly, like a bloody beast, let out a terrifying roar, completely losing control. The entire Vampa Star, already a catastrophic planet, was now engulfed in chaos resembling the end of the world. "No, Broly, this can't continue." Paragus shouted in anger, hurriedly pulling out the controller and frantically pressing buttons. Broly had lost all reason and was attacking indiscriminately. "Hey, what's wrong with this guy?" Vegeta asked Paragus after dodging an energy blast. Broly's innate battle power surpasses all Saiyans, so Vegeta believed he would bring disaster to Planet Vegeta. Therefore Vegeta decided to kill Broly, but not everyone agreed. In the end, Vegeta decided to exile me and Broly to Vampa Star. Broly is extraordinarily gifted. He can harness the power of the great ape without the moon, but over time, or in anger, he can lose his reason. Paragus kept pressing the controller while Broly clutched his head, unintentionally releasing energy blasts. Is this device meant to control him? At this rate, this planet will be destroyed. Vegeta looked at Broly and the struggling Kakarot. Impossible, Broly cannot destroy this planet, nor could he have destroyed Planet Vegeta. Paragus seemed to have lost his mind. He always felt it was King Vegeta's fault. King Vegeta feared Broly's potential, but he knew Broly was out of control. He had specially made the controller. Now, as Vegeta said the planet was on the brink of destruction, Paragus panicked and shouted, "Broly!" After calling out several times with no response, a nearby energy blast hit him, causing Paragus to roll several times, mumbling, "It's not Broly's fault, it's not Broly's fault. Broly wouldn't bring disaster to Planet Vegeta." Seeing that Paragus seemed to have lost his sanity, Vegeta flew to Kakarot's side and said to Goku, "Kakarot, let's knock him out first, then discuss the rest, otherwise this planet will be destroyed soon." "Okay." Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan, flying towards Broly. With a fierce yell, Broly's collar shattered. His overwhelming aura resembled that of a ferocious beast. Goku struck Broly in the face, sending him flying over a meter away. Vegeta followed up with a kick, launching Broly into the sky. The two alternated attacks on Broly. Despite their frenzied assault, Broly remained remarkably resilient, sustaining no fractures, only blood trickling from his mouth. Broly let out a furious roar, knocking the two back. He grabbed Goku's head, and Vegeta's combat suit sent them flying into the sky, unleashing energy blasts at them. At that moment, he was completely mindless, and his fighting was erratic. Goku and Vegeta thought they were about to receive a heavy blow, but it seemed like Broly without reason could slip away. The two stabilized themselves in midair, dodging the incoming projectiles, using their combat experience and speed advantage to continually amplify their strength. After a prolonged battle, they finally knocked Broly unconscious. "Phew, we finally brought this guy down. He was truly terrifying." Goku exhaled deeply. Vegeta, not letting his guard down, hurriedly said, "Kakarot, you take this guy, I'll take that one. We need to leave quickly, this planet is about to explode." After saying this, Vegeta flew towards Paragus, reminding him, "Let's head to King Kai's realm first, otherwise if this guy wakes up and goes berserk, Earth is doomed." Goku nodded, grabbing Broly's arm, and immediately sensing them, they moved to King Kai's realm. Vegeta also appeared beside Paragus in an instant, disregarding Paragus' condition, immediately knocking him out and taking him away, disappearing from Vampistar. Indeed, in less than 30 seconds Vampistar cracked open like a watermelon, its core exploding, disappearing into the cosmic dust. In a flash, Goku and Vegeta appeared in King Kai's realm with Broly and Paragus. Goku's and Vegeta. King Kai hurried over, observing the tattered attire of Goku and Vegeta along with the two unfamiliar individuals, asking, "What happened?" After Goku explained the situation, King Kai realized it might have been a misunderstanding, though the consequences of the misunderstanding were quite severe, resulting in a planet's explosion. "Should we wake them?" King Kai inquired. "Let's wake this guy first," Vegeta said, pointing at Paragus. "All right." King Kai placed his hand on Paragus' head and Paragus slowly awoke, immediately flipping over and shouting, "Broly!" He appeared very flustered. "Buluoli!" Palajiasi looked down at the unconscious Buluoli at his side and asked, "Where am I?" "Jia Wangshin Xian answered, "This is the Jia Wangshin realm. I am Jia Wangshin Xian." Jia Wangshin. Palajiasi glanced at Xian and at the silent Wukong and Vegeta with a puzzled look. Clearly he had no notion of what a Jia Wangshin was. "Humph. A Jia Wangshin stands at the very apex of the cosmos. It is a rare fortune for a mere mortal like you to behold one." Jia Baite appeared at that moment and scolded Palajiasi without restraint. "Ah. You are a god of the universe." Palajiasi sprang up and saluted hastily. "I have met Lord Jia Wangshin," he stammered. "Enough, Palajiasi. I came only to find the surviving Saiyans, but I did not expect such a misunderstanding. Planet Wanpa has been destroyed. What do you intend to do?" Vegeta cut Palajiasi off. "Pa," replied Prince Vegeta, "I have not left Planet Wanpa for many years. I am hardly acquainted with the affairs of the wider universe." It was plain that Palajiasi had difficulty accepting Vegeta's claim that Planet Vegeta had been destroyed. He could scarcely believe that a loyal subject like Fu Lisa would annihilate Planet Vegeta. Decades ago, Fu Lisa destroyed Planet Vegeta. The survivors were only Wukong, Vegeta, Na Pa, and La DZ, though Na Pa and La DZ later perished. Some 10-odd years ago, Wukong ascended to Super Saiyan and defeated Fu Lisa, and Fu Lisa was thought dead. Yet now Fu Lisa has been resurrected. Xian recounted those decades at length. "What? Lord Fu Lisa truly destroyed Planet Vegeta. Fu Lisa has been resurrected." Palajiasi collapsed to the ground. "Wait, Lord Jia Wangshin, did you say Super Saiyan?" he blurted, suddenly struck by a dawning realization. "Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan. It seems you did not know. Wukong transformed directly into a Super Saiyan. So the legend was true, only a Super Saiyan can stand against the Fu Lisa line." Palajiasi murmured to himself. By now he believed what Vegeta and the others had said. Jia Wangshin was no imposter and the Super Saiyan was no mere trick. "Forgive me, Prince Vegeta. This was my misunderstanding. It led to you fighting Buluoli and to the destruction of Planet Wanpa. Buluoli and I have nowhere to go. Prince Vegeta, please find us a place to shelter. My visit was not merely to look upon surviving Saiyans. I thought you two had settled on Planet Wanpa because it resembled Planet Vegeta, so I came. If Planet Wanpa proves no suitable home, its loss is regrettable but not irreparable. I will seek a planet fit for Saiyan habitation and place you there." Vegeta folded his arms and turned his body slightly. Palajiasi asked Prince Vegeta, "Do you truly intend to rebuild Planet Vegeta? But with only a handful of us?" Palajiasi, having heard Vegeta's purpose, felt his hatred for Vegeta ebb away. He understood that much of it had been the fault of the old king. Vegeta had been an infant then. Now they were among the few survivors. Fu Lisa had returned and the prince spoke of restoring Planet Vegeta. Palajiasi was overcome with sorrow at the memories of fallen comrades. "Rebuilding Planet Vegeta will not be achieved in a day. I have resolved that the Saiyans we revive will no longer be the raiders and marauders of old. I am not promising instant justice, but at least they will learn to live modestly and with restraint." Vegeta said this, and Wukong, watching from the side, asked, "By the way, Prince Vegeta, you never seemed inclined to rebuild Planet Vegeta before. Did this idea only come to you after meeting King Shalada and his people?" Wukong asked from the side. "Planet Vegeta and the fate of the Saiyans have always been a wound in my heart. After meeting King Shalada and the others, I realized I had never resolved that wound. I once thought my people and my father had deserved the ruin of Planet Vegeta because of foolish infighting, but now as a Saiyan Prince I cannot let our people be lost to the void of the cosmos." Vegeta turned and gazed into the distance. "Well done, Vegeta. I support you, Wukong said, giving him a clap on the shoulder, but Vegeta brushed the hand away and snorted coldly. Indeed, Vegeta speaks rightly. If the Saiyans change and become a people who cherish peace, I would approve. The question now is this: if we bring Saiyans back to life, will they change their nature? Lord Jia Wangshan Xian asked. Resurrected. Can Lord Jia Wangshan truly revive the dead? Was Fu Li Sa himself resurrected by Lord Jia Wangshan? Pa La Jia Si asked in bewilderment. Before Jia Wangshan could answer, Vegeta spoke first. I do not intend to resurrect the Saiyans. I will go to the 6th universe and bring some orphaned or wandering Saiyans to the 7th universe. Wow, Vegeta, you really mean to take Saiyans from the 6th universe? Aren't you afraid of Bu Er Ma? Wukong exclaimed in surprise, then broke into an admiring grin and gave a thumbs up. Hey Luote. Vegeta was about to flare up, but Wukong waved him off and let it go. The 6th universe. Pa La Jiasi sat stunned and numb. Too many truths had been revealed that day for him to absorb. Vegeta offered no further explanation. Jia Wangshan Xian thought the plan clever, yet worried whether bringing in Saiyans from the 6th universe might dilute the bloodline of the 7th universe's Saiyans. That question troubled Vegeta as well. Vegeta's words and all he had witnessed that day moved Pa La Jiasi to his core. He immediately knelt and said, Prince Vegeta, I am willing to devote myself to the work of rebuilding the Saiyans. I beg you to restore the Saiyan status of Buluoli and myself. Very well. Buluoli is a promising seed. I would have you and Buluoli remain in the Jia Wangshan realm for now so that Jia Wangshan may guide Buluoli's training. You must explain everything to Buluoli. Soon there may be a tournament of the 12 universes. I hope the Saiyans of our universe will shine and display our glory. Having said this, Vegeta beckoned to Wukong to leave. Wukong added, hey, sometime later I'll spar with Buluoli again. Lord Jia Wangshan, please train Buluoli well, he is extraordinarily strong. Wukong could not help adding one last remark. Wait, Prince Vegeta. Pa La Jiasi hesitated as if he had more to say. Vegeta turned to him. Pa La Jiasi, still uncertain, asked, Prince Vegeta, now that Fu Li Sa has been resurrected, why do we not eliminate him once and for all? It was clear Pa La Jiasi had learned that Fu Li Sa had destroyed planet Vegeta. He too bore deep hatred for Fu Li Sa. Fu Li Sa is the very impetus for our training. It is because of him that Vegeta and I trained so relentlessly. But now with Buluoli's arrival, I believe Buluoli will one day be able to defeat Fu Li Sa. Wukong said lightly, his face relaxed. I understand. I will see that Buluoli trains well and sets out to find Fu Li Sa. Vegeta and Goku returned to Earth for a brief moment, bringing some food to prepare for their training in the God of Destruction's realm. However, they were forced to stay the night, and just before lunch the next day Beerus and was suddenly arrived, seemingly to join the feast. At the same time, in another dimension, Trunks, covered in dirt and dust, was navigating the ruined city, several energy blasts trailing behind him at a leisurely pace. Trunks dashed around the corner of a factory, panic-stricken like a startled bird. He hastily unleashed a massive energy blast to obliterate the pursuing energy blasts. The tremendous explosion reduced the factory and several nearby buildings to ashes, creating a vast semicircular crater that billowed dark smoke. Trunks screamed as he caught sight of a familiar yet terrifying figure. Trunks immediately fled the scene, reappearing on a mountain several kilometers above the city ruins. Watching the thick smoke rising from the devastation below, he cursed, damn it, another city destroyed. I should take a detour. With that, Trunks jumped down the peak and sprinted towards the distance. In an abandoned underground factory, Trunks cautiously observed his surroundings for a long time before sneaking inside. When he opened the underground door, Xiao Wu approached him, concerned and immediately asking about his well-being. She then poured him a glass of water and inquired, what did Bulma say? Are you ready? Upon hearing Bulma's name, Trunks' eyes reddened and he began to sob heartbreakingly. Mom was spotted while clearing the solar panels. Boo-hoo. Xiao Wu showed a look of horror and instinctively took a step back. Aunt Bulma. Xiao Wu, with a sad expression, stepped forward to embrace Trunks. They held each other for a long time before Xiao Wu stood up and said, Trunks, we must pull ourselves together. You are the last hope. Trunks silently nodded. Seeing his sorrowful expression, Xiao Wu took out a can and handed it to Trunks, who was astonished. Is this canned food? Where did you get this? Xiao Wu urged Trunks not to ask and to eat quickly. After Trunks had eaten half, he gave the other half to Xiao Wu. Then standing up, Trunks spoke, there's only one piece of good news. The time machine's energy has been fully charged, but it cost my mom's life. I must kill that guy myself. Fully charged. When do we leave? Xiao Wu asked while eating. As soon as it gets dark, we will head to 17 years ago. To the past I once visited the world where my dad and the others are still alive. Xiao Wu asked in confusion why 17 years ago. I once traveled with that machine. Its settings can only go to this specific time. If it were another time we might end up in a different world, one that may not be familiar to us. Trunks said while washing his face. It had also been modified to allow Whis to rewind 3 minutes. If Whis rewinds 3 minutes without creating other parallel universes, then Trunks would not be able to travel to this main timeline. Meanwhile, in the normal world, the banquet continued. Bulma, hosting Jack and Ties in the backyard, raised the question, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here because I heard from Ties that you're researching a time machine," Jack asked. "That's right, why?" "You can't do that. Manipulating time is a serious crime. It can easily create parallel worlds. The Supreme Kai personally came to our Galactic Patrol headquarters to warn King of the Galaxy about this, which is why I'm here to caution you," Jack said with a serious expression. Relax, I was just saying it casually. I suddenly got a bit interested. But even if I were to study it, it would take a long time. Besides, what's wrong with creating parallel worlds? I don't know. It seems the Supreme Kai doesn't want parallel worlds to exist. I really don't know. Jack was clearly just following the rules. Little Trunks and Pilaf were in class. At this time, Little Trunks and Pilaf were both 12 years old, and they had been working at Bulma's house for some time. Seeing that their ages were similar, Bulma allowed Trunks to have them as playmates. "Wow, is this fresh meat bun? It's so delicious," Beerus exclaimed in delight over the food. Bulma approached and asked Whis, "Why doesn't the Supreme Kai allow the birth of parallel worlds?" "Huh? Why did Bulma suddenly ask this question?" Whis looked surprised at Bulma. "This guy said it?" Bulma pointed at Jack. At that moment, Bulma's question drew everyone's attention, and Beerus glanced at Jack. Originally, this matter was not under the Supreme Kai's jurisdiction. However, someone entrusted this issue to the Supreme Kai, so the Supreme Kai cannot freely allow parallel worlds to be created. After all, the birth of parallel worlds can lead to many troubles. Let me ask you a question. If the Omni King is already the top deity of the universe, do you think a parallel world would give rise to another Omni King? It probably would, Bulma replied uncertainly. To be honest, the Omni King has transcended time and space. Regardless of how parallel worlds change, there is only one Omni King. Unless the Omni King himself wishes for it, a second Omni King will not be born. If another Omni King were born, in essence it would still be the same as the original Omni King, Whis explained. Then how could the Omni King agree to the birth of another Omni King? Everyone felt puzzled. As long as the Omni King wishes, he can erase all universes in an instant. Thus the Omni King can do as he pleases. It is perfectly normal for him to agree to the birth of another Omni King. But can the other Omni King also erase all universes? Wouldn't that mean they become two different beings? This involves another aspect that I cannot disclose. However, I can tell you that the birth of parallel worlds could lead to chaos, which is why it is prohibited, Whis said. Alright, Whis, no need to elaborate further. Why did you suddenly bring up parallel worlds with Bulma? Beerus gestured for Whis to stop talking and pointed at Jack. I heard that Bulma seems to be researching a time machine, so I came to take a look. Jack, upon realizing he was speaking to a god of destruction, cautiously lowered his head. He dared not lie. Hearing this, Beerus' eyes turned cold as he looked at Bulma. Hey, Bulma, do you want me to destroy you? How could that be? I didn't know. Besides, I currently don't have the ability to create a time machine. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it, Bulma explained in a fluster. Suddenly, a machine bearing the Capsule Corporation logo appeared out of thin air. The machine plummeted to the ground upon appearance, falling inert. All eyes turned toward it. Trunks Jr., standing closest, immediately soared forward. Beerus's gaze sharpened. Whis remained perfectly composed. What is this? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. She recognized it instantly as the time machine. Hey, Kakarot! Vegeta lost his composure at once and shot forward. Goku and Bulma followed closely behind. There's someone inside. He's unconscious. Trunks Jr. glanced inside, then announced to the group. There's a person in here. Trunks, bring him out. Bulma called out. Trunks Jr. carefully lifted the figure from the capsule and carried him out. Bulma rushed forward, cradling the young man in her arms and saying, Sankan, could you fetch a senzu bean for me? No need. A flash of light shimmered in Vegeta's palm, and in an instant the young man's wounds vanished. Seconds later he stirred awake. Upon regaining consciousness, Trunks lunged straight at Goku. But when Goku effortlessly blocked the strike, Trunks paused, realization dawning. He bowed his head in apology and asked, Mr. Son, weren't you dead? Ah. You mean the cell self-destruction incident? Well, for certain reasons I was revived. Goku scratched his head sheepishly. At that moment Vegeta interjected. Hey Trunks, what happened? Was it Majin Buu? Vegeta's expression darkened. Father. Mother. I'm sorry, it wasn't Majin Buu. Trunks lowered his head, voice heavy with remorse. Trunks Jr. stared incredulously at his older self. What? Father and mother. Is this guy their illegitimate son? Nearby Pilaf Shu and my exchanged hushed gossipy glances. Chi-Chi murmured. He's so handsome. Hey, so this Brad is just the future version of that kid, right? Beerus could no longer contain himself and strode forward, pointing emphatically between Trunks Jr. and the adult Trunks. Lady Bulma, you claimed earlier you hadn't built a time machine. Whis arrived just then, calm as ever. No, it wasn't me. It was my future self who built it. Trunks first came here 15 years ago. We had no idea back then. Bulma revealed that Trunks had already visited them 15 years prior. What? He came here 15 years ago. Beerus roared. Lord Beerus, you were sleeping just now. Whis gently reminded him, and Beerus settled down at once. Trunks, what is your enemy's origin? Ignoring the commotion nearby, Vegeta turned directly to Trunks and demanded answers. He claims to act for justice, to eradicate all humanity. He has already annihilated countless civilizations across star systems. By the time he reached Earth, we were utterly powerless. Within a single year, only a handful of humans remained, and even Mother. Trunks spoke in a hoarse, subdued voice, head bowed. What? Even I died. Bulma gasped, rushing over in shock. That enemy is Mr. Son. Trunks continued solemnly. What? Everyone recoiled in disbelief. Seeing their stunned reactions, Trunks clarified. He bears an identical likeness to Mr. Son, but he is absolutely not him. Beerus leaned in, now deeply intrigued, listening intently. But didn't future Son die long ago? Bulma asked the question aloud. Trunks admitted he didn't know, and added. Precisely because he isn't Mr. Son, Mother named him Black Goku. That sounds kinda cool. Goku mused. Sounds terribly outdated. How could my future self possibly choose such a name? Bulma retorted, apparently stung by Goku's praise. Now that we know our foe will help you defeat him, Trunks. Goku declared without hesitation. But the time machine's energy reserves are only sufficient for this one-way trip. Trunks replied, shoulders slumping. Humph. Then why did you even return in it? Vegeta scoffed coldly. Trunks understood Vegeta's meaning. He fell silent, head bowed, fists clenched tightly at his sides. Whoa, Vegeta, calm down. Trunks, I just inspected your time machine's power slot. I can refine enough energy using all our machinery in just one day. Bulma hurried over to reassure him. 1 day. Trunks blinked in disbelief. It took us over a year just to gather enough energy for this one-way journey. Well then, Vegeta, shall we go together? Goku said, turning to his rival. Vegeta gave a firm nod. Wait, please be careful. I fear Father and Mr. Son may not stand a chance against him. Trunks pleaded earnestly. Simple enough, we'll spar first and gauge his strength. Goku replied lightly. They moved to the garden pond's edge, standing at opposite ends. Trunks drew his sword, hand resting firmly on its hilt, a scene echoing their very first sparring encounter years before. Beerus reclined lazily on a lounge chair beside Whis. Whis, what do you make of all this? Lord Beerus, this matter runs deeper than it appears. This boy visited 15 years ago, meaning history has already been altered, birthing divergent parallel universes. How many exist remains unknown. Yet the secondary world's influence on the primary one has triggered no response from above, suggesting for now no immediate danger. Parallel worlds resemble parallel threads. A second thread, like a single hair, has sprouted a branching filament that struck the original, altering its course. The recoil from that divergence likewise reshaped the branch itself. Since the weavers and conductors of these threads remain silent, all appears stable, for now. Yet why would a Goku who is not Goku emerge from the future? Beerus nodded thoughtfully, then voiced his lingering doubt. That may well be the variable, the wild card. Let us hope Goku and his allies resolve it cleanly. Otherwise, unforeseen consequences could spell trouble, not just for Lord Beerus but for Lord Shin as well. Whis concluded. We'll interrogate him thoroughly after his match with Goku. With a sharp cry, Ha! Trunks ascended into Super Saiyan second grade, lightning crackling violently across his frame. Goku nodded approvingly. Impressive. Stronger than Gohan was back then. 15 years have passed. I've trained relentlessly, Trunks declared, gripping his blade. Goku exuded palpable power. Crackling arcs of golden lightning erupted around him. Come on, Trunks! Goku launched a devastating straight punch. Trunks deflected it with a swift wrist flick. Goku countered with a sweeping kick aimed at Trunks's head. Trunks arched backward, hands slamming onto the ground, evading the blow, and springing up with a powerful counterkick that sent Goku soaring skyward. With a thunderous roar, Trunks raised his sword and brought it down in a blazing vertical slash. Goku smiled calmly, fingers glowing gold as they met each descending strike, just as he had done decades before. Their power levels are evenly matched, Whis observed. My future self is this strong, Trunks Jr. whispered in awe, his voice trembling with quiet pride. Trunks, allow me to show you a world beyond your imagination. Goku pushed Trunks back and landed on the ground, addressing him calmly. Ha! Goku's tail, coiled tightly around his waist, unfurled and shimmered with golden radiance as he instantly ascended to Super Saiyan 3rd. Though he mastered the torrential aura with flawless control, its sheer overwhelming intensity left even seasoned warriors breathless. This power! I never imagined another transformation existed. I've spent over a decade refining my abilities at this stage, and yet remained unsatisfied. Trunks' expression shifted to one of stunned awe. Then with a sudden surge his aura ignited, not as wild arcs of lightning dancing wildly around him, but as tightly coiled inward-focused currents clinging seamlessly to his body. Not bad, Trunks, Goku commended, voice warm with genuine approval. Vegeta murmured quietly to himself. Impressive. The boy has trained diligently. Super Saiyan 2nd unleashes such immense volatile energy that violent lightning inevitably erupts, but Trunks forged his own path, achieving perfect command over it. Truly commendable. Trunks lunged forward again, sword raised, but Goku stood utterly unruffled. As the blade descended, Goku did not flinch. Trunks' eyes narrowed. Had he already anticipated my move? In the next instant, Trunks reappeared behind Goku. Yet before his hand could even graze Goku's back, a golden tail struck like a whip, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Trunks rose slowly, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, then released his transformation. You truly are extraordinary, Mr. Son. This form is astonishing. It channels the Saiyans' primal ferocity to its absolute zenith. Indeed. Your father taught me this technique, Goku said, nodding toward Vegeta. Huh. Dad? Trunks turned to Vegeta, eyes alight with joy. So father has grown this powerful too. Energy collection requires 1 full day. Report to my gravity chamber tomorrow morning, Vegeta stated, giving a curt nod. Yes, father. A quiet thrill stirred within Trunks. Ever since learning how his father had charged headlong into battle against Cell, even knowing it meant certain death, he'd sensed Vegeta's fierce unspoken love. Now it seemed that stoic heart had softened. Vegeta spoke more, moved with greater ease, and carried himself with unexpected warmth. Is this truly what father was always like? Trunks' eyes glistened, though sorrow lingered. Mother will never see this. Lord Beerus, we depart for future Trunks' timeline tomorrow. Would you accompany us? Goku stepped forward, gently tugging at Beerus' sleeve. What nonsense! How dare you involve yourself in such a trivial matter? Resolve your own messes yourselves. Beerus snarled, then turned sharply to Trunks. But tell me, why hasn't your universe's destroyer intervened? Why permit this chaos to run rampant? The destroyer you speak of? Trunks asked, puzzled. Hasn't your Supreme Kai mentioned him? Beerus demanded. Our Supreme Kai perished long ago, in battle against Dabura of the Demon Realm, Trunks replied, his voice heavy with grief. What? That spineless fool dared meddle where he had no place. Beerus erupted, face contorted in furious disbelief. Lord Beerus, what's wrong? Goku asked, bewildered. Why would Beerus curse a fallen deity? The Supreme Kai and the Destroyer share a symbiotic bond, Whis explained gently. When one dies, the other cannot survive. Thus Lord Beerus of Trunks' universe must also have perished, Whis concluded. Nanny! A collective gasp rippled through the group. This revelation stunned them all. None had ever heard of such a bond. Mr. Trunks, might you share precise details about this Black Goku? Whis inquired. Whis, you've deduced something, Beerus asked, glancing at Whis, who nodded silently for Trunks to proceed. Beerus waited expectantly as Whis gestured for Trunks to speak first. He preaches justice while branding humanity as foolish, declaring that all humans must vanish from the cosmos. Anything obstructing his vision, gods included, must be eradicated. He claims to have already slain every deity. Humanity is next. Trunks bowed his head in solemn reply. What? That wretch? Beerus' face flushed with outrage. It appears he knows of the symbiotic bond between destroyers and Supreme Kais. By eliminating all Supreme Kais, he ensured the simultaneous demise of their destroyers, thus clearing the path for his grand design. I suspect he is himself a deity, one of high rank, for only such beings possess knowledge of this sacred covenant. Whis surmised. Worse still, he may soon appear here. Whis, we must act, immediately. Beerus' expression darkened. The terrifying implications had fully dawned upon him. First let us consult the Supreme Kai, Whis advised. The following morning arrived. Vegeta and Trunks trained rigorously in the gravity chamber while Goku sat cross-legged beside a tranquil pond deep in meditation. Suddenly the Supreme Kai appeared, seeking Beerus. Lord Beerus, you summoned me. Are there any deities under your purview who harbor extreme hatred toward humanity? Beerus remained silent. Whis posed the question instead. Well? The Supreme Kai paused, reflecting deeply, then uttered the name Jeez. Before Beerus or Whis could respond, Whis' staff pulsed with an urgent transmission from the Grand Priest. Lord Beerus, the Grand Priest sends word. What? The Grand Priest himself. Beerus blinked in astonishment. What does he require? His Majesty the Omni King requests Goku's immediate presence at the palace. With a startled sputter, Beerus sprayed his drink directly onto Supreme Kai Shin's face, and bolted forward in frantic haste. The Omni King wishes to see me. But I'm occupied, perhaps another time. Goku hesitated. Fool. You will go, now. Whis, take him at once. Beerus snapped, urgency sharpening his tone. I can escort Mr. Son, I can teleport us directly to the Omni King's palace, Lord Beerus. The Supreme Kai offered promptly. Precisely. Let's go and return swiftly, Mr. Son. Come. In an instant Whis, Goku and Shin vanished. They materialized instantly before the Omni King's resplendent palace. The Grand Priest awaited them at the gates, bowing respectfully. After formal greetings, he led the trio into the throne room, where Whis quietly revealed to Goku that the Grand Priest ranked among the top 5 strongest beings in the entire multiverse. There Goku met the Omni King, who bestowed upon him a small enigmatic button, before they returned to Earth. No sooner had they reappeared on Earth than Jeez manifested before them. Just as the group prepared to confront him, he delivered startling news. Zamasu, the Supreme Kai of Universe 10, had visited Zuno to inquire about the Super Dragon Balls, about Son Goku and Vegeta, and most chillingly whether a god could exchange bodies with a mortal. The revelation struck like thunder. Zamasu was almost certainly Black Goku, a deity confirmed. Black Goku's identity had finally been unveiled. Now Goku and Vegeta would journey to the future timeline, while Beerus and Whis moved to eliminate Zamasu. Goku called out, Vegeta, let's go now. At that moment Vegeta and Trunks had just emerged from the gravity chamber when they heard Goku's urgent summons and immediately asked what had occurred. Dad, Mr. Goku, I want to fight too. I want to kill that man with my own hands, Trunks declared. Go ask your mother whether the energy reserves are ready. Once confirmed, we depart immediately. Vegeta replied. Wait, wasn't Kakarot already dead in the future timeline? How did he manage to swap bodies? Vegeta asked again suddenly. I suspect he used the Time Ring, a divine artifact wielded by the Supreme Kai, that enables travel across parallel universes. Whis said, then added, Trunks, and does Black Goku wear earrings identical to those of the Supreme Kai? And does he wear a ring on his finger? Yes, he wears only one earring, unlike the Supreme Kai-sama, whose earrings are golden. Black Goku's is emerald green, and he also wears a ring on his finger. Trunks answered. Then it's confirmed. Lord Beerus, we must hasten to Universe 10. The Supreme Kai there may be in grave peril. Whis urged Beerus. Beerus nodded, then instructed the Supreme Kai to carry out a task before departing with Whis. Shortly thereafter Bulma arrived to inform them that the energy reserves were fully charged. The 3 Saiyans stood ready, and as a precaution carried several senzu beans. With a flash they materialized in future Trunks' world. Scarcely had they landed when Black Goku sensed their presence from afar and surged toward them. As the trio touched down amid the desolation, they felt Black Goku drawing near, and chose to await him there. Suddenly a cat darted forward and leapt beside Trunks, Bulma's former pet. When Trunks reached to embrace it, the feline guided him instead, leading him straight to Chi-Chi, gravely wounded and barely clinging to life. They hurriedly administered a senzu bean. Trunks placed it in her mouth, and she slowly stirred back to consciousness, then collapsed into his arms. Goku watched the tender reunion quietly pleased for Trunks. How swiftly he'd found love. Vegeta, however, felt something altogether different. As Trunks explained the situation to Chi-Chi, and introduced Goku and Vegeta, she gasped in astonishment. Vegeta opened his mouth, hesitated, and after a long pause finally said, "Trunks, when the time comes we'll fight him at a distance. You two stay far away. If danger arises, return to the past, understood?" Before Trunks could reply, Vegeta and Goku shot skyward, intercepting Black Goku mid-flight. They halted face-to-face. Black Goku stared in genuine shock. How did you two get here?" "Humph. We know everything. You used the Super Dragon Balls to seize my body. You're Zamasu of Universe 10, aren't you?" Goku accused, fury blazing in his voice. "You somehow uncovered even these minute details, and know my identity. Tell me, what parallel universe do you hail from?" Black Goku recoiled, stunned that his identity had been so utterly exposed. Yet he quickly recovered, smirking with arrogant confidence. "So what if you know? I'll bury you here, then no one will ever learn the truth." "Humph. Kakarot, I'll discipline this wretch myself. Don't interfere." With a contemptuous snort, Vegeta launched himself forward without another word. Black Goku showed no fear. "I know your strength, Vegeta, but you're merely a beneficiary of fortune. And yet Goku himself refuses to step forward. Humph. I'll kill you instead." "Ha!" Black Goku instantly ascended to Super Saiyan 2 and rushed forward. Vegeta, puzzled by the jab about fortune, dismissed it, and likewise transformed mid-flight, then braced himself to meet Black Goku's onslaught head-on. With one hand Vegeta seized Black Goku's fist, gazing upon that familiar face with fierce exhilaration. He would beat this impostor into a pulp, then erase him utterly. A follow-up kick was blocked by Black Goku's raised forearm. Vegeta spun midair and struck him square in the skull, sending him hurtling backward. Vegeta closed and instantly unleashing a tempest of blows so ferocious that Black Goku shrieked in agony. Hearing that voice, identical to Kakarot's, sent a dark thrill through Vegeta, who sneered, "Is this truly all you've got? Then show me your full power, now!" At those words Black Goku, still reeling from impact, snapped his eyes open, twisted his torso violently, and evaded the next barrage. Then in an instant he erupted with overwhelming power, far surpassing his prior might, vanishing faster than sound itself to appear beside Vegeta. His assault turned blistering, yet Vegeta met each strike with calm precision. When Black Goku lunged with a punch, Vegeta vaulted skyward. Black Goku glanced up, and fired a colossal energy wave upward. Vegeta merely smirked, accelerated, and curved around the blast with impossible speed, reappearing inches from Black Goku, driving a crushing blow into his jaw before he could blink. The impact sent Black Goku crashing deep into the ruined cityscape. When he staggered back into view, his body was lacerated, his garments tattered, and yet he laughed, breath ragged. "Vegeta, you actually possess such strength. How utterly perfect. You dare laugh. You utter such arrogance, and so I shall end you now." Vegeta instantly ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, and without hesitation unleashed a cataclysmic blast. Stunned and paralyzed by the sheer majesty of Vegeta's new form, Black Goku failed to react. Just as the attack was about to strike, a shadow intercepted him, snatching him away in a blur. "What?" Goku and Vegeta cried out in unison. "That guy!" Vegeta's eyes blazed with incandescent fury. Standing before them was another Vegeta, clad in regal purple divine robes. "That's... Dad? What's happening?" Trunks, arriving on the scene, gaped at the surreal tableau. "I am Zamasu of this world. Vegeta, your body shall serve our human eradication plan. Consider it your highest honor," the robed figure declared. At that moment 2 more figures materialized behind Black Goku and the purple-robed Vegeta, Zamasu himself in his original form, twice over. The 2 Zamasus remained silent, only smiling with cold, unsettling mirth as they began healing Black Goku. "What? There are so many Zamasus. What in the world is going on?" Meanwhile Beerus and Whis, who had already defeated Zamasu, appeared on Earth. Moments later the Supreme Kai arrived and urgently reported, "Lord Beerus, the time ring has multiplied. There are now 6. 4 Zamasus from parallel timelines have vanished." "What? So many parallel universes exist?" Beerus recoiled in disbelief. Whis instinctively covered his mouth. "The 6 time rings represent 6 parallel worlds. The first world, logically speaking, has not been altered by the time machine, and should be the main world, the unmodified Trunks world. Goku suffers from heart disease. The androids are brutal, and after Trunks travels to the second world and returns, he kills androids 17 and 18 as well as Cell and Babidi from his own world, preventing the emergence of Majin Buu, leading to the later massacre of all humanity by Zamasu and the annihilation of the entire universe by the Omni King. The second world is the first world where Son Goku does not have heart disease. In this world, Cell from the third timeline kills Trunks, who later arrives here, allowing Goku's heart disease to be treated, and the androids become stronger and gentler, likely without the final adjustments. Another Cell arrives here, becoming perfect before being eliminated, and since there are more humans than in the first world, Babidi's gang approaches earlier while Zamasu is destroyed by Beerus. The third world is a divergence of the first world. Goku has heart disease, the androids are brutal, and Trunks, after traveling to the fourth world and returning, kills androids 17 and 18. But Trunks is killed by Cell, who travels to the second world via the time machine. In this world, Trunks is stronger than androids 17 and 18 but weaker than Cell, unaware that Cell will ambush him. In the fourth world, when Trunks from the third world arrives, he treats Goku's heart disease, making it similar to the second world, but androids 17 and 18 should be vicious. However, in this world, Cell remains in a basement, and no alternate Cell travels here. He should appear years later, raised by the protagonists to become perfect before being defeated. Thus Trunks from the third world is unaware of Cell's existence, but after defeating androids 17 and 18 he trains hard. However, he is weaker than Cell, and humans like in the second world have more numbers than in the first world, prompting Babidi's gang to approach earlier. Yet lacking Cell's stage means the protagonists are likely weaker than those from the second world, and since Son Goku is still alive, he cannot become Super Saiyan 3, ensuring the protagonists will inevitably nurture Majin Buu, leading to their defeat. After Buu wreaks havoc, it isn't long before Beerus awakens again and destroys Buu. In the fifth world, it is basically the same as the second world. Before Goku farms, Zamasu kills Gawasa, wishes to exchange bodies with Goku, kills Goku, Chi-Chi, Goten and others, and later Vegeta's body is also taken. In this world, the god of destruction is forced to die and Whis is forced to shut down. In the sixth world, the 12th universe first creates the time machine, forming the parallel universe, and it is precisely this universe that Zamasu cannot enter, resulting in only 4 Zamasu outside. The sudden appearance of the 4-person group puzzles everyone. Why are there 4 Zamasu? Despite Goku and others never having seen Zamasu, the 2 identical individuals must be the real Zamasu with a very standard Kaijin appearance. One of the Zamasu bodies said, having taken out the time ring and glanced at it. Why is there an extra time ring? At this point there are now 7 time rings. Hey, what wishes did you all make using the Super Dragon Balls? Goku asked directly as he saw 3 more enemies. At this moment, Purple Vegeta approached, not answering Goku's question, and said to him, "I'm here to play with you." This Purple Vegeta is very uncharacteristic, as he always wears a friendly expression, making those familiar with Vegeta feel very uneasy. Goku was thrilled and transformed into Super Saiyan 2 while Black Goku attacked Vegeta. However, Black Goku was no match for Vegeta, as every time Vegeta was about to kill him, a Zamasu body would come to his rescue. Each time Black Goku was healed, he became stronger. Vegeta looked at Goku's side, and the same thing happened. His body was continuously defeated by Kakarot, and then healed again. Vegeta felt immense shame that he couldn't even defeat Kakarot. Vegeta now realized the situation was dire and directly bypassed Black Goku to attack the 2 Zamasu behind. Goku also rushed over, clearly with the same intention. Before they could reach the 2 Zamasu, 2 figures suddenly flashed by. Black Goku transformed into Rose, which is Black Goku's Super Saiyan God form, clearly different in divine energy from Vegeta and Goku. Combined with Goku's body turning into Rose, another Purple Vegeta also completed the Super Saiyan God transformation, but this individual's divine aura was dark red. Rose and Dark Red, the 2 Zamasu, utilized the bodies of the empty Vegeta to achieve divine forms, and through this form they directly approached the 2. Goku and Vegeta looked at these 2 with grave expressions. These 2 were not weak, and with 2 original Zamasu lurking, this situation could be extremely dangerous. "Hey Kakarot, you take care of those 2 behind, finish it quickly, I'll handle these 2. Vegeta shouted. "Nanny Vegeta, can you do it? Stop talking nonsense." Vegeta roared, unleashing his full power, entering the locked blue state, also known as Super Blue Full Power. At the same time, Goku charged towards the 2 Zamasu, but the 2 Rose and Dark Red paid no mind and directly engaged in battle with Vegeta. Rose and Dark Red were clearly not easy opponents. Even with Vegeta using all his strength, he still couldn't gain the upper hand. They seemed to know what each other was thinking, attacking seamlessly. Vegeta roared in anger, pushing the 2 apart with his hands, directly employing the prince's fighting style. Vegeta also knew he needed to buy some time for Kakarot to eliminate those 2 Zamasu, which would make things much easier. "What? Goku's exclamation came as the two Zamasu that Goku had swiftly killed had revived. Goku's exclamation distracted Vegeta, who also saw the revived Zamasu, and at that moment two beams of light instantly struck Vegeta's abdomen, piercing through. Vegeta was sent flying into the ruins of a distant building, his life unknown. "Vegeta! Dad!" came the shouts from Goku and Trunks. "Ha ha ha, daring to be distracted while facing us humans truly deserve extinction." The magenta Wukong laughed wildly while the dark red Vegeta revealed an evil grin. Trunks charged directly towards Vegeta's vicinity. Before he could get close, a tremendous force vaporized all nearby buildings. Vegeta charged out, pressing a hand against his abdomen where a wound immediately vanished. Seeing Trunks approach, Vegeta shouted, "Trunks, get out of here quickly, take her and leave. This place is for me and Kakarot to handle." "No way, Dad, I want to fight too," Trunks replied loudly. "Hurry if things go south, Kakarot, and I can still retreat to your side." Vegeta wore an expression that brooked no argument. Trunks clenched his fists, a look of shame washing over his face, alternating between pale and flushed. Trunks knew staying behind was merely a burden. If he held back his father, and the others, he would deserve death. Trunks flew away and Vegeta returned to the battlefield. At this moment the two original Zamasu were attempting to control Kakarot with divine power. The two Zamasu who had swapped bodies prepared to strike, but before their divine power could reach Goku, it was shattered by the blue aura surrounding him. The two Zamasu displayed expressions of terror, angrily stating, "The power of the gods cannot even approach a mortal body. What a pitiful world, humans truly deserve to perish." The magenta and dark red figures decided to launch a direct assault, as the two original Zamasu were only immortal and had pitifully weak combat abilities. They might have been able to cultivate over many years, but they could not afford to wait that long. "Kakarot, no matter what method you use, take those two away. Do not let them interfere, I will deal with them." Vegeta charged forward to intercept the direct assault from the magenta and dark red figures, but Goku called him to a halt. Goku blocked the attack and shouted, "You go deal with those two, I'll handle this. Take the senzu beans and recover your stamina." Goku even tossed over some senzu beans. Goku knew that the best solution was for one of them to eliminate the two original Zamasu. The remaining two could be dealt with slowly. However, how to resolve these seemingly immortal Zamasu was beyond him. The spirit bomb would certainly be ineffective, it only worked on pure evil. Since Vegeta and Frieza had survived the spirit bomb, it indicated they were not entirely evil, which is why Goku let the two live. Zamasu, despite having killed many, posed the question of how to define good and evil. His ascension to godhood indicated he was not wholly malevolent, yet he still took lives, creating a philosophical extremity. Goku realized he could not resolve this, so he left it to Vegeta. "The senzu beans exploded in midair. You two have violated the dignity of the gods. Do you think you can still survive?" The two Zamasu remained unfazed, even tauntingly mocking. Their divine power could not affect Goku and Vegeta, but it was evident they could handle objects like the senzu beans. Faced with the two's aggression, Goku felt a bit flustered. The magenta and dark red Zamasu were far more troublesome than the original fusion Zamasu. The original Zamasu's weakness meant that its combat prowess wasn't significantly enhanced, and merely using Super Saiyan Blue at full power could match them. Now Goku was exerting all his strength at full power, matching Vegeta's might, yet he couldn't gain the upper hand against the two. While thinking of a solution, Vegeta fiercely attacked the two Zamasu. He realized that these two Zamasu had likely made wishes for immortality through the dragon, so killing them was impossible. But how could he prevent them from interfering in the battle? Suddenly Goku used instant transmission to evade the two's energy blades. Goku's face turned serious. "Vegeta, do you have a plan?" Vegeta smirked. "I didn't have one before, but now I do." He floated in front of Goku. "I'll deal with these two, you hold off the others." "Alright Vegeta, what's your plan?" Goku asked. "Kakarot, keep them busy and watch closely." Vegeta took a step in the air directly between the magenta and dark red figures, grabbing both of them without regard for their attacks. In an instant he executed instant transmission, and the three vanished. "What?" The two original Zamasu were alarmed, then sneered, "You can't kill us. Once they return to this planet, you're doomed." In truth, they were merely saying this secretly. They were searching for the location of the magenta and dark red figures. Since they were trainee Kaishin, they could also use instant transmission, but how could Goku give them that opportunity? "Don't even think about it, you two can't go anywhere." Goku admired Vegeta at this moment. The two Zamasu had swapped bodies and were no longer able to use instant transmission. In the animation Black, Goku mastered instant transmission immediately, which is nonsense. When they swapped bodies, they couldn't even transform into Super Saiyans, so how could they learn instant transmission? Besides, the instant transmission of a Kaishin is not the same as Goku's. Even becoming a Super Saiyan God would require acclimatization to divine energy before mastering it again. Goku unleashed a series of Prince-style combat techniques, leaving the two Zamasu in a dire state, utterly unable to resist the Super Saiyan Blue. Meanwhile, Vegeta and the magenta and dark red figures appeared in the God of Destruction's realm far from Earth. Unless the magenta and dark red figures learned instant transmission, they could not return in a short time. Upon realizing that Vegeta had brought them to the God of Destruction's realm, the magenta and dark red figures observed cautiously, fearing that Vegeta would take them to some dangerous place. This concern allowed Vegeta to escape them and move to a safe location. Subsequently, Vegeta instantly teleported back to Earth, returning with his body covered in blood, a massive gash from his shoulder to abdomen, blood flowing uncontrollably. Vegeta knelt on the ground, his hand pressed against the wound. At this moment his energy was depleted, he had only managed a slight recovery, and the wound merely reduced the blood loss. Goku rushed over upon seeing Vegeta return, kneeling on the ground and bleeding profusely, and supported him, saying, "Vegeta, can you hold on?" Before he could finish his sentence, Vegeta fainted. He could no longer continue and needed to retreat quickly. Goku also understood that this enemy was tricky, with 4 Zamasu appearing at once, catching them off guard. Goku used instant transmission to appear beside Trunks. Seeing the unconscious Vegeta, Trunks realized the situation was dire, took out the time machine, and they all boarded it to return to the past. Meanwhile, the 2 Zamasu arriving late were furious enough to bite their teeth in frustration. In the distance, the magenta and dark red figures were sitting cross-legged in the God of Destruction's realm. In the next moment they opened their eyes, having mastered instant transmission. They teleported directly back to Earth, where they began bombarding the planet in a frenzy upon hearing the others had fled. Now in Super Saiyan God form, they possessed divine energy, making it quick to learn instant transmission. However, it still required time. In that brief moment, Goku, Vegeta, and the others had already escaped. On Earth, several people traveled back in time to the Capsule Corporation. Bulma and a few others arrived to give Goku and Vegeta some senzu beans. The two walked over while Den and Mai remained silent with their heads down, creating an eerie atmosphere. Only Bulma was incessantly asking about the situation. The Kaioshinshin reported to Beerus that he would visit the 10th universe to meet Guas, and then he left. The 4 Zamasu not only exchanged bodies with Goku but also with Vegeta, and they possessed tremendous power and immortality. Truly terrifying. Regardless of anything, these matters are of your making. I have already destroyed the modern Zamasu, you will have to handle the rest yourselves. Storing energy still requires a day. There's a little time left to think of a solution, but I fear Zamasu might destroy the future and escape. That would be troublesome. Even if the 4 of them separate, it will become complicated. Bulma anxiously circled. No need for that, Mom. We can't let Dad and Goku go back to their deaths. Trunks' deep voice rang out. Boom. A heavy punch hit Trunks, sending him flying. Trunks looked up to see Vegeta had struck him. Get up. Vegeta made no other movements or words, merely staring at Trunks. Trunks dared not meet Vegeta's gaze, yet he did not rise. I'm sorry, Dad. I can't let you go to your death. I'd rather go to a secluded corner with Mai. I won't disturb you. Vegeta took a step and charged directly in front of Trunks, grabbing his collar and tossing him outside. If you are still my son, if you are still a Saiyan, even without hope, you must fight until the last moment. This is your honor, your pride. Where has your Saiyan blood gone? Trunks, who landed on the ground, listened to Vegeta's roar. Propping himself up, he kept his head down, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mai rushed over heartbroken and wiped the blood from Trunks' face. Vegeta, what are you doing? Trunks is in a desperate situation. This is the only way he can cope. Bulma approached and reprimanded Vegeta, clearly still concerned for Trunks. That's right, Vegeta. You don't need to be angry with Trunks. We just need to do our best to resolve this matter. Goku also tried to mediate. At that moment, Trunks lifted his head, stood up, and looked at Vegeta with unwavering determination. I'm sorry, Dad. You're right. I hesitated. I can't even protect my own world. This is all my fault for being too weak. Please train me, Dad. I must surpass them and defeat them. You have so little ambition. Vegeta was about to explode in anger. You need to become stronger than everyone else. Vegeta charged at Trunks again. Trunks did not flinch or avoid it, but instead smiled faintly. Yes, Dad. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's fist stopped, and he stood still, turning around. Come with me. Vegeta flew off, and Trunks happily followed. What is Vegeta doing? Goku thought Vegeta would truly beat Trunks up, yet in the blink of an eye the two had left. What is going on? Goku completely did not understand. This kid Vegeta really knows how to educate his son. Beerus seemed to discover a new world, watching with a strange sense of satisfaction. Haha, Vegeta's teaching style is truly unique. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. Hey Goku, Vegeta has gone to train his son. What are you planning to do next? Lord Beerus, do you have a method to deal with immortality? I'm quite troubled, Goku said, frowning and rubbing the back of his head. It's simple, just destroy it directly, Beerus replied disdainfully. But I can't do that. Goku rolled his eyes. Goku can try other methods such as sealing, deception, enslavement, or diversion to prevent immortality from affecting the battle, Whis reminded. By the way, the demon seal wave can seal. I need to learn the demon seal wave. But wait, it seems the demon seal wave can only seal one person. What should I do? Goku remembered the demon seal wave but felt troubled. Right, I can just take 2 jars. Goku clapped his hands, realizing the key to the problem. Bulma, please gather energy. We will return to the future in a day, Goku said before leaving. Wait, how can you be sure those 4 Zamasu will wait for you in the future? Bulma quickly asked, but Goku had already flown away. They will definitely wait. They should know Goku and Vegeta well and understand that they will not give up and will come back to fight again, Whis replied. In the sacred world of the Kai, Vegeta and Trunks were ready to enter. Food and other supplies were also prepared. Mr. Bubbles reminded. Vegeta, you've already entered twice. If you go in again, you won't come out. Vegeta snorted coldly and walked straight in. Trunks, seeing Vegeta enter, politely apologized to Mr. Bubbles and followed him into the hyperbolic time chamber. What do you think is the meaning of battle? As soon as the door closed, Trunks heard Vegeta's question. To restore peace to the world and protect those I love and cherish. Trunks answered without hesitation. You lack the heart of a strong warrior. Trunks did not understand the meaning behind Vegeta's words. You are always passively getting stronger, always training for others. Your heart is not firm enough. How can you become a strong warrior? How can you defeat one strong enemy after another? If you want to defeat others, first defeat yourself. Vegeta did not turn around, still facing away from Trunks. Dad? Trunks fell silent. Vegeta walked away, sitting down ahead. Come over here, Vegeta said flatly. Trunks approached and also sat cross-legged on the ground. Training requires self-effort, guidance from great masters, and continuous battle. How much do you think you possess? Vegeta asked. Perhaps you have put in enough effort in your training, but you are not discovering stronger paths. You lack battles with various enemies, forever living in a small place on Earth, limiting your growth. Do you think there is any difference between us 10 years ago and you? What difference will there be 10 years from now? Vegeta asked again. Dad and Goku have already taken many steps, but I have not surpassed the higher level. Trunks acknowledged. I will first teach you how to become a Super Saiyan God. From now on you will practice with me every day. Training will be extremely brutal, Vegeta said. Ha! Oh no, I missed again. Yukon had practiced the magic sealing wave over and over under Master Roast's guidance, but he still couldn't control the sealing into the jar accurately. It's really difficult, Yukon said, listening to the sound of Master Roshi flipping through pages behind him. That's what happens when you only use rough and clumsy techniques, you lack precision. Master Roshi scolded him. Yukon felt quite frustrated. If that's the case, Grandpa, you should come with us to seal Zamasu in the future. Yukon wanted Master Roshi to go with him to the future. Master Roshi felt quite troubled. This child was truly unfilial. Wasn't he just asking for his own death? Sealing such an existence requires a tremendous amount of mental and physical energy. If I were to seal him, I'd probably die before I even finish sealing him. With your current mental and physical state, sealing such a monster is still possible. Don't make me an old man go to my death. You need to train hard yourself, Master Roshi said with a serious expression. After all, he had perished while sealing Demon King Piccolo back in the day. Yukon thought Master Roshi had a point. Zamasu's strength was only about Super Saiyan 2 level, so sealing him was indeed not a problem for him. Yukon, you can't seal those 2 at the same time, otherwise it will consume even more mental and physical energy than sealing 3 or 4 alone. Look for an opportunity, otherwise it will be problematic. Master Roshi continued to remind Wukong of the precautions. Hearing this, Wukong became unusually serious. Those 2 guys, if we seal one, the other will probably run away in an instant. It won't be so easy. Time is running out, and I don't know how Vegeta and the others are training. Don't go to sleep tonight. If you get tired, eat a senzu bean to recover your energy. Otherwise, with your current level, you won't even be able to enter, let alone seal them. The situation is not optimistic, Master Roshi instructed. Indeed, the situation was not looking good for Zamasu, posed a pressure that was not just a small increase. I know this matter is indeed troublesome. Their strength isn't very strong, even Vegeta and I can take on 2 of them. However, the immortality and divine power of Zamasu will greatly affect the situation. Looking at Vegeta, he seems to want to deal with those 2 Zamasus who have exchanged bodies himself. I must handle the 2 original Zamasus. Wukong nodded and continued to practice the magic sealing wave. At this moment, half a year had passed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Trunks quickly mastered Super Saiyan Rose under Vegeta's guidance. Day and night Vegeta trained him. Whenever he got injured and fainted, Vegeta would heal him. Only when Trunks could no longer hold on would Vegeta let him go. However, every time Trunks woke up he would find his father still training, which made him work even harder. Finally dawn broke. Wukong yawned while Master Roshi stood behind him, pointing at the only 2 jars of pickles left at home, and said, "The most important thing is the final sealing talisman. I will draw it for you right now." Then Master Roshi walked into the house. Wukong waited outside until he was almost asleep when he finally saw Master Roshi come out with 2 talismans. It was evident that drawing the talismans was very exhausting, as Master Rose's face was pale. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Wukong hurried over to support Master Roshi, taking the talismans. "You should go quickly, don't delay." Master Roshi urged Wukong to leave. After Wukong thanked Master Roshi, he left directly. Below in the Kame house, Master Roshi collapsed. His last thought before passing out was that he should not have spent so much vitality drawing the talismans. Bang! The door of the hyperbolic time chamber was violently kicked open by Vegeta. He and Trunks in tattered clothes walked out, and then flew back to Capsule Corp. Just as Wukong arrived at Capsule Corp, he saw Vegeta and Trunks descend. He took out 3 senzu beans and the 3 of them ate them. Wukong looked eagerly at Vegeta and Trunks and said, "Looks like we've made significant gains this time." "Yes, that's right, Dad." "Shut up, Trunks." Before Trunks could finish his sentence, Vegeta interrupted him and gestured for Trunks to go wash up and change clothes with him. After about 10 minutes everything was ready. The 3 of them took the time machine to the future. Little Wukong also wanted to go but was persuaded not to, as Trunks was very confident this time, so little Wukong chose to trust Trunks. "Let's go eliminate them and leave immediately." At this time the 4 Zamasus were discussing things. They had originally planned to leave because they felt that after eliminating the Earthlings, if Trunks and the others really lost their dignity and sought the help of the God of Destruction, they would truly be in danger. The 4 Zamasus showed sinister smiles, clearly only sensing 3 auras indicating that only Trunks, Wukong, and Vegeta had come. In just one day they could not have found a way to deal with the 4 of them so quickly, showing that the other side was not giving up and wanted to destroy them both. The 4 exchanged glances, excitement unspoken on their faces. In an instant the 4 appeared before the 3. Wukong was seen holding 2 jars tucked under his arms with a strange expression. The 2 original Zamasus burst into laughter. "Ha ha, son Wukong, is this your gift to apologize to us? Don't think that just because you came to admit your mistake we will let you go." The 4 showed venomous expressions. Wukong didn't mind and smiled. "My jars contain some good stuff." Then Wukong flew to the top of a nearby building. Black Wukong and purple Vegeta exchanged glances, signaling the 2 original Zamasus to follow. The 2 Zamasus flew to the rooftop as well. "Vegeta, are you ready to die again? Don't you remember the injuries I gave you last time?" Black Wukong mocked, having personally injured Vegeta. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. "You 2 trash, how dare you call yourselves gods?" As soon as he said this, the 2 Zamasus' faces twisted with rage, transforming into rose and dark red, ready to charge. At this moment Trunks, who was beside Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and blocked dark red. "Dad'll handle the remaining one, I'll hold him off." "You, Trunks, don't think that just because you can transform into this form you can contend with me." Dark Red shouted angrily, clearly looking down on Trunks. Vegeta also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue at full power. This year he had gained a lot and already knew how to proceed after attaining Super Saiyan Blue. Perhaps breaking the limits was just a matter of an instant. Bang! He met Rose's punch hidden. Clearly this punch caught Rose off guard, as he felt a tremendous force striking him when his fist connected with Vegeta's, causing him to stagger back several steps. "What's wrong? Is a god in an unknown fight so weak?" Vegeta smiled mockingly, causing Rose to fly into a rage, his eyes bloodshot. Ignoring everything, he wanted to fight Vegeta to the death. Vegeta didn't hold back, he immediately unleashed a brutal beating, causing Rose to quickly show signs of defeat. On the other side, the battle between Trunks and Dark Red was also intense. Trunks wielded a long sword covered in blue lightning and unleashed countless sword strikes in the blink of an eye. Dark Red kept dodging, underestimating Trunks at first, but was soon slashed on the arm by the sword energy, causing a deep gash that bled profusely. This shocked him, and he quickly tried to stop the bleeding, cautiously fighting Trunks. Magic Sealing Wave. At that moment, as Ryukan severely injured the two Zamasus and waited for them to recover, he unleashed the Magic Sealing Wave. One of the Zamasus was immediately sealed into the jar, and Ryukan, quick as lightning, placed the talisman on it. Looking at the other Zamasu, whose eyes were about to burst, he saw his companion being captured in the jar, and was momentarily frozen. Panic set in, and he prepared to flee, but Ryukan's Magic Sealing Wave forcibly restrained him. He struggled desperately, but found he couldn't resist, and he was about to be sealed into the jar. "Save me!" Zamasu shouted for help at the last moment. At that moment, Rosemary glared at the faint smile curling on Vegeta's lips and bellowed, "Don't you dare smile!" A rosy pink energy wave surged toward Vegeta, but he merely pivoted his body sideways, evading it with effortless grace. His expression of disdain deepened, stoking Rosemary's Zamasu's fury until reason nearly abandoned her. She unleashed barrage after barrage of energy blasts, teeth clenched, snarling, "Stop wearing that contemptuous look, right now!" A swift, tightly condensed energy sphere shot forth, yet Vegeta leapt aside with casual precision. The instant he landed, he launched himself forward like a coiled spring, closing the distance in a flash. Rosemary's Zamasu barely raised her arms in defense before Vegeta's fist slammed into her palms. Her face twisted in agony, blow after blow rained down upon her, each strike landing with terrifying speed and force, her resistance crumbling under the onslaught. Suddenly a desperate cry, "Save me!" pierced the air, arresting the attention of both combatants, Vegeta and Rosemary's Zamasu, as well as Trunks and Dark Zamasu. "What?" Both Zamasus gasped in unison. Though neither was a frontline warrior, they were invaluable allies, and Zamasu by nature required comrades. Exchanging a single sharp glance, they instantly disengaged from battle and reappeared atop the shattered spire of a ruined tower. "So, you're retreating now? Is this all a god is capable of? Fleeing the moment the tide turns? I overestimated you," Vegeta sneered. Perched atop the spire, the two Zamasus fixed Vegeta and the others with murderous gazes, their jaws clenched tight. "The majesty of a god is beyond your profane comprehension, mortals. Divine power lies far beyond your feeble grasp. Humanity must perish, every one of you shall die so that the perfect God may ascend." They clasped the Patera earrings. A blinding radiance erupted, swallowing the battlefield whole, as the two Zamasus dissolved into shimmering light, merging amid peals of manic laughter. Vegeta fired two energy blasts, but they dissipated midair, vanishing before drawing near. "Dad!" Trunks cried out, rushing toward Vegeta at once. "Vegeta, this doesn't look good. Could their fusion be Vegeto?" Goku knew the truth. Fusion meant Vegeto's emergence, and Vegeto's overwhelming might was no secret to him or Vegeta. Without hesitation, Goku, carrying two capsules, drew closer, joining Vegeta and Trunks. Together perhaps they still stood a chance. "Trunks, take those capsules and go. Now. If those two Zamasus are released again, none of us will escape today." Vegeta acted without delay, the only rational choice. Though Trunks had mastered Ultra Blue, his strength still lagged behind Goku's. Trunks hesitated for a heartbeat, then recalled his father's words within the hyperbolic time chamber. With resolve he seized the capsules and departed. His expression was heavy with contradiction. He'd set out confident in their overwhelming power, vowing victory to Chi-Chi, yet now even Goku and Vegeta spoke of grave peril. To safeguard the capsules was prudent, and trusting them remained his only recourse. Should defeat loom, he could always return. He hadn't anticipated this final trump card fusion. Clearly Goku and Vegeta had fused before, and thus feared its consequences deeply. Goku swallowed a senzu bean and said to Vegeta, "Only one remains. Shall we use it now before the battle intensifies?" "No, I've scarcely expended energy yet. But Vegeto will be formidable. This time we must fight as one." Though reluctant to ally with Goku, Vegeta acknowledged the gravity of their foe. From what they knew of Vegeto, even combined they might still fall short, so they could only hope this fusion lacked the full potency of a Saiyan soul. The blinding light receded, revealing a solitary figure, arms outstretched, spine straight, head tilted back in serene arrogance. His face bore the immutable certainty of invincibility, russeted hair, an aura burned with cold indifference. His brow conveyed utter contempt for life itself. Clad in a black and crimson divine robe, the Zamasu-fused Vegeto stood revealed. What name would suit him? Zamas. It is your supreme honor to witness the birth of the universe's sole sovereign deity, Super Zamasu. You should end your own lives for having dared insult the god Zamasu. Even erasing 10 universes worth of humanity could not atone for your sins. A smug smile played upon Zama's lips, as though divinity itself resided in his gaze and voice dripping with condescension and celestial hauteur. Humph, your face alone is revolting. So grotesque it makes me want to laugh. Vegeta could not abide Zama's sneering visage nor his patronizing tone. Exactly. Even if you become Vegeta Goku and I will still defeat you, without fail. Come face us in battle. Goku declared, eyes blazing with unquenchable fire. Heh heh heh. Zama chuckled coldly, then descended slowly to earth. You shall pay for your blasphemy with your lives. Death 100 times over would still fall short of justice. The moment his words faded, Zama vanished, reappearing instantly behind Goku and Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta recoiled as if struck by lightning. Within that single breath, Zama had already landed a brutal blow to both their abdomens. Staggering backward, they nearly collided with him, only for Zama to sweep his arms upward, launching them skyward. With a mere flick of his finger, he hurled them across the ruins, shattering buildings in their wake. Keep your filthy bodies away from divinity. It's nauseating. Humans truly are repulsive. Zama grimaced in disgust, shaking his hand as though it had been sullied by mere contact. Such immense power, mortals wielding such might. Creator, you are truly culpable. Zama gazed at his hands, intoxicated by awe and reverence, utterly enraptured by the transcendent strength of his fused form. Cough, cough. Vegeta, did you see his movement? Goku wiped blood from his lip rising from the rubble. Vegeta administered healing energy to both himself and Goku. I caught glimpses, enough to fight. But prolonged engagement is fatal. We must regroup with Trunks, immediately. Vegeta's judgment remained razor-sharp, unclouded by emotion. A colossal shockwave tore through the ruins, reducing nearby debris to ash in an instant. At its center, Goku and Vegeta stood firm, exchanged a single knowing glance, and charged forward together. Zama watched them approach, a look of utter contempt settling upon his face. Vegeta lunged with the royal battle technique. Goku circled, seeking the opening for a Kamehameha. Zama didn't even glance at Vegeta's assault, merely raised a hand, erecting an impenetrable barrier that absorbed every strike. In the next breath, he materialized before Goku. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Zama had already seen through their plan. His fist shot toward Goku's face, but Goku crossed his arms just in time. When the first blow failed, Zama struck again, aiming for Goku's abdomen. Goku twisted aside, but Vegeta appeared at Zama's flank, delivering a furious blow, only for Zama to sidestep it as though expecting it. Then with calm detachment, he struck both Goku and Vegeta in rapid succession, each blow landing with crushing force. The sheer power staggered them. Vegeta held firm, but Goku's arms trembled violently, numb with strain. Zama's strength was simply overwhelming. Ha 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 ha, Vegeta, where is your arrogant face? It seems his pride has gotten the better of him, as Zama's wicked grin filled with madness, relentlessly attacking Vegeta after sending Goku flying, leaving Vegeta in a state of despair. Seeing Vegeta struggling to defend himself with a pained expression, Zama laughed even more maniacally. Vegeta, I will make you the first to die. With a sudden twist, Zama pressed one hand against Vegeta's abdomen, unleashing an energy wave that hit him directly. Ugh! Vegeta was like a kite with its string cut, his body curled up and battered, falling far away. Vegeta! Goku appeared near Zama, seizing the opportunity to strike, but before he could get close, Zama's protective shield blocked Goku's attack. In an instant, Zama appeared right in front of Goku, whispering, Don't be anxious, you're next, ha 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 ha. Zama laughed loudly as he passed by Goku, directly arriving in front of Vegeta. Goku was stunned in midair, momentarily unable to react. Vegeta, you are the most sinful of all, so brazenly offending the divine, attacking the divine, mocking the divine, and trampling upon the divine's dignity. You shall now face divine retribution. Zama conjured a scythe of energy, preparing to take Vegeta's life. Vegeta flipped over, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled. With your strength, you dare call yourself a god? Let's see whether it's you who dies today or me who survives. Unfazed, Vegeta's fist shimmered with blue light, condensing into a blue energy sword, clashing with Zama in a fierce exchange of blows. Kakarot! Vegeta called out to Goku, finally waking him from his stupor as he gathered an energy orb in his fist, forming an energy punch, charging towards Zama. Zama instantly prepared to battle the two, declaring, Both of you are already injured while I remain in an incredibly powerful state. Let's see how you can fight me, you will both die. Though he said that, Zama's eyes flickered. It seems I can't finish them off quickly. I should first go rescue those two Trunks. Found them. In the midst of battle, the three were roaring with intensity. The fight seemed fierce, yet it was clear that Vegeta and Goku were at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, Zamet vanished from the battlefield in an instant. That guy ran away, Goku panted. Vegeta also took a deep breath and said urgently, I suspect he went to find Trunks. We need to hurry over or Trunks will be in danger. Realizing the urgency, Vegeta quickly focused on sensing Trunks' energy, and immediately teleported there with Goku following closely behind despite a slight delay. Hastily arriving near Trunks, Vegeta and Goku found that Trunks' jar had already fallen into Zamet's hands. Trunks was battered and bloody while Zamet held Trunks with one hand and controlled 2 jars with the other, floating them before abruptly throwing Trunks into the air, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Trunks! Vegeta roared in anger, unable to reach Trunks in time. Zamas! At that moment a figure suddenly appeared, Gawasu. Gawasu! Zamet paused, looking at the suddenly appeared Gawasu, halting his actions. Zamas, stop being so stubborn, do not kill these people any longer. Gawasu pleaded. Zamet scoffed. It seems the past has changed. You survived, what difference does it make that you came here now? I have already become the supreme deity possessing the most powerful strength. What does gaining power matter? I have always reminded you that we are indeed gods, but we should guide humanity, not look down upon them. If we kill humans, what significance does our existence as gods hold? If my teachings cannot guide you towards the correct path of divinity, that is my fault. Now come back to the 10th universe with me to meet the King of all and acknowledge your mistakes, and I will intercede for you. Gawasu earnestly urged Zamet to repent, displaying a sorrowful expression and extending his hand, signaling for Zamet to join him in confession, hoping he could return to the right path. At that moment the Supreme Kai appeared beside Goku and Vegeta, watching the confrontation between Gawasu and Zamet. Zamet seemed slightly moved. He released Trunks, who fell to the ground. Zamet slowly extended his hand, preparing to shake hands with Gawasu. Seeing this, Gawasu smiled, but in the next instant Zamet pierced through Gawasu's body. Yua! Gawasu looked at Zamet in disbelief as he fell, landing beside Trunks. He could not believe that Zamas would kill him until his dying breath. Lord Gawasu! The Supreme Kai shouted in horror. This is the 5th time I have killed you! Zamet revealed an evil smile, clearly pleased to have slain Gawasu. Trunks watched as Gawasu died in an attempt to save him, the body dropping beside him. Ignoring his own injuries, he embraced the fallen Gawasu, crying out, Supreme Kai, you must not die! Trunks wept uncontrollably. The Supreme Kai rushed over, glaring fiercely at Zamet, angrily stating, A god who should lead the universe to peace actually does such a thing, you must not be spared. The Supreme Kai was about to charge at Zamet for a life-and-death struggle when Goku intervened with Vegeta standing beside him. At that moment 2 figures emerged beside Zamet. It turned out Zamet had opened the jars and 2 Zamas rushed out. The 2 Zamas, with terrified expressions, angrily exclaimed, Damn it, how dare you seal a god! Looking around, the 2 Zamas smiled at Zamet. Congratulations, brother, you have finally achieved your final form and killed Gawasu. Let us join you. The 2 Zamas exchanged glances and took out Potara to fuse. Zamet nodded in agreement. What? Potara? The Supreme Kai, unaware that Zamet had fused using Potara, thought that the guy's form had changed, and with the brown-red Vegeta exhibiting an evil demeanor, he couldn't recognize him for a moment. He finally understood why Zamas was so strong, leaving Goku and Vegeta in a desperate situation. As the 2 Zamas fused, their appearance and stature remained unchanged except for the emergence of a transparent divine halo behind them. Zamas laughed aloud. The cosmic deity Zamas has been born. Zamet looked at the 2 who had fused and clapped his hands. Brother, we are now one step closer to our plan of eradicating humanity. The 2 fused beings exchanged glances and burst into loud laughter. Hey Vegeta, this is troublesome. What should we do? Goku's expression was more serious than ever. Vegeta's expression was grim, his clothes tattered, fists clenched tightly. I will fight until the end. I, Prince Vegeta, will never retreat a second time. Having said that, Vegeta's aura surged as he prepared to engage in a lethal battle with Zamasu and Zamato. Wait, Mr. Vegeta. Use this, it might be able to eliminate them in one go. King Kai suddenly spoke, causing Goku and Vegeta, who were ready to charge into battle, to halt. Vegeta huffed coldly and turned away, charging forward. Seeing this, Goku shouted Vegeta's name and followed suit. Zamasu and Vegeta huffed coldly and turned away, charging forward. Seeing this, Goku shouted Vegeta's name and followed suit. Zamasu and Zamato exchanged glances and nodded with a smirk, then Zamasu took a step back while Zamato advanced. Vegeta reached Zamato first, launching a fist towards him. Zamato extended his hands and shouted, immobilizing Vegeta as 2 brown-red circles bound him tightly. Vegeta lost his strength, rendered motionless in midair. Zamato laughed maniacally and began a barrage of punches and kicks towards Vegeta, who cried out in agony. The final kick landed heavily on Vegeta's face, sending him flying far away, reverting him to his normal state. Goku caught Vegeta just in time. At that moment a massive surge of energy shot into the sky. "Zamasu, I will kill you." It turned out that Zamasu had circled around to Trunks' side, intending to kill both Trunks and King Kai. Trunks had originally been beside Guava's, but Zamasu seemed unwilling to even spare Guava's corpse, so Trunks sought to strike down Zamasu. A divine ring appeared behind Zamasu, and Trunks found his body suddenly becoming sluggish, as if rusted. Gritting his teeth, Trunks charged at Zamasu, who smirked wickedly, raising 2 fingers. Countless Carson steel appeared above Trunks, crashing down upon him. What? Trunks watched the dense Carson steel descending towards him, preparing to shatter them. However, Zamasu seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Trunks, catching him off guard. Trunks took a punch, realizing that Zamasu's power had significantly increased with the fusion, but his original strength was not that strong. Trunks endured the blow, but the Carson steel that had not yet been shattered fell upon him. Trunks was directly struck. Originally thinking that Zamasu was not very strong, Trunks now realized that after the fusion Zamasu's divine power had increased exponentially. The Carson steel was imbued with that divine power. Trunks had initially thought Zamasu's goal was a sneak attack, but unexpectedly it was the Carson steel that delivered a heavy blow, pinning him down and silencing him. "Mr. Trunks!" King Kai exclaimed in panic. "Trunks!" Vegeta and Goku also cried out. "Kakarot, let's go support Trunks." Vegeta, already heavily injured, managed to partially heal himself before circling with Goku around Zamato. However, with Trunks in trouble, Vegeta was immediately frantic. "I won't let you pass." Zamato revealed an evil smile, unleashing countless energy blasts at the two. Vegeta knew he could not delay any longer. "Kakarot, give me the Potera." The two braced themselves against the energy impact and put on the earrings. The energy wave generated countless clouds of dust. In the next moment the dust vanished, revealing an incredibly bright light. From the light 2 energy blasts shot out, one towards Zamato and the other towards Zamasu, thwarting Zamasu's attempt to kill King Kai. Seeing the energy wave, Zamato was taken aback and quickly raised an energy shield. This strike was too close and too fast, so he had no choice but to defend. Fortunately, it did not breach his protective barrier. As the light faded, a figure was seen holding its neck and twisting it. Its tail was thrashing behind, and then it opened its eyes, revealing a wicked smile, lips curling up as it took the last Senzu bean. "You too." Zamato looked at Vegeta and Goku, who had merged into one person and were wearing earrings, instantly realizing that they had fused. Zamato's expression turned furious. "Divine artifacts are not for mere mortals like you to use." Zamato's face twisted in rage as he charged forward. Vegeta crossed his arms, still wearing a wicked smile. "Hey, I don't have time to play with you." Vegeta instantly vanished from Zamato's sight, reappearing beside Zamasu, landing a powerful punch to Zamasu's stomach. Zamasu cried out in pain, his eyes nearly bulging out, bile flowing to the ground. With a wave of his hand, Vegeta sent the Carson steel flying, revealing the unconscious Trunks. Vegeta then handed Trunks and Guavas over to King Kai, instructing him to leave quickly. "Damn you. Don't think that just because you two fused you can resist the divine. Using divine artifacts on mortals like you is simply an insult." Zamasu and Zamato stood together, preparing to strike down Vegeta in unison. "Oh. You keep claiming to be gods, but I find your power pitiful. Even if you fuse again, you likely won't be my match." Vegeta wore a confident smile. "What? To underestimate the gods? No one in the heavens or earth can save you." The two were furious, gritting their teeth as they glared at Vegeta. "It looks like you're not convinced. Then let me show you just how small your power truly is." "Ha!" After saying this, Vegeta began to release his energy, the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta appearing instantly. The immense energy wind forced the two opponents to raise their hands to shield themselves. "Even if you stole my body and took on my form, your strength is still worlds apart. With your level of power, you can only engage in petty tricks." Vegeta appeared directly in front of the two who had not yet reacted, and they both received a heavy punch to the face, and Vegeta did not forget to taunt. Zamasu, who could not die, recovered first and launched a furious attack ahead. Zamasu's fist continued to appear around Vegeta, but Vegeta did not even look, allowing the punches to hit him. Shaking his head, Vegeta remarked how weak. Seeing his attacks ineffective, Zamasu conjured countless Carson steel again, hurling them at Vegeta. Vegeta shouted loudly, and the Carson steel instantly turned to ashes. After wiping the blood from his nose, Zamat unleashed a fierce aura with dark red flames continuously turning black. Very well, you have made me extremely angry. Forcing me to use 100% of my power deserves your pride. Nearby, Zama saw his brother's body swell, wounds still present, and immediately converted all his divine power into healing, completely mending Zamet's injuries while also softening the darkening power within him. However, Zamet's strength did not diminish, instead it became even sharper. Vegeta, coldly observing the two, showed no reaction. Is your preparation complete? Come on, I'm waiting for you to kill me. You will soon pay the price for your arrogance, foolish human. Zamet charged at Vegeta while Zama's provided various buffs from behind. As Zama's rushed towards Vegeta, he unleashed a gust of energy to knock Vegeta away, but Vegeta remained unmoved, standing like a pine tree. Just as Zamet was about to get close, Vegeta moved, instantly appearing behind Zamet and delivering a flying kick that sent him sprawling far away. What? Zama's, who initially intended to debuff Vegeta, was taken aback. He couldn't keep up with Vegeta's speed. How could he apply a debuff now? At that moment, Zamet lay in a large pit, clutching his bleeding mouth and nose, his temples bulging with veins. How is this possible? With that, he shot up into the sky, looking at Vegeta not far away, arms crossed, staring at him expressionlessly. Roar! Zamet let out a beastly roar, launching energy blasts with both hands, his face twisted with madness. The prince's combat style was exceptionally skilled, unleashing countless energy blasts towards Vegeta, instantly kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Zama's also hurried over, directly healing Zamet, knowing full well that in this battle he might not be able to intervene. He could only provide healing. With the treatment received, Zamet's firepower intensified. A colossal explosion of energy erupted, causing the entire earth to shatter from the spot where Vegeta had been standing. Seeing this scene, Zamet laughed maniacally, thinking the destruction of the earth would surely infuriate these guys. Since this guy dared to humiliate him, so he would bury them along with the earth. As if sensing the earth's mournful cry, a glow erupted from the explosion's center. Vegeta was enveloped in a thin layer of protective energy, yet Zamet's energy blasts had no effect upon it. With a wave of his hand, Vegeta covered the entire earth with a blue shield, stabilizing it in an instant. This was a technique derived from Vegeta's spirit control, but for Vegeta, converting his spirit control into a protective measure for the earth required considerable effort. However, it had no adverse effects on Vegeta. What? Before Zamet could even pull back, Vegeta rushed forward, sweeping aside Zamet's arms and unleashing a flurry of heavy punches to Zamet's abdomen. In an instant, Zamet, overwhelmed by the countless injuries, closed his eyes in agony. Another elbow strike bent Zamet's arm at a 90-degree angle. Wah! Zamet screamed like a slaughtered pig, crashing to the ground. Brother! Zama, sensing the dire situation, rushed over to heal Zamet. After a continuous minute of healing, Zamet was finally restored. Just as the two had recovered, they heard a voice from above. Hey, let me give you something nice. Vegeta raised a perfectly condensed blue energy sphere and hurled it down. The moment the two looked up, they saw Vegeta's attack approaching, their faces filled with terror, and then they helplessly watched as the sphere engulfed them. What is this? At that moment, a voice sounded next to Trunks and Shin, who were spectating from afar. Trunks, who had just regained consciousness and was excited, was startled. Huh! Lord Gas, you are not dead! King Kaishin exclaimed in surprise. Gas nodded in confusion. I don't know how I woke up. I remember that I did die back then. Could it be? King Kaishin immediately thought of Trunks and asked him if he had completed the ritual taught by King Kai. Trunks affirmed, and King Kai informed Trunks that he had become King Kai's disciple, thus possessing the power of resurrection. Trunks finally understood that he had revived both Xiaowu and Gas. What is the current situation? Gas asked. King Kaishin replied. The battle is still ongoing. Please take a look, Lord Gas. Have those two Saiyans fused using the Potera? Gas recognized Vegeta's Potera fusion at a glance. Yes, Lord Gas. With their combined strength, they have become so powerful that Zama's cannot resist anymore, King Kaishin said with a smile. No immortal fusion lasts at most 1 hour, and that is without exceeding the Potera's limits. If they exceed the time, it will be greatly shortened. Gas said anxiously. What? I didn't know about this. We need to inform them to end the battle quickly, otherwise if they defuse it will be dangerous. King Kaishin also showed a worried expression. They'll go. My strength should be enough to ensure my safety. You two please stay here and do not get caught in the crossfire. Trunks said, and then he flew away. Meanwhile, after Zamet and Zama's took a hit from Vegeta, the blue energy sphere erupted into a tremendous blue energy column upon contact with the two, their bodies twisting within the column with horrific screams echoing. At this moment, Trunks rushed over. Dad, quickly finish them off. The fusion lasts at most 1 hour, but your power is too strong and the earrings can't hold out. We will soon defuse. Please act swiftly. Trunks didn't know Vegeto's name, but ultimately decided to call him Dad. After enduring Vegeto's attack, when the energy column dissipated, Zama's body appeared to have melted away, leaving only a puddle, while Zamet's body shrank considerably, his flesh sinking inwards. Zamet's expression was nearly shattered, and beside him Zama's in a puddle began to wriggle, and then restored to his form, albeit looking as if he had just suffered a severe illness, his face completely pale. Zama's hurriedly provided treatment to Zamet. Suddenly a blue energy sword pierced through Zamet's heart, and he died on the spot. No. Brother. Zama's continuously channeled healing divine power to Zamet, but upon contact with Vegeto's energy sword they dissipated, and Zama's, traversing multiple parallel universes, perished within the fused Zamet. Zamet's earrings shattered, reverting him back to the normal forms of Goku and Vegeta, their gazes shattered, clearly already dead. The remaining fused Zamas trembled, his face displaying fear as Vegeto swung his energy sword, cleaving both the living Zamas and the deceased Goku and Vegeta into countless pieces of flesh that intertwined together. Vegeto raised his hand, preparing to obliterate the fragments, but suddenly a light flashed from the center of Vegeto's body and Goku and Vegeta reappeared, leading to their immediate diffusion. Huh. Already disintegrating so soon. TCH. Not even 3 minutes. Next time it'll probably last less than 1. I'll surpass Super Saiyan God and grow stronger still. From now on I absolutely refuse to fuse with you again. Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. Dad's son Goku, your fusion was truly overwhelming. I suspect you're even stronger than Lord Beerus himself. Trunks stepped forward and said, No way. Lord Beerus never unleashes his full power. We have no idea how strong he truly is. All we know is how terrifying he becomes when enraged. Son Goku scratched the back of his head with a goofy grin. Hey, shouldn't we deal with that trash first? Vegeta glared at the two, pointing toward the grotesque mound of Zamas's fragmented flesh. At Trunks' words he glanced over, and immediately recoiled in horror. Ugh, wah! Trunks seemed unable to utter another sound. Following Trunks' gaze, Vegeta and Son Goku saw that while the three had been speaking, Zamas's viscous mass had begun to writhe, coalescing slowly, even absorbing fragments of their own flesh into its form. In an instant the sludge solidified into a crude humanoid shape, but it continued to pulse and churn, failing to stabilize into a true coherent figure. What? It absorbed the remains of those two as well. Can resurrection even succeed under such conditions? Son Goku's expression twisted with disbelief. No, we must stop him, now. Trunks snapped into action, yet Vegeta reacted first, instantly ascending to Super Saiyan Blue. Gigantic explosion attack. He unleashed a devastating upgrade of his signature technique. A colossal sphere of raw energy detonated midair. Immediately after came Trunks' final flash, and Son Goku fired his Kamehameha. 3 titanic beams converged from different angles, each aimed squarely at the coalescing abomination that was Zamasu. Though none could foresee his final form, halting him was imperative. The blast struck true, colliding with cataclysmic force, triggering a blinding explosion whose shockwave violently shook the Spirito, the very structure Vegeta had just erected. Ha! Truly divinity is blessed by heaven itself. True God Zamasu shall never fall. Zamasu shall become the greatest deity across all universes. Every living being shall sing praises to the divine Zamasu. His voice pierced effortlessly through the thunderous roar of the blast. From the epicenter emerged Zamasu, utterly transformed. His skin was no longer uniformly emerald green, but shimmered with a translucent crystalline hue of yellowish green. Thick black hair now framed both sides of his head, replacing the single tuft of white atop his crown. His eyes, once shaped like those of a supreme Kai, had become angular and square, their irises replaced by eerie pupilless voids. His eyebrows were now a ghostly gray. He wore a regal violet-black divine robe and stark white boots, while a radiant golden halo blazed behind him, exuding sacred, overwhelming majesty. Thank you for your contribution to divinity. You have enabled all 4 Zamasus to merge completely. Henceforth there exists only one true God, Zamasu, the universe's most perfect deity. As a gift I shall send you straight to hell. With his rebirth, Zamasu instantly nullified the lingering explosion, and with a flicker of his golden halo, golden rain began cascading from the sky above. Danger! Son Goku roared. All 3 raised energy shields, but the golden droplets sizzled violently upon impact, piercing through their barriers in an instant. Incredible piercing power! Evade now! Vegeta cried out in shock. The trio scrambled desperately to dodge. Think you can run? Zamasu laughed maniacally, lifting a finger. Instantly the space beneath their feet collapsed, trapping them as if sinking into thick viscous mud. Meanwhile the golden rain fell like lethal arrows striking their bodies unrelentingly. "Wah!" All three screamed in agony, Son Goku's cry booming loudest as ever. From afar the Supreme Kai sensed grave peril and rushed to intervene. "Lord Gaosu, we must join forces and suppress Zamasu's divine power, allowing Son Goku and the others to fight freely. Otherwise they will perish." Shin's expression turned grim. "Agreed. Zamasu's divine power has grown beyond measure. It takes only our combined strength to shatter it." In an instant Gaosu and Shin materialized within the battlefield. With a synchronized shout their divine energies erupted, halting the golden rain mid-ascent and dissolving the spatial mire beneath the fighters' feet. "Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, we'll hold Zamasu's divine power at bay. Seize this chance, engage him up close or victory will remain impossible. You two Supreme Kais have grown weary of life, have you? I've long wished to eliminate you. Since you've delivered yourselves to me, I'll oblige without hesitation." Zamasu's face finally contorted with displeasure at the arrival of the two deities. His golden halo flared brilliantly. An inexplicable golden light surged before Gaosu and Shin. "Lord Gaosu, hold firm." The two thrust forth radiant white energy clashing violently against the golden light. "Kakarot, do you feel it too?" Vegeta rose to his feet. Though the golden rain possessed terrifying penetration, its agony stemmed more from sheer volume than lethality. Vegeta and Son Goku endured well, but Trunks, already wounded and comparatively weaker, bore the brunt. Correct. He wields divine power in battle, but it hasn't yet inflicted decisive damage. Close quarters combat remains uncertain, but opportunity exists." Son Goku understood perfectly. What Vegeta perceived he perceived too. "Dad, Son Goku, let's move. The Supreme Kais won't hold much longer." Trunks urged. "Vegeta, Trunks, we go now. Don't tell me what to do." The trio charged forward, ready for direct confrontation. Zamasu watched them approach and burst into arrogant, unrestrained laughter. "How utterly foolish you mortals are, to dare challenge a god face-to-face. Perfect God Zamasu possesses far more than mere divine power." His black and white hair stood erect, and white aura erupted around him, crackling with jagged black lightning at its periphery. His presence swelled with overwhelming, incalculable might. The attackers froze mid-stride. His energy signature matched that of Zamasu's earlier incarnation, Zamasu Prime. Realizing he likely retained immortality, they clenched their jaws and resolved to fight until their final breath. Moments later the battle erupted. Vegeta and Son Goku engaged head-on while Trunks, slightly weaker, circled warily seeking openings from the flank. Supreme Kai, Shin and Gaosu collapsed onto the ground exhaling deeply. Gaosu murmured, "It's been too long since I exerted myself. I'm no longer what I once was." "Our hopes rest solely with them now," Shin replied, gazing somberly at the raging battle. "Vegeta, I never expected you could train your Super Saiyan Blue to this level. It seems your training with Trunks in the Room of Spirit and Time has yielded great results." Goku and Vegeta blocked Zamasu's punch, with Goku speaking to Vegeta. "Kakarot, I trained for a year in the Room of Spirit and Time. If I can't gain distance from you, then what kind of elite Saiyan am I?" Vegeta snorted coldly. In fact, both of them were aware of each other's situation during their fusion. Goku had initially grasped full power of Super Saiyan Blue, but it put a heavy burden on his body, while Vegeta had reached the peak of Super Saiyan Blue, which is why Goku spoke to him in that manner. At that moment Trunks seized the opportunity while Zamasu was attacking the two. He raised the Sword of Hope and slashed at Zamasu from behind, landing a direct hit, and creating a massive gash on Zamasu's back. "Good opportunity." Goku and Vegeta shouted in unison, dodging Zamasu's punch and unleashing their ultimate flash and Kamehameha. Zamasu was struck directly but did not scream in pain, instead bursting out of the center of the explosion, his injuries slowly beginning to heal. Zamasu suddenly noticed that the speed of his wound's recovery had slowed, particularly the wound on his back, where a massive scratch seemed to be oozing something continuously, unable to heal. "What is going on?" Zamasu's expression changed. Not far away, Vegeta's eyes flashed. It turned out that the Spiritito deprivation technique had a miraculous effect on Zamasu. Just now Vegeta had indeed used the Spiritito deprivation technique, and Zamasu's recovery ability seemed to be greatly affected. "Kakarot, it seems we have a great chance of winning this battle." Vegeta smiled confidently. "Vegeta, was it you who did this? How did you manage it?" Goku, realizing that Zamasu's problems might be due to Vegeta, quickly asked. "Kakarot, do you still remember the 4 signature techniques from the planet Yardrat?" Vegeta asked. I think I've heard Pibra mention them, but I didn't pay much attention. What about it? Do they have miraculous effects? Indeed, the Spiritito deprivation technique seems to be very effective against Zamasu. Vegeta waved his hand. Kakarot, Trunks, let me take him on Oniono next. Vegeta's words shocked everyone. Not only were Goku and Trunks stunned, but Zamasu, who was recovering, also showed an expression of extreme anger. Vegeta, how dare you look down on a god? I will make you pay with your life. Zamasu's aura surged violently, ignoring his injuries as he prepared to kill Vegeta, charging towards him in a frenzy. Dad. Trunks rushed to raise his sword, but Goku immediately blocked him. Trunks, just watch your father. Goku understood Vegeta's intention. The angrier Zamasu became, the less rational he was, neglecting his wounds. This gave Vegeta an opportunity. If the three attacked together, Zamasu would become alert, making victory uncertain. Vegeta did not dare to be careless. As Zamasu charged in, Vegeta avoided a direct confrontation, constantly entangling with him. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, with Vegeta receiving several hits, but fortunately none were fatal. Zamasu's back was becoming increasingly itchy and his wound was growing granulation tissue, healing at an extremely slow rate. Suddenly Vegeta landed a punch on Zamasu's nose. Ugh! Zamasu was caught off guard, bewildered. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his nose as blood flowed from his hands. What have you done? How did your speed suddenly increase? Have you grown stronger? Zamasu roared, his forehead bulging with veins while the nosebleed began to slow. It's not that I've grown stronger, it's that you've grown weaker. Vegeta shrugged his shoulders and arms, feeling sore after the exchange with Zamasu. What? How could I possibly be weaker? Zamasu did not believe it at all. His pupilless eyes began to tremble as he lost the godlike pride and irrationally lunged at Vegeta. Vegeta delivered a knee strike to Zamasu's abdomen, forcing bile from Zamasu. Zamasu staggered back, clutching his stomach as he coughed violently, spitting blood. Seeing Zamasu's pitiful state, Vegeta did not hold back, delivering a roundhouse kick to Zamasu's right leg, breaking it, and causing him to fall to his left knee, his right leg bending at an unnatural angle. Oh! Are you kneeling before me? Vegeta looked down at Zamasu from a high position. Zamasu stopped wailing, raised his head and stared at Vegeta with his pupilless eyes. Suddenly blood began to flow from Zamasu's eyes. His entire body trembled as blood poured from his nose, ears and mouth, clearly infuriated to the point of bleeding from all 7 orifices. I will make you all die. I will make you all die. Zamasu's expression turned frantic. His broken leg suddenly exploded, catching Vegeta off guard and hitting him directly. The massive explosion sent Zamasu's remains flying far away while Vegeta was engulfed in the smoke of the explosion, uncertain of his fate. Dad! Vegeta! Goku and Trunks exclaimed in shock. Zamasu's remains landed far away, continuously emitting a crazed laughter. I am immortal. I am a god of immortality. What does losing a leg matter? I will self-destruct my entire body, and you will all die. Indeed, Zamasu self-destructed everything except for his head, and with that the Spiritito that Vegeta had set up on Earth was obliterated, the residual force piercing through the planet. Goku, Vegeta and Trunks were not spared either, with only the 2 Supreme Kais realizing the situation and fleeing to Jupiter to observe Earth. Ha 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 ha. Now everyone is dead, right? You dared to provoke Zamasu the god. Immortal body. Recover for me. Zamasu's head was left with just bones and a bit of flesh, and its jaw continued to make sounds. Indeed, Zamasu's immortality began to take effect, slowly regenerating. However, in the next moment Zamasu's recovery came to a halt, with even the flesh on his head not fully regenerating, just the skeleton restored, stopping completely. Zamasu panicked. Could it be that I swallowed those 2's bodies and my immortality malfunctioned? Zamasu thought angrily. Zamasu, you won't have another chance. A nearly naked Vegeta covered in blood appeared near Zamasu, classically holding one arm, preparing his ultimate flash. At this moment Vegeta was incredibly weak, his ultimate flash dim and devoid of brilliance. Zamasu, despite his skeletal form, desperately tried to block it, but Vegeta's ultimate flash could not directly engulf him. Came. Haim. Ha! Goku, lying amidst the ruins, weakly raised a hand to unleash a Kamehameha. Goku's involvement caught Zamasu off guard and he was directly engulfed by the 2 energy blasts. The skeletal Zamas struggled between 2 streams of energy, at which point the 2 Kaioshins arrived. They first dragged the gravely injured and unconscious Trunks to safety, then gazed at the faintly visible Zamas, continuously praying that this time they could completely annihilate him. Zamas resisted fiercely for a long time, but ultimately he could not withstand the energy erosion from the 2, turning into ashes that scattered into white light, gradually dissipating between heaven and earth. Seeing this situation, the two Kaioshins cheered. We've finally eradicated Zama's. Goku-san, Vegeta-san, are you alright? Saiyan ecstatic rushed to Goku's side to help him up while Vegeta, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground. Guavas also stepped forward to support Vegeta. Well done, Vegeta. Goku, supported by the Kaioshin, walked over to Vegeta and gave him a thumbs up. For once Vegeta did not give Goku a scowl, instead showing a relieved expression, then asked what about Trunks. Vegeta indicated that he could still stand, slowly making his way towards Trunks. Trunks is seriously injured and has fainted, but he should be fine, Guava said. The group approached Trunks and Vegeta slowly extended his hands, lightly healing Trunks before collapsing. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed in surprise. It's fine, he probably just overexerted himself. Let's hurry back, this has been too difficult. Back? You won't be leaving. I want you to accompany me in death. Suddenly a voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Zama's. The expressions of the group changed dramatically. How could Zama's still be alive? You have caused me to merge with the earth, but this planet is incredibly fragile and is about to be destroyed. I will make you join me in death. Zama's voice echoed incessantly like a heavy hammer, striking the group, causing immense discomfort. This is bad, Lord Guavas, we must return to the past. Saiyan decisively decided to leave. The two Kaioshins shimmered with white light as they attempted to depart, but the light flickered without allowing them to leave. I told you none of you are leaving. On this planet at least I am a god and you all shall die. Zama's voice rang out again, causing the earth to tremble, the oceans to boil, and fierce winds to howl as torrents of water surged towards the group. Zama's manipulated the forces of heaven and earth. Though he seemed to lack a physical form, he could continually control the energies around him. Normally the group wouldn't fear such power, but now being severely injured they were at a disadvantage. Suddenly the heavens shook and a human face appeared in the sky. It was Zama's, glaring at the group with a deeply resentful gaze. The ground also bore Zama's face, and with a furious roar magma erupted from the earth, but Guavas quickly set up a protective barrier to withstand it. Within the barrier, Guavas continuously exerted his strength to reinforce it. The Kaioshin Saiyan, with a sudden idea, took out Trunks' universal capsule, which instantly revealed a time machine. The group prepared to use the time machine to escape, but even the time machine couldn't flee. It seemed Zama's had truly sealed this realm. Damn. This troublesome guy. If only we had some senzu beans, we wouldn't be so passive. Goku patted his waist. Huh. What is this? The king of all summoning device. Without hesitation Goku pressed the button, and suddenly all barriers in the realm seemed to vanish. A small figure manifested, and the king of all descended. Ah, king! Goku greeted the king of all directly while the two Kaioshins knelt in respect. King, how could you appear here? Zama's fearful voice echoed throughout the realm. Goku, did you call me here? How did you end up here? The king of all said, puzzled. Is he the king of all from our timeline? What's going on? Doesn't this timeline have a king of all? Before Goku could respond, the king of all spoke. Why does this world look so terrible? This kind of world shouldn't exist. The king of all raised his small hand. Goku and the Kaioshin were startled, hastily jumping into the time machine, and thus they escaped. As the king of all clenched his small hand, the entire world seemed to freeze. Zama's screams also stilled, and the entire timeline directly dissipated. Goku and the others returned to the present, where the Kaioshin hurriedly pulled Goku out, disregarding the astonished gazes of the Capsule Corporation staff, and in the next moment took Goku back to the future. Initially Goku felt a bit dizzy, but whatever method the Kaioshin used, Goku suddenly woke up. Goku, where did you just go? The king of all amidst the chaotic realm looked at the appearing Goku with a puzzled expression. Goku smiled and said, I can't exist in the cosmic space, so I had the Kaioshin help me a little. I can only stay beside the Kaioshin. Goku pointed at the barrier set up by the Kaioshin. Oh, I see. Go play in my palace. Sorry, king, but look at all my injuries. Can I come find you after I recover? Goku pointed at his various wounds. Alright then, I'll wait for you in the king of all's palace. Make sure to come find me once you're healed. The king of all glanced at Goku's injured body, then directly vanished before Goku's eyes, seemingly returning to the king of all's palace. At this moment the Kaioshin dared to show his face while kneeling on the ground, fearfully saying, the king of all is terrifying. This timeline has become pure chaos, and I fear a time ring is missing. Kaioshin, let's hurry back, otherwise they'll worry about us, Goku said, and the two returned to the modern timeline. What on earth happened? Bills was asking Guavas about the situation, and Guavas recounted everything to Bills. Meanwhile Vegeta and Trunks had also consumed senzu beans and slowly awakened, and Goku and the Kaioshin had returned to the Capsule Corporation. What? You called the king of all? Bills exclaimed in shock, shouting at Goku, "Goku, you idiot, keep your distance from me from now on. You called the king of all for such a trivial matter. If the king of all takes offense, even 10 of my lives wouldn't be enough." Hey, Lord Bills, everything turned out fine. The king of all didn't say anything. Goku replied with a forced smile. Did the future timeline get erased by the king of all? Whis asked. Yes, the king of all is indeed fearsome. The entire timeline turned to chaos, which is quite frightening. By the way, Mr. Whis, why is the king of all I called still from our timeline? Goku posed the question. I've said it before, the king of all has transcended the cycles of life and death across timelines. There is only one king of all. The birth of parallel worlds replicates all beings and objects, but the one who transcends life and death across timelines will always remain as one. This is a realm known as true. In other words, those who have not transcended the cycles of life and death may appear in countless numbers with the birth of parallel timelines, but those who have transcended life and death remain unchanged despite the transformations of timelines. Such strong beings are exceedingly rare. Whis explained. I don't understand. Does that mean the king of all I just called isn't from our timeline? Then how does he know about me? Goku clearly couldn't wrap his head around it, and didn't understand Whis' meaning. That's right, he is indeed the king of all from that parallel world, but there is no conflict with any of the kings of all. It seems quite impressive, but Lord Zeno doesn't appear to have strong energy, does he? Wukong asked again. At the level of Lord Zeno, energy is no longer needed, Beerus interjected. So who else is at that level? After listening for so long, Vegeta finally spoke up. Yeah, I want to know too. Wukong, being the warrior he is, couldn't help but ask and inquire about the strong. Why are you asking so much? Beerus was a bit irritated. Whis calmly stated. This is indeed far too distant for you, Master. Beerus and I are also quite far apart. However, I can tell you that Lord Dragon God Salama and the Grand Minister are at this level. What? Everyone was shocked. It was expected for Lord Zeno and the Grand Minister to be at such a level given Lord Zena's supremacy, and the Grand Minister's role as the caretaker of Zeno and leader of the gods. However, they were astonished that Dragon God Salama was also at this level. Piccolo turned pale, asking in a heavy tone. I've heard that Lord Dragon God is our ancestor, but we know very little about him. Mr. Whis, what do you know? Whis looked at Piccolo and shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, I can't say. Lord Dragon God is very special. I didn't expect us to be so far from these strong beings. Vegeta, did you hear that? I'm getting excited. I need to train harder. Wukong said with great enthusiasm. Vegeta couldn't be bothered with this guy turning his head away, but secretly thought, I have to achieve this true state before Kakarot. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis, Mr. Shinim, heading back to Universe 10 now, goodbye. Gawasa bid farewell and left. They'll go prepare dinner and celebrate, Bulma said happily. Later, Beerus asked Trunks. Kid, your timeline has been destroyed. What do you plan to do next? Although my world was destroyed due to eliminating Zamasu, I helped other universes solve their troubles, so I have no complaints regarding my fate. Trunks, you should stay here. Bulma interrupted Trunks' words. No way. Beerus directly opposed. Hey, if there are more inter-universal competitions next time, Trunks could participate too. Trunks is quite strong, you know, Bulma said optimistically. Yeah, having Trunks stay here won't affect anything, Wukong said while munching on food. However, Beerus seemed a bit apprehensive, stating, if the future Trunks and the present Trunks were to influence each other, it would definitely lead to disastrous consequences. At that moment, a little girl suddenly came out of nowhere and bumped into Beerus' waist. Beerus was unexpectedly attacked and flew up in pain. Hey! Little girl, whose child are you? How can you be so ill-mannered? Beerus shouted at her all while holding his waist. Whose child is this? Don't blame me if I teach her a lesson. It seems we've never seen this child before. Where did she come from? Bulma said, covering her mouth and laughing secretly. Bulma, you really don't know her? Beerus said, furious. I really don't know her. Bulma quickly distanced herself, knowing Beerus was petty. Why do I feel a sense of protectiveness when I see this child? Whis looked at the little girl in the pink flying hat running around causing havoc and smiled warmly. Hey Whis, don't you dare intervene, I want to educate this child. Beerus in a fit of rage approached and grabbed Aral, lifting her upside down, preparing to spank her. Pfft. Aral unexpectedly let out a pink fart, knocking Beerus out cold. What? This child is so strong. Wukong was instantly energized. He walked over to Aral. Hey, you must be quite strong, how about we have a spar? Wukong threw a heavy punch, but Aral surprisingly did not dodge getting hit and disappearing into the sky. "What are you doing, son Wukong?" Bulma rushed out shocked that he had just attacked a child. Just as Bulma was about to say something, Wukong was suddenly hit by something from behind and fell into the garden pond. "Aral is back." Aral excitedly raised her hand as if nothing had happened. "What?" Vegeta's pupils shrank. How did this child do that? It was completely unclear. All right, Miss Aral isn't a bad person, she just seems very special. I can't see through her, but I feel she resembles Lord Zeno in some way." Weiss quickly stopped others from approaching. "Really?" Wukong's head popped up above the water, looking excitedly at Aral. Wukong jumped out of the water, pulled Aral's hand, and said, "Aral, how about I take you to a fun place?" Sounds great." Aral showed no signs of wariness. "Lord Kaioshin, Mr. Weiss, can you take me to the Zeno Palace?" Wukong asked. Wukomson. What do you want?" Weiss realized Wukong's intention. "Exactly." Then Wukong introduced Aral to Zeno to play, and the two kids seemed to be having a great time. The next morning Bulma saw Trunks and Mai waiting for her at the door. Trunks said, "Mom, Mai and I have made up our minds, we still want to go back to the future." "What? Are you going to create a parallel world again?" "No way." At that moment Beerus walked over from a distance. "I'm sorry, Lord Beerus, please allow Mai and me to go." "No need, Trunks and Lord Beerus, and I checked last night, and there are now 2 parallel universes available for you to go to. One parallel world still has Earthlings, and in another world Earth has already disappeared. Neither of these worlds has your existence, you can choose which world you want to go to." Weiss said, "Really, there are worlds where Earthlings still exist, and I'm not there." "That's right, that world matches the timeline of your original world. The birth of this world was caused by a guy named Cell who ambushed you and killed you before using a time machine to go to another world." Weiss' staff displayed the image he intercepted. Chapter 44 discusses all parallel timelines with Zamasu. "All right, Mai and I will head to this world." Trunks and Mai exchanged a glance and nodded. "We'll go say goodbye to everyone now." Finally, at the last moment before leaving, Vegeta and Trunks exchanged a gesture that no one understood, and Trunks finally departed from this world. Everyone then left, returning to their lives and getting back on track. In the year 780 of the AG era, after encountering the future Zamasu, everyone continued with their usual routines, practicing cultivation, going to work, and studying, except for Bulma, who was visibly pregnant. After training for 2 months with Whis, Vegeta hurried back upon hearing the news of Bulma's pregnancy. His sudden action caught Goku's attention, revealing to Goku that Vegeta had been training in the Destroyer Realm for quite some time, stirring Goku's restless heart, prompting him to sneak off to the Destroyer Realm. Upon returning home and taking care of Bulma for a few days, Vegeta realized he was of no help, and since he couldn't take care of her better than a servant, he decided to return to the Destroyer Realm for training. Just then the voice of the Supreme Kai echoed in his mind, "Vegetation, Mr. Pargus wants to see you. If you have time, please come to the Supreme Kai Realm." Vegeta thought to himself, perfect. He informed Bulma and left Earth, appearing directly in the Supreme Kai. In the Supreme Kai Realm the 5 were gathered together. Broly and Paragus had even built a house. Upon seeing Vegeta arrive, the Supreme Kai greeted him, and Paragus bowed respectfully, saying, "Prince Vegeta." Broly nodded, acknowledging the greeting. Seeing Broly, Vegeta remarked, "It seems the environment in the Supreme Kai Realm is quite nice. You really like it here, don't you?" "The Supreme Kai Realm is peaceful and tranquil. I enjoy places like this," Broly replied, speaking little. "Indeed, Mr. Broly is a very quiet person. Through my observations and guidance during this time, we have discovered that there is immense power hidden within Broly's body. However, in his current state he is unable to control this power. Therefore I and the Ancestor have provided him with basic training in chi and mental cultivation. Mr. Broly's strength is already exceptionally formidable," the Supreme Kai explained. "It is established that Broly's current strength surpasses Super Saiyan Red, but is slightly weaker than Super Saiyan Blue, as he has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, I am aware of Broly's immense potential. If he can harness this power, he will undoubtedly be a formidable opponent for both Kakarot and me." Vegeta knew that the legendary Super Saiyan was incredibly powerful, but the extent of the exaggeration left him speechless. After decades of training with Kakarot, he had only achieved such a level with the guidance of Whis, and yet Broly had already reached such extremes merely through his Saiyan bloodline. "By the way, Paragus, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Vegeta inquired. "Prince Vegeta, you mentioned wanting to go to the 6th universe." Paragus hesitated. Vegeta realized that Paragus was anxious due to his inactivity. Nodding, he spoke, "Indeed, I do wish to go to the 6th universe. However, I need to consult Whis about how to get there. How about this? Broly will accompany me to the Destroyer Realm, and I will ask Whis to train him. Perhaps he will soon transform into a Super Saiyan, and at that point I will take Broly with me to the 6th universe. The Destroyer Realm, you say? I have heard from the Supreme Kai that the Destroyer is a figure standing at the pinnacle of the universe. It would indeed be an honor for Broly to receive guidance from the Destroyer. Paragus said respectfully. Broly, what are your thoughts? Vegeta asked Broly for his opinion. Although Paragus was Broly's father, Vegeta felt that Broly's wishes should not be swayed by Paragus. Broly hesitated, preparing to decline, but Paragus quickly interjected. Broly, I will stay in the Supreme Kai realm, and there will be no danger. My will and desires all depend on you to help me realize them. Once you and Prince Vegeta have achieved success in your training, you can come see me at any time. Broly, I hope you can become stronger as well so that neither of us will be bullied. Looking into his father's eyes, Broly ultimately nodded. Wonderful. Having Mr. Broly train with us would be a waste of his talent. We are unable to teach him anything, but Mr. Whis can unlock all of Broly's potential. Both the Supreme Kai and Paragus smiled. In truth, these two had already conspired beforehand, which is why Vegeta was summoned. The Supreme Kai had mentioned it to Paragus, who took it to heart, and discussed it with the Supreme Kai. Eventually they received the news that Broly could train in the Destroyer Realm, as the Supreme Kai felt they could not teach this great being, and also feared making mistakes in the process. In that case, let's go. Broly, hop on my shoulder, and I will take you directly to the Destroyer Realm. Vegeta, not concerned about the details, took Broly away immediately. The sudden appearance of Vegeta and Broly startled Goku. Vegeta. Wait, you actually brought Broly along. Hey Broly, come on and fight me. I feel like you've gotten stronger. Goku felt an itch to fight upon seeing Broly. Before Broly could respond, Whis approached, saying, "Oh, Vegetason has brought a new friend." Who is this? This is Whis, and he is Broly, also a Saiyan. I would like Whis to guide him in training. After Vegeta finished speaking, he took out a bag of spicy strips and handed it to Whis. Is Lord Beerus sleeping? Upon seeing the new delicacy, Whis quickly stowed it away. Before he could speak, a loud roar erupted. Vegeta. You brought a newcomer, but you didn't offer me food first. Beerus emerged from a tree hollow and dashed in front of Vegeta. Whis. I want to eat the food first. Beerus glared fiercely at Vegeta before demanding from Whis. Lord Beerus, this was given to me first by Vegetason. In the face of food, Whis was not afraid of Beerus. What? Just as Beerus was about to explode with anger, Vegeta interjected, a bag of spicy strips is just for a taste. I have plenty more. Vegeta pulled out a capsule filled with various spicy strips, everything from fiery dragon to spicy chicken and stinky tofu, stacked into a small mountain. Humph, in that case I will forgive you. Beerus clearly felt bribed. Whis and Beerus dug in, and Goku joined them for some. Broly watched a bit, drooling but holding back, clearly unaccustomed to such delicacies, and still feeling a bit shy and socially anxious, making it hard for him to blend in. Hey! Why isn't Broly eating? Goku asked. Listen, kid, even though you're new to the Destroyer Realm, I only have one request. If you meet it, I won't make things difficult for you. Beerus was tearing open many fish tails, preparing to swallow them whole, evidently unaware of the severity of the situation. Broly paused, unsure of the request. Don't be like those two and steal my food. Wow. Before Beerus could finish his sentence, he dashed to a nearby river and jumped in. Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus has been spiced up. Whis laughed. Well then, Mr. Broly, please take a seat and come eat some food. I am Whis, an angel, so there's no need to be so reserved. Clearly the amiable Whis was more likable. After seeing Vegeta nod, Broly sat down and began to eat together. During the meal, Vegeta asked Whis, Whis, how can one travel to the 6th universe? Do you want me to take you to the 6th universe? I want to go to the 6th universe on my own, Vegeta responded. Whis glanced at Vegeta and nodded, saying, well, with your current power you can learn some things now. Whis set down his food and said, I mentioned before that you are currently in the initial stage of training to become a god. There are two directions for your training. One is to directly cultivate divine techniques, and the other is to reach the peak of the divine realm. By mastering divine techniques, you and Goku are quite close to that realm. Although divine techniques are difficult to master, they greatly enhance one's power, while reaching the peak of the divine realm is a steady path that may take longer to cultivate. The ultimate goal of both methods is to master the laws, and the key to traveling to the 6th universe lies in comprehending the laws of space. You do not need to be an expert to go there. There is also a method to traverse chaotic currents, but this is not suitable for you. Even for a god of destruction, this path is not easy to walk and one can easily get lost. What are divine techniques? Whis, you mentioned you would tell us about it when the time was right. Shouldn't that time be now? Goku asked. Divine techniques are the powers that gods continuously explore, master, and create. These techniques either combine the inherent nature of the god's race or relate to certain laws, and through constant honing and refinement they form divine techniques. There are not many that can truly be called divine techniques. What are laws? Vegeta inquired. Laws are the essence of the world. Without various laws the world cannot operate, and the diversity of species cannot exist. The cultivation of gods is all about mastering the laws. As for the Kaishin, they can use some unique techniques because of their divine positions. I see, so you and Lord Beerus are cultivating the laws as well. Have you mastered them? Vegeta asked. Laws are not so easy to cultivate. Even for me and Lord Beerus, we have not fully mastered them. What? You and Lord Beerus are already that powerful, yet you still haven't fully mastered the laws? Goku exclaimed in shock. Indeed, being able to comprehend certain laws is a prerequisite for becoming a god of destruction, Whis patiently replied. After finishing their food, Broly ultimately could not resist Goku's enthusiasm and agreed to spar with him. Whis said it would be a good opportunity to observe Broly's training and offer guidance. Vegeta and Beerus stood at a distance watching while Whis positioned himself a bit closer to where Goku and Broly were sparring. Goku immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, and Broly also unleashed his full power as the two engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. You gathered the Saiyans. Are you trying to claim the throne and become the king of the Saiyans? Beerus asked coldly, standing with his arms crossed staring at the distant Vegeta. No, I am no longer interested in being the king of the Saiyans, but as the prince of the Saiyans I ought to do something for my people, Vegeta replied, not understanding Beerus' meaning as he spoke his mind. Boring. Beerus seemed quite dismissive of Vegeta's thoughts and actions. Vegeta continued. We Saiyans have committed many sins in the past. The normalization of destruction and invasion began with Frisia's domination. My father's pursuit of power was the start of our race's extinction, and the calamity that befell the Saiyans was also their fate. I am merely trying to do something for the Saiyans. Suddenly Beerus turned around and pressed Vegeta's face down into the ground, his expression grim and cold. He sternly said to Vegeta, I said that is very boring. What are you doing? Vegeta exclaimed, pressed to the ground, confused about Beerus' actions. If it were just your own sins that would be one thing, but do you want to bear all the burdens of the Saiyans? Don't take yourself too seriously. After saying this, Beerus tossed Vegeta away. Ugh! Vegeta crashed into a tree, holding his head and shaking it a couple of times to regain his senses. Let me tell you something good. I was the one who prompted Frisia to exterminate the Saiyans. Beerus' voice came from afar, igniting Vegeta's fury. What did you say? Bastard! Vegeta's veins bulged, his aura swelling intensely as anger echoed in his mind. He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, but he did not stop there. His aura continued to expand until it reached a critical point. Ha! Vegeta broke through, evolving into a denser form of Super Saiyan Blue, his hair becoming deeper in color, and the blue aura surrounding him intensified, but it became more contained, with the white energy waves rising from his body becoming even more pronounced. Vegeta charged at Beerus recklessly, but Beerus showed no interest in Vegeta's new transformation, giving him no face at all. He simply appeared behind Vegeta and delivered a chop that sent him crashing to the ground. The explosive aura had long attracted the attention of Goku and the others. What is Vegeta doing? It looks like he's fighting with Lord Beerus. Goku paused his spar with Broly and asked Whis, but Whis said nothing, instead smiling and saying it's nothing serious. Beerus looked down coldly at the fallen Vegeta. What does the past have to do with the present you? If you dwell on something like this, your growth will stop here. After saying this, Beerus pressed his hand on Vegeta's abdomen, directly unleashing a destruction attack that tore apart Vegeta's clothing. The immense energy generated from the destruction caused Vegeta to revert to his normal state, his abdomen bloodied and mangled as he lay on the ground wailing in agony. Is this Lord Beerus' divine technique? Goku was taken aback. Indeed, just the destruction of a piece of clothing holds such immense power. What? Do you want to learn it? Whis asked. No, I definitely do not want to become a god of destruction. Goku shook his head vigorously. Beerus continued to say to Vegeta, if you hold on to grudges because of the Saiyans, you will never cultivate divine techniques or comprehend the power of the laws. Vegeta, lying there, widened his eyes as if he understood something. Beerus' message was clear. Without the right mindset, one cannot cultivate divine techniques or grasp the power of the laws. If one continues to bear the sins of the Saiyans in search of redemption, they fall into a lower state. Perhaps one should fulfill the Saiyans' legacy rather than deliberately trying to atone for their sins. This way one's mindset would be complete. Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly had been training in the God of Destruction realm for a full 8 months. One day Vegeta calculated the days and realized that Bulma was about to give birth, so he proposed to return first, and would not come for training for some time. Wukong quickly asked why, but Vegeta said nothing and simply left. Hey! Vegeta is gone and Broly has been in seclusion for a long time. I really want to find someone to spar with, Wukong said gloomily. Right. Last time Aquan mentioned holding a universal martial arts tournament, you'll go ask about it. Wukong slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering this matter. Wukong took out the Xeno button and in the next moment he appeared in the Xeno Palace. At that moment Xeno was playing cosmic chess with Aral, enjoying themselves as they consumed each other's universes. It was obvious that Xeno regarded Aral as a friend, which earned her great respect in the Xeno Palace. The main reason for this was Xeno's inexplicable fondness for Aral, a feeling even the Grand Minister shared. Meanwhile Aral viewed Xeno as a playmate, and they had played for so long that Xeno forgot all about the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. I consume your 5th universe. Xeno seized the opportunity to eat Aral's 5th universe. Looking at the chessboard he said, We still have 2 universes left. Yes, there are so many universes. How long will we keep playing? Aral asked. Just as Xeno was about to suggest canceling some universes, Wukong appeared. Wukong! Xeno excitedly ran over. Wukong, you finally came to play with me. Hi Quan, how's it going? Are you having fun? Aral and I are playing cosmic chess. It seems like there are too many universes. Should we clear some out? Xeno innocently asked, completely unaware that his words could determine the fate of many. Wukong was taken aback and hurriedly stopped him, saying, Aquan, you mentioned that the Universal Martial Arts Tournament hasn't been held yet. The tournament will be really interesting. It will definitely make you happy to watch. There's no need to clear out any universes, right? I want to watch too. I want to watch. Aral chimed in, clamoring to see it. Seeing that both of his good friends wanted to hold the tournament, Xeno agreed. He called for the Grand Minister, saying, Hey Grand Minister, please arrange the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Yes, I will summon the guides from those universes right away to discuss the tournament. The Grand Minister took out his staff and with a flash of light the message was sent out. Sure enough, within a few seconds all the Supreme Kai gods of destruction and angels rushed over, and suddenly the Xeno Palace was filled with many people. We bow to you, Lord Xeno, and to you, Grand Minister. Everyone greeted respectfully. At this moment Wukong stood out prominently. Beerus also noticed Wukong and his face twisted with anger, cursing inwardly. Wukong, that bastard must have caused some trouble again. This kid has caused so much trouble. After this matter is over I will teach you a lesson, you bastard. Everyone please rise. Lord Xeno and his friend Miss Aral are very eager to watch the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. What does everyone think? Grand Minister, is it similar to the recent martial arts tournament between Universe 6 and Universe 7? Asked Ewan, the god of destruction of Universe 1, who had a face full of black hair and was the oldest god of destruction. Do we gods of destruction also have to participate? Asked Yarrick, the god of destruction of Universe 5. Are we having a knockout tournament with so many universes? Or is it a free-for-all? Asked Satala, the god of destruction of Universe 9. The Xeno Palace was filled with discussions and noise. Ahem. The Grand Minister raised his hands to signal everyone to stop. As expected, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kai halted their discussions. The Grand Minister then spoke. Considering that Lord Xeno is eager to see it, the tournament will be held in 40 hours. The victorious universe or individual will receive a wish from the Super Dragon Balls, while the losing universe will face punishment. What do you all think? Grand Minister, if we gods of destruction participate, then the nature of the tournament will turn into a brawl among gods of destruction, and if that's the case, the tournament will lack suspense. The clown god of destruction from Universe 11, Wami, stepped forward to speak. Hearing this, Wukong also stood up, saying, That's right, the gods of destruction are too strong, so the rest of us won't be able to compete. Wukong said to the Grand Minister, Mr. Wami and Mr. Wukong are right. In that case, let's first organize a match among you gods of destruction, and after watching that match we can formulate the specific tournament rules. Seeing that Wukong had also spoken up, the Grand Minister decided to watch a battle between the gods of destruction first. Excuse me, Grand Minister, what is the punishment for the losing side? Xiangpa asked at this time. The losing universe will be erased. Hurry up. Zeno was not concerned with anything else. Yes. The gods of destruction were shocked and quickly responded. The Grand Minister spread his hands and a huge arena appeared. Let me clarify, if any god of destruction goes easy during the match, they will be eliminated on the spot. With a wave of the Grand Minister's staff, all the gods of destruction appeared on the arena. Hey Beerus, this is a great opportunity for us to determine the strongest god of destruction. The mouse god of destruction from Universe 4 Quitra provoked Beerus. Stop causing trouble, Quitra. Beerus was not in the mood to play with this mouse. The losing universe would be erased. That bastard Wukong. At that moment Wukong's voice came from behind Beerus. Lord Beerus, give it your all. Hearing Wukong's voice, Beerus broke down. Wukong. Do you think this is the result of my doing? How dare you cheer for me from the sidelines? Beerus turned around to scold Wukong, who being scolded felt embarrassed. Why are you scolding me? The other gods of destruction looked at Wukong, realizing that this guy was indeed the culprit. As a result, they all directed their hostile gazes at Beerus. Beerus looked at the surrounding eyes and felt as if he had stepped in yellow mud. It's not shit, but it sure feels like it. Deep down he wished he could kill Wukong 100 or 1,000 times. Sure enough, it's trouble caused by Universe 7 again. The female god of destruction Hellas from Universe 2 seemed to have known all along. Ha ha ha, Beerus, let's see how you fight this time. You've offended everyone, now they are all going to deal with you. The mouse laughed maniacally. At this point Beerus naturally could not back down. You bunch of rotten potatoes and spoiled eggs, do you really think you can defeat me with just the few of you? Beerus' eyes changed, he could not escape this battle. Alright, the match begins. With a command from the Grand Minister, the free-for-all among the gods of destruction commenced. As the Grand Priest spoke, numerous destroyers instantly encircled Beerus, forming a tight ring, elephant pack included, with Beerus standing motionless at its center, his eyes slowly closing. The rat destroyer lunged first, followed closely by 10 others. Beerus remained expressionless, eyes tightly shut, emanating an uncanny, ineffable aura. Not a single strike from the dozen destroyers landed. He evaded them all with impossible speed and angles, weaving through assaults, as if guided by instinct alone. What is this? Master Whis, is this what I think it is? Goku suddenly turned to Whis beside him on the observation platform. Whis nodded solemnly. Indeed. His body judges and reacts autonomously, instinctively avoiding peril and embracing fortune. Truly a genius, Lord Beerus. Goku exclaimed in awe. Whis, however, shook his head. This technique is no easy mastery, even Lord Beerus has yet to fully grasp it. Sure enough, after a relentless barrage of evasions, Beerus's posture suddenly faltered. Mosco, the Iron Machine Destroyer of Universe 3, seized him with both palms and pinned him down, immobilizing him completely. Excellent! The Rat Destroyer and Elephant Destroyer charged forward in unison, the rat's fist blazing with an eerie indigo black light, while the elephant lowered his massive tusk and drove forward like a battering ram. Trapped beneath Mosco's iron grip, Beerus's face contorted in alarm, veins bulged across his temples as he wrenched free with explosive force, then instantly sidestepped both attackers. The rat's indigo black energy struck Mosco's enormous palm instead, eliciting a shriek of agony. Rust bloomed instantly across the metallic surface. Yet Mosco reacted with astonishing swiftness. A flash of ochre yellow light restored his hand to pristine condition. Seeing their blows miss, the rat and elephant destroyers whirled right, only to find Beerus already hovering near Longhairy E1, the destroyer of Universe 1. E1 responded instantly, his body radiating pure black light that coalesced into a binding domain enveloping Beerus. Simultaneously, the female destroyer of Universe 2 surged forward, drawing a bow and loosing an arrow straight at Beerus. With a furious curse, Beerus flared violet chi. Her arrow disintegrated into dust before even nearing him, and the black domain shattered like glass. In that instant, the remaining destroyers converged. The elephant destroyer let out a thunderous roar. Its shockwave reverberated through flesh and soul alike, inducing paralyzing tremors. Muscles clenched, spirits quaked, bodies froze mid-motion. Seizing the opening, he lunged, and Beerus, already weakened, took the blow full force. Rumshire, you wretch! The other destroyers cried out in outrage, wounded by the blast. Even the Kaioshin outside the arena collapsed unconscious. Goku himself crumpled to the ground, paralyzed, gasping. Whoa! What is this? Goku couldn't move a single finger, until Whis tapped him lightly, restoring his mobility instantly. This is Lord Rumshi's ultimate technique, Whis explained calmly. Those struck feel profound disorientation. Even destroyers find it taxing. Goku's eyes widened. Truly terrifying. Were I struck directly, I might be shaken to death on the spot. The battlefield shifted abruptly. Having suffered Rumshi's area-wide assault, the destroyer's pride flared. Jester Destroyer wasted no time. With a sharp clap of his hands, an unseen force lifted every destroyer skyward as if yanked by invisible strings. Demon card. A tarot card materialized above each destroyer's head, the grinning visage of a demonic jester emblazoned upon it. Instantly the cards vanished into their bodies, detonating with cataclysmic force. A colossal explosion engulfed the arena in thick smoke. Silence fell for a breath. Then faintly amid the haze an unnatural pink mist began to coil outward. Danger! Multiple destroyers cried out from within the smoke. Heli's illusionary power! Though none could be identified as the voice rang out. Humph! A towering figure erupted from the smoke, Nereus, the merfolk destroyer of Universe 12, his contemptuous snort echoing as he commanded. Devour! The mist, and even the surrounding destroyers, were violently drawn into a rift of warp space swirling around him. Curses! Annihilate! Yarrick of Universe 5 slammed his palms onto the ground. The very fabric of space buckled and collapsed inward. What? Yarrick's gone all out! Only then did the destroyers realize this was no longer a duel. It had devolved into full-scale chaos. Survival now demanded every ounce of their unique power. Yarrick's annihilation tore a vast swath of reality apart. Destroyers scrambled to erect shields or barriers. Nereus's devouring vortex imploded violently, his face twisting in grim dismay. Longharry, the comparatively weaker destroyer of Universe 1, wove a dome of absolute darkness around himself, a shimmering black chrysalis pulsing with waves of obsidian energy that lanced outward in all directions. Moscow refused to yield. Acriello armor solidified over his frame, shielding him first. Then he slammed his massive palm downward, unleashing crushing gravitational force that sent every destroyer crashing helplessly to the ground. Pack, already cursing endlessly, groaned under Moscow's gravity, his corpulent frame straining painfully. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fist toward Moscow. Boom! A translucent wave erupted from Moscow's body, his armor shattered, his form dented and deformed in dozens of places. In an instant the arena blazed with kaleidoscopic energies. Explosions roared without cease, silhouettes blurred across the stage, until abruptly Beerus vanished from sight. Where is Beerus? All combat ceased at once. Every destroyer bore wounds, proof that even among gods skill varied, but 12 such beings clashing unleashed unbearable pressure. Though the battle had lasted barely minutes, exhaustion and injury marked them all, yet none would fall so easily. They stood still, scanning relentlessly for Beerus's presence. Pack and several others grievously wounded finally drew ragged breaths. Destruction! Beerus reappeared at the arena's heart, violet translucence exploding outward, engulfing the entire stage in a single seamless wave. The violet energy detonated, engulfing the Grand Priest's elliptical barrier, the arena itself, and the sky above it in one seamless tide. From outside, Goku and the others watched as the Grand Priest's barrier transformed entirely, swirling into a churning violet-black maelstrom. Within, reality itself seemed to dissolve, arena, air, and every destroyer erased from existence at the most fundamental level. Ugh, can't see a thing. So boring, Aral remarked to the Omni King. He'd been enjoying the spectacle, vibrant colors delighted him, but combat held little aesthetic appeal. Not pretty enough. Then let's stop watching. The Omni King, ever considerate of Aral's whims, smiled gently. Their fighting's amazing, I can't even follow it. Aral hadn't pondered deeply. Early exchanges were clear enough, but later chaos overwhelmed her sight. Oh, shall we halt the match? The Grand Priest consulted the Omni King. Yes, end it. At his word, the Grand Priest soared toward the arena, plunging directly into Beerus's violet-black maelstrom. Before the energy could touch him, it receded like a retreating tide. In a blink he stood at the arena's center, pointing a single finger. One by one the recovering destroyers froze midair, suspended within the fading barrier. Only 3 remained upright: Beerus the Rat Destroyer, and the Jester Destroyer. The 3 destroyers bore countless wounds on their bodies, with Beerus and the Mouse Destroyer glaring at each other fiercely while the clown stood aside, seemingly not participating in the battle. The other destroyers looked quite miserable. Each of them was battered and unconscious on the ground, clearly suffering greatly from Beerus' final strike. Alright, this match ends here. Your battles have displeased Lord Zeno and Miss Aral, so the destroyers are not permitted to participate in this match. The High Priest waved his staff and the destroyers on the field could move again. The match ends here, you may withdraw. The several destroyers exchanged glances, and indeed they could not determine who the strongest destroyer was in the end. The 12 angels came forward to heal their respective universe destroyers, and soon the destroyers stood up and retreated. Goku, I want to see you fight. I found your last battle quite interesting. At this moment Lord Zeno seated on the high platform spoke up and Miss Aral next to him chimed in, "I want to see too." The high priest was also surprised and then said to Zeno, "Lord Zeno, I will arrange that right away. Mr. Goku, if that is the case, please come up to the stage." The high priest waved his hand and a new arena appeared surrounded by a protective barrier. Goku scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Me? Who am I battling? The fights of the destroyers are too intense, I'm not their match." "No worries, the candidate destroyer from Universe 10, Mr. Topo, is also here. You shall battle him in this match." Miss Aral seems to not fully understand the battles of the destroyers. The high priest's intention was clear as the Lord Zeno. The matches among these destroyers were merely a formality. As a good friend of Lord Zeno, Aral was well taken care of, so the high priest commanded Goku and Topo to spar. "Me? The candidate destroyer from Universe 11." Topo was taken aback, not expecting to have to fight after merely coming to observe. "If it's him, perhaps I can handle it," Goku said confidently, then jumped off the stage, causing Topo to frown. "Topo, it seems this match was suggested by this kid. Make sure to defeat him soundly and bring glory to our Universe 11. The clown destroyer said with delight. "Understood, Lord Delight." Topo stood up and leaped directly onto the stage. Goku and Topo stood on the stage, and even before the match began a powerful aura clashed between them. The god of destruction from other universes observed and couldn't help but discuss these two might just be the strongest in Universe 7 and 11. This match could reveal the strengths of both universes. "I've seen the Saiyan from Universe 7 fight against the 6th universe. His strength is already worthy of being a candidate destroyer in our universe." "Farak, your universe is filled with misfits. Even your candidate destroyers are nothing remarkable." Arak was the god of destruction from Universe 5, and the one refuting him was Ligel, the god of destruction from Universe 8. "What? Ligel, what do you mean? It seems our battle has yet to determine a victor. Just wait," Arak said angrily. "Based on the earlier battles, the rules are modified to prohibit flying, killing the opponent, and falling out of the ring counts as a loss. The match begins." With the high priest's command, the match between Goku and Topo officially began. Before the match started, Topo looked at Goku and said, "I've seen your battle with the 6th universe. You have some strength, but at most you're about on par with me. You must be the strongest in your universe, while our strongest is someone else." Clearly those from other universes who had watched the GodTube felt that Goku was the strongest in the last battle between the 6th and 7th universes, and that Vegeta was able to defeat Hit because Goku had severely injured Hit first. "There's someone in your universe who's stronger than you, a candidate destroyer." Goku was surprised, then smiled. "Great, I look forward to fighting him." "You'll have to defeat me first." Topo, seeing that verbal attacks were ineffective, directly unleashed his aura, preparing to knock Goku off the stage. Goku sensed Topo's aura clearly, realizing that Topo had also cultivated divine energy, making him a formidable opponent. No wonder he was a candidate destroyer. Goku couldn't afford to be careless. The fact that Topo remained so calm after seeing him fight Hit prompted Goku to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. The two massive powers clashed, forming a colossal aura on the stage. The blue flame of Goku and Topo's golden red flame created two enormous light screens that continuously pushed against each other, clearly indicating that neither side wanted to concede, both bursting forth with their auras. Topo's gaze sharpened and the two light screens exploded. In an instant, Topo's seemingly uncoordinated body charged toward Goku, who laughed, "Here we go." As Topo's palm struck, Goku raised his arm to block it, and in the same motion kicked Topo. Topo's massive body twisted at an unnatural angle, and while in midair he executed a 720-degree turn, delivering a kick directly at Goku. Goku crossed his arms to shield his head, taking the hit, and the immense force caused him to sink a meter into the arena. Goku let out a muffled shout, and surprisingly pushed Topo away with both arms. He soared out of the pit, and launched an aggressive attack at Topo, who adeptly blocked Goku's strikes. Seizing an opportunity, Topo kicked Goku, sending him soaring into the sky. In an instant, Topo appeared above Goku, bringing his massive hands together for a powerful slam onto Goku's waist, sending him crashing deep into the arena. Topo pressed the advantage, relentlessly firing golden red energy blasts into the pit until the entire hole became immensely large, attacking for several seconds. Topo unleashed hundreds of thousands of energy blasts, directly piercing through the arena created by the High Priest before finally stopping. Wow, this is intense. Did Goku lose? Aral watched the booming arena, her face lighting up with excitement, proving she was indeed Akira Toriyama's daughter, which explained why Lord Zeno and the High Priest were so fond of her and would accommodate her. Lord Zeno said, "Goku's fight is much more entertaining than the previous one. Goku is amazing." Topo looked at the now pierced pit yet remained unfazed. He frowned when suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Hey big guy, are you tired? Now it's my turn." What? When did you? As Topo turned his head before he could finish speaking, he was struck hard in the face. Wukong struck Tuapa with a powerful punch, catching Tuapa off guard and sending him flying. Wukong let out a fierce roar, his aura surging, and in an instant he charged in front of Tuapa, delivering another heavy blow to Tuapa's large belly, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wukong continued his relentless assault on Tuapa, finally delivering a strong kick that sent Tuapa flying out of the ring. Tuapa had no power to retaliate, plummeting towards the ground. In the final moment, Tuapa regained clarity and firmly grasped the ring with his massive hands, flipping himself back onto the platform. Tuapa wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wukong, saying, "Your strength is far beyond what I imagined. I indeed underestimated you, but if you think this means I will concede, then you are gravely mistaken." Tuapa shouted furiously, causing the entire ring to tremble with his roar. Wukong gazed at Tuapa, his fighting spirit intensifying, excitement evident on his face. "I never expected you to be this strong. To think there are even stronger opponents out there makes me tremble with excitement." Wukong gathered his ultra-blue energy, clearly prepared to unleash his full strength in battle against Tuapa. Wukong swiftly dashed in front of Tuapa, who did not back down, and assumed a defensive stance. Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks with both hands and feet, while Tuapa focused intently, his bald head visibly straining as he blocked Wukong's strikes. No longer dodging, he retaliated with his fists against the attacks he couldn't block, their fear still astonishing the gods of destruction below. "This level of combat has surpassed our universe by far. How can this match continue?" The gods of destruction and Kaioshins of Universe 10 were nearly fainting with frustration over their universe's poor performance. "This is already a battle in the realm of gods. I never imagined that the fighters from Universe 7 and Universe 11 would be this powerful. It seems we cannot rely on brute force, we must employ special strategies." Another god of destruction and Kaioshin discussed. The god of destruction from Universe 6 Compass sighed. "Fortunately, I made sure to train those guys after returning last time. Although this match is intense, they still have combat potential." The clown god of destruction with a carefree demeanor said to his angel, "No matter how the other universes fare, Jiren will be the strongest, and this match is without a doubt ours." The clown's angel, a stunning beauty named Margarita, sweetly smiled and replied, "Lord Megito is right. This Scion from Universe 7 possesses decent strength, but once he faces Jiren, he will be defeated in an instant. However, Tuapa's situation is looking grim." As if to validate Margarita's words, Tuapa endured several punches from Wukong. Clearly, despite Tuapa's strength, his raw power was no match for Wukong's ultra-blue form. After exchanging a few blows, Tuapa began to show signs of defeat. Wukong seized the opportunity, attacking fiercely until Tuapa was left with no power to fight back. The battle turned heavily in Wukong's favor, with Tuapa battered onto the ring covered in injuries, clearly anticipating defeat. Yet Tuapa was unwilling to concede. With no other options, Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha that knocked Tuapa unconscious. "Victory goes to Mr. Sun Wukong of Universe 7. Looking at the ravaged ring, the Grand Priest nodded and announced Wukong's victory, subsequently lifting the protective barrier. With a flick of his staff, Tuapa returned to the stands of Universe 11. "Wukong is truly impressive," the Omni King exclaimed excitedly, waving his small hands. "So amazing," Aral echoed. Wukong soared into the sky, nodding at the Omni King and Aral before returning to the stands of Universe 7. "Well done." Beerus seemed quite pleased, yet due to the trouble Wukong had caused, he ultimately revealed no expression. Hee. Wukong rubbed his finger under his nose and gave an awkward smile. The Grand Priest flew near the Omni King and reported briefly. After receiving the Omni King's nod, he flew to the center of the 12 platforms and spoke loudly. "Following 2 matches, we have decided on a tournament of power in 40 hours. Considering the extended battle time, this tournament will only feature 8 universes. The 4 universes with higher overall human levels will not participate, reducing the number of competitors to shorten the match duration." Upon hearing this, the gods of destruction and Kaioshins could no longer sit still, all inquiring which universes would be exempt from participating. The Grand Priest raised a hand to silence them, signaling he had more to say. "Universes 1, 5, 8, and 12 will not participate, as these 4 universes have higher overall human levels, indicating that the gods of destruction and Kaioshins have been diligently overseeing matters. This is a reward from the Omni King to you." With this announcement, the crowd erupted into chaos. Various voices of condemnation, jealousy, sighs, and joy filled the air, but eventually they quieted down. The Grand Priest spoke again. "In this tournament, each universe will send 10 fighters in a free-for-all format lasting 48 minutes. Killing is prohibited, the use of venomous attacks is forbidden, and flying is not allowed. The last universe standing will be crowned champion, and will receive a wish from the Super Dragon. Universes that fail will be erased. Now disperse and return to find your competitors. The Grand Priest turned to leave, signaling that they could go. We take our leave. Everyone bowed and then departed from the Omni King's palace. On the way back, Beerus scolded Wukong furiously. You idiot, are you happy to let other universes disappear just so you can fight? I apologize, Lord Beerus, I didn't expect the Omni King to erase universes so casually. Wukong quickly apologized. If we lose this tournament, it'll destroy you before I disappear. Beerus shouted angrily. Oh come on, Lord Beerus, I can't guarantee victory either. You dare come to the Omni King's palace without confidence. I don't care, you must win this tournament for me. Beerus was beside himself with rage. At this moment was reminded. Lord Beerus, our immediate priority is to find 10 participants for the tournament. Besides you, Vegeta, Broly, Bu and Frieza, we still need 5 more. Who else do you have in mind for the participants? Gohan, Piccolo and the others should be fine. What? 10 people and 8 or 9 of them are from your Earth. Are there no other candidates? Beerus was fuming. In that case, let's go check out Earth, Lord Beerus. Was suggested, feeling that they should first see Earth since Wukong and his companions were the strongest, and the others would just be fillers. Let's go to Earth first, Beerus said. Soon they arrived at Earth at Capsule Corporation, where Vegeta was standing on the balcony. Suddenly Whis and the others appeared and Vegeta turned around and asked, What happened? Goku explained the situation to Vegeta, which caused Vegeta to curse loudly. Vegeta expressed that Bulma was about to give birth and he couldn't leave. Whis directly called Bulma and used his powers to deliver the child in the void. Seeing Bulma happily holding the child, Vegeta had nothing to say and agreed to participate in the tournament. He then asked about the specifics of the competition. Goku said, The rules for the tournament were decided after all the battles between the gods of destruction and my battle with the 11th universe's Topo. It involves a free-for-all among 8 universes, each with 10 participants. No flying, no killing, no weapons or poison are allowed. The universe that survives until the end will be the victor, and the winner will gain a wish from the Super Dragon while the losers will be eliminated. Oh. The gods of destruction fought each other. What was the outcome? And what is that Topo from the 11th universe like? Topo from the 11th universe is the second strongest in their universe and an apprentice god of destruction. The battles between the gods of destruction were quite fierce, although no clear victor emerged in the end. However, Lord Beerus is truly strong, especially that last move. What was it, Lord Beerus? Goku said excitedly. Beerus turned his head, clearly not wanting to explain to Goku, but Whis stepped in to explain. That was Lord Beerus' law of power. Both Goku and Vegeta showed shocked expressions. Whis continued to explain. All the gods of destruction have comprehended the laws, but they are all different. The minimum standard to become a god of destruction is to master the divine technique, but the current gods of destruction have been in their roles for too long and have already comprehended the law of power. The god of destruction of Universe 1 Ewan comprehended the law of darkness, the god of destruction of Universe 2 Hellas comprehended the law of illusion, the god of destruction of Universe 3 Moscow comprehended the law of gravity, the god of destruction of Universe 4 Quatella comprehended the law of ruin, the god of destruction of Universe 5 Iraq comprehended the law of annihilation, the god of destruction of Universe 6 Compa comprehended the law of destruction, the god of destruction of Universe 7 Beerus comprehended the law of destruction, the god of destruction of Universe 8 Likir comprehended the law of energy, the god of Destru. Which laws are stronger or weaker? Vegeta asked. Any law that can be called a law is generally quite strong, but only the most essential ones are a bit stronger and more difficult to comprehend. Therefore, the strength of those who have comprehended the laws can be determined by how many and how deep their comprehension is. Whis patiently answered. Whis, don't explain so much, we don't have much time. Let's find the participants first. Beerus interrupted Whis. Alright. Goku, Vegeta, this task of finding people is up to you. Whis and I will bring Broly and Frieza over. I want to see 8 people here and I want to go through them all. Beerus instructed Goku and Vegeta. By the way, you only have 30 hours, you need to hurry with the remaining time. Before leaving, Beerus turned back to glance at Vegeta and Goku. I still have you, Vegeta, Broly, Frieza and Majin Buu. Who else should I bring? Gohan and Piccolo perhaps. Goku and Vegeta discussed. Kakarot, I don't care who you choose, I'm going to train in the hyperbolic time chamber for a day. Vegeta didn't bother about who Goku would choose. This was not worth his headache. As long as he trained properly, he could handle everything by himself. Vegeta didn't rush to the hyperbolic time chamber either. With 30 hours left, he could still spend 6 hours with the child, so he secretly went to see the child, leaving Goku alone in a state of confusion. Ah, Vegeta. Damn it, I also want to train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Forget it, I'll go find people first. Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin one by one to visit. Time passed quickly and thus Goku visited one by one. Originally Goku wanted to have Goten and Trunks participate as well. These two little guys were already 14 years old, tall and well built. Moreover, after the training led by Vegeta last time, they had already mastered the Super Saiyan 2 and their strength was quite impressive. When they transformed into Gotenks, their power would be even stronger, likely surpassing Gohan's considerably. However, this idea was firmly opposed by Shishi and thus fell through. In the end, the remaining 5 participants were confirmed to be Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, Android 17, and Android 18. Goku sparred with Android 17 and found that 17's strength was exceptional, even stronger than the Gohan of his time. Ultimately, he persuaded Android 17 with a wish from the Super Dragon and left Goten and Trunks to help 17 guard his island, to which the two children gladly agreed. Finally, Goku went to Buu's house, but Buu was in hibernation and Goku couldn't wake him up. This made Goku anxious and he prepared to call Master Roshi. At this moment Whis arrived with Beerus, Broly, and Frieza. Beerus looked at Goku, who was ready to fly, and asked, "Goku, are you ready?" "I was ready, but Buu is hibernating and I can't wake him up. I was just about to go call Master Roshi." "You mean that old man carrying the turtle shell?" "Whis, go wake up Buu." Beerus wanted to explode but held back. Is it alright to disturb his sleep?" Goku asked. "Yeah, Lord Beerus often sleeps for decades." Whis mocked. Beerus cursed. "This is a matter of the universe's survival, don't say sleeping. Even if it means dying, I will drag him back." Whis knew Beerus was angry and didn't say anything more. He went directly to Buu's house and with a tap of his staff Buu woke up. Such matters were trivial for Whis, it all depended on whether he wanted to do it. "Wow, is this Mr. Majin Buu? I've heard you're the most evil demon in the universe, perhaps we can become friends." Frieza greeted Buu, unaware that Buu was no longer that evil creature. As a result, Buu was not impressed, which made Frieza quite embarrassed. In this way, Vegeta, who had just come out of the hyperbolic time chamber, also arrived. The 10 participants for the tournament were thus ready, and under Whis' lead they headed towards the palace of the Omni King. As time slowly passed, everyone finally arrived at the palace of the Omni King. The Grand Priest seemed to have already prepared the venue with 12 spectator stands surrounding a vast arena filled with various scenes: mountains, lakes, rivers, ice fields, and lava flows, creating a miniature world for the competition. This design was to accommodate the diversity of the universe, infusing the contest with vitality. If it were merely a simple arena, the numerous participants would only engage in direct fatal battles, which would hold no significance for those with strong survival capabilities, thus diminishing the spectacle of the event. Whis led everyone to the 7th universe's spectator stand, taking a look around. At this moment no other universes had arrived yet, and the 10 participants from the 7th universe had gathered quickly, thus arriving early. Suddenly a few individuals appeared at the 11th universe's stand. Leading them was the god of destruction Jiren, accompanied by the angel Margarita and the Supreme Kai, followed by a group of individuals in red uniforms, with Jiren himself being the epitome of an alien visage. "What is this?" Sensing the unfathomable power emanating from Jiren and his imposing aura, everyone realized that they were likely facing a formidable expert. Goku displayed an excited expression, stating, "This must be the strongest fighter of the 11th universe that Topo mentioned. The power is truly unfathomable, I am quaking with excitement." Goku trembled with exhilaration. Jiren's strength was beyond imagination, like an insurmountable peak, his presence suffocating the crowd. The god of destruction Jiren cast a glance at the spectators from Universe 7, showing no expression, as he had absolute confidence in Jiren's strength. One after another other gods of destruction arrived, including those from the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes, along with their angels and supreme Kais to observe the battle. The last to arrive was the universe of Kampa, who brought 4 Saiyans, 3 Namekians, along with Hit Frost and the large bear Bahamo. 8 universes were present. The 2nd universe appeared to be a combination of monsters and women. The 3rd universe consisted of high-tech warriors. The 4th universe was filled with superhumans. The 6th universe featured a mix of Saiyans and Namekians. The 7th universe was the main cast. The 9th universe housed a pack of beasts. The 10th universe was comprised of muscular men, while the 11th universe was represented by the Pride Troopers. Vegeta, the king of salad from the 6th universe, greeted Vegeta from the adjacent 7th universe stand. Vegeta nodded while crossing his arms, acknowledging the greeting. Goku, catching sight of Hit, shouted, "Hit! Looking forward to battling you again." Goku is much stronger now than before. He is eager to avenge his defeat against Hit. Having already devised a strategy against Hit's time skip technique, he believes he can surely defeat him this time. It remained in different hands in his pockets, casting a glance at Goku and Vegeta without uttering a word. At that moment, two enormous thrones slowly descended from above the arena. The Omni King and Aral took their seats, flanked by two attendants, while the Grand Priest appeared in front of the Omni King, overseeing the crowd. "Is that the Omni King? And who is that little girl?" Many were seeing the Omni King for the first time, astonished by Aral's presence. The Grand Priest glanced at the Omni King, who nodded in acknowledgement. The Grand Priest then floated to the center of the 12 stands, hands behind his back, and proclaimed, "Welcome everyone to the palace of the Omni King for the Tournament of Power. I believe you are all aware of the rules, so I will not repeat them. Without further ado, I declare the Tournament of Power officially begins. Please all contestants take the stage." With a wave of his hand, the contestants from each universe instantly appeared on the arena. The Grand Priest's voice echoed again. "Universes that lose will be eliminated on the spot, so give it your all." The Grand Priest's words marked the official start of the competition. The people from Universe 7 disregarded Beerus' advice about teamwork and immediately scattered in different directions, leaving Krillin, Gohan, and Piccolo huddled together, confused. "Let's stick together for support," Krillin awkwardly suggested, as he had no intention of taking the initiative. Being the weakest among them, having company was the best outcome. Goku charged directly toward the 11th universe's area, heading for a mountaintop. Vegeta went to the plains, which were vast and seemingly populated, intending to eliminate the weaker foes first. Frieza dashed toward the 6th universe. Broly arrived at a rocky plateau reminiscent of planet Vampa, wishing to stay there and fend off anyone who disturbed him. Android 17 rushed toward the nearest contestant. Android 18 casually found a spot to fly to. As for Bu, he spotted a hot spring and went straight to enjoy a soak. This behavior from Universe 7 irked Beerus, who felt like he was grinding his teeth in frustration as these guys completely disregarded his words. Whis, however, was more laid back. "They are all capable fighters. Clearing out weaker contestants isn't a bad strategy." With a flurry of punches and kicks, Android 17 knocked a muscular man from the 10th universe off the stage, taunting, "Your universe's strength seems a bit lacking." The remaining muscular fighters from the 10th universe gathered together, just beginning to realize the gravity of the situation, as they had lost one of their own in just a second or two, prompting them to remain alert. Android 18 encountered several monsters from the 2nd universe during her journey. These creatures, finding the beautiful yet somewhat slender Android 18 seemingly easy prey, charged at her. Dressed in red athletic wear, Android 18 faced the onslaught of the monsters without fear. She delivered a powerful kick to the enormous belly of the closest beast, which clearly was caught off guard, rolling several times from the force and crashing into numerous trees, creating an opening in the encircling monsters. Seizing the opportunity, Android 18 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, instantly engulfing the creatures in a sea of energy flames. Frieza arrived at the position of the 10 competitors from the 6th universe, which had split into 4 small groups, 4 Saiyans in one, 3 Namekians and a bear in another, and Hit and Frost each leading their own teams. Upon seeing Frieza's arrival, they all displayed wary expressions, tightening their formations. Frieza, paying no mind to the others, glanced at Frost, who also looked back at him, and they exchanged a knowing smile before soaring out of the 6th universe's range. Goku charged directly towards Jiren, who was seated atop the highest peak with his eyes closed as if in meditation. Goku attempted to approach but was intercepted by other members of the Pride Troopers. Shouting at Jiren, Goku declared, "Hey, I want to fight you." The other Pride Troopers glared at Goku with anger, stating, "You don't even deserve to face Jiren." 7 members of the Pride Troopers surrounded Goku. Toppo and Ribrian seemed unhurried to engage. Goku focused on battling Jiren, didn't go all out against the others, and transformed into Super Saiyan 2, making his way toward Jiren. Vegeta arrived at the plains and found the high-tech warriors from the 3rd universe engaged in combat with a group of beasts from the 9th universe. With a powerful explosion, Vegeta scattered the 20 fighters, attracting their hatred. Smirking, Vegeta said, "You lot can go down first." Vegeta was very clear in his mind when faced with a confrontation against a master or the safety of the entire universe. He unhesitatingly chose the latter. This was also the biggest difference between him and Kakarot, which is why he swiftly set out to deal with these weaklings. In Vegeta's eyes, survival and chaos meant first eliminating the weaklings to avoid any impact on the outcome of the battle later. The beast group from the 9th universe had only 3 canine creatures that resembled anything at all. The 3 brothers, the cunning raccoons. While the others appeared to be somewhat useful, they were actually weaklings. The high-tech warriors of the 3rd universe looked utterly useless. As a crowd rushed towards him to attack, Vegeta immediately transformed into his super red form, the most energy-efficient state. As his aura spread, the 20 individuals charging from all directions slammed into the energy field surrounding Vegeta, causing them to stagger and feel dizzy. Even the high-tech warriors wielding their ultimate light swords couldn't break through Vegeta's energy barrier. This situation made these guys realize the trouble they were in, and they all attempted to flee, but Vegeta showed no mercy. In a flash, as the 20 were turning to escape, they froze in place, then collapsed one by one. Each of them suffered a hit, with only the cunning raccoon brothers barely managing to defend against it, but they were wounded as well. "Well done, Vegeta, leave them behind," Beerus exclaimed excitedly as he watched Vegeta take down so many opponents at once. Vegeta was ready to abandon them all, but the 3 cunning raccoons forcibly got back up. The 3 seemed to have a combined technique, forming a mysterious formation with the primary colors of red, blue, and green. They surrounded Vegeta, constantly circling around him, while energy waves occasionally surged forth. However, Vegeta remained unfazed, swiftly striking down any energy that approached him. With precise timing, Vegeta unleashed a massive explosive attack, shattering their combined formation like paper. This all happened in mere seconds, and before the crowd outside could react, they saw the 3 cunning raccoons being blasted out from the colorful barrage. "You all need to merge." At that moment, the god of destruction from the 3rd universe emerged from the interior of his robotic shell, clearly panicking as he shouted. The high-tech warriors of the 3rd universe all stood up, their belts glowing brightly. Then astonishingly 10 of them merged into one, resembling a mecha fusion. Some became the body, others the head, and others the limbs, instantaneously transforming into a gigantic machine assembly akin to a Gundam. From below, Beerus cursed. They actually resorted to fusion, utterly lacking in martial virtue. 10-person fusion is the trump card of the 3rd universe's god of destruction, Mosca. I didn't expect them to use it so soon. Mosca leaned out from the robot's body and said fiercely, "Throw that person from universe Beerus down." The Gundam nodded in acknowledgement. Vegeta smirked disdainfully, saying, "A despicable tactic, utterly useless." In a flash, Vegeta appeared behind the Gundam and delivered a powerful kick to its head. The radar inside the Gundam reacted, but it was clearly too late. The Gundam hurriedly bowed its head, only to have its stylish crown ornament shattered by Vegeta's kick. The Gundam was taken aback and hurried to counterattack, only to realize that its back had cannon ports which it had thought were merely for show but were actually anti-aircraft cannons. The anti-aircraft cannon fired rapidly, continuously shooting at Vegeta above. Vegeta dodged, but soon discovered they were homing missiles. Reluctantly, he detonated a few energy blasts to destroy the missiles. Seizing the opportunity, the Gundam warrior propelled itself forward with an immense burst of energy, and summoned a massive light sword resembling Garen's great sword aimed directly at Vegeta. Vegeta's hands glowed red, showing no signs of action. As the Gundam warrior approached, Vegeta made his move, landing a devastating punch to the Gundam warrior's abdomen, effectively dismantling it. Looking at the other universe contestants lying on the ground, Vegeta waved his hand, causing all of them to float into the air before he hurled them away. Just like that, the contestants from the 3rd and 9th universes were entirely eliminated. As shadows flickered, the platforms of the 2 universes filled with participants. The Grand Priest spoke slowly. "The 3rd universe and the 9th universe are eliminated." The Omni King raised his small hand and clenched it, erasing the 3rd and 9th universes, leaving no trace except for the angels. The gods from the other universes sensed the absence of these 2 universes, quickly panicking and shouting encouragement to their contestants to hold on. Meanwhile, Android 17 and 18 had already eliminated several contestants from other universes. Android 17 primarily targeted the muscle men from the 10th universe, who were utterly incompetent, and fell quickly to his onslaught. Soon the entire 10th universe was also eliminated. After dispatching several monsters, Android 18 was ambushed by a group of strangely ugly women who insulted her as a hideous creature and vowed to send her off the stage first. Android 18 could not tolerate this insult. Having always been praised for her beauty, she felt furious and like a crazed demon. She leaped into the air and unleashed an indiscriminate barrage of energy blasts, for she had infinite energy, which was a dirty trick of both Android 17 and 18. Her frenzied attacks quickly drew everyone's attention as the stage was bombarded, leaving it riddled with holes and affecting other battles. The ugly women from the 2nd universe were no weaklings either. After withstanding the onslaught, they sought opportunities to counterattack. The situation quickly became tense. In a moment of carelessness, Android 18 was ambushed from behind by 2 of the ugly women, who bound her with energy locks, while the leading plump ugly woman intended to throw Android 18 off the stage. "Buzz! Ah! Watch out!" Several ugly women nearby suddenly shouted. The plump ugly woman was about to attack when she sensed something amiss, and quickly lowered her head, only to have her antenna-like hat sliced off. It turned out to be Krillin rushing in to assist. His control over the energy sphere / was extraordinary, and although he missed his first strike, the energy sphere / continued flying, severing the energy locks on Android 18. Krillin embraced Android 18 and violently retreated from the battlefield. With Krillin's arrival, Gohan and Piccolo followed suit. As Gohan and Piccolo prepared to attack, they suddenly noticed that the ugly women from the second universe were staring at Krillin infatuated. Wow! So handsome! Krillin, holding Android 18, felt slightly petrified. Hey! Who are they talking about? Krillin felt a bit at a loss, but number 18 reacted saying, Hey, you guys better not have any improper thoughts about my husband. Number 18 wrapped her arms around Klin's neck. The ugly women from the second universe were infuriated, shouting, How can someone as ugly as you possibly marry such a perfect man? They charged towards number 18 to defend their male idol Klin. Piccolo and Gohan were left dumbfounded, forgetting even the thought of fighting. Suddenly a scream escaped Piccolo as his arm fell off without warning. Uncle Piccolo! Gohan rushed to Piccolo's side, vigilantly watching the surroundings, and saw a figure emerging from the shadows of the jungle. It was Frost, who regarded Piccolo and Gohan as prey. Piccolo regrew his arm while Gohan, filled with rage, charged directly at Frost, engaging him in combat. Meanwhile, Klin and number 18 also began to fight the ugly women. Piccolo knew that Gohan hadn't fought in a long time and might struggle against Frost. Indeed, Frost's strength had significantly increased since the last tournament, making it difficult for even the peak Super Saiyan 2 Gohan to handle. Gohan struggled, and as Piccolo, his father, and dedicated guardian rushed in to assist him, the two battlefronts became intensely entangled. On another front, Frieza had also ambushed the 4 Saiyans from the 6th universe. The Saiyans transformed into Super Saiyans, all at the peak of Super Saiyan 2. Among them it was clear that Salad was the strongest. The 4 Saiyans teamed up against Frieza, who remained unfazed, brushing off their attacks. The remaining 3 Namekians of the 6th universe faced off against 3 Psychics from the 4th universe in a 3v3 battle. However, the Namekians found it quite challenging because they were combat-type Namekians and felt somewhat outmatched against the Psychics. Nevertheless, Namekians possessed other extraordinary abilities and had some understanding of these Psychics, making the outcome uncertain. Potamo, the giant bear, was currently engaged in a battle with number 17. This bear had undergone special training and possessed immense strength. Crucially, it seemed to have learned transformation during training, morphing into a gray bear with sharp claws, appearing quite ferocious and reminiscent of Tiberius, trading blows with number 17. Meanwhile, Bu was splashing around in a hot spring, enjoying himself. Just as he was about to take a nice nap, he suddenly noticed something and pointed at a spot, saying, Are you here to play with me? It looked as if he was talking to the air. The 2 invisible beings' faces changed dramatically. Could this pink fat guy really see them? Originally, they had intended to ambush this guy, and it seemed he was just lounging in a hot spring. He appeared to be a waste of space, so they decided to approach him first, as they had seen that the others were all powerful. Upon hearing Majin Buu's words, the 2 invisible beings were uncertain whether he could truly see them, but they decided to retreat. Suddenly, Majin Buu's arms elongated, directly grabbing the 2 of them, and placing them in the hot spring, splashing water everywhere. Majin Buu excitedly said, You 2 are really interesting, you're actually transparent. The 2 invisible beings' faces turned pale. They were certain now that this fat guy could really see them. Driven by panic, they punched through Buu's body, creating 2 massive holes in his abdomen. The 2 invisible beings burst into laughter, but unexpectedly Bu suddenly reverted to his original form and asked, What are you laughing at? Are you here to play a game with me? This startled the 2 invisible beings, who quickly nodded in agreement, thinking it was a joke. This guy was truly a monster, able to regenerate and see them. They stood frozen in the hot spring while Bu transformed them into various objects to play with. The god of destruction, who was a mouse, was horrified by this situation. These 2 invisible beings were his trump card. He had many strange beings in his universe, and his strength was not particularly impressive. He didn't expect these odd characters to defeat anyone, so he planned to survive until the end. Regardless of which universe emerged victorious, he still had people in the arena. It was a desperate strategy, but it turned out that these 2 idiots ran into Bu, and it was truly unfortunate for them. At this moment, Goku had been knocked down by Jiren several times. In anger, Goku yelled and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue at full power, charging at Jiren. Although Super Saiyan Blue Goku had gained the qualification to fight back, he was still unable to match Jiren. Jiren calmly blocked all of Goku's attacks, delivering a heavy punch to Goku's abdomen, causing Goku to buckle over in pain, clutching his stomach as he knelt on the ground. Jiren looked at Goku with a cold gaze, extending his palm towards Goku and saying, Next time, don't engage in meaningless actions. Jiren prepared to send Goku off the stage. Flash time. Hit suddenly appeared beside Goku, swiftly taking him away while the shockwave from Jiren's palm struck the arena floor. Thank you, Hit, Goku said, looking at Hit, who had saved him, to express his gratitude. I didn't do it to save you, I just find this guy quite unpleasant. If this poker face wins the match, I won't be happy. Hit stood up, hands in his pockets, and looked at Jiren, saying to Goku, "I also didn't expect Jiren to be this powerful." Goku said with a wry smile, "Knowing he's this strong, you still charged in alone. I really thought you had some kind of trump card." Hit replied indifferently, "Yes, I have one move that I haven't perfected yet. Jiren is a formidable opponent. If I master this move, I should be able to take him on." Goku also stood up, gazing at Jiren with Hit from a distance. "I see you probably won't get a chance now. I will defeat this guy." Hit suddenly looked at Goku, a mysterious smile on his face. "Ha, Hit, your strength seems to have grown significantly since last time. Maybe you really have a chance." Goku did not rebut. He felt that Hit's strength had increased tremendously since their last encounter, and he was no longer certain of victory. Jiren had never faced Hit's flash time and might suffer a huge setback. Hit voluntarily approached Jiren and they locked eyes. Jiren's expression showed no sign of wavering. After a long moment, Jiren spoke. "Come on, let's not waste time." It was clear that Jiren did not take Hit seriously. In the next instant, Hit suddenly appeared in front of Jiren and landed a fierce punch on Jiren's face. Jiren took a step back, his head being knocked slightly to the side, but he quickly turned back, glaring at Hit, causing Hit to retreat several steps. Jiren said, "Fast speed but lack of power." As soon as Jiren finished speaking, he charged at Hit. Watching Jiren approach, Hit hurriedly activated flash time. In his time acceleration, Hit looked on as Jiren's fist flashed towards his face, unable to react in time. Bang! Hit was sent flying 8 meters away, clutching his nose as he stood up. "You should be able to accelerate the time around you, right? Relative to you others, fists slow down, but as long as my speed exceeds your reaction ability, your move will be ineffective." Jiren spoke calmly, crossing his arms. With just a few words, he pinpointed Hit's flaw, easily countering Hit's flash time after just one exchange. Jiren was indeed terrifying. Hit's nose was continuously bleeding. He took a deep breath, his entire body erupting with a surge of energy, a pale purple flame swirling around him as he roared in anger, his aura growing ever stronger. Wukong looked at Hit and couldn't help but gasp, murmuring, "If Hit had unleashed such an aura before, our universe would have been utterly unable to contend against him." At this moment, Hit's physical strength was surprisingly comparable to that of Super Blue. Although he had not cultivated the energy of the gods, he was able to elevate his power to such a level which was indeed astonishing, but this was ultimately the result of a millennium of his accumulated strength. Suddenly a murderous aura enveloped Hit, filled with killing intent. As a killer and the supreme assassin of the Sixth Universe, it was clear that he was deeply wary of Jiren's power. Although killing was prohibited in the match, Hit knew he had to go all out. After all, Jiren was not someone who could be easily defeated. Suddenly Hit's aura vanished, and he disappeared completely. Jiren remained expressionless, but inwardly he had grown alert. Suddenly Jiren struck at a certain point in the empty space above, creating ripples, but he did not hit Hit. Hit suddenly appeared far behind Jiren, as if time had jumped, then directly materialized in front of Jiren. At that moment, Jiren had just sensed Hit's presence behind him and was about to turn around when Hit's palm came together, forming a pale purple hand blade that lunged toward Jiren's abdomen. In a split second, Jiren, as if catching a white blade with bare hands, clapped both palms together to block Hit's strike. Hit's hand blade pierced Jiren's skin but could advance no further. Seeing that his strike had missed, Hit unleashed another punch toward Jiren. Jiren jumped into the air, performing a 720-degree spin. The immense force propelled Hit into a continuous rotation. Although Hit's punch also missed, his hand blade managed to break free. After this failed assassination attempt, Hit prepared to withdraw. This was the assassin's usual method: if one strike failed, look for another opportunity, never engaging directly. Hit's figure flickered as he prepared to vanish into the void, but Jiren's excised eyes scanned and he appeared directly behind Hit's hidden position. Hit realized this and attempted to escape again, but Jiren grabbed Hit by the neck, lifting him up. Hit struggled continuously, but Jiren's arm was like a giant clamp, impossible to break free from. "Assassins are the most shameful of all." Jiren's cold words reached Hit's ears. With one hand gripping Hit's throat, Jiren gathered a crimson-orange glow in his other hand and directly struck Hit's waist, launching him away. Hit flew through the air like a kite, with a severed string plummeting toward the arena below. "Hit!" Wukong exclaimed in alarm as he was tossing the other members of the Proud Team down. As Hit was free-falling and emitting smoke, he suddenly felt someone catch him, then he lost consciousness. It was Vegeta, who had instantaneously teleported to catch Hit, while also firing an energy wave at Jiren. Jiren looked at the suddenly appearing Vegeta, his face still devoid of expression, allowing Vegeta's energy wave to strike him without sustaining any damage. Vegeta landed back on the arena, tossing the unconscious Hit into the area where the battle of the Sixth Universe was taking place. He then moved beside Kakarot. Gabe saw Hit, and quickly shook off the entanglement with Golden Frieza to catch Hit. It was this intervention from Gabe that caused Caulifla and Kale to be ensnared by Golden Frieza's tail around their necks. Kale in her Super Saiyan form had mastered Super Saiyan under Compass training, but her Super Saiyan form was only at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, reminiscent of the old version of Broly's setting. In Dragon Ball Super, Kale was not very strong, only eliminating some minor foes, and Caulifla was even defeated single-handedly by the god of destruction Goku, whose strength surpassed Super Saiyan 3. Thus Kale wasn't particularly strong either, and this was set as her old version of Super Saiyan. Moreover, the details of Caulifla and Kale's fusion are not discussed here. Caulifla Kale. King Salad saw the two trapped by Golden Frieza and was preparing to assist, but Frieza fled directly, making King Salad furious as he chased after him. However, Gabe called out to King Salad, instructing him to take care of Hit first, as Caulifla and Kale still needed their secret weapon. Upon hearing this, King Salad's expression softened slightly. "King Salad, how is your training in the energy of the gods coming along?" Gabe asked as he brought the unconscious Hit to King Salad. King Salad replied, "I always feel like something is missing. What about you?" "Ever since we joined the 6th universe, Kampa has been taking us through special training in the ancient god space, which is why we were able to master Super Saiyan 2 so quickly and reach its peak while also beginning to learn the energy of the gods. Look at King Vegeta." Gabe suddenly pointed at Vegeta, who was still in his Super Red form, from a distance. Just by looking, Gabe sensed something, then burst into laughter, saying, "I understand now, King Salad, I have comprehended." A red flame flickered around Gabe as he completed the transformation into Super Red. Seeing Gabe achieve Super Red beside him, King Salad quickly observed and soon accomplished the transformation himself. They exchanged joyful glances, and carrying Hit's body swiftly eliminated 3 superpowered beings, freeing 3 Namekians. The poor Namekians had become babysitters, a long-standing tradition. As King Salad and Gabe prepared to charge toward Frieza's position, a sudden green light appeared in the distance. Caulifla and Kale chose to fuse, as Frieza's intent was clearly to torment them, akin to a sadistic mindset. Unable to endure Frieza treating them like a football, they decided to fuse. The fused Caulifla appeared like Vegeta, striking a stylish pose. "Huh!" The Grand Minister was about to speak when he suddenly heard Zeno and Aral jumping up in excitement, pointing and exclaiming how cool it was that 2 people had transformed into one. The Grand Minister accepted this without objection. Frieza was surprised to see a fusion for the first time, but did not show any fear, as he had been conserving his strength. Even if these 2 Saiyans fused, they would not be his match. Caulifla was incredibly arrogant, even declaring that she would beat Frieza into a pig's head before allowing him to go down. She then transformed into Super Saiyan 2 at its peak, believing that her power was certainly not weaker than Hit's. However, she did not know that Hit had not yet unleashed his full power, otherwise when Hit fully erupted, his strength would surpass that of Super Blue, which could not possibly be matched by 2 fused Super Saiyans. This was a result of Caulifla's overconfidence. Seeing that Caulifla was fine, Gabe and King Salad went to assist Batamo the giant bear. However, when they arrived, Batamo had already been sent off the arena by Android 17, who seemed unscathed. Gabe and King Salad engaged in battle with Android 17, but just as they started fighting, Caulifla was sent flying back, disrupting the battlefield for the 3. Frieza, thinking that Caulifla had some strength, used considerable force, but Caulifla could not withstand it, and was knocked away by Frieza. Watching the disheveled Caulifla and the approaching Frieza, Android 17 praised Frieza's strength, but Frieza was indifferent. In his view, it was truly exhilarating to bully these Saiyans. Frieza laughed triumphantly, then unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on Caulifla, mercilessly beating her. Gabe and King Salad tried to help but were blocked by Android 17. On the other side, Vegeta had just prepared to engage Jiren but was blocked by Toppo and Dispo. Vegeta was somewhat irritated. Was it now that any random person could challenge him? Actually, Toppo believed that Vegeta's strength was below that of Son Goku, placing him as the 2nd strongest in the 7th universe, so he took the initiative to challenge Vegeta, with Dispo coming along to assist. Yukong rallied his spirits and prepared to continue battling Jiren. In the distance, Krillin and Android 18 had already perished together with the 2nd universe's unattractive fighters. Piccolo was also taken down as Frost seized the opportunity to send him off. With his father eliminated, Gohan was filled with anger and self-blame, transforming into the god of destruction Goku. After years without fighting, Gohan returned to his god of destruction form, stronger than he had ever been. Gohan watched as Frost abandoned Piccolo, and he was instantly enraged, transforming into Shifan. He caught Frost off guard with a sudden attack, drawing everyone's attention. Frost, alarmed, hurriedly fled toward Frieza's position. However, Shifan was not so merciful, relentlessly pursuing and striking Frost, leaving him in a state of despair. At that moment Vegeta was engaged in battle with Toppo and Dispo. Toppo's strength was only slightly weaker than Ultra Blue at full power, and combined with Dispo their strength could match Ultra Blue's power. Thus Vegeta could not finish the fight quickly. He transformed into Ultra Blue Evolution, also known as Ultra Blue 2, drawing the attention of Goku and Jiren, who were still in combat. With his immense strength Vegeta sent Toppo and Dispo reeling, almost causing them to fall off the stage. Meanwhile Goku was also struggling, unable to counter Jiren's onslaught. Toppo and Dispo found themselves at the edge of the Sunta Shatter stage, and Vegeta prepared to finish them off with a ki blast. In desperation Toppo and Dispo called out for help from Jiren. Upon hearing this, Jiren abandoned his fight with Goku and raced over, dispersing Vegeta's energy wave. He said to Toppo and Dispo, "I will take care of this. You two can watch from the sidelines." As soon as he finished speaking, the stage beneath Toppo and Dispo cracked, causing them to fall off. At this point only Jiren remained for Universe 11. Just as Vegeta prepared to confront Jiren, a violent green beam of light erupted in the distance, shaking the entire arena. The overwhelming power nearly toppled the stage. It was Broly slowly rising from the green beam, his clothes torn, green hair billowing with his energy, letting out a monstrous roar as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly had been sensing the essence of planet Vegeta on the rocky plateau when a group of psychic warriors from Universe 4 suddenly interrupted him. Broly didn't resort to lethal force, he merely chose to expel them. However, the combined efforts of these psychic warriors ensnared Broly in an illusion. In the illusion, Broly witnessed the tragic deaths of his father and his previously unknown mother. This shattered the mental state he had painstakingly cultivated. Consumed by rage, Broly lost his sanity and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Broly's roar echoed throughout the arena, and his ferocious aura blew several psychic warriors off the stage. He rampaged through the arena, continuously firing energy blasts that left the stage riddled with craters. In his current state of madness, others on the stage halted their battles upon witnessing Broly's rampage. During the chaos, Shinfun, Frost, Frieza, and Android 17 were all affected as the shockwaves from the energy blasts disrupted the battlefield, increasing the unpredictability of the situation. Most crucially, Hit was knocked off the stage along with the Namekians. Goku, Jiren, and Vegeta's positions were also struck by multiple energy blasts. Faced with such power, Goku chose not to take the brunt of it, while Vegeta and Jiren endured the attacks. Clearly both Vegeta and Jiren possessed immense strength. Seeing them withstand the assault, Broly charged at the two, with Jiren being closer, becoming Broly's immediate target. Unfazed by becoming Broly's target, Jiren chose to confront him head-on. Both were muscular warriors and their battle was intensely physical. Broly seemed impervious to pain, absorbing Jiren's punch to the abdomen. Broly then seized Jiren by the head, attempting to crush it. Jiren frantically grasped Broly's hand to break free, but was lifted off the ground. Jiren's face twisted with anger, as veins bulged on his forehead, and a fiery orange aura began to emanate from him, resembling molten rock. The heat burned Broly's hand, releasing clouds of white mist as it sizzled. This moment seemed to cause Broly slight pain, causing him to loosen his grip just enough for Jiren to land a powerful kick to Broly's chin, knocking him back and freeing himself. Jiren thought Broly must have sustained significant damage, but to his shock, Broly roared again, darting back toward Jiren with incredible speed, grabbing him by the neck. Having been caught off guard before, Jiren momentarily froze. Jiren. The members of Universe 11 panicked, even the destroyer god Beerus clenched his fists involuntarily. "Haha, Broly, well done. Throw this guy off." Beerus laughed maniacally. Seeing Broly's overwhelming power, Kampa couldn't help but bitterly remark, "Beerus, are all the Saiyans from your universe insane?" It was no wonder Kampa was gritting his teeth. The Saiyans from Beerus' universe were all monstrous. Each had eliminated several opponents, and their strength was bizarrely powerful, far surpassing the Saiyans from his own universe. The destroyer god Mouse had fallen silent. Only universes 4, 6, 7, and 11 remained, with the other universes eliminated. His own universe only had 3 members left, and they were all considerably weak. Broly continued to grip Jiren's neck. Jiren felt as if Broly's strength was limitless, seemingly greater than the previous blow, and his own energy could no longer harm Broly. With his feet off the ground, Jiren's punches and kicks were ineffective, and his ki blasts merely produced some smoke. Broly's grip tightened, making it hard for Jiren to breathe. A tide of unbounded rage swelled within him. In that moment, Jiren's eyes turned red, and with sheer force he wrenched Broly's arms apart. Fiery orange beams shot from his eyes, striking Broly in the head. Broly turned his head just in time, leaving 2 bloody scratches on his cheek. Jiren, emboldened by his advantage, unleashed a surge of fiery orange energy, swinging Broly's arm like a massive hammer. Broly's colossal frame crashed against the stage, causing it to rumble. Ultimately Jiren hurled Broly away with tremendous force, sending him flying outside the ring. Goku, who had been watching, reacted swiftly, and caught Broly, preventing him from being eliminated. Although Broly had taken a heavy hit from Jiren, he was not severely injured, appearing only lightly wounded. Goku, who caught Broly quickly, became Broly's next target. Witnessing Broly's indiscriminate fury, Jiren's expression turned one of utter disgust. To him, Broly seemed like a man, and being bested by such a lunatic was unacceptable. At this moment Goku was in a dire situation. Thankfully Broly had lost his sanity, allowing Goku to buy some time. Vegeta, ignoring Kakarot, charged directly at Jiren. Super Blue 2's Vegeta slowly approached Jiren, their gazes locking as the crimson and orange flames clashed with the deep blue energy. Vegeta took the initiative, stepping forward with a swift lunge, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Jiren. Jiren chose to meet him head-on, and the fierce exchanges left Krillin and Piccolo below utterly stunned, unable to comprehend the speed of their movements. Jiren's expression was no longer the cold facade it once was. Forced by Broly to exert his full power, Jiren's speed and strength surged immensely, quickly overwhelming Vegeta. Vegeta recognized Jiren's strength, but with Broly being so powerful as the Saiyan Prince, he could not allow himself to fall short. With an expression of unwavering determination, Vegeta's power continued to rise. He was determined to defeat Jiren and prove himself. Jiren unleashed his true fury, relentlessly pressuring Vegeta with violent attacks. A powerful punch struck Vegeta squarely in the face. In retaliation, Vegeta kicked at Jiren, but Jiren countered with a kick of his own, clearly displaying greater strength. Vegeta abruptly pulled back his foot, but Jiren followed up with a barrage of punches, landing several blows all over Vegeta's body, quickly shredding his clothes. As he attacked, Jiren stated, "Even if all you Saiyans come at me one by one, I fear you not." He then delivered a heavy punch that sent Vegeta flying. Vegeta lay on the ground, wounds covering his body, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. Super Blue 2 was evidently no match for Jiren. Slowly standing up, Vegeta's aura began to coalesce once more. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again he charged at Jiren, disdainfully declaring, "So you do fear the power of us Saiyans." At this moment Vegeta's fighting spirit reached unprecedented heights. Aware of his disadvantage, he was determined to fight Jiren to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the battle dynamics between the 6th and 7th universes had shifted due to Broly's interference. Caulifla came to support Frost against God Goku, while Android 17 engaged Frost in combat. Cabba and Kale were being mercilessly tormented by Frieza, trapped on a fragment of the arena that was teetering on the brink of collapse. Within moments, Frieza shattered a piece of the arena, and Cabba and Kale's expressions turned grim. At that moment, Kampa shouted, "Kale, Cabba, use that technique?" Looking at each other, Kale and Cabba unexpectedly began to dance. Frieza watched in amusement. "Are you two celebrating with a dance?" As Kale and Cabba finished their dance, they emanated a white light, forming a beam, a fusion technique of the Metamorans. Seeing the precarious situation, Frieza quickly fired a purple beam at the fusing duo, another shot aimed at the fragment of the arena beneath them. The beam aimed at the two seemed to vanish into thin air, yet the arena fragment was obliterated. However, a figure moved with incredible speed, landing on the main arena without falling. Frieza gazed at the figure, which was similar in size to Vegeta, sporting a hairstyle reminiscent of an older goat and with a face adorned with a beard exuding an air of authority. Frieza asked, "Who are you?" "I am Super Saiyan," the figure replied, pointing to himself with a wicked smile. "Oh, another pathetic fusion technique." Frieza scoffed, dismissing the fusion of Kale and Cabba as inconsequential, having already experienced their weaknesses. Salade paid no mind to Frieza's mockery. He surveyed the battlefield, realizing that only he, Caulifla, and Frost remained from Universe 7. The battle between Caulifla and God Goku had intensified, with both unleashing their true powers seemingly evenly matched. Android 17 was also engaged in battle with Frost. Although Frost appeared to be in a difficult situation, he had yet to reach the point of defeat. Meanwhile, Vegeta was still fighting Jiren, who seemed to be gaining the upper hand. Goku was still toying with Broly, while Bu appeared to be enjoying himself in a hot spring. "It seems you're the only one left who can fight me." Salade seemed to regard Frieza with disdain. Frieza was taken aback, realizing that the figure had been observing elsewhere, not out of interest but to belittle him, which was evident given the ongoing battles. Angered, Frieza laughed maniacally. "Do you know what happens to those who provoke the Cosmic Emperor, Lord Frieza?" Frieza's tail slammed hard against the ground, cracking it with numerous fissures, signaling the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor. "Oh, do you know what happens when you provoke Super Saiyan?" Salade appeared quite audacious, his aura flashing as Super Red Salade emerged, facing Golden Frieza without a hint of fear. Frieza shrieked, charging at Salade with all his might, eager to torment him thoroughly to release his pent-up fury. Salade wore an indifferent expression, fully confident in his strength. As Frieza lunged at him, he met the charge head-on. Their palms clashed with tremendous force, creating shockwaves that rippled through the surrounding air. Neither party yielded as both grasped each other's arms, pushing against one another. Frieza soon realized that even in Super Red form Celabi's power was comparable to his own, which was utterly absurd. Frieza's face began to contort in anger, as he felt humiliated in front of the Saiyans, as if they were out to humiliate him. He let out piercing screams while Celabi continued to exert his strength. Neither party was willing to back down, but ultimately Frieza couldn't hold back anymore. He lashed out with his tail at Celabi, who seeing this quickly relinquished the power struggle, stepping back and summoning 5 energy orbs that flew towards Frieza. Frieza clenched his fist, recalling the pain from the struggle moments earlier. As he observed the incoming energy blasts, he leapt into the air, unleashing a fierce kick that obliterated the 5 orbs. However, Celabi appeared behind Frieza, seizing his tail and spinning him around before launching him skyward. Celabi then jumped up, grabbing Frieza for a powerful throw to the ground. Boom! Frieza crashed down hard, feeling the impact. As he emerged from the crater, his face was utterly contorted, bloodshot eyes fixated on Celabi as he uttered 4 words with a chilling intensity: Demon Ice Seal. Celabi was caught off guard, his entire body freezing except for his head, tormented by demonic energies. Frieza cackled maniacally, approaching Celabi and unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks. Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Shirabi, who showed no reaction. This technique was indeed effective against opponents with weaker souls. Once hit, it would first freeze their bodies, slowing their thoughts for just a moment, followed by a barrage of demonic disturbances that instilled fear into their souls. This was the principle behind this move, that brief moment of frozen thought from which escaping was nearly impossible, making it difficult for the opponent to regain consciousness. Frieza was venting his anger fiercely, but to his surprise Shirabi suddenly opened his eyes. His soul's will appeared exceptionally strong, not weaker than Frieza's own. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the fire of his soul blazed in his eyes, instantly melting away the ice that had encased him. Shirabi quickly rose, delivering a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza, still unable to react, was knocked back, foaming at the mouth, bile spilling from him. Shirabi raised his arm and delivered a devastating elbow strike to the top of Frieza's head, causing Frieza to reel as if struck by a heavy blow, purple blood gushing from his nostrils. Without missing a beat, Shirabi slapped Frieza across the face with a powerful swing, sending him flying far away. Shirabi charged forward, ready to knock Frieza down, but suddenly a figure blocked his path. Number 17, who had dealt with Frost. 17 unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, delaying Shirabi's assault and holding him back, which is what saved Frieza from elimination. At that moment, a gasp from Beerus could be heard from the audience. Goku. It turns out Goku was caught by Broly, who had lost his mind. Broly lifted Goku high, intending to snap him in half over his thigh. Goku was already battered and bruised by Broly's earlier attacks. This blow would surely leave him either dead or gravely injured. Ha! Beerus, your universe is in chaos. What could be more exciting than this? The god of destruction mocked. Just as Goku was on the brink of despair, a soft voice echoed in his ears: advance or retreat, free from worry. Enlightenment comes, free of self and heart, transcending all, untainted by dust. Hearing this, Goku immediately closed his eyes, as if the one captured by Broly was not him. Broly, still grasping Goku, was about to slam him down onto his thigh. In Goku's mind, he could only recall the teachings of his past masters coalescing into a singular understanding. Master Roshi said life is about being carefree, obsession will only hold you back. Korin said you have too many unnecessary movements, which is why you can't catch your breath quickly. Bubbles added, when defending, be as tranquil as the sky, when attacking strike faster than lightning. King Kai said if you wish to become a true powerhouse, you must not only cultivate your body but also temper your heart. When the heart is serene, the body can break through its confines. Whis said the action of thought breeds doubt, while instinctive action is true spirituality. So that's how it is. Just as Goku was about to be smashed down, he suddenly opened his eyes. Broly brought his fist down only to find nothing in his grasp. A flicker of confusion crossed Broly's otherwise vacant eyes. Goku suddenly appeared before Broly, his eyes glowing silver while his pupils remained black. An inexplicable aura emanated from him as blue and white flames surged from his body. His pure black hair shimmered with an unusual silver reflection, slightly rising, exuding an enigmatic charm. What is this? Beerus exclaimed, suddenly standing staring at Goku in disbelief. The Ultra Instinct. The other gods of destruction exclaimed in shock. Goku, now filled with charm, gazed at Broly, his intangible aura affecting Broly, who felt a sudden headache and began rolling on the ground, clutching his head. Goku remained unfazed, his mind occupied by 3 words: great freedom. Boom! A transparent blue and white flame shot up into the sky, drawing everyone's attention to Goku, who radiated an aura of disbelief. The battle between Jiren and Vegeta also paused. Vegeta, clutching his left arm, traditionally breathed heavily as he gazed at Goku, blood continuously oozing from around his body. Jiren's power was overwhelming and Vegeta could only barely keep up. He was now at his limit. Goku paid no mind to the rolling Broly, transforming into a beam of light and appearing between Vegeta and Jiren. Without a word, Goku struck Jiren's abdomen with a punch as swift as lightning. Jiren, caught off guard, took a heavy hit and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was undoubtedly the most severe injury Jiren had sustained since the beginning of the tournament. Jiren's eyes bulged and his smooth head tensed with veins as his bloodshot eyes filled with endless rage, unleashing a fierce counterattack. Goku remained calm, his expression unchanging, effortlessly dodging Jiren's numerous attacks. Jiren's eyes narrowed and he launched a punch. Goku met it with his own, the collision sending the injured Vegeta stumbling back several steps. "And you finally stopped hiding." Jiren's expression darkened, his frustration palpable after having his attacks evaded so many times. "I had no intention of hiding, my body simply avoided the attacks on its own," Goku replied honestly, taking a gentle breath and closing his eyes. "Now I feel my heart is free of distractions, as calm as a serene lake, as if one with the universe." That Kakarot. Seeing Kakarot's state, Vegeta felt his teeth grinding, knowing the power of the divine technique, but was astonished that Kakarot had comprehended it so quickly. Once again Kakarot had surpassed him. However, Vegeta's direction in training was clear. He would not waver just because Kakarot learned the divine technique. "Humph. A coward who only dodges. Does he dare to face me in a true battle?" Jiren felt his pride swell, unable to tolerate Kakarot's demeanor any longer. Goku opened his eyes, his expression unchanged, and spoke, "All right." Goku took the initiative, charging at Jiren. Jiren, already on guard, threw a punch, but Goku skillfully dodged it. While evading, Goku struck Jiren in return, but Jiren countered with another punch. Jiren's punch struck Goku first due to the difference in their arm lengths, causing Goku to stagger back a few steps, yet he showed no sign of distress as he continued to charge at Jiren. Jiren, unyielding, rushed back at him, throwing a flurry of punches, all of which Goku evaded. Jiren, catching Goku off guard, kicked out, but Goku blocked it with his arm. "Hey!" Goku was able to block Jiren's attack. Has Goku's physical strength increased significantly? Krillin, watching Goku and Jiren battle at incredible speeds, noticed that despite Goku taking a hit from Jiren, he remained unscathed, assuming Goku's physical strength had greatly improved. No, it is Goku's understanding of Ultra Instinct that has deepened. Goku can deflect attacks from vital points, hence the lack of impact. Whis explained. "Huh. So Goku's body hasn't grown stronger?" Krillin asked, puzzled. Whis spoke with unfailing courtesy to all. The Ultra Instinct state was no simple feat. Physical resilience increased steadily alongside precision, and certain bodily regions could even be refined to unprecedented levels. Yet such mastery remained far beyond Goku's current reach. Still, his physical fortitude had indeed improved, not as dramatically as Krillin imagined, but measurably so. After blocking Jiren's kick, Goku instantly reappeared behind him. Jiren, ever vigilant, unleashed a torrent of forceful wind that hurled Goku away. He pressed the assault relentlessly, blows raining from above, below, left, right. Yet Goku crossed his arms and parried every strike flawlessly. Seizing the opening, Goku lashed out with a sharp kick to Jiren's neck, sending him flying violently across the arena. Goku suddenly leapt skyward and closed his eyes. Jiren rose again without hesitation. Regardless of why Goku had shut them, the overwhelming surge of energy compelled him forward. He would not allow defeat. His unfulfilled wish burned within him. If he failed here, how could he ever prove himself? As Goku began descending, Jiren surged upward to meet him, when in an instant Goku's eyes snapped open. Boom! Jiren hadn't even touched him before being blasted backward. Goku's form had transformed utterly. He now embodied perfected Ultra Instinct. What on earth is happening, Whis? Has that boy Goku truly mastered perfected Ultra Instinct already? Beerus asked, disbelief etched across his face. Goku has fully grasped Ultra Instinct itself, and at this very moment his state aligns with it perfectly. Thus perfected Ultra Instinct may well be a fleeting anomaly. Perhaps he will never attain it again. Whis held unparalleled authority on Ultra Instinct. I see. Then the outcome is decided, Beerus declared with quiet certainty. No matter Jiren's strength, he stood no chance against perfected Ultra Instinct. Beerus had no doubt. Not so fast, Lord Beerus. Goku may only sustain this state for a single instant. Exiting it under his current condition would likely render him unconscious outright. Our only hope lies in his defeating Jiren before he collapses from the strain. Goku gazed upon Jiren, who staggered back from the shockwave, then without pause thrust forth a Kamehameha. A blinding cerulean white radiance erupted from his palms, luminous as the first light before dawn. In that moment the entire arena vanished beneath its brilliance. Only that incandescent tide remained. Jiren was instantly engulfed. Silence. Utter profound silence. Not a whisper stirred. Only faint motes of dust drifted where the arena once stood. The Kamehameha spent Goku collapsed rigidly. His fate sealed the moment the platform dissolved beneath him. Jiren lost. Toppo and his comrades lay prostrate, their minds reeling as the pillar of their conviction crumbled. In an instant the remaining cosmic stands shimmered into view, only to reveal several figures slumped unconscious, grievously wounded. Jiren, the mighty warrior of Universe 11, lay broken across the spectator platform, his body stripped of unblemished skin, hovering on the razor's edge of death. Huh! Is there no one left on the stage? How do we score this match? Aral voiced her confusion first. Grand Priest, what happens when everyone is eliminated? The Omni King preferred delegating complex matters to the Grand Priest. Your Majesty, the match is not yet concluded, though Universes 6 and 11 have been eliminated. The Grand Priest observed the contest with absolute focus. No detail escaped his gaze. With a flick of the Omni King's tiny hand, Universes 6 and 11 vanished entirely. Beerus wore an expression of genuine astonishment. He knew one of his own remained uneliminated, Majin Buu. Crucially, a single fighter from Universe 4 also endured. But who? That remained utterly unknown. Majin Buu! Mr. Satan cried out, having arrived to watch the battle. Indeed, atop scattered fragments of pulverized stone, a minuscule speck of pinkish flesh began to writhe. It swelled rapidly, until Majin Buu stood whole once more. The crumbling debris could scarcely bear his weight, yet Buu, having been repeatedly warned by Mr. Satan not to fall from the stage, consciously nullified his mass. Astonishingly, the fragile dust now supported him, defying all logic. Beerus! You cheated. Bringing him here, you're utterly shameless. Kampa, the destroyer most bitterly opposed to Beerus, erupted in fury upon seeing Buu restored. Humph. Kampa, I never imagined someone from your universe survived elimination. Who is this person? Beerus paid no mind to Kampa's insults. Victory now hung by a thread. Survival mattered more than pride. Buu. One more remains uneliminated, stay alert. Kampa too was baffled. Logically, that fighter should have perished under the prior onslaught. How could this be? Buu scratched his head, glanced around, and then reached into one of the orifices atop his skull. Extending his palm, he said, Is this it? There, nestled in Buu's palm, lay a creature no larger than a nanoparticle. Buu, drop it now! Beerus bellowed. Kampa's face drained of color on the spot. He appears to have lost consciousness. Buu smiled innocently. He noticed the insect long before. It had crawled into his nasal passage, perhaps seeking shelter. Assuming it was merely some microscopic arena dweller, he'd ignored it. Even during Goku's Kamehameha blast, Buu had instinctively shielded it, yet still it had fainted. With gentle ease, Buu released the insect. It tumbled downward. Instantly the Grand Priest announced, Universe 4 is eliminated. Another flick of the Omni King's hand erased Universe 4. Only Universe 7's warriors remained. High above the stands, Beerus wore a sorrowful expression, not elation but quiet melancholy. Though victory had been his fervent desire, its arrival brought no joy, only a deeper, quieter ache. Congratulations to Universe 7. The Grand Priest had foreseen this conclusion. Having realized they'd won, Buu leapt down and returned to Universe 7's spectator stand. The Grand Priest floated after him, pausing above the stand to smile warmly at the many grievously injured and unconscious warriors. Please deliberate your wish. I shall summon the Dragon Balls, and Majin Buu will make the wish. To prevent discord between two surviving victors vying for the wish, the rules stipulated that the winning universe must collectively decide its desire. Buu, could you please revive the other universes? As soon as the Grand Priest departed, Mr. Satan stepped forward urgently. Beerus shot Mr. Satan a look of genuine surprise. Even Whis turned his gaze slightly. Seeing no objection from the Destroyer's Supreme Kai or Angel, Buu nodded slowly. Buu then wished for the restoration of all universes erased during the tournament. And thus Mr. Satan became a hero across all realms, for it was he who had conceived the wish. After the conclusion of the Strength Conference, the seventh universe once again returned to tranquility. Beerus and Whis both let out a sigh of relief, ready to indulge on Earth, for after all, who knew what trouble Goku, this ticking time bomb, might stir up next. As Beerus and Whis were returning to the God of Destruction realm, Beerus asked Whis, to prevent Goku from causing any more trouble, how about we find him a long-term task to distract him? Beerus stood beside was shaking his tail, incessantly troubled by how to handle Goku. He pondered what kind of work could keep Goku busy, for if he was left idle, chaos would ensue. This time it was a universal competition. Who knows what calamity he might cause next? Whis suggested. Goku has mastered the Ultra Instinct. Perhaps you could keep him occupied with training in that area, Lord Beerus. Humph, I can't teach him. Beerus turned his head away. After a moment of silence, Beerus spoke again. Come to Earth in a few days and bring Goku to the God of Destruction realm. Wish you take him to the Sacred Tree's secret realm and personally guide him. Tell him he can only come out once he succeeds in his training, otherwise this guy will drive me mad. The Sacred Tree's secret realm is indeed a good place for training Ultra Instinct, but isn't that where you usually train? Don't you mind? Well, I haven't used it in many years. If Goku stirs up trouble again, even 10 of my lives wouldn't be enough to handle him. Beerus casually released an energy blast, obliterating a nearby planet. Yes, I will make the arrangements. Whis nodded. At that time on Earth, Goku was still living on Bun's Mountain, while Vegeta had embraced fatherhood, spending his days taking care of the child and training, especially since Goku had outperformed him in the last competition. One day Whis arrived on Earth and took Goku away, claiming he would teach him Ultra Instinct. This excited Goku immensely, and he hurriedly accompanied Whis to the God of Destruction realm. Vegeta, seeing this, felt anxious and also headed to the God of Destruction realm. However, once Whis and Goku entered the Sacred Tree's secret realm, and with Beerus refusing to teach, Broly had returned to the Kai realm to visit Paragus, leaving Vegeta to eventually decide to return home and take care of the child after 2 days. Vegeta sat in the gravity chamber, where the gravity was set to 1,000 times Earth's. For Vegeta, 1,000 times was trivial, no different from his normal state. Vegeta floated in the air similar to his time on planet Yardrat, closing his eyes in meditation. The gravity chamber was silent until suddenly Vegeta opened his eyes and vanished from the chamber. When he reappeared, Vegeta was on planet Yardrat, which remained tranquil, filled with a serene and peaceful atmosphere. Pibera, noticing Vegeta's sudden appearance, was not surprised. With a gentle smile, he looked at Vegeta and inquired about his purpose for coming. Vegeta explained. Recently I have made significant progress in my training, but now I have hit a bottleneck. My control over my energy is not perfect, so I came here to train with you. Vegeta and Pibera had trained together for a long time, treating each other as teacher and student. Although Vegeta would not admit it, deep down he respected Pibera quite a bit. Follow me, Pibera said. Although not exceptionally powerful, his understanding of Cipolito surpassed that of Vegeta, which is why Vegeta sought him out. As Yardratians, we not only train and research but also enjoy reading. A wide range of knowledge allows one to see more of the world and helps one to find peace. You have achieved the divine realm, but your understanding of divinity is insufficient. No matter how much you accumulate, it can only lead to quantitative change and not qualitative change. To achieve qualitative change, one must understand oneself, dissect oneself, and master oneself. Pibera led Vegeta to the Cloud Top Library, a place dedicated to reading for the Yardratians. What, you want me to read? Vegeta's expression changed. It's fine, there are only the 2 of us here and I won't tell anyone. Pibera understood Vegeta well. Vegeta hesitated, not moving forward. Clearly he was struggling with his pride. Even if no one knew, he felt he would not be able to read. Don't worry. Just read more, maybe you will find some inspiration, Pibera said as he walked to the deepest part of the library and began reading. After thinking for a while, Vegeta approached a bookshelf and casually picked up a book titled How Gods Are Formed, which introduced how mortals and divine beings achieve godhood. After finishing that, Vegeta picked up another book titled The Definition of Cipolito, which discussed many aspects of Cipolito, providing Vegeta with great insights, along with titles like The Operation of the World and The Transformation of Matter. Unbeknownst to him, Vegeta had read through 10 books and an entire day had passed. Each of these books was beneficial, and Vegeta found the experience surprisingly good. Thus Vegeta stayed on planet Yardrat for half a year, reading books for 6 whole months. During this time he frequently discussed topics with Pibera. These books enlightened Vegeta on many matters, helping him understand his next steps. His perspective had changed, granting him deeper insights into people, objects, gods, nature, and the universe. Through this understanding he saw his own reflection and delved deeper to find his true self, his energy becoming increasingly solid. As a result, Vegeta's realm naturally ascended. Once the divine energy accumulated to a certain extent, a breakthrough would occur naturally. Vegeta felt the urge to travel. Having read so many books, he discovered many more places he wished to see. As stated clearly in How Gods Are Formed, the cultivation of a god must be combined with the natural world to elevate one's realm. Even a god of destruction must comprehend the essence of the world. All of this is inseparable from a god's understanding of the universe. Only by breaking free from life and death can one transcend this world. Therefore, all this requires comprehension. It is no longer merely about having stronger energy than others. However, just then Bulma suddenly sent a message saying someone had come to Earth. Initially they were looking for Vegeta, but when they couldn't find him they went to Capsule Corporation to find Bulma. Bulma then called Vegeta, but given the distance the voicemail had already been left an hour ago. Thus Vegeta decided to return and see who else might be looking for him, someone who seemed quite familiar. Vegeta bid farewell to Pibara and returned to Earth, but Bulma informed him that the person had gone to the Satan family seemingly looking for someone. Vegeta sensed the aura of the Satan family. It was the aura of Meruz. It turned out Meruz had come to find Vegeta, and Vegeta flew towards the Satan house. Meruz was already waiting for Vegeta, seemingly having known that Vegeta had returned long ago. "What is it, Meruz? Did you need something from me?" Vegeta slowly descended from the air, looking at Meruz, who had come empty-handed. "Long time no see, Mr. Vegeta. I heard you've stirred up quite a bit of trouble recently." Meruz stood in front of Boo's house, turning to look back at Vegeta. "It seems I can't hide anything from your keen eyes. When did the Galactic Patrol become so well informed?" Vegeta looked at Meruz with a half-smile. "Don't overthink it, Meruz. The Galactic Patrol is not as simple as you might think." Meruz responded with a smile. "Oh. It seems you are the one who is not simple." Vegeta crossed his arms, leaning against a tree. "You're joking, Mr. Vegeta." "So what's the matter?" Vegeta brought up the main topic. Meruz cleared his throat and said, "I came here looking for Mr. Majin Buu, but he seems to be hibernating." "What do you need Buu for?" Vegeta asked. "Do you remember the demon Moro we encountered last time? Is it related to Moro?" Moro escaped. Vegeta recalled the old mountain goat he had seen deep in the Galactic Patrol headquarters prison last time. "That's right. Moro successfully broke out of prison with the help of another criminal, Curumble. Now he is out absorbing energy to restore his powers, and Mr. Majin Buu's seal is actually due to the great Kaioshin sacrificing most of his divine power to seal Moro 1,000,000 years ago, which is why he was absorbed by Mr. Buu. I came here hoping that the great Kaioshin would intervene again to seal Moro, otherwise the universe will be plunged into chaos. I previously wrote that the great Kaioshin is older than the old Kaioshin. I apologize for that mistake. Curumble, I believe, is one of Frisia's remnants, right? What abilities does he have to collaborate with Moro on the prison break?" Vegeta inquired. "Actually, there were some management oversights, so this time the Galactic King insisted that I find a way to seal Moro again, which is why I came to Earth." "Is there something that even you, the elite Captain Meruz, cannot accomplish?" Meruz's expression stiffened, and after a long pause he said, "Sorry, Mr. Vegeta, this is indeed beyond my capabilities. As far as I know, Buu seems to be asleep and is quite difficult to wake. Last time it was Whis who woke him up," Vegeta said as he walked towards Buu's house. Hearing Whis' name, Meruz involuntarily stopped, following Vegeta towards Buu's home. "What should we do then?" Meruz displayed a sympathetic expression. "Moro devours a planet every time he visits one, gaining strength with each consumption. The universe is facing another catastrophe." Vegeta turned back to Meruz and said, "Isn't that just adding to Beerus' worries?" Meruz lowered his head and murmured, "No, the role of the God of Destruction is to govern the universe alongside the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin leads, while the God of Destruction specifically destroys those planets or beings that disrupt balance or affect the development of the universe." "What? But isn't Beerus known for ignoring the Kaioshin?" Vegeta asked in confusion. "No, the God of Destruction and the Kaioshin are of equal rank, but the God of Destruction is much stronger, so they don't listen to the Kaioshin. It's precisely for this reason that a guardian angel is assigned to the God of Destruction. It seems the God of Destruction doesn't listen to the angel either, right?" Vegeta was a bit confused. Angels have gentle personalities and do not engage in disputes, so their main role is to guide the God of Destruction and prevent issues from arising. It is precisely because of this that I feel the pairing of angels, gods of destruction, and Kaioshin is unreasonable. They may contribute to the development of the universe but fail to achieve peace in the universe or the happiness of humanity. Listening to Meruz's words, Vegeta felt that he seemed to be a deity himself, otherwise how could he be so knowledgeable about these matters? "From what you say, are you also a god? Are you dissatisfied with the actions of the gods, Meruz?" Vegeta struck a chord. Meruz remained silent, walking into Buu's house, staring at the sleeping Buu. He seemed lost in thought, and then smiled, saying, "Let's deal with this matter first, Mr. Vegeta." "So how do you plan to resolve this?" Vegeta asked. Since Mr. Bu cannot be awakened, I would like to ask Mr. Vegeta to help me hold off Moro. We in the Galactic Patrol have developed a magic suppression net for Moro. As long as we can capture him, he will definitely find it hard to break free. Meru said. Why should I help you? Vegeta recalled the last time Meru's had him find Zuno, where Zuno's condition was to kiss him and Meru's hadn't told him, which made Vegeta quite displeased. I sense that your aura is very restrained and peaceful. It seems you have already cultivated to a high divine realm, right? Vegeta nodded. His training during this period had indeed been effective, but it was still short on depth. Once the Moro incident concludes, I will tell you about an excellent cultivation location. How about that? Meru's proposed his condition. How do I know that the excellent cultivation location you mentioned will be effective for me? I want to deceive you, Mr. Vegeta, Meru said sincerely. In that case, tell me where Moro is first. Vegeta chose to trust Meru's. As far as I know, Moro seems to have set his sights on Namek. At this point in time, he is probably almost there. What? Namek. Is his target the Dragon Balls? Vegeta suddenly understood. Kurambel had informed Moro that the Namekians possessed Dragon Balls, persuading Moro to take him along for the breakout. Once Moro heard about the Dragon Balls that could grant wishes, he immediately agreed. So we need to hurry and stop Moro. Meru stepped forward and said, Come on, grab my shoulder. Vegeta understood the gravity of the situation. He didn't even call Kakarot. According to Whis, Kakarot seemed to be training in Ultra Instinct. If he didn't seize this time to train, he would likely fall behind even further next time. Although Moro was powerful, this was also a great opportunity for training. Only through continuous battle could his potential be unleashed. Moreover, Moro going to Namek was significant because he had previously killed many innocent lives there. This time he would go to save them. All right. Meru smiled slightly, seeing Vegeta willing to help. The two of them instantly left Earth, appearing once again on Namek. Whoosh! Vegeta arrived at Namek with Meru's. What is this? Moro was continuously slaughtering and absorbing the Namekians in a village on Namek. Seeing this, Vegeta shouted loudly and charged forward. The satisfied Moro paused slightly with the Dragon Ball in his hand. It seems to be the aura of Vegeta. Moro laughed heartily. He had felt Vegeta's aura before, and Vegeta's power was far greater than before. By absorbing Vegeta, he could definitely restore a significant amount of strength. Moro also rushed towards the direction Vegeta was coming from, throwing the Dragon Ball to Kurambari. Kurambari, you go collect the Dragon Balls. Before I deal with Vegeta, I hope you can gather the other Dragon Balls. Boom. Before Vegeta and Moro met, Vegeta's attack came flying from a distance. Moro, seeing this, opened his mouth wide and forcefully consumed Vegeta's attack. Although it was not as simple as directly absorbing the energy of people or planets, forcibly absorbing the power that Vegeta emitted in his normal state was still possible. In the next moment, Vegeta directly charged in front of Moro. Looking at the old goat before him and the village in the distance that had lost its aura, Vegeta glared at Moro with anger in his eyes. Vegeta, I heard that you Saiyans overthrew Frieza's rule. Kurambari said you were once killed by Frieza but were revived by the Dragon Balls. Is that true? Moro said with a smile. Moro, we already know about your escape and your desire to obtain the Dragon Balls. I came here to completely kill you. Vegeta did not rush to attack. The opponent came to find him, possibly underestimating him, but Vegeta could not underestimate his opponent either. Oh. Completely kill me. The Galactic Patrol has not been able to kill me for thousands of years. What ability do you, Vegeta, have to kill me? What about that Saiyan who defeated Frieza? You Saiyans are all going to become my nourishment. Moro revealed a playful smile, and then spoke coldly. In that case, let me show you. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his aura blowing Moro's robe away. Moro showed a shocked expression and involuntarily said, What is this? The realm of the gods. You have achieved godly energy. Impossible, you could attain godly energy in just a few years. Moro was astonished. The power of the great Kaioshin who had deprived him of his abilities was unfathomable, although it was different from Vegeta's divine power. The power system of the great Kaioshin was different from Vegeta's, but a Vegeta who could achieve godly status was clearly not to be trifled with. Moreover, Moro's current strength was only 1/10 of his peak, making it clearly insufficient to deal with Vegeta. Before Moro could recover, Vegeta appeared directly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to Moro's head. Then he grabbed Moro's horn and threw him skyward, following up with a sky punch that sent Moro flying far away before he landed in the sea. Vegeta smiled. Don't blame me for bullying the old man and not playing fair. Even at your peak I'm not necessarily afraid of you. Moro slowly rose from the sea, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked coldly at Vegeta and said, I didn't expect that in just a few years you would have become so strong. When I first saw you your strength was pitifully weak. Moro obediently returned to the Galactic Patrol prison and I will spare your life. Oh. Should I thank you for that? Moro did not explode with anger but quietly absorbed the life energy of Namek. Vegeta also realized that Moro was stalling for time while talking to him. During this short period Moro had absorbed a considerable amount of life energy. Vegeta moved his body and charged at Moro. Moro clearly knew that he could not confront Vegeta Hedon due to his incomplete strength, so he chose to evade. He continuously flew around absorbing the power of Namek. However, Moro did not expect Vegeta's speed to be so fast. In the next moment Vegeta was about to appear in front of him. Moro raised both hands and suddenly a red energy burst forth from the ground of Namek, rushing towards Vegeta. Vegeta looked at the incoming red energy, smiled disdainfully, and waved his hand to strike it. However, he discovered that the power was astonishingly great. Although he could disperse it if caught off guard, he would still be injured. Don't think that just because my power isn't restored I can't deal with you, Vegeta. My methods are definitely beyond your imagination. Moro appeared on a mountain peak where energy continued to converge around him, all of which he devoured. At the same time, he waved his hands to continuously use the natural power of Namek to attack Vegeta. Although Vegeta and the others could easily destroy planets, the power of planets was like a wooden stick. You could break it or crush it, and that was no problem, but being hit by a wooden stick would definitely hurt. This is the strength of Moro's manipulation of planetary energy. Vegeta knew that Moro was not easy to deal with, so he prepared to exert some strength. Vegeta shouted loudly and the energy around him dissipated without coming close as he entered the full power state of Super Saiyan Blue. Moro was startled to see Vegeta release even more powerful energy. He intensified his manipulation of the planet's power while absorbing the energy of Namek and secretly absorbing Vegeta's power. What is happening? Moro watched as Vegeta slowly flew towards him, dispersing one of his planetary energies with a single hand. It was the first time he encountered a mortal whose energy he could not absorb, which made him a bit flustered. Was Vegeta's power so strong that he couldn't devour it? In fact, this was all the result of Vegeta's training. The reason he had not immediately subdued Moro was that he wanted to test Moro's methods and power. It was clear now that while Moro might indeed be very strong at his peak, he was not at the same level as Vegeta now. Vegeta would not allow Moro to regain his former strength, especially after the lesson from Cell which had caused him to lose face. Vegeta slowly flew up to Moro. Under Moro's incredulous gaze, a heavy knee strike slammed into Moro's abdomen, and extreme pain appeared on Moro's aged face. At the same time, Meruz happened to appear. He came up behind Moro and shouted loudly, "Vegeta-san, quickly get out of the way!" Meruz was seen stepping on a mysterious flying device, his fist extended towards Moro. A hole appeared in the sleeve of his arm and a net was shot out. Seeing this, Vegeta quickly dodged and Moro was trapped by Meruz's net. Moro clutched his stomach and howled in pain. Seeing himself captured by Meruz's net, he let out an angry roar, but it was of no use, he could not break free from Meruz's net. "Thank you, Vegeta-san, for helping capture Malyo. Let us return to Inha prison and reseal him," Meirusi said with a smile to Vegeta. "There is still one ragtag pest, Meirusi, you handle him," Vegeta said, reverting to his usual composure as he regarded the struggling Malyo caught in the net. Meirusi understood Vegeta was referring to Kalanbili. "Vegeta-san, I will leave that Malyo to you." "I will go fetch Kalanbili," he replied. Vegeta nodded and took Malyo from Meirusi's hands. Meirusi darted off toward Kalanbili while Vegeta remained holding Malyo in his grasp. He had no doubt Meirusi could deal with Kalanbili. The struggling Malyo fell still when he saw Meirusi depart, and muttered, "It seems the anti-demon net the Inha patrol made just for me. If I had managed to absorb a little more power, I could have broken free. Alas, a hair's breadth makes all the difference." Malyo sighed. Vegeta had subdued him forcefully, depriving him of the chance to take in sufficient power. Vegeta said nothing. Though he relished fighting worthy opponents, someone like Malyo could easily trigger unforeseen complications. A messy outcome would be unacceptable. After a pause, Malyo spoke again. "Vegeta, I know you did many dark deeds under Phalisa. Come with me. Once I recover my strength, I will elevate you greatly. Then I will be the supreme of the cosmos, and you shall be second only to me." Vegeta laughed. "My strength, Vegeta's strength, is earned in the crucible of life and death and relentless cultivation. I do not hunger for the power you dangle." "What a pity," Malyo sighed. I do admire you. I do not think you walk the same path as the Inha patrol. I do not know why you aid them, but I can tell you are not a simple saint. Malyo, I advise you to speak less and conserve your strength to spend the rest of your days in prison, Vegeta said with a cold sneer. Vegeta, do you know where I come from? Malyo suddenly asked. You must be from the demon race, right? Vegeta glanced at him. No. I was once an ordinary goat man. But do you know how I came to possess this power? Then tell me, Vegeta replied. Release me and I will teach you how to seize demonic power and become as undying as I am, Malyo attempted. Vegeta scoffed without hesitation. I, Vegeta, have never coveted such things. Malyo was taken aback. He had assumed anyone would be tempted by immortality and overwhelming might. Silence fell again. Vegeta waited for mercy while Malyo bowed his head in thought. After a few minutes, Vegeta asked, were you ever the Lord of Magia? Vegeta had noticed Malyo's demonic aura and recalled encountering the former Magia sovereign Dapula Vegeta, so he posed the question. Magia is nothing but a pack of lost dogs. Malyo spat upon hearing the name. What do you mean by that? Vegeta asked. Malyo regarded Vegeta, thought of Magia, and then sighed. Magia was once mighty, wielding godlike power. They tried to wrest authority from the gods and failed, and so began their decline. Ages ago, Magia fractured. Some of its people folded into worlds under the gods' governance, others shrank back into Magia, and still schemed for power. They could only aim for dominance over the underworld, but the gods suppressed them. The underworld secured but a single place, the Yama King, and that seat was gradually filled by those aligned with the gods. Magia was left powerless. Then if you are of Magia and rampaging across the cosmos, why did the gods not slay you? Vegeta asked. I am not a native of Magia, Malyo answered. I was a dying goat man drifting through the universe until I received the legacy of a demon god. My power stems from that inheritance. The Jiawangshan tried to stop me, but the mightier gods did not intervene. So you mean your emergence was not enough to draw the attention of far greater gods? Vegeta inquired. Indeed. Demons can be special like gods through divine chi or demonic power. They can apprehend the laws which once enabled Magia's strength. But the demon gods were long ago swallowed by the stream of history. Today Magia is no more than a pack of disgraced hounds. Malyo revealed Magia's hidden history. Vegeta knew divine chi permitted comprehension of the laws, yet was surprised demons could do likewise. He also understood that extraordinarily gifted mortals might glimpse the laws, but their slow progress rarely outpaced the limits of their lifespans. It was not that divine chi directly granted boundless life, but that it nourished the body with divinity, slowly enhancing its functions and extending longevity. The degree of that nourishment depended on the realm of divine chi and one's origin, thus using divine chi as a foundation made law comprehension easier, whereas ordinary mortals found it exceedingly difficult. It appears you have not truly obtained the demon god's power, Vegeta observed. If Malyo had fully comprehended such laws, his strength would not be so easily matched by a Jiawangshan. I inherited from the demon god Kunmo, Malyo admitted. His true form was a foul, yet he grasped the law of plunder and claimed the name Kun. I stumbled upon Kun's tomb and gained many fortunes. I absorbed fragments of the law of plunder. I have not mastered it, but if you release me, I will share its secrets with you. Vegeta erupted into laughter. With a sudden wild laugh, Vegeta raised a finger. The energies within Malyo slipped from his control and burst forth. A great tendril of green energy descended toward Namek, while ashen-gray strands scattered to unknown reaches. Malyo watched in horror as the energies he had so painstakingly absorbed spilled from him. He could not wield his abilities, and his body began to wither and age rapidly. What have you done? Malyo screamed in terror. This technique of mine is called the Suppletive Deprivation Technique, Vegeta said. It bears a curious resemblance to your law of plunder. Seeing Malyo on the verge of death, Vegeta ceased his action. Vegeta gestured with his finger, and a burst of crimson golden energy erupted from Moro's body. Seeing this, Moro's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, "What do you want to do? It seems this is the magical power you cultivated through the demon god inheritance, isn't it?" Vegeta toyed with the energy in his hand, marveling at how it did not dissipate under his control. "Damn it! Vegeta! You wait. If I survive this, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Moro's aged face was filled with rage, revealing an abnormal red and white hue. "Humph, not quiet even in the net." Vegeta kicked at Moro, causing the net to roll violently. Because Meruz had tightened his grip, Moro did not fall out. Moro let out a muffled grunt, realizing the situation, so he decided not to provoke Vegeta any further. His mind raced as he considered how to escape this predicament. At that moment a spaceship descended and Meru stepped down from it holding several Dragon Balls. It was indeed the ship from Kurumber. Vegetation, everything went smoothly this time. I will take Moro away now. How about joining me back to the Galactic Patrol headquarters? Meru smiled and tossed the Dragon Ball to Vegeta. Vegeta nodded, indicating he wanted to return the Dragon Balls to the new Elder of Namek first. Vegeta flew towards a direction, and during his flight he saw the Namekians who had been absorbed by Moro miraculously revived, while those killed by Kurumber did not come back to life. Could it be because of what I did earlier? The vitality of the Namekians is truly remarkable to be able to come back to life, Vegeta remarked in astonishment. After flying for a while, Vegeta arrived at the new Elder of Namek's location and informed him of the Dragon Balls and the situation. The Elder expressed great gratitude towards Vegeta, saying he would no longer blame him for having previously killed many Namekian people. Vegeta nodded and instantly vanished from the view of the Namekians, reappearing directly in front of Meru's, allowing him to take Moro and Kurumber to the Galactic Patrol headquarters using his instant transmission. Meru's instructed others to take Vegeta to the Galactic King while he detained Moro and Kurumber. Upon seeing Vegeta, the Galactic King praised him with lengthy compliments, but Vegeta could not endure it and instantly teleported to Meru's side, watching him imprison Moro. Meru's imprisoned Moro in the same cell as before, but this time secured him with a magic restraining net and chains. It seemed Moro would no longer be able to escape the Galactic Patrol prison, destined for a life of confinement. After watching Meru's finish imprisoning Moro, Vegeta took out Moro's crimson golden energy to show Meru's and shared what Moro had told him earlier. Finally, Vegeta asked 3 questions in quick succession. What exactly are the demons? Why do the gods suppress them and not allow them into the universe? How can the Spirito deprivation technique strip away Moro's plundering power? The Spirito deprivation technique is merely the ultimate skill of the Adrat star. How can it deprive power under the laws? What was the situation of that battle between gods and demons? Vegeta's intuition told him that Meru's must know these matters, so he asked directly without hesitation. Meru's remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. These matters are not ones you should know, but since you are aware of some things, I will share more with you. Follow me. Meru's led Vegeta to his residence, which was a very ordinary room. After closing the door, he had Vegeta sit at a tea table and brewed a pot of tea before slowly saying, First, I must tell you that gods are divided into innate gods and acquired gods. Innate gods are ancient beings that existed before the universe was born, while acquired gods are those who attain divine status through training. Demons also existed at the dawn of the universe as a powerful ancient species, but their cultivation system differs greatly from that of the gods. Meru's took a sip of tea and continued. Some say the universe was created by the Omni King, while others say it formed naturally. However, there is no doubt that the Omni King possesses the greatest power, with the ability to create and destroy universes, thus transcending all things. Currently it appears that the Omni King stands on the side of the gods, yet in fact he pays no attention to these matters. During the ancient times the universe was in chaos, so the Grand Priest suggested to the Omni King to establish divine positions for the ancient gods to maintain the operation of the universe and manage its affairs, thus establishing the current order of the universe. As the powerful demon race saw the Omni King establishing divine positions while they remained in the demon realm under the governance of the gods, the demon realm's king, the ancestor demon, had not appeared for millions of years. The demon realm immediately convened a meeting electing the ancient demon as the new king of the demon realm. Under the leadership of the ancient demon, they sought a share of power from the Omni King. The Omni King did not intervene, and ultimately it was the Grand Priest who dealt with this matter. The denizens of the demon realm were relatively evil individuals, failing to meet the Grand Priest's requirements for certain divine positions. Thus the two sides could not reach an agreement, leading to the outbreak of battles between gods and demons. These battles unfolded amidst chaotic turbulence, resulting in the demise of many ancient gods. Ultimately, the demon realm was defeated because the Grand Priest intervened and struck down the ancient demon, causing many powerful beings of the demon realm to perish, leading to the gradual decline of the demon race as they returned to the demon realm. Afterward, the Grand Priest promised to grant the demon race some underworld divine positions, but those from the demon realm did not meet the requirements, resulting in the matter being left unresolved. Only the Weekin met the Grand Priest's conditions, thus becoming the sole member of the demon race to hold a divine position. Ian later brought some confidence which the Grand Priest tacitly approved, and he was subsequently revered as Demon King Ian, excelling in his duties as a deity. As for the Spirito deprivation technique being able to strip away Moro's plundering power, I did not expect that. Although Moro did not grasp the laws, his power back then was not inferior to that of powerful individuals who had mastered divine techniques. Therefore the spiritual deprivation technique is not that simple, or perhaps the 4 great techniques of the Adrat star are not that simple. Merus spoke at length, and Vegeta absorbed a wealth of information about ancient times, such as the fact that gods and demons existed before the birth of the universe. No wonder the Namekians can become demons and also gods, since the Dragon Clan was created by the Dragon God who had witnessed both gods and demons. As for Merus' final words, they made Vegeta sense something as he pondered whether the 4 great techniques of the Adrat star could be the embryonic form of the laws. Or perhaps they are powerful divine techniques. Vegeta traveled to the ancient divine training ground in the chaotic stream based on the information provided by Merus, enduring various dangers to find the dojo. Within the secret realm he discovered numerous items to enhance his combat power, ultimately achieving the perfect godly state Super Blue. At the dojo, Vegeta also found a teleportation array that unexpectedly sent him to the 6th universe. There he traveled extensively and visited the planet Salad, where he explored the ancestral land of the Saiyans in the 6th universe. Here he comprehended his own Saiyan divine ability, which he named Peak Power, perfectly merging all the transformations of the Saiyans up to that point. From then on he no longer needed to transform to enhance his strength, and his power multiplied to the perfect godly state Super Blue. During this time Granola from the 7th universe wished to become the strongest in the universe. However, Vegeta was not in the 7th universe, Goku was in the Tree of Might space, and Frieza was in a different dimensional space. Only Broly, under the guidance of Whis, became increasingly powerful. Consequently, Granola gained the power to surpass Broly's perfect Ultra Instinct, achieving a strength that exceeded even the Ultimate Ultra Instinct but was slightly weaker than the perfect Ultra Instinct. Granola, who aspired to be the strongest in the universe, was nearly equal in strength to the perfect Ultra Instinct. It should be noted here that Granola gained such immense power in 1500 years instead of 150. The Zeta organization attempted to use similar tactics as in the storyline to make Granola confront Goku and Vegeta. They traveled to Earth, prompting Shishi and Bulma to summon Goku and Vegeta. However, Vegeta was in the 6th universe, and Whis did not call him back but instead released Goku. Now, having mastered perfect Ultra Instinct, Goku went alone to challenge Granola on the planet Cyril. Without Vegeta's company, Goku became more cautious. He easily defeated Granola's illusion, but was ambushed by Granola's true form. Still, he did not faint. Goku with 2 Senzu Beans ate one, and then engaged in a fierce battle with Granola. Both were left severely injured, and Granola, wanting to perish together, was obstructed by Minato, which ultimately led to Jas from the Zeta organization making a wish to become the new strongest in the universe, sacrificing 1,000 years of his lifespan. Monito revealed to Goku and Granola the story of how Bardock once saved Granola, causing both to pause their conflict. Following Minato, they arrived at Monito's hut, where Monito handed Goku the device left by Bardock, allowing Goku to find himself elevating his emotions and achieving spiritual fulfillment, undergoing a transformation. However, Jas' arrival led to the immediate killing of Monito. An enraged Granola fought Jas, suffering severely. In the final moments, Goku rushed in to save Granola and consumed a Senzu Bean, yet found himself at a disadvantage in the battle against Jas. Goku utilized instant transmission, taking Jas in circles around the 7th universe. Eventually, he returned to Cyril, intending to take Granola with him. However, the awakening Granola refused to leave. In the ensuing struggle, Jas returned and Granola faced off against Jas once more. Goku intervened, but ultimately Granola was killed by Jas. Goku, filled with emotion, transformed into Ultra Instinct, defeating Jas. However, Jas' final aged form forced Goku to face difficulties once again. Finally, Frieza arrived, transforming into the ancient Ice Demon. Here we redefine Frieza's new form. Previously, Frieza had absorbed the bloodline of many ancestors, and after training, the purity of his bloodline approached that of the original Ice Demon. Therefore, this new form is named the Ancient Ice Demon, which also possesses a black gold form but appears far more sinister and slightly smaller. Unlike before, he does not shine with metallic luster, instead his entire body is in. Some time later, under the pressure of Frieza's new form, Goku became more dedicated to training, constantly battling Broly. Beerus, observing Goku in action, felt a sense of relief as he considered Goku a troublemaker. Thus, seeing Goku busy, Beerus felt somewhat at ease. After a period of training, Goku perfectly mastered Emotion Ultra Instinct, the form that suited him best. The next path ahead involved continuously refining this form to surpass the perfect Ultra Instinct, and to discover his own ultimate state. During this time, Vegeta felt he had trained enough in the 6th universe and decided to visit Kampa's planet, requesting Beerus to send him back to the 7th universe. Kampa refused, insisting that Vegeta should become a part of the 6th universe instead. This led to a conflict between the two. Kampa, disregarding martial ethics, attacked Vegeta. Vegeta exerted his full strength in combat against Kampa. Kampa's ordinary form could not contend with Vegeta, so he unleashed the divine technique Erasure. This technique was Kampa's method before comprehending the laws of destruction. Kampa became a singular point, causing everything around him to seem as if it were collapsing with an incredible display of power. Ultimately, Kampa gained a slight advantage over Vegeta. Kampa did not use the laws, merely the divine technique, and acknowledged Vegeta. Subsequently, Kampa proposed a deal with Vegeta, wishing for him to accompany him to the fifth universe. The fifth universe did not participate in the tournament of power, but the god of destruction Arak had mocked Kampa's universe for cheating with the Potara earrings after the tournament. Thus Kampa sought to stir up trouble for the fifth universe. Kampa promised that not only would he send Vegeta back to the seventh universe after, but he would also teach him a divine technique that Kampa had acquired years ago in a certain ruin but had never trained. Vegeta raised a question, wondering how he, a member of the seventh universe known to all gods during the tournament of power, could represent the sixth universe to teach a lesson to the fifth universe. Kampa gave Vegeta a mask that once belonged to an ancient god which neither the god of destruction nor angels could discern. With this, Vegeta accompanied Kampa to the fifth universe and decisively defeated several top fighters from the fifth universe. Afterward, Vegeta obtained the divine technique spoken of by Kampa inscribed on a piece of bone. Beerus then sent Vegeta back to Earth in the seventh universe. Upon returning to the seventh universe, Vegeta spent some time reuniting with his family before entering the hyperbolic time chamber to train the divine technique. This technique was named Extreme Intent, which allowed him to master two opposing forces to generate extreme power. It was a divine technique that Kampa had never practiced and was the only divine technique Vegeta had encountered thus far. Vegeta spent 2.5 years training in the hyperbolic time chamber, finally mastering the powers of time Spiralito acceleration technique and space Spiralito instant transmission, as well as the forces of life Spiralito restoration technique and death Spiralito deprivation technique, producing the immense strength of Extreme Intent. After exiting the training, Vegeta arrived at Beerus' God of Destruction realm, where he witnessed Goku and Broly engaged in a fierce fight. At this time, Goku had mastered perfect emotion Ultra Instinct, and Broly had perfectly controlled his power. Under which guidance, Broly further enhanced himself, entering a perfect Ultra Instinct-like state. In this moment, only Goku's emotion Ultra Instinct could barely suppress Broly. Both Goku and Broly were taken aback upon seeing Vegeta, as his aura in his normal state was incredibly powerful. Goku was excited to engage in battle with Vegeta. Just then Whis flew over and praised Vegeta, noting that he had achieved the perfect godly state and had returned to his roots, reaching a state of unity between God and man, making him indeed capable of battling Goku. Thus the two fated warriors Goku and Vegeta engaged in their duel once more. The perfect emotion Ultra Instinct and full-powered Vegeta were evenly matched. However, after just a moment of fighting, Vegeta paused, knowing that if he unleashed his divine technique, Goku would have no means to defend himself. At this moment, Vegeta was indeed stronger than Goku. During their confrontation, Beerus also flew over and observed their battle. At that moment, Beerus was quite satisfied with Vegeta's performance, although he feigned indifference. After the battle ceased, the group began to enjoy a feast. While Goku marveled at Vegeta's strength, he also spoke of Frieza's ancient demon form. Vegeta was shocked by this, realizing that Frieza could defeat Kakarot with a single punch, far surpassing his own strength, which instilled a sense of crisis within Vegeta. Thus, after finishing the feast, Vegeta requested guidance from Whis, but Beerus intervened, stating he would teach Vegeta personally provided that Vegeta could defeat him, limiting it to Beerus not using the laws of destruction or divine techniques. When Beerus refrained from using divine techniques, he was indeed on par with Vegeta. However, he then unleashed a divine technique, forcing Vegeta to struggle under Beerus' destructive power. Ultimately, Vegeta employed Extreme Intent, completely obliterating the time-space of the God of Destruction realm, and the forces of life and death exploded, unexpectedly injuring Beerus. Beerus, furious and humiliated, was halted by Whis. In the end, Vegeta logically trained in the power of destruction, with Beerus teaching him the phrase, before creation and construction one must first destroy. This left a deep impression on Vegeta. Thus, while practicing the power of destruction, he also began to research the principles of creation and construction, aiming to make Extreme Intent even more powerful. As time passed, it reached the period of Cell Max. Gohan and Piccolo had both attained new forms, with Golden Piccolo at the early stages of Super Red and Beast Gohan surpassing Super Blue but not yet reaching Ultra Instinct. Damn, doesn't Gohan's every transformation have a limit? The notion that Beast Gohan's power exceeds Emotion Ultra Instinct is merely a delusion held by those Dragon Ball fans. The time arrived for the World Martial Arts Tournament 10 years after the conclusion of the Buu saga. During the match between Ub and Goku, several unexpected guests including Frieza and his minions showed up to participate in the tournament. This was just what Vegeta, Goku, and Broly had hoped for. Frieza's immense power excited them. With a snap of his fingers, Vegeta instantly teleported everyone to the Kaioshin realm, marking the fruits of his training in extreme power, which explored the power of space. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin, frightened, hurried to the God of Destruction realm. The battle among them was the true World Martial Arts Tournament. After extensive training, Vegeta had perfectly mastered the power of destruction, and Goku was increasingly in harmony with his Ultra Instinct state. Broly, drawing inspiration from Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformations, broke through to a new form, Ultra Super Saiyan 2, with light cyan green hair, his overall form shrinking slightly. His light cyan green aura continuously tore through space, an unimaginable force emanating an overwhelming pressure. Frieza, exuding confidence in his strength, boldly stated that the three of them could come at him together. Broly, unable to contain himself, charged in, first transforming into his new form. Realizing something was off, as Broly approached, Frieza quickly transformed into his ancient demon form, engaging in fierce combat with Broly. Having frequently sparred with Vegeta and Goku, Broly lacked experience against others, and despite his power, Frieza still held an advantage, causing Broly to be defeated. Just as Vegeta and Goku vied for who would face Frieza first, the Kaioshin, seeking help in the God of Destruction realm, arrived with Beerus and Whis at the Kaioshin realm. Beerus instructed Whis to restore Frieza's stamina, demanding that Vegeta battle Frieza, as he wanted to see the extent of Vegeta's power of destruction. Thus Vegeta and Frieza began their battle. Vegeta unleashed his divine technique, but due to his state of unity between God and man, his form did not change, yet his power was infinitely expanding. The battle with Frieza became intensely fierce, ultimately forcing Frieza to reveal his ultimate trump card, his demonic and freezing talents, which were the result of Frieza's training over the past decade. Awakening from the bloodline of all ancestors. At a moment of crisis, Vegeta unleashed the extreme power of creation and destruction that he had recently grasped, shattering Frieza's bloodline talent, but also suffering a backlash himself. Both collapsed simultaneously, leading to the unresolved outcome of the world's No.1 martial arts tournament. After this incident, one day all the universe Kaioshin's destroyers and angels were summoned for a significant matter that stirred the sleeping master of time and space. The Kaioshins had only been temporarily managing the time ring because the master of time had been in slumber. Thus a meeting was held in the Palace of All Kings, where the Grand Minister explained that someone had come from the future. At this moment the Master of Time spoke from a misty haze, stating that an entity had sneezed in its sleep, causing half of the demon realm to collapse and creating cracks in time and space. 15 future demon gods, accompanied by some demons, had found this crack and were transmitted to this point in time, currently situated in the Hongmeng space, with plans to establish a new demon realm. The previously 6 universes destroyed by the All Kings left only a patch of space which fused with chaos for a long time, hence referred to as Hongmeng space, with the demon realm clinging to. Hongmeng space is where the dragon god Salama lies in slumber. It was Salama's sneeze that led to the current issue. Due to Salama's existence, the Grand Minister and other high-ranking beings could not personally venture into Hongmeng space. The Master of Time indicated that this crack could easily lead to the collapse of all time and space, ultimately leaving only a few who had attained Tao, the All-King world chaos, the Grand Minister balance moderation, the Master of Time time space, the Dragon God Salama miracle wish, and the Rebirth Lady reincarnation nirvana. For example, time and space can be likened to an ever-extending line. One end of the line marks the birth of the world and the beginning of temporal travel, while the other end represents the present. The time in the present is constantly moving forward, thus extending the line continuously. Behind the endpoint of the present lies countless illusory future lines. The past cannot be changed if someone from the future attempts to alter the past. A tangible future line will emerge trying to connect to the endpoint of the present line. However, the past of this future line is already fixed and cannot be changed, resulting in another line parallel to the present, which is the so-called parallel world or parallel time. If one merely travels back normally, it wouldn't disturb the Master of Time. However, the space-time crack created by the dragon god Salama's sneeze will not heal on its own and does not affect the timeline. Because of the dragon god Salama, this matter must be resolved by a death. The final result of the meeting in the Palace of All Kings was that 12 universes dispatched 9 destroyers accompanied by the strongest experts from their respective universes to the Hongmeng space to defeat and send back the future demon realm forces before repairing the time-space crack. Ultimately, the destroyers from the 1st universe, 6th universe, and 12th universe remained behind. Their task was to head to the present demon realm to prevent the demons from leaving and to promise repairs to the demon realm. Thus the Grand Minister granted the Kaioshins 1 hour to bring their universe's experts. After all the universe representatives gathered, they boarded the Master of Time's time vessel to proceed to Hongmeng space. Originally the journey would take only 10 minutes, but the Master of Time slowed down time to 1 hour, citing the need for the universe's experts to cultivate within the time vessel. The flow of time inside the vessel is such that 1 hour equals 10 years, a measure taken to reduce the battle loss rate of the universe experts, and to warm up the destroyers who had not fought for a long time. Each universe brought 3 or 4 individuals, and from the 7th universe it was Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and Frieza. During the 10 years of training, Vegeta continually researched various powers and finally grasped the meaning behind Beerus' words about limitless power, which signifies invincibility beneath the laws. Otherwise, once the laws are established, even the greatest powers must submit unless one's power becomes a law akin to a previous destroyer who attained the law of power. The power of the laws allows one to choose to cultivate the same laws as others, but cultivating the same law inevitably leads to a life or death situation. Unless one cultivates the laws of the Taoists, such as the laws of moderation cultivated by angels which spawn the divine technique of ultimate freedom, fighting without contention leads to the ultimate victory. Thus, ultimate freedom allows the body to fight instinctually without the individual consciously thinking to evade attacks, resulting in an undefeated state despite not actively contending. While angels master the laws of moderation, they will never surpass the Grand Minister, and will not lead to a life or death outcome. However, if the Grand Minister desires your demise, you must comply. Upon realizing all this, Vegeta sat cross-legged in the time vessel for 8 years, ultimately discovering the embryonic form of his Tao, the infinite law. Since his last defeat to Frieza, Broly has been battling Frieza for 10 years, growing rapidly and wildly, which caused the cultured Frieza to explode in anger. Broly finally reached his true peak, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 with dark green hair, eyebrows, and tail devoid of pupils. His physique remained the same as in his normal state without the drastic muscle increase of Super Saiyan 1, or the slight increase of Super Saiyan 2, appearing to be in perfect condition. Frieza, having digested his ancestral bloodline, saw his progress slowing down. However, during his prolonged battles with Broly, he discovered that the power within his bloodline seemed to be evolving, surpassing that of the Frost Demon's progenitor, granting him a natural affinity for certain abilities, particularly the power of ice. This became the embryonic form of Frieza's law. Meanwhile, Goku spent the decade honing his emotional freedom. Since discovering his true self on Cyril's star, he developed his emotional freedom, and found a suitable Tao for himself. During this time, he often intervened in the battles between Broly and Frieza. In the final years of the decade, he finally formed his ultimate freedom into instinct, reaching a more profound state. Finally reaching their destination, the destroyers chose to split up and search for the whereabouts of the demon people. The experts from each universe were also dispatched to seek them out, and once demons appeared, they would quickly regroup using special communication methods. Goku was the first to discover the demons. However, true to his character, he initiated the fight himself. Some so-called experts from the demon realm appeared, wanting to challenge Goku unknown, but in front of Goku they were mere fodder. Eventually a son of a demon god emerged, yet he was still no match for Goku. In the end, Goku attracted the attention of the demon god. Upon meeting the demon god, Goku sent a communication intending to engage. The demon god, seeing only a human, did not use the power of the laws, but still could not handle Goku, while Goku was able to injure him. This enraged the demon god, who unleashed his dream law, trapping Goku in an endless illusion. Originally planning to kill Goku, the demon god sensed a powerful aura approaching, and with a flick of his hand imprisoned Goku in his illusionary dream pool. 9 destroyers descended, and the remaining demon gods appeared. Among the 15 demon gods, 14 were present, with one having gone to the modern demon realm to negotiate cooperation, the ultimate result being that he was left behind by Kampa and others. A powerful aura suppressed the entire area. The destroyers urged the demon gods to return to the future, but were met with refusal. The demon gods seemed to know that the Grand Minister and others could not personally come, so they felt emboldened, and relying on their numbers did not fear Beerus and the others. A great battle was imminent. At this moment, Vegeta and the others arrived, shocked by the fighting aura above. Below, the demon realm denizens appeared in droves and immediately attacked Vegeta and the others. However, the battle was one-sided. The 3 demon gods above could not stand by and intervene, targeting the strongest Vegeta, Broly, and Frieza. The destroyers above also shared some of the pressure. Previously, Beerus had been fighting 1 against 4 or 5, but now he, alongside the Mouse and Clown destroyers, faced 2 opponents, each gaining the upper hand, while Vegeta and the others were in dire straits. In the later stages of the battle, Vegeta suddenly grasped a hint of the law's power: the greater the heart, the greater the power. Thus he entered the realm of the infinite law and immediately reversed the situation, gaining the upper hand. However, Broly and Frieza were still unable to fight back. Just then a surge of power emanated from a pool below. It was Goku who had inadvertently grasped the law's power and saved Broly and Frieza. It turned out that Goku was in the illusionary dream pool, having endured torment from dreams and illusions. Ultimately, this led him to realize his true self, the true him, the true world, enabling him to understand the true law. All of this began with Goku's continuous self-discovery, with the watershed moment being the discovery of his true self on Cyril Star. This became Goku's own Tao. The final outcome of this battle was that all the demon gods returned to the future in a sorry state, and the time-space crack was repaired. Upon returning to their respective universes, everyone discovered the path forward. Goku and Vegeta also began a new round of training, and the Grand Minister summoned both of them to reveal the secrets of the universe. In the early days of the universe's birth, there was a vast chaos filled with many powerful beings, many of whom grasped the laws. The All-King mastered the law of chaos, the dragon god Salama mastered the law of miracles, the Grand Minister mastered the law of balance, and the Rebirth Lady mastered the law of nirvana. Countless beings vied for supremacy. Ultimately, the All-King comprehended the law of the world, merging with his law of chaos to form the path of the universe, opening up the world. The All-King ruled over the entire world, but due to his overwhelming power desired all beings to become his servants. In such an environment, many beings chose to submit while others resisted, and those who resisted were slain. The neutral ones could not survive either and chose self-obliteration, leaving only those who complied. In such a grand environment, the dragon god Salama stood out. He comprehended the law of wishes, realizing wishes through miracles, mastering the path of fate, and forged the super dragon, and the dragon clan. The Namekians can become gods or demons because the dragon god created them based on the divine and demonic races. Hence the dragon god Salama went into battle against the All-King. The final result of this battle left the All-King with only the intellect of a child from the onset of chaos, while the dragon god Salama remains in slumber. One is in a state of dementia, while the other is in a vegetative state. The third person to attain Tao was the Grand Minister, who after mastering the law of balance comprehended the middle way, merging to form the path of non-action. The Grand Minister reflected on the two predecessors and voluntarily assisted the All-King in leading and balancing the world. The fourth was the Rebirth Lady, who presided over the underworld and the path of reincarnation. The fifth was the Master of Time, who mastered the path of time and space. Thus the current world structure was formed, with the All-King undoubtedly being the most powerful. However, his temperament remained that of a child, and with the Grand Minister's long-term assistance, the All-King trusted him immensely, preventing the world from being inadvertently destroyed by the All-King. Goku and Vegeta ultimately also reached the Tao. Goku mastered the essential path through the true law and the false law, while Vegeta grasped the origin path through the infinite law and the zero law. After mastering the infinite law, Vegeta discovered that there is a midpoint among all infinite powers, meaning there must be a zero between positive infinity and negative infinity. Both achieved eternal life. After comprehending the ice law, Frieza discovered that his power was not formidable. Following several twists and turns, he unified the demon realm, becoming the new 13th universe, grasping the Emperor Law and becoming the new destroyer. In the later stages, Broly re-established the Saiyan race of the 7th universe alongside his father, and married Cauliflo, while Gabe married Kale, and became the new Saiyan king of the 6th universe. The people on Earth ultimately turned to bones over time, but Goku's two wives under his guidance opened a new world in the Homeng space where time does not flow, leading a carefree life. The two fated rivals ultimately never defeated each other. The end.